The first thing after being reborn 10 years ago was to sell off the billions in assets under my name and donate them all. Everyone thought I was crazy. Some even threatened to have me locked up in a mental hospital. But what they didn't know was that a month later, the mythical era officially arrived, and all of humanity ushered in an awakening ceremony, with the medium of awakening being one's own merits or misdeeds. In the previous life, I perished in the chaos due to not encountering any fortuitous opportunities, falling in the midst of dark turmoil, and now, having spent all my wealth, all for the sake of accumulating supreme merits. At this moment, I sat on the genuine leather sofa, watching the news criticizing my 500 million donation as a show. Right at that moment, a knock sounded on the door. A professional-looking beauty in black stockings walked in. "Mr. Jang, are you really planning to sell off all your assets, including the chairman's inheritance, and donate everything?" "Whatever I say, you just do it. No need to ask about anything else. I don't plan to explain much. Even if I say it, no one will believe it. They might even think I'm crazy." "All right, Mr. Jang," the beautiful secretary dare not ask more, just muttering under her breath as she turned her head. "There are all sorts of birds in the forest, donating so much money, might as well donate it to me." Although the voice was faint, it still reached my ears. I chose to ignore such remarks. After the mythological era began, the global monetary system collapsed entirely. In its place emerged a hard currency called Origin Stone. In a month, all my assets will turn to waste paper. It's time to donate, why wait? At the same time, I am aware of many extraordinary opportunities hidden in various places. I must seize them before the mythological era arrives. Just as I was lost in thought, the office door suddenly swung open. A greasy, obese man walked in. Behind him, there was also a well-dressed elite carrying a briefcase. "Xiaoxiu is dead, don't be too sad, he can resurrect." The obese man insincerely consoles you. This person is named Jang Chen, my second uncle, who usually resides abroad and seldom returns home. His sudden return this time was upon hearing of my father's death, aiming to claim a share of the inheritance. In the past, he used the excuse of assisting in managing the company to deceive and take control of the shares left by my father. In just half a month, he swallowed up all the shares, leaving only a few 100,000 to appease me. Thinking about all this, a cold light flashed in my eyes. I understand. I put on a look of sadness on my face. Then, with a hint of doubt, I asked my uncle, "Is there a specific reason for your return this time?" "It's nothing much, just wanted to pay tribute to my big brother and discuss the company's equity with you." Jang Chen patted his own shoulder. With heartfelt words, Tianlin Group is your father's life's work, and you are now the most influential person. As your second uncle, I have the obligation to assist you in managing everything in the company. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but inwardly sneer. He was nowhere to be seen at the funeral, now pretending to be sentimental. I was actually planning to sell off my shares, so might as well go with the flow. Because unless someone is willing to take over the shares, other than selling them cheaply, it's difficult to liquidate quickly in a short period. "Uncle, do you have any insights?" I pretended to be ignorant and clueless. Seeing this, Jang Chen felt secretly delighted and quickly pulled the person behind him, saying, "This is Lawyer Liang. He has rich experience in this area. You should listen to his opinions more." As the words fell, Lawyer Liang also began his performance. "Mr. Jang, considering your age and ability, even if you were to inherit the shares and take on the role of director, it might be difficult to gain the approval of the board of directors. Personally, I suggest you temporarily entrust the shares to General Jiang. When your ability is sufficient, you can have General Jiang return the shares to you. What do you think?" Watching them sing in harmony, I watched the show with an expressionless face. The other party became more enthusiastic as they spoke, even taking out a share transfer agreement and making me sign it. I didn't pay attention to this agreement. "Uncle Air, regarding the equity matter, I have some thoughts." Seeing that the other party had no intention of signing, Jang Chen also furrowed his brows. Although feeling unhappy inside, he still pretended to ask seriously about their thoughts. "I am clear about my own abilities, so I never thought of taking over Tianlin Group from the beginning. I want to sell my shares and live peacefully as an ordinary second-generation rich." Jang Chen and Lawyer Liang were both stunned, thinking if their nephew had lost his mind. "You should know that Tianlin Group is an unlisted company. Many research institutions are extremely optimistic, believing that the potential market value is not less than 50 billion renminbi. Moreover, it will officially go public in less than 3 years. By then the market value will multiply again. Selling the shares now is like selling the golden goose. The stocks left to me have a market value of around 9 billion. This money is enough for me to live carefreely for generations," I said with a satisfied expression. No, Tianling Group is your father's hard work, how can you just sell it? Moreover, with such a large sum, who else can take over completely? You should still hand over the shares to Uncle Heir to manage, just lay back and collect dividends every year, Jiang Shanha replied. He has long regarded these shares as his own property, naturally he won't let outsiders have them. Don't worry Uncle Heir, I have already contacted the board of directors of the company. The shares will be split and sold, the board of directors are also willing to buy them back. Upon hearing this, Jiangshan River's calm demeanor instantly wavered. He did not expect the other party to have this move. If it is really split and sold, then the equity will be dispersed. By then, it will be even more difficult for Jiangshan River to sit in the position of the spokesperson for Tianling Group. Seeing the hesitation in the other party's expression, a faint smirk crept onto my lips. In the past life, cheated out of 100 billion inheritance by the other party, now I must take it back with interest. Jiangshan River sighed, but a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Tianling Group is the blood, sweat, and tears of your father. If you sell these shares, your father will not rest in peace. If you truly want to sell, then sell it to me. Since we are all family, let me take over the management, just like Tianling Group. Seeing the other party take the bait, I chuckled inwardly. While maintaining a calm exterior, I said, Uncle Heir, if you wish, but I only accept one-time cash payment. Initially, Jiangshan River wanted to pay in installments, clear it in 100 years, but he didn't expect the other party to be so cunning. Later, I had the company's legal department draft the contract, ensuring no tampering with the contract. With no other options, Jiangshan River reluctantly signed the contract. Then, I turned and walked away with Lawyer Liang. After the two entered the elevator, Lawyer Liang asked in confusion, Chairman Jiang, are you really planning to spend 9 billion to buy shares? Are you kidding? Jiangshan River replied coldly. This kid refuses to toast, so I don't mind making him drink a penalty. Let him see what a high-end business battle is. Just when Lawyer Liang was puzzled about what a high-end business battle really is, Jiang Shenhiliang said coldly, arrange for me an overseas assassin to take him out within 3 days. The next morning, I ate breakfast while watching several news reports on TV. All of them were mysterious events from around the world recently. Time is running out for me. I must plan quickly. I have made up my mind. At that moment, the phone next to me suddenly rang. It was a call from Wang Xiaozhang, the manager of Qingqing Real Estate. Mr. Zhang, I have already taken care of the task you assigned, Wang Xiaozhang said respectfully. However, the people from Kunlun Mountain mentioned that your conditions are a bit harsh. They asked if you could change your request. I'll give you 200 million. As long as the deal goes through, you can keep 200 million as a kickback. Wang Xiaozhang was both surprised and delighted, and quickly gave his assurance. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I guarantee a successful completion of the task, Wang Xiaozhang promised. The reason why I spared no expense in donating 200 million to Kunlun Mountain is simple. Soon, there will be a huge meteor shower. One of the meteorites contains a peerless sword embryo and a swordsmanship inheritance. In a previous life, some people transformed into peerless sword immortals because of this meteorite. And the reason for my donation is also for this meteorite. According to the rules of Kunlun Mountain, when someone donates a sufficient amount of incense money, they can establish a private altar on the mountain. The location of the self-designated altar happens to be where a meteorite will fall. After breakfast, I also plan to head to the company. Although I have decided to leave everything behind, there are still many procedures I need to handle myself. Shortly after arriving at the company, my phone suddenly received a text message from my college buddy Li Ziheng. Tomorrow is the 3rd anniversary of Jang Chen's graduation. The class monitor suggested having a class reunion. Do you want to join? I heard the reunion will be held at the Yunxian Hotel in Mount Tai, and many classmates will attend. Even Lu Mengyao, who was far abroad, came back specifically to join. After reading the message, I couldn't help but shake my head. Li Ziheng used a beauty trap to ensure his attendance at the class reunion. Lu Mengyao was the unattainable beauty from my college days, but that's in the past. Having gone through the trials and tribulations of the past, I have become tough as nails. In chaotic times, survival is the key. Originally, I wanted to refuse, but my gaze suddenly fell on a news report on TV. Recently, in the Mount Tai tourist area, there will be a charity auction held, where some cultural relics will be sold to the public. This auction will take place tomorrow. After seeing this news, a certain segment from the past century suddenly came to mind, and I had a change of heart. So I replied back. The next day, in front of a luxurious hotel in a certain place in Taishan, dozens of young people gathered here, exchanging pleasantries. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, and a black Mercedes C200 slowly approached.
A young man dressed in Armani, wearing sunglasses, with a bold demeanor, stepped out of the car. The young man came in front of everyone, took off his sunglasses, and apologized with a smile, saying, "Sorry everyone, I'm late."
"You're the class monitor, Yi Liangchen." The classmates recognized his identity, feeling quite emotional.
Yi Liangchen was unremarkable during his university days, never expecting to do so well after graduation. "Alright, class monitor, driving a Mercedes now, you must have made quite a bit after graduation, I assume."
"Not much, I've been focusing on trading coins since graduation, and I've only made a few million over the years."
"Compared to others, it's just a drop in the bucket," Yi Liangchen modestly smiled. His words were modest, but after saying them, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at everyone. When he saw the dimness in the eyes of the other classmates, he felt extremely pleased inside.
It wasn't in vain that he specifically organized this class reunion.
Yi Liangchen took out a Cuban cigar from his pocket, then exhaled smoke, saying, "Let's not talk about this anymore.
Let's go into the hotel first, it's almost dinner time."
"Let's wait a bit longer, there are still people who haven't arrived," Li Ziheng said.
"Who hasn't arrived yet?" "Jang Chen and LV Mangyao are still on their way. Mangyao told me his flight is delayed, so he might be late."
"As for Jang Chen, we'll wait for him to inform us of the private room location. It's rush hour now, no need for so many people to wait for him."
Yi Liangchen's tone was somewhat disdainful. "Jang Chen, at his level, dares to make me wait?"
Yi Liangchen and the others also think it's reasonable. Waiting with so many people for just one person makes it seem like he has a high status.
However, just as everyone was about to enter the hotel, Su Fan's gaze accidentally swept past, then exclaimed, "Oh my, what is that? Look!"
A luxury Maybach worth millions was driving towards them, but what shocked them the most was the Lu 88888 license plate. You should know that Lu City is a top-tier city. Since the implementation of license plate restrictions years ago, local plate numbers have become scarce. Some rare license plate numbers have been sold at sky-high prices, with Lu 88888 being the most famous. It was once auctioned off, with a mysterious tycoon bidding 50 million to obtain it. The value of just this license plate surpasses that of 10 Maybachs, which is why Su Fan and the others were astonished.
"What kind of car is that?
It looks so luxurious, but the emblem seems like a mishmash," remarked someone unfamiliar with cars. "That's a Mercedes-Benz, it must be worth many times more than the squad leader's ordinary Benz," someone excitedly explains. "But compared to that license plate, this Mercedes-Benz is nothing, I heard." The license plate LW88888 was once auctioned for millions, causing a stir in the crowd.
"Stop looking, the person in that car is definitely a top elite in society."
"They're not from the same world as us," Yi Liangchen said sourly.
Suddenly, Li Ziheng was surprised. "Why do I feel like the person in the car looks familiar?"
Not just him, but a few others at the scene also find the figure in the car. The car slowly stops at the parking spot, and then a tall, elegant young man steps out. It turns out to be himself.
It's really Jang Chen. What kind of family does Jang Chen come from to afford such a luxury car?
When everyone sees that it's really Jang Chen, they are petrified on the spot.
Yi Liangchen is even more shocked, finding it hard to believe.
Jang Chen was quite ordinary during his university days. Apart from being good-looking, he had almost no presence.
Who would have thought that 3 years after graduation, he would be driving a multi-million luxury car?
Looking at his own Mercedes-Benz C200 worth only tens of thousands, Yi Liangchen feels a burning sensation on his face.
"Long time no see."
Li Ziheng, with an excited expression, quickly stepped forward and embraced the other person. The two were very close during their college years. Meeting again after a long time naturally brings about great excitement.
I also warmly responded to the other person.
During college, my life was very low-key, with almost no social interactions.
Li Ziheng is one of his few close friends. "Jang Chen, this car belongs to you." At this moment, the classmates around gathered, their eyes fixed on the Maybach. "Is it mine?" I said, and everyone was stunned, wondering what those words meant.
In reality, this car belonged to my deceased father. Due to some incomplete inheritance procedures, the car has not been transferred to my name yet. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen instantly understood that this car was definitely rented by Jang Chen from a car rental.
Yi Liangchen's face showed a hint of disdain.
"I heard these days car rental companies are crazy. As long as the money is there, you can rent even a presidential car."
"General, you really are something. Attending a classmate gathering, do you need to show off like a peacock? No matter what, we are all classmates.
Even if you come here riding a shared bike, no one will look down on you."
As the words fell, Yi Liangchen welcomed everyone into the hotel.
The rest of the people looked at each other and followed suit. They also felt that what Yi Liangchen said made sense. Since this car was rented by Jang Chen, there was no need for them to go out of their way to build a good relationship.
Jang Chen shook his head.
He had wanted to explain something, but since everyone thought the same way, there was no need. After all, in just another month, the number of people who could survive would not exceed 5.
Why bother maintaining this short and false relationship? Jang Chen, don't mind it.
That guy Liang Chen has become successful after graduation, so it's inevitable he would have a bit of a nouveau riche mentality.
Li Ziheng patted his shoulder.
Then, he led Jang Chen into the hotel. Yunxian Hotel, as one of the few 5-star hotels in Mount Tai scenic area, had all the amenities and entertainment facilities one could ask for.
Once inside the private room, they began chatting. Since one person was still missing for the class reunion, they couldn't order food yet.
The topic of conversation naturally turned to the recent hot topics on the internet.
Have you heard? There have been reports recently about the 9 Dragons coffin appearing on Mount Tai. Why don't we take this opportunity, after dinner, to go to the peak of Mount Tai? Su Fan brought up this topic. This kind of news is obviously fake. 9 Dragons coffin? This is not a novel we're talking about. Someone scoffed.
There have been quite a few fake news recently. I even saw someone claiming online yesterday that a 100-meter-long python was found on By My Mountain, and they even photoshopped a picture to deceive people.
Do these people have mental issues? Do they really think anyone would believe that? The classmates looked disdainful, all agreeing that these news were just fooling people. Let's talk about something real. Have you heard about the Tianling Group? Who hasn't? I heard that after the CEO of Tianling Group passed away, he left nearly 100 billion inheritance. If his son inherits it, he will directly become the youngest billionaire in the country's history. The most outrageous thing was the press conference a few days ago. The CEO's son of Tianling Group actually said he would donate 5 billion for charity. Isn't he just a naive son from a rich family? You guys don't understand. Liang Chen said with a pretentious smile, do you really think they sincerely want to do charity? Don't forget, we have a 50% inheritance tax in our country. Everyone suddenly realized. Right. Why hadn't they thought of that? Charity work was a recognized legal way to avoid taxes. Now they understood the reason behind the other party's actions. Jang Chen listened to these words with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Everything he was doing now was to accumulate merit and blessings, so that when the mythological era began, he could gain better opportunities from the awakening ceremony. It was normal for these people not to understand. After all, who could have imagined that in just another month, the world would undergo earth-shattering changes? By then, everything Jang Chen was doing would truly reveal its mysteries. Just as everyone was chatting leisurely, the door suddenly swung open, and a stunning figure entered the room, captivating everyone's attention. The newcomer was a young and beautiful woman. Her features were delicate, with a straight nose, red lips, and eyes as beautiful as pearls. She was dressed in a white pleated skirt, her perfectly proportioned legs exposed, exuding a hint of coldness that gave her an untouchable and aloof aura. At that moment, all eyes in the room were drawn to her. She was the goddess recognized by male students during their university days, Lu Mengyao. Sorry for being late. Lu Mengyao smiled, her demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. Everyone stood up to greet her, with Liang Chen greeting her with a greedy look in his eyes. During his university days, he was too mediocre to dare pursue LV Mengyao even though he liked her. But things were different now. He had amassed millions through trading cryptocurrencies, giving him the confidence to pursue her. The main goal of organizing this class reunion was to win over LV Mengyao today. Step aside. Just as Liang Chen was about to approach LV Mengyao, a rebuke sounded. A middle-aged man in tang suit with a mustache appeared out of nowhere and blocked Liang Chen. Everyone was stunned. Who was this person? Uncle Ling, these are all my classmates, no need to be so guarded, LV Mengyao explained, introducing the man as Liang Ying, her personal bodyguard responsible for her security in the country. Hearing this, everyone realized. But some still cast skeptical glances, wondering if someone so lean could really handle security duties. Oh, I was rude just now, Liang Chen said, though inwardly disdainful. He had trained in boxing for 4 years during college. With Liang Ying's physique, he was confident he could take him down with a few punches. However, Jang Chen thought differently. Through his past experiences, his perception and experience surpassed ordinary people. With just one glance, he sensed Liang Ying's prowess. His movements were agile, his aura restrained, his gaze sharp. If Jang Chen was not mistaken, this was a master of martial arts. A warrior of this caliber was a top expert anywhere. Yet, he was content to be a mere bodyguard. This puzzled Jang Chen. It seemed LV Mengyao's background was even more mysterious than he had thought. Now that everyone's here, let's eat first. Yi Liangchen, wanting to impress LV Mengyao, said during ordering, "Order whatever you like, it's on me today." Class leader is generous. Yi is awesome. No wonder he earns millions in a year. Hey, Yi, do you need a pendant for your thigh? If you do, I might be suitable. The crowd cheered, except for LV Mengyao and Jang Chen, who remained indifferent. With their status, they wouldn't lose composure over a meal at a 5-star hotel. Soon, dishes were served, and everyone enjoyed the meal. Some men drank too much and, under the influence of alcohol, began reminiscing about their college days. "Mengyao, do you have a boyfriend now? If not, why not consider an old classmate? I remember the class leader had a crush on Mengyao in college, and now he's successful. Why not consider him? The class leader is so impressive now, making 100,000 a year, driving a Mercedes." Yi Liangchen listened to others boast on his behalf, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Is it the Maybach with the license plate Lue 88888 in the parking lot? That's really impressive." LV Mengyao chuckled. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Yi Liangchen's expression turned sour. "Mengyao, the car you mentioned belongs to Jang Chen," Li Zihang explained. "Jang Chen?" LV Mengyao finally noticed Jang Chen at the table. Since she entered the room, everyone warmly greeted her, but Jang Chen treated her as if she were invisible. She had always been the center of attention, shining wherever she went, never ignored. But Jang Chen seemed to treat her as if she were nothing, leaving her somewhat displeased. Speaking of which, didn't Jang Chen have a crush on Mengyao in college? Rare reunion of old classmates, why haven't you said a few words to Mengyao? A female classmate curiously asked. It was well known that Jang Chen had a crush on LV Mengyao in the past. Now that he had reunited with his former unrequited love, did he have no feelings at all? "Those are all things of the past," Jang Chen said calmly. After experiencing setbacks in his past life, he no longer harbored romantic feelings. Love? He wouldn't even consider it. The crowd fell silent. For some reason, they always felt that Jang Chen had changed a lot, completely unlike his original self. But they couldn't pinpoint what had changed. Even LV Mengyao felt a hint of surprise. However, she didn't dwell on it. After all, people always change. As this little episode passed, the gathering was coming to an end. The group was already discussing activities after the meal, but there were few entertainment options in the scenic area, basically just bars, KTV, or sightseeing. Yi Liangchen suggested going to a bar, which was met with approval from most people. "You guys go ahead, I have other matters to attend to," Jang Chen said. He had come to Mount Tai for the upcoming auction event. As for the class reunion, it was just a side trip. "Jang Chen, not to criticize you as the class monitor, but don't you feel a bit out of place?" Yi Liangchen's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Seizing a rare opportunity, he immediately assumed the role of a class monitor and began to reprimand Jang Chen harshly. Jang Chen remained indifferent and replied with a simple "oh." With that, he turned and left, leaving the others bewildered. Yi Liangchen was furious. Never had anyone shown him such disrespect. He vowed to retaliate fiercely when the opportunity arose. However, just as Jang Chen left, LV Mengyao suddenly said, "Sorry, I have something else to attend to as well, so I won't be joining the rest of the activities." The group was dumbfounded. LV Mengyao was the center of attention among them, and if she didn't go, it would be too dull. Yi Liangchen was planning to persuade her to stay. But before he could say anything, LV Mengyao left with Liang Ying. In an instant, the once lively atmosphere cooled down. The planned activities also dispersed without joy. After leaving the hotel, Jang Chen drove to attend the main event of the night, a charity auction with a public welfare nature. The auction was organized by Mount Tai Scenic Area and held in the Grand Hall of the Scenic Area. Although it was for charity, one had to register in advance to participate and also had to submit a deposit of 100,000 yuan to qualify for bidding. Upon arriving at the entrance of the auction, with the help of the registration staff at the front desk, Jang Chen successfully obtained the bidding qualification and then entered the venue. The auction hall was spacious enough to accommodate thousands of people, decorated in a classical and elegant style, exuding grandeur and magnificence. However, shortly after Jang Chen entered, he noticed a graceful figure. "It's her." Jang Chen looked puzzled. He couldn't understand why LV Mengyao would be here. Could it be that she was also here for that mysterious item? But that was impossible. Only he knew about that item's extraordinary use, others couldn't possibly know. Unless LV Mengyao, like him, was also a reincarnator. At that moment, LV Mengyao and Liang Ying entered the venue and sat in a secluded corner. "Miss, I have confirmed the list of items, and the main treasure is here," Liang Ying said respectfully, bowing. "How much cash have you prepared?" LV Mengyao asked. "There's a delay in the overseas remittance, but the group has already transferred 50 million in cash. I think it should be enough." Only 50 million? LV Mengyao furrowed her brows.
To obtain the treasure here, she had flown back to the country from afar and even skipped the annual potential test within the family. If insufficient funds led to the inability to acquire that treasure, she wouldn't be able to accept it. Fortunately, she had gathered intelligence in advance, confirming that there were no other major forces interfering.
If all went well, 50 million should be enough to secure the treasure. Soon, the auction began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction event.
This auction is for charity, and the funds raised will be used for charitable purposes. A host took the stage to give a speech, and once it concluded, the auction items were presented for the bidders to consider and study. There were a total of 18 auction items displayed, with most being calligraphy and paintings, and only a few items being more unique. Among them was a peculiar ancient tree, with a decaying trunk and yellowing branches, looking as if it had withered for many years, placed in a corner among many auction items, quite inconspicuous.
Many people, upon seeing it, couldn't help but find it absurd. They thought, was the organizer of the auction treating people as fools? How could such a commodity possibly attract bidders? However, when Jang Chen caught sight of this ancient tree, his expression couldn't hide his excitement. This 9 Wonders treasure tree was his ultimate goal for this trip.
In his past life's memories, after the arrival of the mythological era, when spiritual energy revived and many mountains underwent changes, every plant and tree on the mountains evolved towards becoming spiritual medicines of heaven and earth. This ancient tree that had grown on Mount Tai for 1,000 years, after the revival of spiritual energy, evolved into the 9 Wonders treasure tree. The spiritual fruits born on the tree not only helped cultivators rebirth their bodies and cleanse their marrow but also significantly increased their cultivation speed. For those in the early stages of cultivation, this was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Jang Chen's goal was to purchase this 9 Wonders treasure tree, and after the mythological era began, use the 9 Wonders spiritual fruits to cleanse his marrow and lay the foundation for future ascension to the highest realm. Soon, the auction officially began. The host enthusiastically introduced the first round of auction items. The first auction item is the authentic poem manuscript of the famous Ming Dynasty poet Li Mengyang's Zheng Sheng's journey to Mount Tai, starting at a price of 500,000 yuan. After the host announced the price, people started bidding one after another, and it was eventually sold to a mysterious collector for 1.5 million yuan. As time passed, the items at the auction became increasingly precious and rare, and more people joined the bidding. However, not everyone participated. The bidders were divided into 2 groups. One group would not miss any items and would try to bid on any type of cultural relic, attempting to buy low and sell high later on. The other group had clear targets and saved their bullets for key moments. Jang Chen was clearly the latter. After more than a dozen rounds of continuous bidding, it was finally the turn of the 9 Wonders treasure tree. The auction item for this round is an ancient tree that has grown on Mount Tai for 1,000 years. The miraculous thing about this tree is that it can bloom 9 different colored and shaped flowers. According to legend, this tree can also bear 9 strange fruits when mature, but no one has truly seen them yet. The starting price is 5 million yuan. This statement caused a stir in the entire venue. A starting price of 5 million for a broken tree? This was outrageous. 6 million. Suddenly, a bidder raised their paddle and started bidding. Despite this ancient tree looking quite pitiful, there were still people willing to bid. A few million was nothing but a drop in the bucket for them. It was like adding a touch of color to their backyard for them. 7 million. 9 million. 13 million. Surprisingly, there were many competitors for this tree, and the price was raised to 15 million. Just when everyone thought this was the peak, a clear and melodious voice rang out, 20 million. Wow! 20 million for such a broken tree. Who had so much money to spend like this? LV Mengyao scanned the whole venue and saw no one else raising the bid, a confident smile playing on her lips. This ancient tree, she was determined to win it. However, at this moment, a strong and resolute bidding voice echoed through the entire venue, 30 million. What? There was still a high roller? At this moment, the bidders present couldn't help but wonder if this was a ringer brought in by the organizers. Otherwise, they couldn't understand how this kind of item could be bid up to 30 million. LV Mengyao furrowed her brows, then shouted, 35 million. 40 million. 50 million. LV Mengyao said coldly. The whole venue fell silent. 50 million for such a broken tree, was it really worth it? But then, a calm and light voice sounded in the venue once again, 100 million. Silence. Absolute silence. No one would have expected a broken tree to be bid up to 100 million, completely overturning their worldview. LV Mengyao's expression turned cold. Even if she was dull, she realized she had encountered a formidable opponent. The other party must be aware of the extraordinary nature of this ancient tree, otherwise they would not have bid such a high price. Thinking of this, LV Mangyao couldn't help but speak up. This friend, I am from the LV group. I have set my eyes on this ancient tree. Could I ask you to reconsider your price? I will definitely show my gratitude later. Not interested. Hiss. The whole room gasped in shock. Who could this be? Refusing even the LV group's face. It's worth noting that the LV group is one of the top 4 financial giants in Asia. Even on a global scale, it is one of the most powerful forces. Yet, this person showed no respect at all. LV Mangyao was furious. She scanned the surroundings, trying to identify the person who offended her, but to no avail. No way. To protect privacy, the auction specially set up individual private boxes for each bidder, equipped with sound transmission devices. Each bidding voice was processed in a special way to conceal the true voice. Miss, do you need me to? Liang Ying made a neck-wiping gesture. LV Mangyao shook her head and said, don't act rashly. If he dares to do this, maybe his background is very profound. Find out where he comes from first. Understood. With that, Liang Ying vanished like a ghost. Meanwhile, the ancient tree was finally sold for 1 billion, acquired by a mysterious figure who never showed their face. People speculated about the identity of this person, but to no avail. Soon after, the auction ended successfully, and people started leaving the venue. Jang Chen also left the auction, a faint smile playing on his lips. Although the process of obtaining the 9 Wonders tree was quite tortuous, the result was good. The subsequent auction would also send the 9 Wonders tree to Lucheng, so he just needed to wait patiently. Just as he was about to leave, a melodious voice sounded behind him. Jang Chen? You came to the auction? Jang Chen turned around, looking at LV Mangyao, and asked, what's up? Can't I talk to you if there's nothing wrong? LV Mangyao smiled, like a gentle breeze, and said, I feel like you've changed a lot, making me feel a bit unfamiliar. People always change, Jang Chen said lightly. Is it because I rejected you before that you feel distant from me? If so, I apologize to you, but there are some things I want to make clear to you. No matter how many times you confess in the future, I will still refuse, because we are not meant to be together. It won't end well if you're with me. Jang Chen sighed. Is that all you wanted to say? If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Watching him walk away, LV Mangyao couldn't help but call out, Jang Chen, I know you have reservations about me, but remember what I said. Soon, the world will undergo earth-shaking changes, and the world you know will no longer exist. You better be prepared in advance. Jang Chen paused for a moment and then left without a word. Seeing his cold attitude, LV Mangyao remained silent. She had said what needed to be said. It was time to respect others' destinies. At that moment, Liang Ying suddenly appeared beside LV Mangyao, respectfully saying, Miss, have you found out about that person? LV Mangyao asked. That person is very cautious, leaving no complete information or identity behind. I searched through all the registration materials and only found out that his surname is Zhang. Zhang? LV Mangyao frowned. Just having the surname made this matter tricky. Suddenly, for some reason, a figure appeared in LV Mangyao's mind. In an instant, her expression changed slightly, and she abruptly turned to look in the direction the person had left. But he was already gone. This made LV Mangyao's cherry lips slightly open as she murmured, could it be him? After leaving the auction, Jang Chen was guided by the auction staff to handle the follow-up procedures and agreements. Before long, Jang Chen followed the receptionist to a meeting room. The room was not large, the decoration was quite ordinary, but the soundproofing was excellent. No matter how loud the noise inside was, it could not be heard from outside. A man in a black suit with a Mediterranean hairstyle had been waiting in the room for a long time. There was a contract agreement placed on the conference table. The man smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, thank you for your charitable contribution to Mount Tai Scenic Area. This is the contract agreement you previously bid on. Just sign your name on it, and we will arrange for a specialist to deliver the 1,000-year-old ancient tree to your designated location. Jang Chen stepped forward, confirmed the agreement was fine, and signed his name on it. However, he did not ask the other party to transport the 9 Wonders treasure tree to Lucheng but said, regarding this ancient tree, I do not want to transplant it out of Mount Tai. What do you mean? The middle-aged man was puzzled. He did not understand Jang Chen's intention. Wasn't the purpose of buying this ancient tree to transplant it to his backyard as a show of wealth? Isn't that what rich people do? This ancient tree was born in Mount Tai, its origin lies here. If I were to transplant it elsewhere, it might wither and die in a few days. So, I plan to leave it in Mount Tai. Jang Chen shook his head. In fact, he also wanted to transplant the 9 Wonders treasure tree elsewhere, but the consequences would be severe. In a previous life, Shortly after the mythological era began, the Nine Wonders treasure tree, due to its extraordinary effects, was sought after by various forces. It was eventually uprooted by a powerful force and intended to be planted in their backyard as a legendary treasure. However, once the Nine Wonders treasure tree left Mount Tai, it immediately began to wither and die, even when watered with spiritual spring water. Helpless, that force had to transplant the treasure tree back to Mount Tai to prevent it from dying and causing a catastrophe. Don't you feel like you're losing out by doing this? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. If the scenic area can accept my proposal, then I won't lose out. What proposal? I hope the scenic area can allocate about a kilometer of land for me as my private territory to cultivate this 1,000-year-old ancient tree. Jang Chen's mouth curved into a sly smile. This was his true intention. Mount Tai was renowned as the #1 mountain in the world, embodying a long-standing cultural heritage. After the mythological era arrived, Mount Tai attracted many strong individuals who sought to claim it as their sacred land. Jang Chen proposed this condition with the aim of establishing an early presence in Mount Tai. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and said, Mr. Jang, I need to consult with the management before agreeing to your condition. Please do. Jang Chen's tone was indifferent. He was prepared for rejection. However, even if that happened, he was not worried. In this world, money could make the impossible happen. If necessary, he could spend more money to buy a piece of land from Mount Tai to plant the Nine Wonders treasure tree. After a few minutes of negotiation over the phone, the other party gave an answer. Congratulations, Mr. Jang, the management has agreed to your condition, the middle-aged man congratulated. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Jang Chen's face. He had thought the other party would not agree, but he was pleasantly surprised by their quick acceptance. After settling this matter, Jang Chen left Mount Tai and headed back to Lucheng. By the time he arrived in Lucheng, it was already dark. Jang Chen was driving on the road but did not rush back home. Instead, he changed direction and headed to an important location. Hua Hai Street. This was the largest antique street in Lucheng, where people came every day to sell items they claimed were family heirlooms. However, most of them were scams. Jang Chen came here not to treasure hunt in the antique street but to stop at a store called Lingbao Pavilion. In front of him, the building was elegantly decorated in a classical style, grand and majestic. However, the most eye-catching feature was the black plaque on the beam, inscribed with the words Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The calligraphy was vigorous like a dragon, vivid and lifelike, clearly the work of a master calligrapher. As soon as Jang Chen entered, a chipa-clad beauty in charge of reception approached him. She revealed a pair of fair legs, a charming face with a commercial smile, and asked, Sir, how may I assist you today? I'm here to see Manager Lu. Jang Chen cut to the chase without beating around the bush. Hearing this, the chipa-clad beauty immediately realized that Jang Chen was not someone she could handle, so she smiled and said, Please wait a moment, I will report to the manager. She picked up the front desk phone and dialed the manager's office. After reporting the situation, not long after, a figure appeared from the back of the lobby, who turned out to be Lu Jintao, the manager of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Mr. Jang, it's been a few days, I hope all is well, Lu Jintao greeted with a genuine smile. Let's skip the pleasantries. Jang Chen remained indifferent and asked, Where are the things I asked for? Don't worry, Mr. Jang, we have found the items you requested. Surprisingly, just as we were about to contact you, you came in first, Lu Jintao assured. He instructed the chipa-clad beauty to prepare tea while he led Jang Chen to the third floor, where the VIP reception room was located. Following Lu Jintao, Jang Chen boarded the elevator to the third floor. After passing several corners, they arrived at a secluded meeting room. Shortly after entering the meeting room, the chipa-clad beauty served the tea and discreetly left the room. With no one else present, Lu Jintao got straight to the point. Mr. Jang, here are the items you requested, please have a look. Lu Jintao pressed a hidden compartment on a chair, revealing a crystal-clear jade box. Jang Chen took the jade box from him and slowly opened it. As the box opened, a faint golden light emerged, revealing a pearl as white as jade with countless mysterious Sanskrit patterns, exuding a peaceful aura. Jang Chen's face lit up with joy as he expressed satisfaction. Excellent, this is the ancient Buddha relic I wanted. Rumor had it that this ancient Buddha relic was left by a benevolent monk from the 9th generation, possessing the power to ward off disasters, pray for blessings, and ensure safety. However, Jang Chen knew that the relic's function went far beyond that. This ancient Buddha relic had attracted numerous top experts in the mythical era because it was one of the keys to unlocking the secrets of the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. The Great Thunder Sound Monastery was the practice ground of Shakyamuni Buddha, containing countless incredible opportunities and legacies, including his robes and true teachings. Just this reason alone was enough to drive countless people crazy. In his past life, Jang Chen, due to his weak strength, could only watch as others divided the opportunities of the Great Thundersound Monastery. Now, by seizing this ancient Buddha relic ahead of others, he was determined to seize every advantage. Furthermore, this ancient Buddha relic had a very interesting function: it could materialize merits. Jang Chen chose to start anew to accumulate merits and blessings, aiming to gain better opportunities during the awakening ceremony in the mythical era. However, a problem lay ahead. Merits themselves were mysterious and intangible, like luck, existing but untouchable or invisible. Yet, this ancient Buddha relic left by the benevolent monk of the 9th generation could materialize merits, allowing one to know the extent of their merits. This was why Jang Chen spared no expense to purchase this ancient Buddha relic. Mr. Jiang, since you are satisfied with the item, regarding the final payment. Lu Jintao hesitated. Jang Chen nodded and placed a bank card on the table, saying, "Here is 100 million. 100 million? But this relic is only worth 70 million. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "No mistake. I want to entrust the Lingbao Pavilion to help me find another treasure, and the 30 million is a deposit." "I wonder what else Mr. Jiang wants to find?" Lu Jintao did not rush to agree but first asked Jang Chen what he wanted. Although their Lingbao Pavilion had extensive connections and could almost obtain any antique, there were still some national treasures that even the Lingbao Pavilion couldn't acquire. "I want the complete version of the Daoist scripture, not a copy or a fake. It must be authentic." "I wonder if the Lingbao Pavilion has the ability for this," Jang Chen said seriously. "The complete version of the Daoist scripture?" Lu Jintao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "Mr. Jiang, you might be disappointed in this matter. Why? Does the Lingbao Pavilion lack the capability?" "On the contrary, because the complete version of the Daoist scripture has been kept in the Lingbao Pavilion since it was unearthed." "What?" Jang Chen was somewhat surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected the complete version of the Daoist scripture to be right there in the Lingbao Pavilion, making it incredibly convenient. But before Jang Chen could revel in his joy, Lu Jintao poured cold water on him. Although the authentic Daoist scripture has been kept in the Lingbao Pavilion, it is the personal collection of the Pavilion Master. It might be difficult for her to part with it, Lu Jintao explained. "Manager Lu, can you tell the Pavilion Master on my behalf that I am willing to pay 1 billion to acquire this Daoist scripture?" Jang Chen was undeterred. He knew that in such situations, it was usually a matter of insufficient funds, and if the price was right, anything could be possible. However, Lu Jintao shook his head and said, "It's very difficult because last year someone offered 1 billion to buy the Daoist scripture, but the Pavilion Master still refused." Jang Chen was somewhat surprised. It seemed that acquiring the Daoist scripture would be more troublesome than he had anticipated. However, Jang Chen had no intention of giving up. Since the mythological era began, ancient texts and scriptures could lead to enlightenment. The older and more profound the scripture, the more it could bring about incredible changes for cultivators. In the era of myths, everyone entered the cultivation era, with strict levels ranging from awakening, shackles, spirit communication, Dao entry, transcendence, freedom, lamp ignition, divine fire, to ascension. Within these 9 realms, there were many sub-realms, and different ancient texts corresponded to different realms. Each realm had its most powerful technique. It was said that mastering all the strongest techniques at different levels could lead one to the path of immortality. The complete version of the Daoist scripture was the foundation of Taoism, containing the essence of the heavenly principles and laws. Even a partial understanding could benefit a person for a lifetime, allowing them to undergo a transformation and break free from limitations. This made the Daoist scripture renowned as the best foundational technique for awakening in shackles realms. However, even cultivating just one Daoist scripture could bring lifelong benefits. In a past life, Jang Chen had heard of an elderly Daoist who had comprehended the complete Daoist scripture, mastering countless laws and transforming into an extraordinary being capable of covering the sky with a wave of his hand and shattering stars with a thought. How could Jang Chen let go of such a heaven-defying technique? "No matter how difficult, I still want to try." Jang Chen was determined not to give up and made a request. "Please ask Manager Lu to convey to the Pavilion Master that if she is willing to sell the Daoist scripture, I am willing to agree to any conditions." This, Lu Jintao furrowed his brow, showing a hint of hesitation. After some consideration, he nodded and said, "All right, I will convey your message to the Pavilion Master today, but I can't guarantee that it will work out." "Then I will wait for good news." Jang Chen didn't plan to stay long at the Lingbao Pavilion, so after instructing Lu Jintao to deliver his conditions to the Pavilion Master, he left. However, just as he got into his car, Jang Chen's phone suddenly received a text message. "Mr. "John, the express delivery you booked has arrived at the designated location. Please come over to sign for it as soon as possible." Upon seeing this text message, Jang Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the other party's efficiency to be so fast. He had only posted the task on the dark web a few days ago, and now, in just a few days, the other party had managed to get what he wanted. Jang Chen replied to the message, then stepped on the gas pedal, and the vehicle roared to life, racing towards the destination. Before long, Jang Chen arrived at an abandoned coastal dock. This was the east coast of Luqing, once the busiest cargo trading dock, bustling with people and traffic every day. However, with policy changes, the east coast gradually declined and eventually became an abandoned dock. Jang Chen drove to an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse was dim and messy, filled with the smell of rust, making it very uncomfortable.
"Mr. Jiang, I have been waiting for you here for a long time."
At this moment, a sound came from a dark corner of the warehouse, followed by a figure emerging. It was a mysterious man in a black robe with a mask on his face, holding a safe made of titanium alloy in his hand. "Indeed, Shadow, acclaimed as the world's #1 thief, you have quickly obtained the core secrets of Rhine technology," Jang Chen remarked.
"You flatter me, Mr. Jiang.
Since you are willing to pay me a price far above the market rate for my services, I naturally will not disappoint you," Shadow replied. With that, he handed the safe to Jang Chen for inspection to ensure that the goods were problem-free. Jang Chen took the box, opened it, and inspected its contents.
"Good, this is the genetic enhancement liquid I wanted." Jang Chen looked at the golden liquid in the tube placed in the box and nodded in satisfaction.
This was the core secret of Rhine technology, the genetic enhancement liquid, which unlocked genetic restraints, allowing one's full potential to be developed, making them as powerful as Captain America. In the mythological era, Rhine technology had continuously produced powerful superhumans using this technology, becoming a dominant force.
Jang Chen's interest in the genetic enhancement liquid was simple.
Although the mythological era was still a month away, various strange phenomena had been occurring, prompting Jang Chen to secure the genetic enhancement liquid from Rhine technology just in case.
"This is your reward." Jang Chen took out a foreign bank card from his pocket. "The amount is correct.
I hope we can cooperate again next time." Just as Shadow was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, "Mr.
Jiang, although we have met by chance, I really like your boldness as an employer.
So, before I leave, I want to tell you a secret. Although I don't know where you learned about the core secrets of Rhine technology, this technology is not yet mature.
Recklessly using it will leave incurable consequences on the body.
You should consider this carefully."
"I know," Jang Chen said calmly. He was well aware that the genetic enhancement liquid was an immature technology from Rhine technology.
However, Jang Chen had a way to improve the flaws of the genetic enhancement liquid, otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 3 billion to commission Shadow to steal it from Rhine technology. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on the face hidden behind Shadow's mask. He thought, Jang Chen knows the genetic enhancement liquid has flaws, yet he spent so much money to buy it?
Isn't he afraid of being treated as a guinea pig?
Before stealing the genetic enhancement liquid, he had conducted various investigations. Gradually, he had gathered a lot of intelligence. This technology was originally developed by Rhine Technology for military use, aiming to help the country create an army with physical qualities comparable to superhumans, thus realizing its ambition to dominate the world. Due to the short development time, the gene-enhancing liquid has serious defects.
Reckless use will result in severe consequences. Mild cases involve body shrinking and loss of mobility, while severe cases lead to instant death.
Except for a few genetically compatible individuals, all other users have met unfortunate fates.
Well then, I won't say much more.
I hope we have the chance to cooperate again in the future."
Shadow didn't waste words and disappeared into the night after speaking. Jang Chen didn't linger either. He placed the gene-enhancing liquid back in the safe and then drove back to his villa. After about half an hour, Jang Chen arrived home. The first thing he did was to use the gene-enhancing liquid. The method was simple. Just pour the liquid into the bathtub, soak in it for an hour, and the genetic transformation would be complete. There are still 5 years until Rhine Technology perfects this technology, but I don't have that much time to wait. Jang Chen shook his head.
If possible, he would have preferred to use the complete version of the gene-enhancing liquid to avoid any side effects after enhancement. However, he spared no expense to obtain the gene-enhancing liquid, naturally having a way to improve its defects. As Jang Chen walked to the backyard of the villa, he saw a steaming hot spring with mist swirling around it. Next to the hot spring was a stone plaque engraved with the words medicinal pool. With this medicinal pool, the defects of the gene-enhancing liquid are no longer a concern. Jang Chen smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. The origin of the medicinal pool was profound. Legend has it that this was a spiritual spring discovered by Shinnon thousands of years ago, containing an ancient spiritual vein beneath it, emitting rich spiritual energy constantly.
This gave the spring special healing properties.
Immersing in it not only strengthened the body and promoted blood circulation but also healed injuries and illnesses. Moreover, Shinnon used the spring to concoct various medicinal herbs and elixirs over time, accumulating medicinal properties at the bottom of the spring, gradually turning it into a miraculous medicinal bath. Today, the medicinal pool not only heals ailments and prolongs life but also has the ability to purify any substance, retaining only the essence. After the era of myths began, the medicinal pool evolved into a spiritual spring that could enhance cultivation speed 100-fold.
What does a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed mean? Even the most ignorant person would understand the importance of this spiritual spring. This was why Jang Chen immediately bought this villa after his rebirth. Tonight marks the first step towards my ascension in the era of myths. Jang Chen took a deep breath and poured the gene-enhancing liquid into the medicinal pool. As the liquid entered the pool, the water transformed from clear to a dazzling golden hue, creating ripples like a vast golden sea, majestic and grand. Jang Chen removed his clothes, took a deep breath, and plunged into the medicinal pool. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold swept through his body, but soon, this cold was replaced by a scorching heat. Jang Chen could feel the medicinal properties penetrating every cell of his body, with impurities and sweat excreting from his pores. As time passed, he began to feel a piercing pain throughout his body. Despite the increasing intensity of the pain, he remained unworried. Having read the instructions for the gene-enhancing liquid, he knew this was a normal phenomenon. The longer he endured the pain, the better the absorption of the liquid, and his body would become even stronger. This excruciating pain might be unbearable for an ordinary person within minutes, but Jang Chen, having endured hardships and calamities in his past life, felt nothing at all. He stayed in the medicinal pool for 3 hours, enduring the pain until his body couldn't take it anymore, then emerged from the spring. Jang Chen's body emitted murky steam, his temperature reaching an unprecedented height, like a blazing furnace, continuously absorbing the residual medicinal properties on his skin. When the temperature finally dropped, Jang Chen's body completed its transformation. He walked slowly to a mirror, gazing at his reflection. His figure was flawless, with a robust and tall posture, skin as clear as jade, muscles exuding explosive power that could overshadow a bodybuilding champion. Just standing there exuded an intangible sense of intimidation, making people awestruck. I remember in my past life, most people who used Rhine Technologies' gene-enhancing liquid could only sustain it for 25 minutes, absorbing around 20% of the medicinal effects at most. Jang Chen anticipated.
If absorbing only 20% of the medicinal effects could rival the Moldavian captain, then absorbing all the effects now would surely elevate him to a superhuman level.
Jang Chen dressed and headed to a gym to test his physical abilities.
He approached a barbell, loaded it with 1,000 kilograms, and was about to lift it with all his strength. Before he could exert any force, he effortlessly lifted the 1,000-kilogram barbell. He then tried lifting it with one hand, finding it equally easy. This revelation deeply moved Jang Chen. He felt that if he used his punching force, lifting 10,000 kilograms wouldn't be difficult. This strength is much greater than the soldiers mass-produced by Rhine Technology. Jang Chen walked up to a punching power testing machine, intending to see how fast and powerful his punch was now. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his strength and punched. Bang! The punch rendered the machine useless.
This outcome was beyond Jang Chen's expectations.
Besides speed and strength, he unexpectedly found his senses had become much sharper. By closing his eyes and listening carefully, he could even hear the conversations of patrolling guards a kilometer away. However, as Jang Chen surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed something. His expression changed slightly as he looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself! Show yourself!" Jang Chen's loud voice resonated like a flood, causing ripples on the water's surface. After using the gene-enhancing liquid, his senses had multiplied, detecting someone sneaking into the villa, observing him in secret. Upon his call, a faint disturbance outside the window courtyard indicated a chilling intent permeating the area, seemingly ready to launch a fierce attack at any moment.
Jang Chen remained vigilant, anticipating the opponent's moves.
Unexpectedly, the person lurking in the shadows chose to retreat rather than launch an attack.
This puzzled Jang Chen.
However, he didn't let his guard down, sensing the changes around him and staying alert for a sudden assault.
After a while, the murderous intent gradually dissipated. Jang Chen couldn't detect the opponent's presence, confirming that they had left.
He breathed a sigh of relief, furrowing his brow and saying, "It seems like the other party has sensed my strength, otherwise, they wouldn't have left so easily." Yet, Jang Chen was puzzled. Judging from the meticulous and cautious behavior, it was likely an assassin or a similar figure.
But the question remained, who had sent them? Rhine Technology?
After all, he had posted a reward mission on the dark web, stealing their core technology, so it wouldn't be surprising if they sent assassins to kill him. However, upon careful consideration, it seemed unlikely. The dark web ensured absolute confidentiality regarding the employer's identity, so even Rhine Technology wouldn't have access to his personal information.
Could it be the Lu family group? Jang Chen speculated.
At today's charity auction, he had clashed with Lu Mengyao over the Nine Wonders treasure tree, despite the auction having measures to protect identities.
However, the level of security was far lower than that of the dark web.
The Lu family group probably used the means of the Lu family group to find out their own information, so they hired a killer to assassinate themselves in order to snatch back the Nine Marvelous treasure tree. But this idea was quickly rejected. If LV Mengyao really wanted to kill himself, there was no need to say so much to him before, and even let himself prepare in advance for the coming of the mythological era. Maybe I should have kept that person just now, so I could interrogate the mastermind from him.
Jang Chen sighed, but he didn't think much about it.
Since it had come, he would accept it. With his current physical strength, even facing a master like Liang Ying, he had an absolute chance of winning. It was undoubtedly seeking death for ordinary killers to assassinate him. And this incident also served as a wake-up call for him. In the future, he needed to be careful in everything he did and be vigilant at all times.
Lu Chung, Bin Huang Avenue, Jolong TKV. In an extremely luxurious private room, Jiang Shanhe was sitting on an imported leather sofa.
There were also several hot and busty beauties beside him, carefully serving him. Jiang Shanhe's greasy big hands kept wandering on their fair skin, with a lecherous smile on his face.
Director Jiang, are these beauties satisfactory? Do you need me to have the madam find you another group? Lawyer Leon poured wine while asking, looking like a lackey pimp.
It's okay, just that their education level is a bit low, not quite matching up to my refined taste. Jiang Shanhe had a special preference for educated young ladies. Only in this way could he arouse his strong desire for learning. These young ladies were just ordinary graduates from 985 and 211 universities, without even a master's degree, making it difficult for him to be interested.
Director Jiang, please bear with it for now.
In a while, I will have the madam find you a group of talents from Harvard, Cambridge, and MIT to ensure your satisfaction.
Lawyer Leon flattered. Let's not talk about that for now. Have you handled the matter I instructed you to take care of?
Jiang Shanhe picked up a Cuban cigar, and the nearby beauty immediately lit it for him.
Rest assured, I have already taken care of it. The other party claims they can complete the task today. Lawyer Liang said.
Since failing to deceive the inheritance 2 days ago, Jiang Shanhe had been harboring resentment and attempting to retaliate against Jang Chen, so he had Lawyer Liang hire a killer to go and assassinate Jang Chen.
The killer who appeared at Jang Chen's home earlier was the one he had hired through Lawyer Liang.
That's good. Jiang Shanhe extinguished the cigar and said to the beauties beside him, the one with the highest education level stays, the rest of you can leave. Hearing this, the other beauties looked disappointed and left with a hint of reluctance. They thought they would definitely have to go for a master's degree in a while, otherwise they would have no competitiveness in this line of work. However, just as Jiang Shanhe was about to take off his pants and prepare for a lesson from the other party, something unexpected happened.
The knocking on the door disturbed Jiang Shanhe's study session, making him very annoyed. Lawyer Liang went to check and immediately learned that an extraterritorial killer had come to report a message. Knowing that the killer had come to report a message, Jiang Shanhe could only reluctantly finish the lesson in 5 seconds and then put on his pants to prepare for the business at hand. The lady was still in a state of confusion. My class hasn't even started yet, and you've already finished learning? But before she could react, Lawyer Liang chased her out. Outside the door, a black-clad, blond man walked in. He was a Middle Eastern man named Che Guevara Zalizi. Mr. Che Guevara, you're back so soon. I suppose the mission has been successfully completed. Lawyer Liang smiled and inquired. Jiang Shanhe also looked expectant.
As long as Jang Chen died, he would be the rightful heir to the inheritance, and the 100 billion in cash that Jang Chen had taken from him would also return to his pocket intact. As soon as Lawyer Liang finished speaking, Che Guevara slapped him across the face and angrily said, Mr. Liang, you despicable liar, dare to falsify mission information and send me to assassinate a formidable expert.
Lawyer Liang was stunned by the slap and hurriedly asked, what do you mean by that? That Jang Chen is no ordinary person at all. You only paid 5 million, not even in US dollars. You expect me to take the risk to assassinate a master for this price? What?
Jiang Shanhe and Lawyer Liang were both stunned.
What's going on? Jang Chen is a master? Isn't he just an ordinary person? Mr. Che Guevara, are you mistaken? How could Jang Chen be a master?
I had just infiltrated for less than a minute and was immediately discovered.
If he's not a master, then what is he?
I don't care if Jang Chen is a master or not, I just want to know if you can deal with him in these few days.
It's crucial to me, Jiang Shanha hurriedly asked.
In a few days, the inheritance agreement would come into effect, and Jang Chen would smoothly inherit the entire estate.
If he wanted to seize the inheritance later, it would be troublesome.
Che Guevara picked up the drink on the table, took a sip, and said, I can deal with it, but there's a condition.
Do you agree? What condition? It'll cost more money. Fine, how much more?
Jiang Shanha didn't hesitate and agreed directly.
It's just about money, right? At most, just a few more million.
But when he heard Che Guevara's price, he was dumbfounded.
Not much, just 1 billion. What? 1 billion? Jiang Shanha was dumbfounded. Just to kill a person? Stabbing someone in the chest with a knife, and it costs this much? Mr. Che Guevara, isn't this price too high? Lawyer Liang was also puzzled.
He had previously learned about the prices of dark web assassins, and the rewards varied based on the difficulty and identity of the target. Generally, assassinating ordinary people would cost tens to hundreds of millions. Even for individuals of significant status, the price fluctuated in the range of tens of millions. Only when assassinating a head of state or the leader of a top tycoon's family would the price exceed $1 billion. In their view, Jang Chen was not worth $1 billion at all.
Che Guevara's statement might be a way to deceive them, assuming they were ignorant of the matter. Do you know how high the risk of assassinating Jang Chen is? A slight mistake, and I could lose my life. Is that not worth it? Then you can find someone else. I won't take this job. After hearing this, Che Guevara was about to leave. Thinking these two idiots really took him for a fool?
Jang Chen can effortlessly lift 1,000 kilograms with one hand. Such a formidable person in the market would not be taken for anything less than several million US. He wouldn't be foolish enough to do someone else's dirty work. Seeing Che Guevara about to leave, Jiang Shanha quickly said, fine, 1 billion it is. Regardless, he needed Jang Chen out of the picture within 3 days, or it would hinder him from inheriting a 100 billion estate. Moreover, upon careful consideration, although 1 billion was expensive, once Jang Chen was eliminated, he would gain an additional 100 billion. This expenditure would be well worth it. The next morning, Jang Chen sat at home enjoying breakfast. The table was filled with high-calorie and high-protein foods. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would surely be astonished. They might think it's the breakfast of the world's biggest eater, but wouldn't dare to eat like that, right? However, this amount was no issue for Jang Chen. His body far surpassed that of an average person, requiring a tremendous amount of energy. Until he formally reached a certain level of cultivation, he needed to eat large amounts of food every day to ensure his muscles wouldn't atrophy. Just as Jang Chen finished breakfast, the living room's large LCD TV suddenly broadcasted the morning news. Morning news, at noon today, the charity foundation established by the current chairman of Lingtian Group will be officially founded. The foundation will uphold the concept of charity and benevolence, providing assistance to the underprivileged in society. Today, they will distribute 1 billion worth of charity shopping vouchers at the central square, where anyone can go and collect them. Weibo hot topic. Recently, all eyes on the internet have been on the only son of the former chairman of Lingtian Group. Whether inheriting 100 billion inheritance or establishing a charity foundation and selflessly donating 500 million, every action of his has become a hot topic online, arousing curiosity about his true identity. Hupu report. Previously, many netizens had doubts about this, thinking it was a publicity stunt or money laundering. However, after receiving charity shopping vouchers worth hundreds of yuan at the People's Square, many netizens changed their views, self-deprecating their narrow-mindedness. After hearing these reports, Jang Chen couldn't help but ponder. With the charitable actions he had taken recently, he must have accumulated a lot of merit and blessings. And since he had just obtained the ancient Buddha relic yesterday, it was a perfect opportunity to test his own merit. Jang Chen took out the ancient Buddha relic and held it in his palm. The relic had the ability to materialize merit. The method of use was simple, just place it on the palm and silently recite a Buddhist scripture. Jang Chen closed his eyes and devoutly recited the scripture. The next moment, a miraculous thing happened. The ancient Buddha relic underwent a huge transformation, its originally white and jade-like surface now emitting a faint iridescent light. Depending on the final color change of the ancient Buddha relic, one could identify their own merit level. From low to high, the colors were black, gray, white, blue, green, purple, gold. Each color represented a different degree of merit accumulation. However, black indicated negative merit, and those with this color would generally fall into demonic cultivation in mythological times, leading to a bad end. Gray indicated minor wrongdoings in daily life, lacking in merit and blessings.
White was the portrayal of the majority of ordinary people, neither actively doing good deeds nor intentionally committing evil.
Blue already had some merit accumulated, usually engaging in volunteer work to help society and accumulate merit. Green had a considerable amount of merit, having saved lives, whether human or animal, as saving one life is better than building a 7-tiered pagoda. Purple belonged to those with high merit and reputation, akin to heroes who contribute everything for the country and people, holding a high position and admiration in people's hearts.
As for gold,
that belonged to the level of saviors of all beings, besides a few mythical heroes, who else could single-handedly save the world?
As the light on the ancient Buddha relic dimmed, it finally settled into a light blue color. Only blue? Jang Chen murmured. He wasn't dissatisfied.
After all, he still had time to gradually increase his own merit level.
Jang Chen's goal was to reach the purple level of merit, as gold was simply too unrealistic to consider.
Even with tens of billions, it was impossible to single-handedly save the world. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Jang Chen glanced at it and saw that it was the general manager of Qingqing Real Estate, so he answered the call.
Mr. Jiang, I have good news for you. Wang Xiaozhang sounded excited, indicating his happiness on the other end of the phone. Is everything settled with Kunlun Mountain?
Yes. The other party claims that you can go and select your desired land as a private estate today.
Well, thank you for your hard work. No trouble at all. Mr. Jiang, you are willing to offer 200 million for me to take a kickback, so what's a little effort? Wang Xiaozhang was overjoyed. 200 million.
With his eloquent tongue, he managed to push the price down to 150 million. And the remaining 50 million were all his. This kickback was the biggest and most satisfying he had ever received in his life. Tell the people on the Kunlun mountainside that I'm setting off right now, Jang Chen said before hanging up the phone. He changed into outdoor clothes, grabbed his car keys, and headed to the garage, preparing to go to Kunlun Mountain. Tonight, a rare meteor shower that occurs once every 100 years will appear, along with a meteorite containing extraordinary opportunities from beyond the world. Jang Chen was determined to seize this chance.
Kunlun Mountain.
The continuous mountain ranges here tower majestically, shrouded in mist, and are revered as the origin of all mountains, with a deep-rooted cultural heritage. Countless mythological legends originate from Kunlun, such as Kwafu chasing the sun, Nuwa mending the sky, and Hoi shooting the sun, all of which are folk legends from the Kunlun mountain range. Additionally, Kunlun's terrain is treacherous and complex, with dangers of getting lost at any moment, adding a mysterious aura to Kunlun Mountain in the eyes of outsiders. However, since a few Daoist priests migrated to Kunlun Mountain to escape wars 1,000 years ago, this mysterious veil has gradually been lifted. With more and more resident priests, the Daoist culture of Kunlun Mountain has become richer. After centuries of accumulation, it is now known as a sacred place of Taoism. Every year, many ordinary people seeking immortality come to Kunlun in hopes of transcending the mortal world and its suffering. However, in the rapidly advancing 21st century, the idea of cultivating immortality is no longer believed by anyone. Nevertheless, many tourists still come to admire the beauty of Kunlun Mountain and its Taoist temples. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a group of young men and women wearing trendy clothes and carrying camping gear gathered, preparing to camp and watch the meteor shower that would arrive tonight. They were members of a camping club. Upon hearing that there would be a meteor shower, they decided to come to Kunlun for camping and stargazing. Among the crowd, a man with black-framed glasses and crooked teeth complimented, "Wang Ken really has connections. I never thought he could actually find a way for us to go to Kunlun Mountain to watch the meteor shower."
Hearing this, others nodded in agreement. Wang Ken indeed had many connections, allowing them to enter Kunlun even in such extraordinary times.
Kunlun Mountain is usually open to the public as a tourist attraction, only closing in emergencies. With the meteor shower tonight, Kunlun Mountain, being the closest to the event, naturally became a desired viewing spot for many. However, due to safety concerns, the park announced the closure of the area today, not allowing visitors to enter Kunlun Mountain. They thought they would have to return disappointed, but Wang Ken unexpectedly found a way to get them in.
It's nothing. My dad is the deputy director of the local cultural bureau. He donates 1 to 2 million to the Taoist priests on Kunlun Mountain every year. With this connection, I believe entering Kunlun is just a matter of words, Wang Ken said confidently, without a hint of modesty. In his view, with his father being the deputy director of the cultural bureau, as long as he didn't break any rules, there was no harm in being a bit arrogant. How else could he stand out? How else could he show off in front of his female classmates?
At this moment, a young Taoist priest in a Daoist robe, holding a whisk, approached the group. "Wang benefactor, I am here to welcome you on behalf of my master."
"Where is Daoist Qingyang? Why isn't he here?"
Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself, "You, Qingyang Daoist, I rarely bring my classmates to Kunlun to show off, and you send a junior priest to welcome us.
You completely disregard me."
No, when I get back, I must make sure his father stops donating money to these smug Taoist priests and see how they act then. Today, the master has important matters to attend to and is receiving an esteemed guest, so he asked me to welcome you all," the young Taoist priest explained truthfully.
"Humph. I think Daoist Qingyang is just unhappy that my father has donated less incense money in recent years, deliberately showing off to me. Why bother talking about receiving distinguished guests?" Wang Chen said coldly.
Hearing this, the young Daoist furrowed his brow. Despite practicing for many years and learning to keep a calm mind, a hint of irritation still surfaced in his heart at this moment. Just as he was about to argue with Wang Can, a hearty laughter came from behind. "Young friend Wang Can misunderstood. The poor Daoist indeed has distinguished guests to attend to today, so I had to let my disciple take over." With these words, an old Daoist in a purple robe and white hair slowly descended the stone steps. This venerable old man with an immortal aura was none other than Qingyang Daoist, one of the renowned elders on Kunlun Mountain.
"Stop the nonsense. I think you should control your temper. You guys don't understand how to respect customers," Wang Can sneered. He truly looked down on these hermit Daoists from the mountains. In his eyes, weren't they just failures eliminated by society? Using the excuse of cultivating on the mountain, they were actually avoiding society and often occupying social resources, making the local government donate money and goods to them every year. They enjoyed such generous treatment, yet they were unwilling to personally entertain guests. It was truly despicable. Well, since young friend Wang Can wants the poor Daoist to personally entertain, then the poor Daoist is willing to show you the beautiful scenery of Kunlun Mountain. Qingyang Daoist said helplessly. "That's more like it, lead the way." "Not so fast, one more person hasn't arrived." "Who? Aren't all our society members here?" Wang Can and the others looked puzzled. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine roared from not far away, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A Maybach slowly approached, and then a young man got out of the car. His gaze wandered around, and upon seeing Qingyang Daoist, he walked over. "Apologies, Daoist, it's my first time coming to Kunlun, and the mountain road was a bit hard to recognize, so I'm a bit late." Jang Chen showed a hint of apology. "Master Jiang, there's no need to apologize. The poor Daoist also arrived at the foot of the mountain not long ago," Qingyang Daoist said. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Can expressed his dissatisfaction. "Daoist, is this the distinguished guest you mentioned? Can a Maybach also be considered impressive? His family even has a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Did he drive it here to show off?" Of course, Wang Can had this thought because part of Jang Chen's license plate was covered in mud. Otherwise, if he saw the license plate number, he wouldn't dare say another word. "Daoist, who are these people?" Jang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, thinking that this group might also be here to compete for the Daoist temple with him. This time, he donated 2 billion to Kunlun Mountain, not only to accumulate merit for himself but more importantly, Kunlun promised to give him a Daoist temple as a private practice place. If Wang Can and the others were also here to claim territory, it would be troublesome. These young donors are here to camp and watch the meteor shower. They will stay at the Daoist temple tonight, but this does not prevent Master Jiang from choosing the Daoist temple you prefer, Qingyang Daoist explained. Upon hearing this, Jang Chen suddenly understood. Wang Can, on the side, impatiently said, "Why so much dilly-dallying? Hurry up and take us to the Daoist temple. It's getting dark. Since everyone is here, let's go up the mountain." After Qingyang Daoist finished speaking, he led everyone towards the stone steps not far away, the only path leading up the mountain. This staircase was very long, hundreds of meters high. Climbing to the top could even bring one close to the clouds, so this staircase was also known as the Cloud Ascending Stairs. Jang Chen and the others followed behind Qingyang Daoist, step by step climbing up. But just a fifth of the way up, many people were sweating profusely, panting heavily. In contrast, Qingyang Daoist appeared calm and relaxed, strolling leisurely, showing no signs of fatigue, which was truly unbelievable. Jang Chen glanced lightly at Qingyang Daoist, feeling slightly surprised. Although the Taoist priest on Kunlun Mountain is accustomed to climbing the cloud stairs, it is worth noting that Qingyang Daoist is a man from the Republic of China era, now nearly 89 years old. In other words, he is considered an elderly man of almost 100 years. Yet his physical strength is no less than that of a young person, even surpassing them. This made Jang Chen somewhat doubtful. Could it be that before the mythical era arrived, the Daoists on Kunlun Mountain had already begun their cultivation? After all, Kunlun Mountain is steeped in myth, with rumors of it being a place of flying immortals, where people have attained enlightenment and ascended to immortality. Relying on the ancestral tradition of cultivation, it is not impossible for the Daoists on the mountain to advance in their practice. Dear visitors, there is still a distance to the top of the mountain. Let's rest here for a while, Xingyan Daoist spoke. He knew that young people nowadays are indulged in entertainment, lacking exercise, and usually have weak physical strength, so he suggested they take a break to avoid any accidents halfway up. Upon hearing the suggestion to rest, Wang Can and the others eagerly sat down on the steps, greedily breathing in the air, looking quite disheveled. Only Jang Chen remained calm and composed, steady and unwavering, not showing any signs of breathlessness. This surprised Xingyan Daoist. Climbing the cloud stairs is no easy task, with large steps in each stride consuming a considerable amount of energy. More importantly, the higher one climbs, the less oxygen there is in the air, which is the key factor in causing fatigue. Yet Jang Chen showed no signs of exhaustion, clearly distinguishing him from Wang Can and the others. However, Xingyan Daoist did not dwell on it, thinking that Jang Chen might regularly exercise and have relatively abundant physical strength. After a brief rest, the group set out on the journey once again. After about half an hour of climbing, they finally reached the top of Kunlun Mountain. Wang Can and the others felt relieved, sitting on the ground, continuously drinking water and sweating profusely, their clothes completely soaked as if they had just been caught in a downpour. Xingyan Daoist instructed his disciple to bring some towels to wipe Wang Can and the others' bodies to prevent them from catching a cold on the mountain. Master Jiang, if you need to rest, we can postpone the selection of the Taoist temple for a while, Xingyan Daoist said. Jang Chen shook his head slightly and replied, no need, please take me to choose the Taoist temple now. The dusk had already enveloped the sky, and the evening glow was about to descend. In a short while, the meteor shower would arrive at Kunlun Mountain, so Jang Chen had to select the Taoist temple in advance to avoid being beaten to it. Since the assassination attempt last night, he dared not guarantee that other forces might also set their sights on the extraterrestrial meteorite. Then please follow me, Master, Xingyan Daoist said, without saying much more, leading Jang Chen to stroll around and explaining the layout and attractions of the surroundings. Due to the vastness of Kunlun Mountain and the scattered locations of the Taoist temples, this walk took almost an hour. Along the way, whenever they passed a Taoist temple, Xingyan Daoist would explain the name and origin of the temple to Jang Chen. However, after visiting dozens of temples, Jang Chen still had not made a decision because none of them were what he was looking for. Jang Chen vaguely remembered the extraterrestrial meteorite falling in a place called Changsheng Pavilion, but among the temples he had seen, none were named Changsheng Pavilion. Thinking about this, Jang Chen couldn't help but look at Xingyan Daoist and ask, Daoist, may I inquire if there is a place called Changsheng Pavilion on Kunlun Mountain? Changsheng Pavilion? Xingyan Daoist's expression turned somewhat strange as he replied, indeed, there is a Taoist temple named Changsheng Pavilion. Master Jiang, why do you ask? Nothing, I just want to take a look. I wonder if you could accommodate my request. Changsheng Pavilion is located behind the main hall. It will take some time to return from here. If Master Jiang doesn't mind, we can go there. Thank you, Daoist. Jang Chen said. The two of them returned to the main hall along the same path, then crossed through the center of the grand hall and entered the back mountain. Here, thickets and weeds covered the ground, clearly indicating that it had not been cleared for a long time. However, there was still a faintly visible path to walk on. Following this path, Jang Chen followed Daoist Xingyan to the Changsheng Pavilion. It was a dilapidated Taoist temple, surrounded by dust and overgrown with weeds in the entire courtyard, with a lotus pond next to the wall. However, due to the lack of maintenance over time, the surface of the pond was covered with green algae, and not a single lotus flower could be seen. Jang Chen walked to the front of the Taoist temple and found a stone plaque covered with spider webs next to it, engraved with the words Changsheng Pavilion. In that instant of seeing this stone plaque, Jang Chen had already made up his mind. Daoist, I want this Taoist temple, he said. Hearing this, Daoist Xingyan's old face showed a hint of surprise, and he hurriedly advised, Master Jiang, are you sure about this? The Changsheng Pavilion is not suitable for living. Although it's a bit messy here, with a little cleaning up, it won't be too bad. No, Master Jiang, you don't know. The Changsheng Pavilion has a bad history, that's why I don't recommend you to stay there. Daoist Xingyang explained. From him, Jang Chen also learned about the history of the Changsheng Pavilion. It turned out that hundreds of years ago, there was a highly respected old Taoist living in the Changsheng Pavilion on Kunlun Mountain. Later, he went astray in his cultivation and tragically died in the temple. It was thought that this matter had been settled, but no one expected that strange events would frequently occur in the Changsheng Pavilion thereafter. The
The Daoists who moved into the Changqing Pavilion later all claimed to have seen the ghost of that old Daoist, which terrified them. Over time, due to the haunting, no one moved in to live there, and it remained vacant until now. That's why Daoist Qingyang advised against Jang Chen staying there. Daoist, you don't know, I'm afraid of everything, but ghosts are the least of my concerns, Jang Chen said with a slight smile, pointing to the Changqing Pavilion.
I choose this one. Ghosts? Come on.
In his past life, Jang Chen had encountered countless gods and demons from various realms, so why would he be afraid of mere ghosts?
Master Jiang, won't you reconsider? Daoist Qingyang persuaded.
With the amount he donated to Kunlun Mountain, he could easily choose a better Taoist temple, but unexpectedly, he wanted this dilapidated and abandoned temple that had been rumored with many negative stories.
Moreover, he was worried that something might happen to Jang Chen if he stayed there.
No need, I want this temple. Jang Chen shook his head, sounding determined.
Well, alright, Daoist Qingyang, seeing Jang Chen's firm attitude, stopped trying to dissuade him.
Besides, with over 1 billion donations, he had no right to say much, he could only respect others' choices.
However, he wasn't worried either, because although those who lived in the Changqing Pavilion before claimed to have seen ghostly figures, they had not met any mishaps and continued to live healthy lives. Daoist Qingyang speculated that when Jang Chen encountered something strange, he would learn his lesson. Master Jiang, this is the rental agreement of the Taoist temple.
If you find it acceptable, you can sign it here. Daoist Qingyang took out a contract from his pocket. Jang Chen quickly scanned it and noticed that the rental period was 50 years, not permanent.
But Jang Chen didn't see any issue with it.
Because Kunlun Mountain was state-owned land, it could only be rented out, not directly sold, as it would constitute a crime. And 50 years was long enough.
Like a drop in the ocean, time passed like fleeting clouds.
No one could predict what would happen in the next 50 years. The world might suddenly end. Furthermore, Jang Chen didn't need to occupy the Changqing Pavilion for long. He just needed to go there tonight to successfully obtain the extraterrestrial meteorite.
He could return the rental rights to the Changqing Pavilion the next day.
No problem. Jang Chen was about to sign his name when a commotion came from not far away.
Chen Fatty, are you sure you didn't get the landmark wrong? Don't worry, Kenji, I study geography. How could I possibly get the direction wrong?
Trust me, this is the best spot to watch the meteor shower tonight.
Alright, let's put in more effort, everyone. Wang Can and the others held various instruments in their hands, steadily making their way towards Jang Chen.
Before long, they arrived in front of Changqing Pavilion.
The chubby Chen couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, Kenji, this is it.
The best place to watch the meteor shower tonight.
Wang Can nodded, then turned to Daoist Qingyang beside him. Daoist, can we stay here tonight, is that okay? I'm sorry, Wang Benefactor, you are late. Changqing Pavilion has already been rented to Zhang Benefactor. Rented out?
Wang Can furrowed his brows, then scolded Jang Chen, kid, find another place to stay tonight, this spot is for us.
Why should I?
Just because my family donates millions of incense money to Kunlun Mountain every year.
Who do you think you are to challenge me? Wang Can's face was filled with arrogance.
But before he could boast further, Daoist Qingyang interjected, Zhang Benefactor donated 150 million in charity this year. The sect leader allowed him to choose a Taoist temple on the mountain as a token of gratitude.
Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. 150 million? Did they hear it correctly? They truly didn't treat money as money. Donating so much money, so what? My dad is the deputy director of the local cultural bureau.
Believe me, I can have him invite you for tea at the bureau on the grounds of intentional damage to cultural relics. Seeing that being soft didn't work, Wang Can switch to a tougher approach. He couldn't believe that with his background connections, he couldn't deal with Jang Chen.
Your dad is the deputy director of the cultural bureau here? That's right. Fine.
After confirming multiple times, Jang Chen took out his phone and made a call. Soon, the call was answered, and after a few words, Jang Chen hung up.
Seeing this, Wang Can sneered, trying to scare me by making a phone call, as if I would be afraid?
But as soon as he finished speaking, his phone in his pocket rang.
Glancing at the caller ID, Wang Can's expression turned strange. It was his father calling. Hello, Dad.
Wang Can answered the call, and as he listened to his father, his face grew increasingly pale and troubled. After hanging up, Wang Can's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, apologizing to Jang Chen. I'm sorry, Mr.
Jiang, I was blind and offended you earlier. The whole crowd was dumbfounded.
No one could have expected Wang Can, who was arrogant just moments ago, to quickly admit his mistake to Jang Chen.
This made them wonder if Jang Chen's background was incredibly influential.
In fact, they were half right. As the heir of the Lingtian group, Jang Chen's father had connections with numerous influential figures in both legitimate and illegitimate circles, which he inherited. His earlier call was naturally to the mayor of Lucheng. Imagine the pressure a deputy director of the Cultural Bureau would feel receiving a call from the mayor of Lucheng. Leave. Jang Chen waved his hand indifferently, signaling Wang Can and his group to depart. He didn't have time to waste here. Night was approaching, and the rare meteor shower was about to happen. He needed to prepare in advance. Seeing that Jang Chen didn't pursue the matter, Wang Can's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly led the group away. Later on, Daoist Qingyang also prepared to leave, but before departing, he advised Jang Chen. If he felt something was amiss, he should find him to change the Taoist temple. Jang Chen nodded slightly and watched him leave. There's about an hour left until the meteor shower arrives. Let's clean up the surroundings for now. Jang Chen glanced at the messy surroundings and began to tidy up, making the place more comfortable. It took about a dozen minutes. Jang Chen finally finished cleaning up the surroundings. The weeds and vines that originally grew on the ground were removed by him, making it look much neater. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Less than half an hour before the meteor shower arrived, Jang Chen found an excellent spot for stargazing, ready to await the arrival of the extraterrestrial meteorite. At the moment, the moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the sky was clear for miles. But before long, a vast and infinite meteor shower would appear in the night sky. This meteor shower would also change someone's destiny. In a past life, the person whose destiny was changed was named Li Dubai, known to the world as the Moonlit Sword Immortal. In this life, it would be someone else whose destiny would change, and that someone was Jang Chen. It's coming. Jang Chen's sharp eyes focused on the sky. In the boundless darkness of the night sky, a faint speck of light slowly emerged, continuously enlarging at a visible speed, flashing past like a night blooming Sirius, ending its own brilliant yet brief life. Within seconds, more and more bright stars appeared in the sky, streaking across the horizon like raindrops. This once-in-a-century meteor shower had finally arrived. The starry sky was dazzling. In the vast and infinite universe, numerous ancient meteorites streaked through the blue star's atmosphere like shooting stars, offering a magnificent meteor feast to the eagerly waiting crowd. It was already 9 o'clock at night. This once-in-a-century meteor shower arrived punctually as if it were reported in the news. Many people came out of their houses to open spaces to prepare to watch the upcoming meteor shower. Some astronomy enthusiasts even traveled thousands of miles to the vicinity of the Kunlun Mountains just to admire this celestial spectacle up close. The originally clear night sky, after a streak of light passed, was followed by more shooting stars appearing one after another. One after another, beautiful shooting stars flashed across the sky, fleeting like night-blooming Sirius flowers. However, a meteorite shining with strange colors deviated from its orbit in this meteor shower and plummeted downwards at a rapid speed. It's here! Jang Chen raised his head, his eyes filled with anticipation. This extraterrestrial meteorite not only contained an extraordinary sword embryo but also carried a true swordsmanship scripture. Whoever could obtain it would become the future unparalleled sword immortal. And if he wasn't mistaken, the final landing place of this meteorite would be within the Changqing Pavilion. With a whoosh, the meteorite plummeted at extreme speed, igniting flames all over due to air friction, descending at a speed of several thousand kilometers per second. The impact of such a speed landing on the ground would be equivalent to the power of hundreds of tons of TNT explosives, affecting the surrounding area for several kilometers. Jang Chen had predicted this already. Therefore, he had evacuated several kilometers away from the Changqing Pavilion, hiding his body behind a huge rock to avoid the shockwave caused by the meteorite's impact. Boom! At the moment the meteorite hit the ground, destructive shockwaves swept through the surroundings, lifting dust and vegetation, even causing a slight earthquake. This caught the attention of the crowd at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. What's happening? An earthquake? It's not an earthquake, it's a meteorite has fallen. I saw it too. Just now, a meteorite fell towards the Kunlun Mountains, and this commotion should be caused by that meteorite. Wow! Does that mean there are aliens on the Kunlun Mountains now? Come on, that's a meteorite, not an alien spaceship. The crowd discussed eagerly, each person showing a curious expression. If it weren't for the current prohibition of entering the Kunlun Mountains, they would really want to go up and see what was happening. However, as most of the crowd engaged in heated discussions, a few figures exchanged glances with each other and then slowly disappeared into the crowd. At the Changqing Pavilion, several mysterious men in black immediately arrived after the meteorite fell. They carried a mission and had to take this extraterrestrial meteorite back to report, or else the organization would condemn them to death. So they dared not be negligent in the slightest. Captain Khan, we found it. After a search, someone found it in the lotus pond. Upon hearing their companion's voice, the others hurried over. The meteorite was not large, about over a meter long, shaped like an unopened black heavy sword, pitted on the surface, with a faint black gold contour, emitting a sharp chaotic sword aura. Seeing this, the faces of the few men changed. This object was truly extraordinary, just the sword aura pervading the surroundings was enough to chill one's heart. Even the most foolish person could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary object.
While no other forces have arrived yet, quickly transport the meteorite back, a man named Khan said.
Khan knew that delay could lead to changes, and time was not on their side. But at that moment, Khan suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked back sharply. Who's there?
Show yourself.
The news of the celestial gene is quite accurate. To think you've already set up an ambush in Kunlun so early.
With a somewhat mocking tone, several figures emerged from the camouflage like dragons shedding their skins, revealing themselves in the nearby bushes. Seeing the high-tech military combat suits worn by these people, Khan furrowed his brow tightly. Are you from high-dimensional military industries? Bingo, a man named Lin Fei spoke up. He was the leader of this team, specially sent from another province to the Kunlun Mountains to bring this extraterrestrial meteorite back to the base of high-dimensional military industries. Lin Fei held a cold black submachine gun, pointing it at Khan and the others, saying, "This meteorite belongs to high-dimensional military industries. Please cooperate, Celestial Gene, and leave here obediently. The people of Huaxia are truly cunning. The meteorite is an unowned object from the universe. Why should it belong to your high-dimensional military industries? This is Huaxia. The meteorite fell on the territory of our country, so naturally, it belongs to us. This is simply absurd. In short, I have one thing to say, either leave or die. Do you think I'm afraid?"
The tension was thick and could explode at any moment. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, a cold voice echoed in their ears. "There's no need to fight, this meteorite is mine."
What?
Khan and Lin Fei were stunned. They quickly turned their gaze to a figure standing outside the gate of Changsheng Pavilion, only to realize that someone had appeared there at some point.
It was none other than Jang Chen. "Who are you?" Khan questioned.
"Who I am is none of your concern," Jang Chen said as he walked towards the extraterrestrial meteorite. When he approached the pond and saw the meteorite, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face.
Yes, this was the extraordinary opportunity he had been longing for.
The peerless sword embryo and the true sword technique were within it. As long as he broke it open, he would obtain the chance to change his fate against the heavens.
"Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost," Lin Fei coldly reprimanded.
This mission was highly confidential, and his superiors had even issued a death order to guard the secret of the meteorite at all costs, even if it meant killing innocent bystanders. But he was not a bloodthirsty person, which is why he gave Jang Chen a chance.
"I am here for the owner of Changsheng Pavilion, why can't I be here?"
Jang Chen had no intention of leaving, instead ordering, "This is my dojo, please leave, or else don't blame me for being impolite."
This further angered Khan and Lin Fei.
Each of them was assigned by the Celestial Gene and High-Dimensional Military Industries, respectively, to bring back this extraterrestrial meteorite.
Now that someone was obstructing them, they could not simply stand by.
"If the road to heaven is blocked, I'll break through Hell's Gate.
I'll send you to meet God now." Khan smirked, advancing towards Jang Chen.
Lin Fei remained indifferent, watching coldly. Although they were both from Huaxia, Jang Chen's foolishness doomed him to die.
"Fool, go to hell," Khan taunted, moving closer to Jang Chen.
When Jang Chen was only a few meters away, he suddenly launched an attack. His speed was fast, his figure like a cheetah, swiftly darting out towards Jang Chen's throat.
Everyone knew this battle would have no suspense. In a second, Jang Chen would be in pieces.
But what happened next left the whole place silent.
Too slow.
Jang Chen slightly dodged, easily avoiding Khan's attack, then struck back with a punch, hitting Khan square in the chest. The force behind that punch was immense.
Boom!
Khan was sent flying as if hit by a truck, crashing several meters away, coughing up blood on the ground. Lin Fei and the others were shocked, finding it hard to believe. Khan was enhanced with divine genes, his body specially modified to surpass ordinary strength and speed.
Yet Jang Chen took him down with just one punch, shattering their understanding. Cough!
Khan struggled to get up, his face pale, a hint of fear in his eyes.
"This guy is no ordinary opponent, we better attack together." Lin Fei agreed. He saw the terror in Jang Chen, realizing he was no ordinary man. Dealing with Jang Chen wouldn't be simple without joining forces. Attack!
With Lin Fei's command, his men raised their firearms, aiming at Jang Chen.
Loading, aiming, firing. Dozens of bullets shot towards Jang Chen, aiming to end his life.
But they posed no threat to Jang Chen.
With his current physical strength, he couldn't withstand bullets head-on, but he could easily dodge them. Damn, can a human react like this? Lin Fei widened his eyes, panic-stricken.
The firearms in his hands were top-notch military grade, not only powerful but also firing at a speed of 1,500 meters per second. Such weapons were dominating on the battlefield.
Yet Jang Chen effortlessly evaded them. Was he still human? However, just as Lin Fei and the others were astonished, Jang Chen launched a counterattack. Stepping forward, he instantly reached a soldier from the high-dimensional military industry, grabbing his neck before the soldier could react. Snap! Without hesitation, Jang Chen swiftly ended the soldier's life.
His companion looked terrified, eyes wide, hastily pulling the trigger, attempting to kill Jang Chen. But at the moment he pulled the trigger, Jang Chen grabbed the firearm, forcefully breaking the barrel, causing it to explode when fired, bullets piercing through his skull. Watching his two comrades die like that, Lin Fei's face showed fear and shock. His intuition told him he couldn't handle this man.
Kid, you're going to hell.
Suddenly, the divine gene-enhanced men launched an attack.
3 figures with knives, like ghosts in the night, silently appeared behind Jang Chen, ready to end him. However, Jang Chen was already aware.
Not to mention his evolved senses, able to perceive everything clearly around him. Moreover, after enduring hardships in his past life, his intuition was extremely sharp, foreseeing the imminent danger.
The ones going to hell are you.
Jang Chen's voice was cold. Abruptly turning around, he grabbed the heads of 2 of them, smashing them forcefully against the hard ground.
Bang! The immense force crushed their heads, resembling a shattered watermelon. The remaining person turned pale, dropping the knife and attempting to flee. But how could Jang Chen let him escape? Picking up the fallen knife, he aimed and threw it with force, the blade glinting in the air, piercing through the man's heart. Seeing this, Kan and Lin Fei stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with fear. Escape!
The 2 dared not hesitate, immediately trying to flee the scene. The Eternal Pavilion is not a place you can come and go as you please,
Jang Chen said indifferently.
He had no intention of letting these 2 leave. Not to mention that doing so would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains, inviting endless trouble. Most importantly, he needed to extract some crucial information from them.
Kan sneered, we admit we can't beat you, but we want to leave, and you can't stop us. Is that so? Jang Chen sneered, then took a step forward.
In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood, reappearing in front of Kan, delivering a punch straight to his chest. The sudden turn of events caught Kan off guard, leaving him unable to react, let alone dodge.
Jang Chen's punch rendered Kan immobile, collapsing him to the ground.
Seeing this, Lin Fei decided not to flee either. He knew Jang Chen's physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. There was no way he could escape his grasp.
Yet, Lin Fei didn't back down, instead confronting him. Kid, what do you want? What do I want? Don't you already know?
Jang Chen tossed Kan to Lin Fei's feet, beginning the interrogation. Tell me, which faction do you come from?
Why did you come to Changsheng Pavilion? Cough. I advise you not to ask too much.
Some things, once known, can bring trouble upon oneself. Kan struggled to get up, fiercely threatening Jang Chen.
With the backing of the celestial gene behind him, he had no fear of anyone. I'll give you one last chance. Speak up or face death. Jang Chen cut to the chase, not wanting to waste time. Lin Fei and Kan's expressions shifted slightly as they quickly disclosed their affiliations. They realized Jang Chen was serious. The killing intent in his eyes was no joke. Hearing their responses, Jang Chen furrowed his brow. Both Gao Wei Military Industries and the Celestial Gene were extraordinary forces. In the previous era, after the arrival of the Mythical era, many powerful factions emerged, including Gao Wei Military Industries and the Celestial Gene. The former specialized in developing high-tech military equipment and during the Mythical era, even created weapons and armor comparable to Marvel's Iron Man, showcasing formidable strength. The Celestial Gene, on the other hand, focused on genetic fusion, integrating genes from different species into human bodies to create various mutant warriors. Jang Chen hadn't expected that these 2 factions were not Rhine Technology and the Lu Group. Then which faction did the assassin from last night belong to? Despite his doubts, he put them aside and continued. Why did you come to Changsheng Pavilion, and why target this extraterrestrial meteorite? I don't know.
I was just following orders to bring back this meteorite. I know nothing else, Kan said. He didn't want to reveal information to avoid punishment from the Celestial Gene, so he fabricated an excuse. But as soon as he finished speaking, he met his demise. Jang Chen's fist exploded his head, showing no emotion as he turned to Lin Fei. And you? Do you also know nothing like him? No. I know everything. Lin Fei dared not harbor any ulterior motives and spilled everything. He informed Jang Chen that Gao Wei Military Industries targeted the meteorite because they detected an extremely mysterious and extraordinary metal within it. The military intended to refine this metal to create a peerless weapon. After hearing this, Jang Chen fell into silence. The metal Lin Fei mentioned was likely referring to the legendary sword embryo.
However, how did Galway Military Industries know that the meteorite contained the sword embryo? And how did the celestial gene find out? Could it be these forces already knew that the mythical era was approaching?
Jang Chen recalled what Lu Mangyao had said, coming to a conclusion. The rising forces in the mythical era had known in advance before the catastrophe arrived and made various preparations.
This realization added pressure on Jang Chen.
It seemed he had to speed up his progress.
I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?
Lin Fei cautiously asked, his eyes filled with vigilance, fearing Jang Chen might suddenly turn hostile.
Jang Chen's decisive actions made Lin Fei certain that this person was definitely not a good character.
Jang Chen snapped out of his thoughts and said, I did consider sparing your life before, but you were scheming behind my back, so don't blame me now.
Even if you realize it now, it's too late. Lin Fei sneered.
Suddenly, he had a remote control in his hand. With a press of a button, several unmanned drones appeared out of nowhere around them. These unmanned combat aircraft were the latest products developed by Galway Military Industries, named Annihilation Type 95 Unmanned Combat Aircraft. Despite their small size, they could cover a large area with firepower, each equipped with a small missile capable of leveling a small mountain.
The combat power of just one drone could rival that of a mercenary group of several dozen people. Do you really think that these few toys can save your life?
Jang Chen shook his head with a light smile. He had seen the technological products of Galway Military Industries in his previous life. During the mythical era, Galway Military Industries had easily annihilated dozens of top experts without sacrificing anyone using these drones.
But that was in the past.
With the current technological level of Galway Military Industries, they had not yet upgraded the drones to that level of combat power.
You're still talking tough even at death's door. Watch how I turn you into a hornet's nest.
Lin Fei stopped talking and pressed the fire button in front of Jang Chen. Upon receiving the command, the 4 hovering Annihilation Type 95 drones revealed their gun barrels and, accompanied by flashing gunfire, countless bullets shot towards Jang Chen like a torrential rain.
Lin Fei's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. He didn't believe that Jang Chen could emerge unscathed under such firepower. However, what happened next left Lin Fei dumbfounded. Jang Chen moved like a dragon, strolling through the rain of bullets, then leaped up and with a punch, instantly destroyed one Annihilation Type 95 drone.
Next, he stepped on another drone's body, leaped up, grabbed the remaining 2 drones like a soaring eagle, and with a forceful grip, crushed the 2 drones made of titanium alloy.
The last drone was easily destroyed by Jang Chen as well. The entire process took less than 5 seconds.
This is impossible. Lin Fei was in disbelief, unable to accept that his proud trump card was useless against Jang Chen. He began to wonder if he was dreaming.
But the approaching footsteps of Jang Chen brought him back to reality. Please, give me another chance.
Lin Fei knelt down, repeatedly begging for mercy. At that moment, regret filled his heart. If only he hadn't schemed before, maybe there would have been a chance to survive. Opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. With those words, Jang Chen raised his hand and ended the other's life. After finishing everything, Jang Chen didn't rush to deal with the extraterrestrial meteorite but instead looked in a certain direction. After observing for a few seconds, he furrowed his brows slightly. It seems they've withdrawn. Jang Chen could sense that there were still others hiding nearby. However, the other party seemed not to have any intention of revealing themselves and had withdrawn not long ago. This cautious behavior led Jang Chen to speculate that this person was also the assassin who infiltrated the villa yesterday. And his speculation was correct. The assassin who had been lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment, was none other than the foreign thief, Stegavara Zolitsi. At this moment, Stegavara was evacuating Mount Tai, his eyes revealing a hint of emotion as he cursed the situation. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough not to act recklessly from start to finish, otherwise, the outcome might not have been favorable. Although he had the ability to kill Jang Chen with a single blow, it would come with great risks. A mere 1 billion was not enough to make him risk his life to assassinate Jang Chen. Damn it! I must go back and settle the score with those 2 bastards.
Stegavara cursed. Changsheng Pavilion.
After confirming that there was no danger around, Jang Chen focused his attention on the extraterrestrial meteorite. He walked slowly to the meteorite and reached out to touch it. Surprisingly, the texture felt like a high-quality jade pendant, smooth and silky with a faint warmth on the surface. The sword embryo and the true explanation of the swordsmanship are inside the meteorite. Now the question is how to extract them, Jang Chen murmured softly. Cutting the meteorite open would not be difficult with professional tools, but at the moment, they had nothing. Trying to retrieve the treasures bare-handed was clearly not an easy task. Although they could take it back to the villa to plan, after tonight's experience, Jang Chen was worried that delays could lead to changes. Yao Wei military industry and Tianxin genetics had already set their sights on this meteorite and were unlikely to give up easily. Besides, other forces might also have their own ideas. By chance, Jang Chen discovered a crack emitting a faint light on the surface of the meteorite. As he reached out to touch it, the crack widened, shedding sporadic black fragments, quickly forming a large hole. Inside the meteorite, there was a 3-foot-long black sword embryo with strange engravings on the blade. This was the peerless treasure Jang Chen had been dreaming of, the sword embryo of slaying immortals. Next to the sword embryo was a crystal resembling sheep fat jade, containing the supreme true explanation of swordsmanship. However, these two treasures looked quite ordinary now, nothing like the divine artifacts that would later become renowned worldwide. But that was normal because it was only after the arrival of the mythical era that all things began to awaken. In a month, the seemingly unremarkable sword embryo would transform into the peerless killing sword of slaying immortals.
It's time to leave. Jang Chen put away the sword embryo of slaying immortals and the true explanation of swordsmanship, tidied up the scene, and prepared to depart.
Just then, his eyes caught a ghostly figure. In the middle of the courtyard of Changsheng Pavilion, a vague and ethereal ghostly figure sat cross-legged. It wore a patched Daoist robe, its white hair flowing without wind, and its face seemed pixelated, making it impossible to see clearly. The ghostly figure sat on the ground, chanting scriptures, creating an eerie and chilling scene.
Is there really a ghost? Jang Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected the rumors of ghosts to be true. However, he was not afraid. In his past life, he had encountered all sorts of monsters and demons. Would he be afraid of mere ghosts now? If they really provoked him, before the era of myths arrived, he would directly arrange for a great compassion mantra to deliver them. Wait, why does this scripture sound familiar? Jang Chen listened carefully and made a startling discovery. The ghostly figure seemed to be chanting the Primordial Heart Sutra? If it's truly the Primordial Heart Sutra, then I'm in luck. Jang Chen's expression changed.
The complete version of the Primordial Heart Sutra was invaluable, comparable to Daoist scriptures. If Jang Chen could obtain it, it would undoubtedly give him a terrifying trump card in the mythical era. Legend had it that the Primordial Heart Sutra was created by the founder of Taoism and had been a coveted scripture for countless Daoists since ancient times, a treasured possession of Mount Longhu. Unfortunately, a war 1,000 years ago had affected Mount Longhu, leading to the burning of the scripture repository, causing many Sanskrit scriptures to either be destroyed or disappear without a trace. The Primordial Heart Sutra was no exception. Despite continuous efforts by subsequent generations from Mount Longhu to search for it, there had been no trace of it. However, after the arrival of the mythical era, the Primordial Heart Sutra reappeared in a different form. It was said that an elderly Daoist who traveled far and wide had inadvertently obtained the complete Primordial Heart Sutra in a dilapidated Daoist temple, comprehending the ways of the world in a single night, undergoing transformation and sublimation. With a single thought, he could move mountains and seas, covering the sky with one hand. Since then, he had become one of the most powerful beings in the world, known as the Eternal Daoist Master. Countless forces once sought the Primordial Heart Sutra, paying who knows how much, yet in the end, it was all for naught. Jang Chen shook his head with a smile, saying, "But who would have thought that the complete version of the Primordial Heart Sutra would be right here in Changsheng Pavilion? It was simply unbelievable. No one would have expected that the complete Primordial Heart Sutra would come from this ghostly figure before them." However, this also piqued Jang Chen's curiosity. Previously, he had learned from Daoist Qingyang that Changsheng Pavilion had a history of at least 500 years. Could it be that the first master of Changsheng Pavilion was one of the group from Mount Longhu back then? Jang Chen had heard a rumor before. In ancient times, Mount Longhu had a huge dispute, with severe internal divisions leading many Taoists to leave the mountain and seek another place for cultivation. If that was the case, then this ghostly figure should be one of the Taoists who left Mount Longhu back then, with a respectable status and seniority. Because the Huanyuan Heart Sutra was the highest secret of Mount Longhu, only esteemed and high-ranking old Taoists were qualified to observe it. However, it was only for observation and not for unauthorized teaching, as it would go against the ancestral teachings. This was also why the Huanyuan Heart Sutra eventually disappeared completely. I suppose the old Daoist is also unwilling to let the Huanyuan Heart Sutra disappear, so he transformed into a lingering ghostly spirit, appearing at night to chant, all to pass down the Huanyuan Heart Sutra, Jang Chen speculated. But he didn't dwell on it and instead sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to listen. Jang Chen focused all his attention, listening to the scriptures, not daring to miss a single detail. Once he could fully comprehend the complete version of the Huanyuan Heart Sutra, undoubtedly, it would help him reach the pinnacle in the mythical era.
However, just as Jang Chen was gradually understanding the essence of the Huan Yuan Heart Sutra, an unexpected event occurred.
At some point, the chanting of the scriptures gradually became blurred and soon fell completely silent.
What's going on? Jang Chen opened his eyes, looking puzzled.
Clearly, he was on the verge of understanding the Huan Yuan Heart Sutra, but he encountered a setback at a critical moment. At that moment, Jang Chen noticed a faint golden light emanating from the ghostly figure in the courtyard, which then turned into a shower of golden light, ascending and transforming. It was only at that moment that Jang Chen suddenly realized. The old Daoist's lingering spirit had passed on the Huan Yuan Heart Sutra, and now that he had inherited the mantle, its wish was fulfilled, and it had no more attachments.
Jang Chen watched the old Daoist ascend with a sense of awe.
The old Daoist selflessly imparted the Huan Yuan Heart Sutra, and in terms of sentiment, he was already half a master to Jang Chen.
"Senior, your kindness will never be forgotten by this junior,"
Jang Chen said solemnly, bowing respectfully. As the saying goes, a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Despite their brief interaction, Jang Chen was willing to bow in respect, expressing his sincere gratitude for the selfless dedication. Without this lingering spirit, perhaps the Huan Yuan Heart Sutra would have remained lost forever.
However, it was still somewhat regrettable. Because Jang Chen had not fully comprehended the Huan Yuan Heart Sutra, a little more time would have been beneficial.
Well, I have already memorized the scriptures, and when I return, after contemplating for a few more days, I will still be able to understand the true essence within, Jang Chen murmured to himself. With everything now completed, he had no intention of staying any longer.
Moreover, several incidents had occurred here, and if he lingered, he would likely encounter trouble. Without hesitation, Jang Chen packed up and left. As Jang Chen departed, Changsheng Pavilion gradually fell into silence. However, this tranquility did not last long. At some point, a figure appeared at the entrance of Changsheng Pavilion, frowning as he looked at the scene ahead. "It seems someone has beaten me to it," he muttered. If Jang Chen were there, he would surely be surprised to see this person because he was none other than LV Minyao's personal bodyguard, Liang Ying. I didn't expect the LV group to be so ruthless. To compete for the extraterrestrial meteorite, they didn't hesitate to annihilate the Gao Wei military industry and the celestial gene completely. "Aren't you afraid of completely provoking conflicts by doing this?"
At that moment, a charming voice filled the air. Liang Ying turned around to see a voluptuous woman in a leather jacket with a striking crimson peony tattooed on her forehead, standing not far away. She was known as Blood Peony, hailing from the Western Blood Star. "Leave a way out for yourself, so we can meet again in the future." The LV group's ruthless actions, aren't they afraid of provoking public outrage? On the rooftop of Changsheng Pavilion, a sturdy figure appeared at some point, his voice deep and resonant, as bright as a bell. He was called Zhang Shan, from the Huaxia Entropy Reversal Association, on a mission to bring back extraterrestrial meteorites. Seeing these two individuals, Liang Ying remained indifferent and calmly said, "You've misunderstood, I've only just arrived." Both Blood Peony and Zhang Shan looked surprised. Were these people not killed by Liang Ying? "Liang Ying, are you trying to secretly take the extraterrestrial meteorite back to the Lu family group?" Blood Peony questioned. "The cause of death of these bodies is obvious, all died in close combat. In other words, they all died under fists and kicks.
Throughout Huaxia, Liang Ying is a top-notch expert in combat.
If you say they didn't die by your hand, we don't believe it." Zhang Shan also expressed doubt. However, Liang Ying shook his head with a bitter smile and revealed a shocking piece of news. "Take a closer look. These people were all killed instantly with a single blow. Although I have exceptional skills, I cannot achieve instant kills on these elite soldiers. In other words, the person who killed these soldiers is far superior to me. Most likely, he also took away that extraterrestrial meteorite."
What? With this statement, both of them were visibly moved, incredibly shocked. Someone excelled in combat skills even more than Liang Ying? That couldn't be possible. He was one of the top martial arts masters in Huaxia. If he admitted inferiority, how strong was the other party? For a moment, they all felt discouraged. They were just workers, only earning a few $1 million a month. Was it worth risking their lives? Leaving Kunlun Mountain, Jang Chen returned to Lucheng overnight. By the time he arrived back in Lucheng, it was already noon the next day. Driving his vehicle through the streets and highways, Jang Chen didn't rush home but instead turned at the intersection ahead, heading towards Dunhuang Avenue. Dunhuang Avenue was located in the Hongguang district of Lucheng, a famous old district that, due to its geographical location, had not received much development support. Therefore, both economically and in terms of urban infrastructure, Hongguang district lagged far behind other areas. Jang Chen parked his car in front of a pharmacy on Dunhuang Avenue. This pharmacy was named Jixing Tang and had quite a reputation on Dunhuang Avenue.
It was said that the previous owner of Jishing Tang was highly skilled in medicine, capable of miraculous healing, having cured many difficult illnesses. The reputation was so great that many high-ranking officials and nobles were willing to travel long distances for treatment. Unfortunately, since the previous owner passed away 20 years ago, the reputation of Jishing Tang had gradually declined, now becoming just an ordinary pharmacy, relying on local business to make ends meet.
Uncle, why don't you just sign this contract obediently? You're already 80 years old. Even if you don't care for yourself, you should think about Yuqing studying abroad. Chen Group is willing to offer 10 million to buy Jishing Tang. We have no reason to refuse. This rundown pharmacy will collapse sooner or later, so why not sell it now? Before Jang Chen entered the pharmacy, he heard a commotion. Someone wanted to buy Jishing Tang? Could it be that other forces had also discovered the secret here? If so, it would be troublesome. Without much thought, Jang Chen hurried inside to assess the situation. In the backyard of Jishing Tang, several figures gathered around an octogenarian, who was being persuaded by these supposed relatives to sign a property contract. Facing these false faces, Zhang Futsang's old face showed impatience, a hint of disgust in his deep eyes. These so-called relatives, who never visited or had any contact on regular days, suddenly appeared at his doorstep, urging him to sell Jishing Tang, ever since they found out that Chen Group was willing to pay 10 million for it. It was as if the poor were ignored in the city, but the rich in the mountains had distant relatives. However, what these people were thinking, Zhang Fu knew very well. They simply wanted a piece of the pie after he sold Jishing Tang. Uncle, please come to your senses. Jishing Tang is no longer the same as it was 20 years ago. With the current state of affairs, it might have to close its doors in a few years. It's rare that the Chen Group is willing to offer 10 million for an acquisition. You should sell it. This money could provide you and Yuqing with a better life. A bespectacled elite reasoned. He was Jiang Fu's nephew and also the chairman of a small company. Recently, due to some issues in his company, he urgently needed a couple of million to tide over, so he set his sights on Jiang Fu, hoping that he would sell Jishing Tang and lend him 2 million. Others were no different. Almost all came with this kind of intention. I will never sell Jishing Tang, all of you get out. Jiang Fu snapped. He had a bad temper to begin with, and these days he had been constantly bothered by them, which led to his outburst, immediately ordering these people to leave. However, the group was not giving up and still planned to persuade Jiang Fu to sign an agreement. Seeing this, Jiang Fu picked up a broom nearby, scaring the group away from Jishing Tang. But before leaving, Jiang Fu's nephew left a harsh remark, "You will soon regret this." Ignoring him, Jiang Fu swept them out. Only after driving these people away did Jiang Fu put down the broom and let out a long sigh. He walked over to the table, picked up the real estate agreement, hesitated for a moment, as if making a decision, but ultimately threw it into the trash can. Jishing Tang had a history of hundreds of years, painstakingly operated by Jiang Fu's ancestors until now. If he really sold it, he would surely be ashamed to face his ancestors in the afterlife. Jiang Bo. At this moment, Jang Chen walked into the courtyard. Seeing him, Jiang Fu's previously irritable mood calmed down, and he said to him, "I'm sorry you had to witness that." "It's nothing. Those people earlier? They are my relatives, but in reality, they are a group of despicable people trying to extort money." Jiang Fu sighed. From his words, Jang Chen also understood the situation a bit. So he asked, "Is the Chen Group also interested in the medicine cauldron, Uncle Jian?" "Not really, they just want the land. I heard that the government has a policy to develop this area into a commercial district," Jiang Fu explained. Hearing this, Jang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were not competitors. But he didn't ask further and went straight to the point. "Uncle Jiang, how did you consider my previous suggestion? The medicine cauldron has been passed down from my ancestors. To be honest, I don't want to sell it." Jiang Fu sighed. In his view, this would undoubtedly be disrespecting his ancestors. Jang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't want to delay any longer to avoid any mishaps. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Fu spoke first. "But if you really want it, I am not unwilling to sell it to you." "Really?" "Of course, the only value of this medicine cauldron is for ancient pharmaceutical purposes. But in this day and age, ancient pharmaceutical methods have long been outdated. Even if kept, it's just a decoration. And your attitude is sincere. You have been visiting frequently during this time. I can see that you genuinely want this medicine cauldron. I believe that in your hands, you will take good care of it." With that said, Jiang Fu led Jiang Chen to an old warehouse. Under the dust and cobwebs, there was a three-legged, four-eared medicine cauldron placed in the corner. Made of bronze, covered with countless mysterious runes, exuding an ancient mysterious aura. When Jiang Chen saw this medicine cauldron, he was excited.
This was the ancient artifact he had been dreaming of, the Shinnon cauldron. With this medicine cauldron, when the mythical era arrives, Jang Chen will be able to collect various rare materials and treasures from heaven and earth, thereby refining powerful elixirs to further enhance his strength.
Thank you, Uncle Jang, for your generosity. Don't thank me too soon.
Although I decided to sell it, the price won't be low, Zhang Fu said.
Ultimately, his determination stemmed from being broke.
Nowadays, the business of Jixing Hall is declining, and he also has a granddaughter studying abroad, with annual tuition fees amounting to hundreds of thousands. Without a source of income, not only would Jixing Hall close down, but sending his granddaughter abroad for studies would also become a problem. As long as Uncle Jiang is willing to let go, no amount of money is an issue, Jang Chen said earnestly. The medicine cauldron of Jixing Hall is very important to him, and he is determined to acquire it no matter the cost.
After a brief contemplation, Zhang Fu tentatively asked, "Why don't you name your price?"
"I'm afraid I might ask for too much, and you won't accept it." Upon hearing this, Jang Chen took out a pen and a check from his pocket, wrote a number on it, and handed the check to Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu took the check and stared at it blankly.
50 million? Did he really not add an extra zero by mistake?
Zhang Fu was stunned, his gaze fixed on the numbers on the check.
Was he seeing it correctly? Zhang Chen had offered 50 million.
It's worth noting that his expected price was around 500,000, so Zhang Chen's offer far exceeded his expectations.
Could this check be filled out incorrectly?
Zhang Fu's voice trembled. "Uncle Zhang, this is a bank draft from Huaxia Bank, and I haven't made any mistakes in the amount. In my eyes, this cauldron is worth 50 million. Zhang Chen naturally understood Zhang Fu's thoughts. However, he could also empathize. To Zhang Fu, although this cauldron had been passed down from the Zhang family ancestors for centuries, it not only held ancestral significance but also served the purpose of refining ancient medicines. In today's world, Western medicine reigns supreme globally, while traditional Chinese medicine is in decline.
The so-called ancient pharmaceutical methods are seen as a joke by outsiders.
As a result, this cauldron had lost its original value, with its only remaining worth being as a collectible antique. However, even antiques are categorized into different levels. Even if it's the same ancient item, if it has historical significance or the blessing of a famous figure, its price could easily reach millions. Without these factors, it might fetch just a few 100,000. In Zhang Fu's view, although the cauldron had been passed down from 1,000 years ago to the present, it lacked any fame or recognition, essentially just an ordinary 1,000-year-old bronze cauldron that might sell for a few 100,000 at most.
But Zhang Chen didn't see it that way.
He understood the origin and importance of this cauldron.
The Shinnon cauldron was an item of the Flame Emperor, with a history dating back 5,000 years.
Legend has it that Shinnon had used this cauldron to refine many miraculous elixirs, accumulating the essence and remnants of numerous spiritual herbs over the long years. This transformation had enabled the cauldron to even brew a bowl of medicinal soup with just plain water.
When the mythical era arrives, the Shinnon cauldron will undergo a tremendous transformation, becoming a divine furnace that significantly enhances alchemy efficiency and quality.
Therefore, not to mention 50 million, even if it were 500 million, he would not hesitate to buy it.
But this is too much. Uncle Jiang, please accept it. This money isn't much to me, and besides, you're in urgent need of it, aren't you? Zhang Chen said.
Well, alright then, Zhang Fu agreed without fuss. His current situation was not favorable, with the Chun Group planning to acquire Jixing Hall, and he had borrowed a considerable amount from the bank in the past 2 years to help his granddaughter study abroad. If he didn't repay the loan soon, the bank might come to collect. The 50 million now resolved his pressing financial concerns.
However, there's something I'm curious about.
Zhang Fu handed the Shinnon cauldron to Zhang Chen and asked, "Where did you hear that my family had this cauldron?" Zhang Fu had hardly shared this information with anyone outside. Even the relatives who had visited before were unaware of the existence of this bronze ancient tripod. However, Zhang Chen had recently come to visit and immediately expressed his intention to purchase the medicine tripod.
The next sentence from Zhang Chen surprised Zhang Fu. "Your granddaughter told me about this." "Yuqing told you?"
"Yes, we were high school classmates." Zhang Fu nodded as if he understood, but he did not know that all these words were fabricated by Zhang Chen.
They were not classmates at all. However, Zhang Chen did know Zhang Yuqing.
After all, she was the renowned alchemist in the mythical era, known for her unparalleled alchemy skills and the divine farmer tripod, making her one of the most precious and prominent figures of that time. The elixirs she produced were enough to attract numerous top powers to fight over them. Zhang Chen came to intercept based on this information. Although such actions were audacious, Zhang Chen didn't care. In turbulent times, survival was paramount. Besides, Zhang Yuqing was different from him. Remember, the divine farmer was surnamed Zhang, named Kuei. Zhang Yuqing was a descendant of the divine farmer, with the blood of the flame emperor flowing in her veins, granting her extraordinary abilities during the awakening ceremony. Therefore, with or without the divine farmer tripod, Zhang Yuqing would still be revered as the alchemist by all clans.
But Jang Chen couldn't. That's why he had to seize every opportunity. Uncle Jiang, I'll take my leave now.
Jang Chen took the divine farmer tripod, bowed, and was about to leave. However, at that moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. A group of thugs armed with weapons barged in, wreaking havoc in the pharmacy, smashing everything in sight. The medicinal herbs on the shelves were knocked over, including many rare and precious medicinal treasures.
Seeing this, Zhang Fu hurried forward and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you smashing my pharmacy? You quack doctor, do you remember me? You were here for treatment yesterday?"
"Yes, I took the medicine you prescribed back to someone, and they died this morning."
"Why do you think I'm smashing your store?" "Impossible. How could the medicine I prescribed kill someone? You're falsely accusing me." "Accusing you? I have a witness." With those words, a figure entered the pharmacy.
It was Jiang Fu's nephew, Jiang Wowen. Pushing his glasses up, Jiang Wowen, with a hint of cunning, said, "Uncle, I warned you to sell the pharmacy earlier. Now, the prescription you gave yesterday killed someone.
Let's see how you handle this." You're unreasonable."
Jiang Fu was furious. Even if he was slow, he realized that his nephew had conspired with outsiders to set him up. It was worse than being betrayed by an animal. "No matter what you say, since you caused the death of my person, you must compensate me with 10 million, or else don't blame me for being rude to you," threatened the scar-faced man.
"Isn't that convenient?"
"Uncle, if you sell the pharmacy, you'll get 10 million in compensation," Jiang Wowen said sarcastically.
"Jiang Wowen, I'm telling you today, even if I die, I won't sell the pharmacy."
Jiang Fu was resolute, showing no fear of these people.
Jiang Wowen's face darkened. He thought that a little threat would make Jiang Fu comply, but it seemed it wouldn't be that easy.
"Old man, if you won't take the polite approach, you'll have to face the consequences." The scar-faced man snorted coldly, intending to teach him a lesson. However, just when everyone thought Jiang Fu was about to suffer, a figure stepped forward to intervene. Jang Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, blocking the scar-faced man's path.
This scene left everyone stunned. Who was this guy challenging? The scar-faced man frowned, displeased, and asked, "Who the hell are you to block my way?"
"Who I am is none of your concern," Jang Chen said indifferently, asking, "You just need to answer me. Did the Chen group send you here?" The scar-faced man's eye twitched slightly. He detested people showing off in front of him and was about to teach Jang Chen a lesson. But the next moment, a cold gaze fell upon him.
In an instant,
the man with a scar on his face felt a chill sweep through his body, sending shivers down his spine. As an experienced figure in the Jianghu, he instantly realized that Jang Chen was no ordinary person and acting rashly would lead to dire consequences.
"So what, Mr.
Chen has his eyes on this piece of land. If that old man would just immediately sell it, there wouldn't be so much trouble," the scar-faced man said, then continued with a threat, "I advise you not to meddle in this."
"Mr. Chen has a powerful background and extraordinary methods.
If you dare to offend him, you will not have a good ending."
Jiang Fu also showed a worried expression.
He didn't want Jang Chen to get involved in this matter. The Chen group had a strong presence in Luqing, rumored to have connections to the underworld.
Crossing paths with such influence meant a turbulent life ahead. However, Jang Chen sneered disdainfully, saying, "A trash group that doesn't even have a market value of 100 billion dares to threaten me?"
His words silenced the room.
It wasn't until a few seconds later that everyone burst into laughter.
They were amused by his words.
"Do you really think so highly of yourself?
A group like Chen's only needs a finger to crush you," Jiang Wowen sneered.
He now understood.
Jang Chen was a fearless young man, or he wouldn't have spoken like that. Although the Chen Group was considered a second-rate company in Luqing, its scale was not small, with total assets exceeding 80 billion, and had connections in both legal and illegal circles. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just a trash group, revealing his narrow vision.
"What if I told you that with just one phone call, I could have you spend the rest of your life in prison?" Jang Chen said expressionlessly.
"Wah! I'm so scared, please don't arrest me."
"You idiot, if you really had the ability to put your grandfather in there, he would kneel down and kowtow to you on the spot. You better make that call now, or don't blame us for not giving you a chance later." Jiang Wowen mocked and sneered.
They were all seasoned figures in the Jianghu. They simply didn't believe Jang Chen could really send them to prison.
Seeing this, Jang Chen didn't back down.
He picked up his phone and dialed a number.
"Hello, Chief Chen? I'd like to report something."
After hanging up the phone, Jang Chen sat calmly on a redwood chair, inviting Zhang Fu to sit down and have tea. But Zhang Fu, at this moment, was too anxious to drink tea. He walked anxiously to Jang Chen's side, urging him to leave, fearing something might go wrong. "Stop wasting time with this idiot, deal with him." Zhang Luwen's eyes were cold and ruthless as he spoke sharply. He didn't have time to waste here. The Chen group had issued a final ultimatum, and today, things had to be settled, or the 10 million acquisition amount would be drastically reduced. The thugs were gearing up, ready to confront Jang Chen. However, at that moment, a sudden blare of sirens echoed outside Jixing Hall. Several police cars parked at the entrance, and a dozen fully armed police officers swiftly entered the room, surrounding the scar-faced man. The head of the armed police aimed his gun at Zhang Luwen and the others, his voice booming. "We received a report of illegal intrusion and property damage." The expressions of the scar-faced man and his companions froze. This wasn't right. Didn't the Chen group say they had made arrangements? Were they deceived? "Officer, these people are the criminals," Jang Chen pointed at them. At that moment, the scar-faced man finally understood. It was all because of Jang Chen's phone call earlier. Moreover, the attire of these people was not that of regular police officers, they belonged to a higher-level confidential unit than the police station. How could this guy mobilize a special forces unit with just one phone call? Who exactly was he? "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding," the scar-faced man hurriedly explained. But how could these armed police officers believe him? They handcuffed them all, not even sparing Zhang Luwen. Despite his repeated pleas and claims of being Jiang Fu's relative, it was all in vain. Until they were detained and put into the police car, Zhang Luwen and the others deeply regretted their actions. Not because they regretted what they had done, but because they regretted not stopping Jang Chen from making that phone call earlier. Who could have imagined that he had such a background? It wasn't until these people were taken away that Zhang Fu came to his senses. "Xiao Jiang, I really appreciate your help this time," Zhang Fu expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for Zhang Chen this time, Jixing Tang would have been destroyed by those hooligans. He might even have been in danger. Zhang Chen waved his hand and said, "It was just a small effort. Besides, fighting against evil is everyone's responsibility." Although he said so, in this situation, Zhang Chen could have just stood by and watched. The main reason he didn't was that he wanted to owe the Zhang family a favor. After all, in the near future, a world-renowned alchemist would emerge from the Zhang family, and having this favor might come in handy later on. After completing everything, Zhang Chen left Jixing Tang. The next morning, Zhang Chen got up early as usual for his morning exercise. When the door of the gym opened, a white heat emanated, all coming from Zhang Chen's body. His body was soaked in sweat, and fatigue had taken over all his muscles. Zhang Chen went to the medicinal bath and soaked his body in it. Since the medicinal bath absorbed the gene-enhancing liquid, some medicinal properties remained, and after Zhang Chen finished exercising, he would soak in the medicinal bath. This not only helped his tired body recover but also allowed him to absorb all the remaining medicinal properties. When the fatigue completely disappeared, Zhang Chen got up from the medicinal bath. After putting on his clothes, he walked towards the living room, where a table full of exquisite dishes was already set. Zhang Chen enjoyed his breakfast while watching the news on TV. Pippi Daily, recently, there has been a spectacular event in the Hangshan lineage, with a large number of wild animals migrating collectively. This rare sight is said to be a possible precursor to a natural disaster, and experts are urging the public not to go out casually in the near future. People's News, yesterday, a white eyebrow mountain traveler claimed that while rock climbing at night, he discovered a kilometer-long, snow-white giant python entwined on the peak of Mount Ame, and even took photos and uploaded them to major forums. However, the relevant departments responded that there was no such thing, and the photos were synthesized through technological means. Strange news report, recently, water monkeys have been dominating the hot search list on Weibo, with many netizens claiming to have seen them. Although many animal experts have come forward to clarify and educate, stating that they are otters or beavers, they are calling for an end to superstition and belief in science. Morning News, an archaeologist has made a major breakthrough in the Qin Emperor's tomb, claiming to have excavated a complete ancient coffin. It is said that the occupant of the coffin has been preserved for thousands of years, with the body still intact, and even modern technology could potentially revive the ancient person, undoubtedly a miracle of the present age. After reading these news reports, Zhang Chen was convinced that the era of myths was approaching. At the same time, he believed that the authorities had also noticed the anomalies. However, in order to avoid causing social fear and unrest, the truth was not revealed. Especially after the experience in Kunlun, Zhang Chen was more convinced of this. After all, even powerful forces like high-dimensional military industry and Rhine technology had already sensed it in advance, so the country couldn't be completely unaware.
Time is running out, I must quickly get my hands on the last few treasures.
Jang Chen muttered to himself. If someone else got there first, his losses would be huge.
Besides, he couldn't neglect accumulating merit.
However, he had already handed over the establishment of the charity foundation to his secretary, and judging from the feedback of the ancient Buddha relics, Jang Chen's merit was continuously increasing.
It was blue last time, and now it was turning blue-green.
It wouldn't be long before it completely turned green.
Ha! At that moment, Jang Chen's phone rang.
When he looked at it, his expression was somewhat surprised because the caller was his second uncle, Jiang Shanha. When Jang Chen saw the caller ID displaying Jiang Shanha's name, his face showed a hint of confusion, but he still pressed the answer button.
Uncle, what's the matter?
However, the sentence on the other end of the phone made Jang Chen furrow his brows.
Are you okay?
After Jiang Shanha finished speaking, he immediately realized something was wrong.
Could it be that Che Guevara hadn't taken care of Jang Chen? Damn it! Why was this foreign assassin so unreliable? It seems like Uncle really wishes for something to happen to me?
Jang Chen said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Originally, he had been wondering about the identity and background of that mysterious assassin, suspecting that the person might be from Rhine Technology or the Lu Group.
Without sufficient evidence, Jang Chen couldn't confirm his suspicions.
But now there was no need to guess. From what Jiang Shanha had said earlier, Jang Chen concluded that the mysterious assassin was sent by Jiang Shanha himself.
How could it be?
Uncle is just worried about you. After all, many people have suffered excessive sadness due to the death of their loved ones, which eventually harmed their health. Jiang Shanha quickly fabricated a reason.
Don't worry, Uncle, I'm fine, nothing will happen. Jang Chen sneered. Hee, that's good. I called you this time mainly to talk to you about the transfer of shares.
I have informed the company's shareholders, and the transfer ceremony will take place tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Remember to attend and complete the ceremony.
After speaking, he hung up the phone. After the call ended, Jiang Shanha's face darkened, his eyes cold. He picked up the landline phone on his desk and dialed Lawyer Liang's number, asking him to come to the office immediately.
Before long, Lawyer Liang arrived at the office. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Shanha raised his hand and slapped him across the face, cursing angrily, "You useless thing. Who did you hire as the foreign assassin? I spent a whole billion and still couldn't get rid of Jang Chen. I'm really pissed off." Lawyer Liang was stunned by the slap. Jang Chen wasn't dead yet? Impossible. The assassin he hired had a certain reputation even in the dark web. How could he fail to deal with a small Jang Chen? Director Jiang, please don't be angry, let me call and ask. Lawyer Liang quickly dialed Che Guevara's number. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the office door. It was Che Guevara. Lawyer Liang was about to ask him about the situation, but before he could speak, Che Guevara slapped him across the face, angrily scolding, "Mr. Liang, you despicable thing, how dare you try to deceive me? I'll kill you all right now." Misunderstanding, Mr. Che Guevara, how could we dare to deceive you? Lawyer Liang hurriedly explained. Still lying? The target you asked me to assassinate is not an ordinary person at all. Even the people from Galway military industry and Tianshan genetics are not his match. Che Guevara recounted what happened on Kunlun Mountain and presented several photos taken on site as evidence. Jiang Shanha and Lawyer Liang were also puzzled. Something was not right. Was Jang Chen really that powerful? How did they not know? You want me to assassinate such a top expert for 1 billion Huaxia coins? Your plan is really well thought out. Che Guevara sneered coldly. There's a reason for this. We didn't know Jang Chen was so powerful. Lawyer Liang said with a bitter smile. But no matter what he said, Che Guevara was unwilling to take the job. He wouldn't risk it for 1 billion Huaxia coins. This also furrowed Jiang Shanha's brows. Tomorrow was the day of the share transfer. If Jang Chen couldn't be dealt with before then, he wouldn't be able to take over the inheritance. Mr. Che Guevara, what do you need in order to help us get rid of Jang Chen? It's simple, more money. Che Guevara held up a finger, looking serious. 10 billion. As long as you agree, I can swear to God that I will bring you his head tonight. Fine. 10 billion it is. After some thought, Jiang Shanha gritted his teeth and agreed. He just couldn't believe it. Spending so much money and still not being able to kill Jang Chen. I never expected that the assassin was someone he hired. Jiang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. These days, he remained on high alert, fearing sudden assassination attempts. After all, Jiang Chen speculated that the assassin was likely sent by either Rhine Technology or the Lu family group. Even facing assassins dispatched by such powerful forces, Jiang Chen didn't dare underestimate them. Who would have thought that the assassin turned out to be hired by Jiang Shanha?
It was truly a situation that left him both laughing and crying. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the other party was still an assassin, and Jang Chen wouldn't let his guard down.
It's always better to be cautious.
Jang Shanha, I initially wanted to spare you out of family affection, but since you are so heartless and ungrateful, don't blame me. Jang Chen's eyes turned cold. Jang Shanha's actions erased the last trace of affection Jang Chen held for him. Initially, he didn't plan to end things decisively but rather let Jang Shanha self-destruct in the mythological era. However, with his ruthless behavior, he had no one to blame but himself. At that moment, Jang Chen received a text message.
Lu Jintao from the Lingbao Pavilion brought him good news. Mr.
Jiang, since I conveyed your message to the pavilion master last time, she expressed willingness to meet you and discuss the Daoist matters in detail.
When would you be available to visit the Lingbao Pavilion? Reading this, Jang Chen couldn't contain his excitement. In about half a month, the mythological era would begin. The arrival of the era of cultivating immortality would prompt everyone to seek better cultivation techniques. The Daoist method, recognized as one of the strongest techniques in the mythological era, could help practitioners lay a solid foundation for breaking through to higher realms. It could be said that the Daoist method was the best technique for reaching the awakening realm. Any time is fine. Jang Chen replied to Lu Jintao's message.
Soon, he received a response with the time.
Today at noon, I will be waiting for your visit at the Lingbao Pavilion.
Glancing at the clock on the wall, Jang Chen saw that there was still some time before noon. He wasn't in a hurry and decided to attend to some trivial matters first. Since establishing the charity foundation, his merit had been accumulating, but too slowly.
After the mythological era arrived, everyone would undergo an awakening ceremony to receive their exclusive opportunities.
These opportunities were divided into 7 levels: mortal, profound, spiritual, earth, heaven, epic, and mythological.
The awakening ceremony would determine one's opportunities through merit.
Additionally, Jang Chen had heard that many people awaken to higher-level opportunities through their own sins. However, sins were different from merit. To accumulate merit, one had to perform good deeds, while sins required committing evil acts. Therefore, after the mythological era arrived, many criminals who should have been punished by the law ended up benefiting and transformed into notorious demonic cultivators. Jang Chen aimed to accumulate merit to awaken opportunities above the heaven level.
Although he could commit crimes to accumulate sins, it wasn't necessary.
To awaken opportunities at the heaven level through sins, one would have to be at the level of an internationally wanted criminal. Given the current social order, not only committing crimes but even glancing at a young fairy on the subway could lead to being taken in for questioning.
Jang Chen acknowledged that he didn't possess such high criminal intelligence.
Besides, he was wealthy.
Since donating money could accumulate merit, why would he bother with the trouble of committing crimes?
Thinking this, he felt that the 5 billion he donated last time was too little.
Jang Chen picked up his phone and called his secretary.
He intended to donate another 10 billion in charity funds.
However, the secretary's response left Jang Chen speechless. Chairman, are you donating again?
The previous donation hasn't been fully spent yet. The secretary was also at a loss. She had been a secretary for quite some time and had encountered penny-pinching bosses who split $1 into 2, but she had never seen a boss who didn't treat money as money.
Jang Chen furrowed his brows and inquired about how much money was left. What? 2 billion still remaining? How do you handle things? I asked you to donate as soon as possible to benefit the general public, didn't I? Do you even know how to do charity? There are so many people in need in society waiting for help. How can you bear not to donate the money? What if you can't donate at all?
Then take the cash to the streets and give it to whoever looks pitiful.
Understood?
The secretary was dumbfounded.
Her current mood was just like Queen Ishio from Empresses in the Palace. I can't do it. What kind of boss did I end up with?
I've seen bosses who make their employees work hard to earn money, but I've never seen one who makes their employees spend money recklessly.
Anyway, donate the remaining 2 billion quickly. In a few days, I will donate another 10 billion to the charity foundation, got it?
After saying this, Jang Chen hung up the phone. He estimated that by donating another 10 billion, the merits he had accumulated should be enough to awaken opportunities beyond the heavenly realm.
However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the efficiency of the foundation.
After collecting the last few divine items, he planned to personally take action and donate all the remaining assets to enhance his own merits as much as possible. After completing these tasks, it was already noon. Following the agreed time with Lu Jintao, Jang Chen drove to the Lingbao Pavilion. Soon, he arrived at the antique street. The place was bustling with activity, vendors everywhere. On both sides of the street were a variety of industrial defective products, and many vendors were energetically promoting their goods, hoping to attract unsuspecting buyers.
However, among these vendors, there were also some genuine antiques.
There have been cases where people have found treasures here at extremely low prices and sold them for high prices exceeding billions. It is precisely because of such examples that many people with a scavenging mentality come to the antique street to try their luck. In front of the Lingbao Pavilion, Jang Chen parked his black Maybach and got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, Lu Zhentao personally came forward to greet him.
Mr. Jiang, I have been waiting for you for a long time.
Lu Zhentao smiled and invited Jang Chen to the VIP reception room of the Lingbao Pavilion.
Jang Chen nodded slightly and followed Lu Zhentao into the hall.
Under his guidance, Jang Chen took the elevator to the 5th floor of the Lingbao Pavilion.
The Lingbao Pavilion had a total of 5 floors.
The 1st to 3rd floors were used to receive ordinary guests, while the 4th floor was reserved for VIP guests with distinguished status and a special place for trading bulk commodities.
When Jang Chen previously traded the ancient Buddha relics, it was on the 4th floor. As for the 5th floor, it was rumored to be the most confidential trading room of the Lingbao Pavilion.
Only a very few truly high-ranking officials could enter, and even Jang Chen had never been inside.
Ding dong! As the elevator door opened, Jang Chen arrived at the 5th floor of the Lingbao Pavilion.
The scene before him was somewhat surprising. He had expected the decoration to be very grand and luxurious, but it was actually very simple, with almost no decorations to speak of. In front of him was a conference table, with 2 redwood chairs carved with unicorn patterns beside it, and nothing else.
Mr. Jiang, please,
Lu Zhentao respectfully said. After stepping out of the elevator, Jang Chen sat down at the conference table and waited quietly. Not long after, a door in a corner of the room opened, and a stunning figure slowly appeared, entering Jang Chen's sight.
She was a beautiful woman.
Her figure was alluring, her features enchanting, her fiery red curls cascading over her fragrant shoulders. She was dressed in a deep red cheongsam dress, her fair legs peeking out alluringly, exuding mature charm with every move. But the most captivating aspect was the half-concealed fiery red rose on her chest, adding a touch of allure and charm to her demeanor.
Madam,
Lu Zhentao was about to step forward to greet her, but she waved her hand gracefully. You may leave.
Yes. Lu Zhentao bowed his head and left.
After he departed, the room was left with only Jang Chen and her. Jang Chen squinted his eyes slightly and said with interest, I never expected the master of Lingbao Pavilion to be the once famous Fire Rose.
This is really interesting. Jiang young master knows me? The queen who shook the underground world 10 years ago, who wouldn't know her? Jang Chen smirked. Early Lu City was not as civilized and lawful as it is now.
Many former dark forces had retreated into the underground world, forming a powerful force not visible on the surface, infiltrating various gray industries. And Fire Rose was a famous queen of the underground world. It was rumored that at the peak of her power, even the mayor of Lu City had to give her some face.
But good times didn't last.
10 years ago, Fire Rose offended a certain young noble from the capital, and since then, she gradually disappeared from the underground world, leaving no trace. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be the master of Lingbao Pavilion.
It's all in the past.
Fire Rose lit a cigarette and said, but I have also investigated your background. Zhang Huanghai, the only son of Tianling Group's chairman, the youngest billionaire today, and many people call you the famous foolish son of a landlord. But I didn't expect you to be interested in the complete version of the Tao scripture. Jang Chen didn't feel much about being exposed. After all, it was only a matter of time before his identity was revealed.
I won't beat around the bush. Since the master is willing to see me, I assume it's about selling the Tao scripture, right? Jang Chen cut to the chase.
Seeing this, Fire Rose decided not to beat around the bush either. You're right. I do intend to sell the Tao scripture, but it depends on what price you can offer.
200 million. Jang Chen made a direct offer.
However, Fire Rose shook her head, saying, that's too little.
Jang Chen frowned. Too little? How many antiques in this world are worth 200 million?
In essence, Fire Rose was taking advantage of his recent inheritance of billions and decided to ask for a sky-high price. But the complete Tao scripture was crucial to Jang Chen, and he had to acquire it no matter what. Patiently, he asked, then what do you think is a fair price? If young Master Jiang is sincere about it, I'm willing to sell it to you for 500 million. Fire Rose smiled. Jang Chen's eyes were indifferent as he sneered, Master, do you really think a broken Tao scripture is worth that price? If it's not worth it, why were you willing to offer 200 million? Fire Rose's smile held a deeper meaning. Willingness is one thing, but being willing to be a fool is another, Jang Chen retorted coldly.
However, 500 million meant little to him.
As long as he could obtain the Tao scripture, he wouldn't feel like he lost out, no matter the cost. But sometimes, one had to be shrewd. Indeed, seeing his resolute attitude, Fire Rose furrowed her brows slightly. After some contemplation, she slowly spoke, 450 million. If young Master Jang is unwilling to accept this price,
300 million. If this price is not acceptable, then I'll leave now.
Without waiting for Fire Rose to finish, Jang Chen interrupted directly. After he named this price, Fire Rose hesitated. She thought she could make a huge profit from this foolish son of a landlord, but she didn't expect him to be so decisive, not giving her any control. After some thought, Fire Rose made a decision. Deal. After negotiations, Jang Chen bought the complete version of the Tao scripture for 300 million.
Fire Rose then had someone bring the item over. Soon, Lu Jintao appeared again.
In his hands was a delicate tray with an old book that had weathered the years, with the words Tao scripture on the cover.
Mr. Jiang, please inspect the goods, Lu Jintao said.
Jang Chen took the Tao scripture and carefully examined its contents. After confirming it was genuine, he nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed what I wanted.
Jang Chen took out a black and gold card from Huaxia Bank and handed it to Lu Jintao.
After completing the payment, Fire Rose also extended her hand and smiled gently, saying, Mr. Jiang, I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future.
We will. Jang Chen politely shook hands and then left the Lingbao pavilion. After he left, the smile on Fire Rose's face disappeared, replaced by a touch of disdainful sarcasm. To think someone would be willing to spend 3 billion on a mere scripture, just like those people online say. Although the complete version of the Daoist scripture holds high collectible value, the circulation of such antique texts in the market is far less than that of calligraphy and paintings by ancient celebrities. In her estimation, this Daoist scripture could only fetch a price of up to 150 million at most. Even though someone had offered 1 billion initially, she did not agree because the highest bid was only 1 billion, far from her expected price. If that person was willing to offer a few more million, Fire Rose would have agreed to the deal immediately. Moreover, since then, there had been no interest in this complete version of the Daoist scripture. So when she heard someone was willing to offer 2 billion, she immediately realized a sucker had come knocking. It was a pity that she had intended to swindle Jang Chen for 5 billion, but he turned her down decisively, not giving her the chance. However, it didn't matter. When she bought this Daoist scripture for 50 million, she hoped to make a few million by reselling it. But after acquiring it, she found out that it was a niche item in the antique market, unlikely to be sold unless a genuine buyer with a passion came along. Selling it for 3 billion now was a huge profit for her. However, the one truly profiting was Jang Chen. The complete Daoist scripture was an invaluable treasure in the mythical era, a heaven-defying technique that countless cultivators would sacrifice everything for. If Fire Rose could live to see the arrival of the mythical era, she would surely regret her decision today. After completing this transaction, Jang Chen returned home. He entered a secluded secret room and walked to the corner of the room, opening the safe before him. Inside the safe were not gold or silver jewelry but treasures Jang Chen had acquired during this period. Apart from the sword embryo of the immortal, the true explanation of sword Tao, the ancient Buddha's relic, and the divine farmer's cauldron, there was also a uniquely shaped, entirely red great bow and a broken small tower made of black gold. This great bow was called the Shenyuan Bow, rumored to have been forged by the Emperor Shenyuan using the branches of the southern wu tree, the horns of the yin bull, the sinews of the jing deer, and the glue of the river fish, and it was used to shoot and kill Chiyu in battle. When the mythical era arrived, the Shenyuan Bao would awaken, fully unleashing the ancient divine power that belonged to it, capable of piercing through the sun and moon, shattering the stars. Jang Chen had witnessed in his previous life a peerless powerhouse using this Shenyuan Bao to shoot and kill an extraterritorial demon tens of thousands of miles away. The black gold small tower was called the Demon Sealing Purgatory Tower. Its origins were unknown, first appearing in the Shang dynasty, with ancient records claiming it came from beyond the heavens, a divine object capable of suppressing all evil demons. Although Jang Chen was unsure if this small tower was truly a divine object, it could indeed be used to suppress demons. In his previous life, he had seen the Demon Sealing Purgatory Tower display immense power, suppressing countless invading demons on the Blue Star, even refining them into blood water. Whether the Shenyuan Bao or the Demon Sealing Purgatory Tower, these were all heaven-defying divine objects known to Jang Chen from his previous life. Those cultivators who possessed these items invariably changed their fates, becoming top-notch powerhouses dominating the world. Therefore, after his rebirth, Jang Chen immediately used various connections and channels to secure these divine objects ahead of others, ensuring he was not left behind. By now, he had gathered most of the divine objects, especially after acquiring the Daoist scripture. Jang Chen believed he was fully prepared.
Even if the mythical era were to arrive now, he was confident that he could undergo a complete transformation with the treasures in his hands. Although there were many opportunities hidden in his memory, those places were too far away for Jang Chen to reach. Moreover, powerful forces like Galway military industry, Tianshan genetics, and the LV group were quietly making their moves, increasing the likelihood of a collision with him. If Jang Chen were to travel a long distance, only to find out upon arrival that others had beaten him to it, it would undoubtedly waste a lot of time and energy. This made Jang Chen realize one thing: unless he was 100% certain, he would not act recklessly. With my current foundation, even if the mythical era were to arrive in the next second, I would not be at a disadvantage. There is no need to take risks on uncertain matters, Jang Chen sighed and said. The only regret is not having any news about the unfettered robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin. If I could obtain these two treasures, everything would be flawless. However, Jang Chen was also aware of the current situation, especially since he had already made enemies with Galway military industry and Tianshan genetics. Acting too conspicuously would inevitably invite trouble. To avoid detection by forces like Galway military industry, he needed to lay low for a while. Keeping a low profile would ensure his longevity. However, just as Jang Chen was planning to endure until the mythical era, a news report on television caught his attention. A few days ago, archaeologists excavated an ancient tomb near Kunlun Mountain. The tomb owner is suspected to be a Daoist from Kunlun Mountain thousands of years ago. Many historical artifacts of considerable cultural value were unearthed from the tomb. According to the unearthed artifacts, archaeologists believe that the tomb owner is likely the Daoist ancestor Zhang Tianshi.
Zhang Tianshi's tomb? Jang Chen furrowed his brows, then turned his gaze to the television. On the screen, a female reporter was reporting on the matter, interspersed with several photos of unearthed artifacts. However, when Jang Chen saw the photos of two artifacts, his expression changed immediately, showing a mix of emotions and disbelief. He never expected that the last two divine items he had been desperately searching for since his rebirth would appear here. No wonder I never received any information.
These two divine items have only surfaced today. Jang Chen watched the news report on television, feeling hesitant. Before long, he made a decision. Regardless, I must try. If I can obtain the unfettered robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin, I will surely rise to power in this life. The unfettered robe has a profound origin, said to be crafted by the Lingbao Tianzuan during the primordial era. Its powers are vast, making the wearer impervious to weapons, fire, and water. It can even defy Dao laws, achieving a level of invincibility. Jang Chen had witnessed the power of the unfettered robe before. In his previous life, an old man named Nanji Xinwang possessed the unfettered robe. Although his realm and strength were not high, he could challenge many powerful beings with the unfettered robe alone. Furthermore, Nanji Xianwan used the unfettered robe to explore various ancient ruins and forbidden areas, gaining numerous opportunities and fortunes. One of the most memorable instances was when Galway military industry attempted to study the unfettered robe and mobilized a massive force to besiege Nanji Xianwan, even resorting to deploying weapons of nuclear proportions. However, to everyone's surprise, even a direct hit from a nuclear bomb did not harm Nanji Xianwang at all. It was then that people truly understood the terror of the unfettered robe. Although this treasure did not enhance the wearer's combat abilities, it made them impervious to harm, earning the title of the Invincible. This was why Jang Chen was willing to take the risk to obtain the unfettered robe. If he could possess this treasure, no one in the world could threaten him in the slightest. As for the 9-dragon bronze coffin, Jang Chen's understanding of this divine item was not very clear. However, in his previous life, he remembered that the most powerful beings of that time were all eager to obtain the 9-dragon bronze coffin. In order to compete for this treasure, countless strong individuals spared no effort in battling in all directions, creating countless scenes of rivers of blood. The reason for this lies in a secret passed down from ancient times. It is suspected that there is a path to immortality inside the 9-dragon's bronze coffin. It is for this reason that many top experts spare no expense to fight for it. For them, obtaining the 9-dragon's bronze coffin offers the hope of immortality. In the previous life, Jang Chen was too weak to even survive, let alone consider the so-called path to immortality. So even if he had obtained the 9-dragon's bronze coffin back then, it would have been useless to him. But this life is different. After this period of planning, Jang Chen believes he can reach the peak, and immortality is the ultimate path he needs to take. So he wants to seize the 9-dragon's bronze coffin before anyone else, so he won't have to fight for life and death like the others. But since this news has made it to the news, besides me, other forces must also know, and may have even started taking action. In this situation, trying to use normal means with money is obviously unrealistic. After all, no matter how much money I have, I can't possibly be richer than forces like Galway military industry and the Liu family group. Moreover, artifacts of this level are bound to be strictly controlled by high-level institutions. Trying to obtain these two treasures without using some special means is obviously not feasible.
Jang Chen rubbed his chin, pondering.
It wasn't until a long time later that he came up with a great plan. He took out his phone and dialed a number.
Before long, the call was answered, and a slightly old voice came through. Who is this? Uncle Who, it's Jang Chen. I want to discuss a business deal with you. Old John's son? The other party seemed surprised, then asked, what business? I want you to help me replicate 2 antiques, name your price. Didn't your old man tell you I've retired?
He did, but my old man also said you owe him a favor. Hearing this, Uncle Who fell silent for a long time.
It wasn't until a few seconds later that he slowly said, tell me, which artifact do you want me to replicate for you? Thank you, Uncle Who. I'll have someone send you the model data right now.
I've received the data, I can deliver it tomorrow.
Jang Chen thanked him and hung up the call.
The person he called was Hu Xian, who used to specialize in making counterfeit antiques in the antique market. Due to his exquisite skills, his counterfeits could even pass off as authentic, earning him a great reputation in the antique industry and the nickname Thousand-Handed Fox. However, later on, Hu Xian retired due to his age and the wealth he had accumulated when he was younger. If he hadn't owed a favor to Jang Chen's old man, it would have been difficult for Jang Chen to ask for his help this time. After completing all this, Jang Chen patiently awaited the arrival of tomorrow. In the remaining time, he continued to go to the gym to exercise, wanting to be in the best possible condition to welcome the arrival of the mythical era. Late at night, as usual, Jang Chen finished showering and prepared to turn off the lights to rest. He turned off the lights and lay down on the bed in his room. However, just as he entered into a deep sleep, a ghostly figure quietly appeared on the ceiling of the room.
This person was Che Guevara's Elixir.
This time, in order to assassinate Jang Chen, he deliberately concealed his breath and killing intent completely, waiting for the moment when Jang Chen was completely relaxed. Now was the best time for him to take Jang Chen's life.
Die!
Che Guevara did not hesitate, immediately launching the attack, shooting a cold silver needle towards Jang Chen's forehead. The silver needle shot towards Jang Chen's forehead like a cold light, aiming to strike him down in one blow. If it were an ordinary person, faced with this sudden situation, they probably wouldn't even realize it until they were dead.
But Jang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze extremely sharp and chilling, and he sneered, finally couldn't resist showing yourself, could you?
He extended his index and middle fingers, easily gripping the silver needle and then effortlessly breaking it. You're impressive, to instantly sense my killing intent, Che Guevara said, somewhat surprised at the sight. He was confident in his agility and concealed aura, even able to evade the most advanced thermal sensors, yet he couldn't escape Jang Chen's detection. This made him feel even more intrigued by Jang Chen. You're wrong, it was an instant, but from the moment you stepped into this villa, I knew of your presence, Jang Chen calmly stated.
What? The reason I waited until now to make a move was to lure you out, so I wouldn't have a pesky mosquito buzzing around me all the time. Humph, even if you found out, so what? Che Guevara smirked cruelly, coldly saying, regardless, tonight you will die here.
With that, he removed the cloak he was wearing. Surprisingly, the inside of the cloak was filled with numerous icy silver needles, each dripping with a thick, dark purple liquid from its tip. As these liquids hit the floor, they rapidly corroded it, leaving holes of various sizes, indicating their intense toxicity. Kid, I know you're skilled, but I have over 1,000 poison needles here. The venom in each silver needle is enough to easily kill a full-grown elephant.
And in this confined room, your movement will be greatly restricted. Do you still think you can survive in my hands? Che Guevara smirked triumphantly. In his eyes, everything was already settled. Che Guevara was full of confidence and certainty. He deliberately targeted the time when Jang Chen entered the room to rest, in order to restrict his movement and create a lethal situation. At this moment, Jang Chen was undoubtedly like a turtle in a jar in his eyes. I thought you had more skills, is this it? Jang Chen shook his head, looking disdainful. Trying to take his life with such tactics?
It just showed that he was nothing but a third-rate killer from the dark web, not worth mentioning.
Even at death's door, you're still talking tough. Che Guevara's eyes twitched slightly, his anger flaring up.
He had never been looked down upon like this before. Without further ado, he launched an attack on Jang Chen. Countless poison needles poured down like a storm, shooting towards Jang Chen with lightning speed. Such a dense attack, even the most elite martial artist wouldn't come out unscathed, let alone Jang Chen.
However, the next moment left Che Guevara dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning.
Petty tricks.
Jang Chen sneered.
His eyes sharp, he intercepted a poison needle in an instant, then used it as a weapon to easily sweep away the rest of the silver needles flying towards him. With each swing of his arm, many silver needles were deflected, and sparks flew in the air.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Accompanied by sharp steel clashes, over 1,000 poison needles were all swept away by Jang Chen, and he remained unharmed.
How? How is this possible?
Che Guevara was stunned, his pupils dilated.
He couldn't believe it. Jang Chen's reaction speed was terrifying.
It was completely beyond the realm of ordinary people. In his view, even the strongest martial artist only had a physical strength far beyond normal, but their reflexes were no different from an average person. That's why he thought that by trapping Jang Chen in a confined space and then using poison needles for a wide-range attack, he could easily take his life.
But the outcome was unexpected. Is this all you've got? Now it's my turn. Jang Chen's expression turned icy, his killing intent permeating the surroundings.
The chilling atmosphere engulfed the area, making Che Guevara shiver all over, feeling like an invisible hand was choking him, making it difficult to breathe.
Escape! Without any hesitation, he turned to flee. But how could Jang Chen let him escape?
Only to see Jang Chen picking up 2 silver needles from the ground, then flicking his fingers, producing a sharp breaking sound as the poison needles shot out at nearly the speed of sound.
Swish!
The poison needles accurately pierced Che Guevara's legs, the terrifying impact creating a huge bloody hole in his thigh. Che Guevara let out a pig-like scream, his lower body dyed red with blood, rendering him immobile. Ignoring the pain, he hastily begged for mercy. Don't
kill me! I'm willing to reveal who hired me to assassinate you. Sent by the Jianshan River faction, right? How? How did you know? Che Guevara was dumbfounded.
This meant that he had lost even the last bargaining chip. Jang Chen shook his head, sneering, a corpse doesn't need so many questions.
Wait, I can give you money. Any amount. Do you think someone of my caliber lacks money?
I'll even help you kill Jianshan River, as long as you let me go. I can take care of him right now.
Oh, Jang Chen paused.
Initially, he had planned to deal with Jianshan River himself,
but if someone was willing to help, he was more than happy to accept.
Before midnight, I want to see Jianshan River's corpse. To prevent him from escaping, Jang Chen deliberately found the antidote for the poison needles on him.
This way, he would have to come back if he wanted to stay alive. Che Guevara dared not speak out in anger.
He completely abandoned the idea of escaping and glanced at the time.
It was already 11:30 at night. With only half an hour left before the task had to be completed, he didn't dare linger, dragging his maimed legs away to Jianshan River's location, afraid of wasting time. The show of dogs biting dogs is about to begin, Jang Chen sneered mockingly. Lucheng, Crown Club.
Inside a supreme VIP room, Jianshan River sat upright on an imported leather sofa, smoking a Cuban cigar while savoring red wine.
His face was filled with anticipation because after tonight, Tianling Group would officially become his. This would be a new starting point in his life. Congratulations, Director Jiang.
After tonight, you will officially take over the Lingtian Group. With the future prospects of the Lingtian Group, it won't be long before you enter the Forbes celebrity list. Lawyer Liang poured wine while flattering, Director Jiang is indeed wise. With a little trick, you got rid of Jang Chen, that idiot. It's a wonder he even thought of taking away 100 billion in assets from you without considering his own fate.
Naturally, Jang Chen is just a greenhorn. Is he even worthy of competing with me? Jianshan River looked disdainful. Calculating the time, Che Guevara should have taken care of Jang Chen. Director Jiang, do you want to celebrate first?
I heard from the madam that there's a batch of highly educated intellectuals who have just joined.
Shall I have her call a few over for you to inspect?
Alright, but exclude those below postgraduates, don't lower my status.
Understood. Bang! Bang!
At this moment, there was a sudden knocking on the door.
Lawyer Liang was puzzled as he hadn't called anyone yet.
However, upon opening the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. A figure soaked in blood from the waist down stood in front of him, and this person was Che Guevara.
Lawyer Liang was shocked.
He was about to ask what was going on when a cold light flashed across his neck, followed by a gush of blood, leaving him bewildered until his last breath. Jianshan River was petrified at the sight. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such a turn of events. The assassin he had hired had turned against him. Che Guevara's face was fierce, holding a dagger as he approached, exuding a terrifying aura all over. Without giving Jianshan River a chance to speak, he raised his hand and beheaded him. Originally, he had planned to return after completing the task, but halfway through, the poison took full effect, causing his eyes to roll back, and he died on the spot. In a dark corner, Jang Chen walked out slowly. Looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, his face expressionless, he then crushed the bottle of antidote. This scene of dogs fighting dogs perfectly matched his expectations. However, he did not expect Che Guevara to die on the way. But it didn't matter, because from the beginning, Jang Chen had no intention of letting the other party live. After all, being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. This was the lesson Jang Chen learned in his previous life. The next day, Jang Chen received a package. Upon opening it, he took out two slightly old-fashioned antiques from inside. These two antiques were the replica of the formless robe and the 9 dragons bronze coffin that he had asked Fox Lord to replicate. Jang Chen carefully examined them and couldn't help but sigh after a long time. No wonder he is called the thousand-handed fox. He can replicate counterfeits to such a degree that even I can hardly distinguish between real and fake. Now that everything was ready, Jang Chen also planned to set off for Mount Longhu. As long as he obtained the last 2 treasures, when the mythical era arrived, he would surely reign over the world. However, during the time Jang Chen was preparing to head to Mount Longhu, an invisible undercurrent surged. In a remote area on the eastern border, within a desolate tropical rainforest filled with thorns, dozens of unmanned drones equipped with the latest patrol technology were patrolling the surroundings, strictly guarding this area. Behind these drones was a massive military experimental base. In the highest conference room of the base, a dozen senior executives of the high-dimensional military industry were conducting an extremely important strategic meeting.
I believe you have received the news.
We failed to recover the extraterrestrial meteorite from Kunlun Mountain, and not only that, all the soldiers we sent out perished, a man in camouflage military uniform with white temples said solemnly. After he spoke, everyone present fell into silence. The extraterrestrial meteorite was one of the high-dimensional military's key strategic deployments for the future. If they could successfully recover it and analyze the mysterious metal materials inside, it would undoubtedly further enhance the technological strength of the high-dimensional military industry. Unfortunately, they had failed. I heard that the Lu Group, Tianxin Genetics, and the Entropy Guild have also set their sights on that meteorite.
Could it be them?
A young man with gold-rimmed glasses said. At least it's not Tianxin Genetics, because intelligence shows that their people were also wiped out. Another senior shook his head. Could it be the Lu Group? Since the time of the Great Awakening is approaching, their actions have become more significant, even spanning across the world, reportedly clashing with many forces.
I've already had someone investigate.
The Lu Group has been focusing their main forces on the Dragon Palace treasures in the East China Sea recently, with no spare strength to extend to Kunlun over here.
Tisk TSK, the Lu Group's appetite is really huge. The East China Sea region is a burial ground, with many forces mobilizing all their troops, never to return.
They really are not afraid of death.
Humph, why talk so much?
Either it's the Lu Group, the Blood Star, or the Entropy Guild.
Why don't we just send troops to attack and make them hand over that meteorite? Are you crazy? Don't forget the initial agreement. Whoever dares to break the rules will face enemies from all sides. So, you mean let others ride on our heads?
That extraterrestrial meteorite is an important strategic resource we spent half a year detecting, and the new metal it contains is of great significance to us.
Each person expressed their opinions, causing the meeting to gradually become noisy due to conflicting views.
It wasn't until a figure sitting at the front of the conference table spoke up.
Silence. After he spoke, the previously noisy surroundings instantly fell silent.
As the deputy commander of a high-ranking military district, Huang Zhantian's command was absolute.
No one present dared to disobey even slightly.
Seeing everyone quiet down, Huang Zhantian also issued the latest command. Not long ago, I received new orders from the headquarters, instructing us to temporarily set aside matters concerning Kunlun Mountain and focus our attention on Longhushan instead.
Longhushan? Everyone looked puzzled.
There was no plan to lay out Longhushan in the Tianqi project of Gao Wei military industry.
Just when they were puzzled, Huang Zhantian revealed a shocking piece of news.
The headquarters received information claiming that the S-level strategic target 9 Dragon Copper Coffin has appeared in Longhushan, and we must obtain it at all costs.
The crowd was moved. The 9 Dragon Copper Coffin has appeared?
It is said to have been cast by ancient immortals, made of various rare divine metals, and has always been the most coveted treasure of Gao Wei military industry.
No doubt about it.
If we can obtain the 9 Dragon Copper Coffin, many long-stagnant research technologies within the group will make significant progress, undoubtedly elevating the strength of Gao Wei military industry. Huang Zhantian slowly stood up, his imposing eyes sweeping across the room, and said coldly, "This mission allows only success, no failure." At the same time, other forces hidden throughout China also began to act. Whether it was Rhine Technology, Blood Star, Entropy Union, LV Group, or other mysterious forces that had not yet surfaced, all of them set their sights on the two ancient artifacts unearthed in Longhushan. There was no choice. The temptation of these two treasures was too great. Longhushan itself is renowned as the birthplace of Taoism, with a deep historical and cultural heritage and a strong mythological significance, making it a sacred place of Taoism in the hearts of countless people from ancient times to the present. The unearthed unnamed robe and 9-dragon copper coffin this time are even suspected to be items from Zhang Tianqi's lifetime. Not to mention the major forces, even antique enthusiasts would go crazy for them. Many wealthy antique collectors have been desperately trying to use their connections during this time, attempting to acquire these two unearthed artifacts through financial means. Unfortunately, the situation this time was significant, with even the country personally intervening, and those who tried to use money to establish connections ultimately returned empty-handed. Inside the Longhushan scenic area, on the top floor of a 5-star tourist hotel, a young woman was lying in a bathtub, savoring expensive red wine while talking on the phone. "I'm sorry, Miss LV, the conditions you offered are indeed very attractive, but this time there is a strict order from above, and I am powerless to help." "It's okay, we can cooperate again in the future." After hanging up the phone, LV Mangyao slowly got up from the bathtub. The sparkling water droplets slowly slid off her snow-white jade body, a hot steam diffusing on the smooth skin surface, making her alluring figure even more tempting. She wrapped her body in a towel, but still couldn't hide her proud peaks, her perfect figure clearly visible through the towel. "It seems that obtaining these two treasures is much more difficult than I thought," LV Mangyao murmured. Just then, the doorbell of the room rang. Immediately, Liang Ying, with a slightly lowered head and a respectful attitude, walked up to LV Mangyao to report an important piece of news. "Miss, the extraterrestrial meteorite in Kunlun Mountain has been taken by someone else." Hearing this, LV Mangyao was not too surprised but said, "I heard that Gaowei military industry and Tianjin have long been determined to obtain this extraterrestrial meteorite. Could it be that they got their hands on it?" "No, Gaowei military industry and Tianjin were completely defeated in this battle, and the final winner is someone else." "Oh?" Hearing this, LV Mangyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest, showing a hint of curiosity. "Do you know who it is?" With LV Mangyao's understanding of Gaowei military industry and Tianjin, it was expected that this extraterrestrial meteorite would fall into their hands. Moreover, with the Entropy Union and Bloodstar watching closely, it was surprising that someone else ended up with it. This was unexpected for her. "I don't know, but I found a list afterwards, which recorded the people who entered and exited Kunlun Mountain that day." Liang Ying took out a list from his bosom. Lu Mengyao took the list and glanced at it, her expression changing slightly, her face showing emotion, because she saw an unexpected name on the list. Jang Chen. How could he be in Kunlun? Lu Mengyao's thoughts kept swirling in her mind, inevitably linking back to what happened at Mount Tai. Whether it was the Nine Wonders tree or this extraterrestrial meteorite, Jang Chen's shadow kept appearing, although there was no direct evidence to prove it was him. But it all seemed too coincidental. Could it really be him? Lu Mengyao murmured softly. For some reason, she always felt like she couldn't quite figure Jang Chen out. Although their relationship wasn't close during university, Lu Mengyao could still see through Jang Chen. However, after several years, Jang Chen seemed like a completely different person. This puzzled her greatly. "Miss, could it be that you have already guessed the person's identity?" Liang Ying noticed this and spoke. "If Miss knows the person's identity, I will inform the group now to send someone to intercept and retrieve the extraterrestrial meteorite." "No need," Lu Mengyao shook her head slightly and said, "I can't guarantee it's definitely him. If we make a mistake, it could lead to huge trouble at this crucial moment." Hearing this, Liang Ying suddenly understood. Lu Mengyao was right. Offending other forces by mistake at this stage was undoubtedly a big taboo. However, Liang Ying didn't know that Lu Mengyao's words were somewhat influenced by personal feelings. Leaving aside whether that person was Jang Chen, even if he was, she didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Once Liang Ying reported this matter, Jang Chen would surely be in grave danger. She would help if she could. After all, they were once classmates. The most important thing now is to retrieve the unseen robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin, especially the 9-dragon bronze coffin. Father instructed me to obtain this divine object at all costs, as it is crucial for our great Lu clan to return to the peak of ancient times. To ensure the mission's success, Lu Mengyao decided to personally go to Longhu Mountain to prevent any mishaps. However, Liang Ying's next words disrupted her plans. "Miss, your father sent a message not long ago, asking you to return to the clan. It seems that there have been developments in the Dragon Palace secret realm in the East Sea, and he wants you to prepare for the Bloodline Awakening ceremony." Lu Mengyao was taken aback. Had there been progress in the Dragon Palace secret realm already? It seemed that the progress there was faster than she had anticipated. I'll leave the matter of Longhu Mountain to you. Remember to bring back those two divine objects without fail. Liang Ying immediately knelt down, his eyes determined as he said, I will not fail the mission. Recently, after numerous cultural relics were excavated from Longhu Mountain, they attracted attention from various sectors of society. Even the Cultural Bureau was alarmed and quickly summoned security forces to safeguard the site, ensuring that the relics would not be damaged or stolen.
However, this did not deter many enthusiastic antique collectors.
Whether archaeologists or the media, all wanted to witness these unearthed cultural relics up close. Even the public called for the exhibition of these relics, demanding that they be shown to the public instead of hiding the truth of history.
After all, these unearthed relics were suspected to be authentic works of Zhang Daoling, undoubtedly containing many details about his life.
Under immense pressure, the Cultural Bureau ultimately decided to hold an exhibition showcasing all the unearthed relics, for people from all walks of life to observe and study.
However, not everyone had the privilege to enter.
In order to prevent disturbances and accidents, the attendees of this exhibition would be strictly screened.
Without connections or influence, one could forget about entering. Even Jang Chen would find it extremely difficult to obtain entry. Let's not forget,
his old man is the chairman of Tianling Group. Relying on Jiang Huanghai's connections from his lifetime, Jang Chen still paid a price of 100 million RMB just to barely secure an entry ticket.
It shows how prestigious the entry qualifications are.
On that day, Jang Chen rushed from Luqing to Yingtan City. He first arrived at a 5-star hotel, then took out the 2 counterfeits made by Hu Bo that he had entrusted, preparing to find an opportunity to bring them up to Longhushan. Only then would he have a chance to deceive the eyes of the world.
Fortunately, money can solve everything.
He quickly found a channel to help him bring these 2 counterfeits to Longhushan. After completing all this, Jang Chen patiently waited for the exhibition to begin.
Soon, the time came to the evening at 7 o'clock. Jang Chen left the hotel and headed to Longhushan.
The cold wind was noisy on the way, and a chill filled the air.
He had a premonition.
Tonight would surely be full of bloodshed and chaos. As night fell, the moon and stars shone faintly. On Longhushan, the bright moonlight fell like a hazy veil over the mountains, making it even more mysterious. Just as Jang Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was intercepted by a guard who requested identification. Not only him, but everyone present, whether social celebrities or authoritative experts in archaeology, without exception, were required to show identification before entering the exhibition. Jang Chen cooperated obediently, showed his identity to the guard, and only after confirmation did he obtain permission to enter. However, as he stepped into Longhushan, his brows furrowed slightly, because he saw a familiar figure.
Liang Ying. Wasn't she LV Mangyao's personal bodyguard? Could it be that she was here too? If so, that would be troublesome.
During the incident at Mount Tai, his identity might have been guessed by her. If they were to meet again this time, it would undoubtedly confirm her suspicions. However, the trouble was far from over. He noticed that even the personnel from Gao Wei Military Industries were present. Besides that, Jang Chen also sensed many hidden auras around him, speculating that these people might be from forces like the Heavenly Genes. After all, they belonged to foreign powers, and it was almost impossible for them to obtain entry qualifications through normal channels. It seems that the entire northwest of Jin province will be in chaos tonight. Jang Chen smiled ambiguously, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes.
The more chaotic, the better,
because this was exactly what he expected.
Jang Chen arrived at the hall of the exhibition.
The venue was spacious and bright, with guests gathered, and several fully armed guards were on high alert around. In the center of the venue, one unearthed cultural relic after another was placed on display tables, each accompanied by descriptive texts. Among the many exhibition tables, the most crowded were 2 displaying the unseen robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin. These 2 relics were suspected to be artifacts left by Zhang Tianshi, with the most research and exploration value. Many archaeologists and guests rushed to this area as soon as they entered the venue, wanting to closely examine these 2 ancient artifacts. Unfortunately, each display table was guarded by 4 security personnel, controlling the distance of the viewers from all angles, with warnings given if anyone approached within 2 meters. Those who repeatedly violated the rules would be expelled from the exhibition. Jang Chen took a glass of champagne from a passing waiter and casually walked towards the display tables of the unseen robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin. When he reached the display tables, many people were observing and studying them.
Each person had a different reason for their observation.
Archaeologists wanted to infer Zhang Tianshi's lifestyle before his death through the traces of time on the relics.
But most people were driven by curiosity, wanting to witness ancient artifacts with their own eyes. In addition, many journalists from the media were taking photos, intending to use them as headlines.
As for Jang Chen, The reason he approached to observe was to ensure that these two treasures were genuine. After all, the origins of these two relics were significant, and it was not impossible for someone to use counterfeits to deceive others. Fortunately, after his careful observation, he confirmed that both treasures were authentic.
Mr. Jiang, you're here too.
At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Jang Chen.
He turned around to find that it was Lu Jintao. Jang Chen greeted him and asked, "Is Lingba Pavilion also interested in these two antiques?" Mr. Jiang is joking. These two cultural relics are under strict national control. Lingba Pavilion doesn't have the courage.
I came here mainly to expand connections in business. Lu Jintao's intention was clear. Everyone attending this exhibition without exception was an antique enthusiast.
His purpose in coming here was to promote the reputation of Lingba Pavilion.
But after walking around, I found that most of the people here are outsiders. It seems that the popularity of this exhibition has transcended boundaries. Lu Jintao shook his head helplessly.
He had intended to promote the reputation of Lingba Pavilion.
However, after a full circle, he realized that most of the guests were laymen. This made him quite frustrated. They are not here just for fun, but they all have tasks at hand.
What tasks? Do you think they paid a huge price just to come and look around? Jang Chen smiled knowingly, implying something more. Lu Jintao looked surprised. Could it be? Are there really people with intentions towards these two cultural relics? That's impossible, and with such tight security here, how could anything unexpected happen? Well, you know, when you least expect it, that's when it happens. Hearing this, Lu Jintao shook his head. This was national-level security, how could anything unexpected happen? However, just as he was thinking this, the unexpected occurred. Boom!
Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded outside the venue, echoing throughout Kunlun Mountain.
Everyone present showed expressions of astonishment. What had happened? At that moment, the head of the security team received a message. The guards patrolling had been attacked, several guards had accidents, and reinforcements were needed at the venue. Upon hearing this, the security team leader immediately realized that someone was planning to forcefully attack Kunlun Mountain. So he ordered most of the guards to move out and assist the front line. As for the security team leader, he stayed behind to reassure the crowd. "Everyone, we have received intelligence that a group of terrorists is preparing to attack the mountaintop to seize the artifacts, but please rest assured, this place is absolutely safe." The people present were still in a state of confusion, not understanding what was happening. It was Jang Chen who saw through the situation at a glance, grinning, "So that's how it is." Lu Jintao was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected things to turn out as Jang Chen had predicted. "Mr. Jiang, you were right, the world is indeed too crazy." Lu Jintao's voice trembled. But when he turned around, he found that Jang Chen had disappeared without a trace. Before he could react, another change occurred. The guards who were supposed to be stationed around suddenly fell silently one after another at that moment. There wasn't even a single scream. Seeing this scene, the security team leader was horrified. He quickly pulled out his gun, intending to find the enemy. But the next moment, a shadowy figure appeared beside him. It was Liang Ying. Without a word, Liang Ying swiftly broke the other's neck. In an instant, the entire guard force stationed at the scene was wiped out. Just as everyone was in shock, a figure in black approached Liang Ying. "Team Liang, the surveillance and guards at the venue have been taken care of. Prepare to execute the retrieval mission." "What about the people at the venue? Root out the trouble, leave no evidence," Liang Ying said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the people present looked ashen-faced, filled with despair. These people were like frightened birds, frantically trying to escape. But they were just ordinary people, where could they possibly run to? As the black-clad figure's blade fell, blood splattered. In an instant, the venue was filled with desperate screams, bodies strewn everywhere, blood flowing like a river. The moonlight seemed to be tinted with a blood-red hue, and even the air was thick with the smell of blood. Only after cleaning up the bloodbath did Liang Ying prepare to retrieve the unbounded robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin. But a mocking voice disrupted his plan. "The Lu family group is really ruthless, they can even cruelly kill their own clan members. I really doubt if there is anything in this world that you wouldn't dare to do." In a dark corner, a handsome young man with golden hair and emerald eyes, dressed in a tailcoat, emerged. His name was Will Bruce. Behind Will were 10 special soldiers dressed in tight suits, holding metal round shields. These soldiers were all genetically enhanced mutants, with bodies strong enough to rival Captain America. "Rhine technology?" Liang Ying furrowed his brows slightly, then coldly snorted, "You speak as if you are not cruel yourselves. For genetic experiments, you abduct a large number of people for experiments every year. Don't think that your dirty deeds go unnoticed. Those are all great individuals who voluntarily sacrifice themselves for science. How can you call that dirty?" Will smirked cunningly.
I don't care what you say, but these two items belong to the Lu family group. Anyone who dares to touch them will be punished. As Liang Ying's words fell, a few sneers suddenly sounded around him.
Don't speak too soon, these two treasures are tough nuts to crack. You might not be able to handle them. Liang Ying, you are just a martial artist. Do you really think you are invincible?
I haven't settled the score with you for what happened at Kunlun Mountain. Several figures appeared silently above the venue, instantly heightening the tension. High Dimension Military, God Gene, Entropy Union, Bloodstar. These forces gathered at this moment, all aiming for the no-phase robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin. In addition, many other mysterious forces remained hidden, seemingly observing the situation to seek the best opportunity to strike.
Seeing this, Liang Ying immediately chose to back down. Although his strength was considerable, he couldn't possibly take on so many people.
But he cleverly diverted the attention. Indeed, I am not a match for all of you, but I also don't believe that you would all unite to deal with me.
Don't forget, with limited resources at hand, isn't everyone's focus on these two treasures?
You're right, but precisely because of this situation, we should join forces to eliminate you first. A middle-aged man in Special Forces uniform said. His name was Ma Songjun, a combat commander sent by High Dimension Military. Job Czar of God Gene also stepped forward to add, indeed, the Lu family group is brutal and cunning.
With you around, everyone has to be on guard.
I suggest we first deal with the people of the Lu family group. Since news of the incident at Kunlun Mountain reached the headquarters of God Gene, their senior management had concluded that it must be the Lu family group committing the murders. So this time, it was a matter of settling old scores. As for the Entropy Union and Rhine Technology, they remained silent, waiting for the wind to blow in their favor.
After all, who could guarantee that the Lu family group didn't have some astonishing means?
Joining the wrong side would come at a great cost.
If you have the guts, come and try.
Even if I can't win, I can still take a few people down with me before I die. Liang Ying's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. His words also silenced the others. As a renowned martial artist, his reputation was well-deserved. However, just as everyone was at a standstill, Will spoke up. I don't care what you all think, but one of these two treasures, Rhine Technology must take away, preferably the 9-dragon bronze coffin. Will's eyes were disdainful, his tone arrogant,
as if he didn't care about the people present at all.
But he indeed had the capital to back it up.
Not long ago, Rhine Technology's genetic enhancement liquid had finally made new progress.
Although the final results were still far off, the enhanced version of the genetic liquid could already completely free the body from constraints, surpassing limits and enhancing the body to a level comparable to Superman.
With 10 genetically enhanced soldiers behind him, Will believed he could dominate the scene.
No, the 9-dragon bronze coffin is reserved by High Dimension Military, no one can take it away.
Want to take these two treasures? Ask if the God Gene agrees first.
Rhine Technology is just a rising power in recent years. Whether in terms of strength or heritage, you have no right to speak here.
Will squinted his eyes slightly. The handsome face revealed a sinister chill, then he coldly laughed. A bunch of fools, if you won't give them a way out, then go meet Satan for me. Attack!
With those words, the soldiers behind Will immediately moved. Their physical abilities had surpassed the limits of ordinary people, both in strength and speed, far exceeding that of normal individuals. 10 soldiers rushed towards enemies in different directions.
The battle was about to begin. These 10 genetically enhanced soldiers were indeed extraordinary.
Relying on their exceptional bodies, they brought considerable pressure to various forces. No wonder Rhine Technology had risen to a level comparable to top powers in just a few decades.
Many forces had previously looked down on genetic enhancement technology.
But now, they had changed their views.
It's just genetic technology, right? The God Gene has it too. Jobs of the God Gene roared, then his body underwent a terrifying transformation. His body rapidly expanded, dense black fur grew on the surface, and his face transformed into a fierce beast's visage. In just a few seconds, Jobs had transformed into a werewolf. This was the core technology of the God Gene, the gene of all things. This technology could extract animal genes and integrate them into the human body, granting individuals the abilities of animals upon successful integration. Jobs had been injected with the Wolf King gene. Activate nano-alloy armor.
Marsong Military also refused to be outdone, showcasing the latest technological product from high-dimensional military industries. This nano-battle armor, named Tyrant, was made of the latest specification ultra-titanium alloy, possessing immense defensive capabilities that could easily withstand even rocket launcher damage. Additionally, the armor was equipped with 10 advanced thermal energy weapons, capable of effortlessly annihilating a mercenary group of 100 people. However, the only drawback of this battle armor was its high cost. The material costs alone amounted to billions, with a high risk of failure. Therefore, even for high-dimensional military industries, the annual production could only yield 10 sets. How can a body enhanced by technology compare to one tempered through 1,000 trials? Liang Ying sneered sarcastically. As a seasoned martial artist, the strength of his body was his pride. He knew well that a powerful physique required brutal training, and in his eyes, a body strengthened by technology was a joke. Liang Ying tore off his clothes, revealing a lean body. But with a low growl, his body underwent a transformation. Terrifying veins bulged all over his body, each muscle seeming imbued with life, and a faint whiteness appeared on his skin surface. Just looking at him exuded immense pressure. Kill! The 10 genetically enhanced soldiers sounded the charge. However, only death awaited them. Jobs opened his bloodied mouth full of sharp fangs and easily crushed a soldier's skull with one bite. Marsong military, relying on the power of the nanoalloy armor, killed the enemy with a sharp alloy blade. Liang Ying was even more brutal. With just one punch, he pierced a soldier's heart. In less than a minute, all 10 genetically enhanced soldiers were dead. Will furrowed his brow, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, these 10 soldiers were not perfect matches. They had only lasted for about 10 minutes, at most absorbing about 10% of the drug's effects. Their level of combat prowess was already commendable. Well done, you have earned the right for me to personally intervene. Will's tone remained arrogant. As a superior adapter who had persisted for 20 minutes in the genetic enhancement liquid, his latent genetic potential had been fully developed, making his strength extraordinary. However, just when everyone thought Will was about to join the battlefield, an unexpected incident swept through the entire scene. Someone was taking advantage of the situation to steal the formless robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin. Just as the battlefield was heating up, a dark figure rushed towards the display stand at lightning speed. And this figure was none other than Jang Chen. He had realized the situation was not right a while ago, so he quietly lurked, waiting for the right moment to observe. After observing for a while, Jang Chen was also ready to make his move. With chaos all around, it was the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Jang Chen took out a mask from his pocket to conceal his identity. Then, he seized the moment and dashed towards the display stand at top speed, intending to steal the formless robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin. Unfortunately, this idea was hard to execute, because all the forces present were focused on the exhibition stand from start to finish, to prevent anyone from taking advantage. When Jang Chen made his move, Liang Ying and others immediately noticed. Someone is trying to take advantage. You fool! Do you think you can touch these 2 treasures? You're asking for it. The crowd's eyes were cold, their tone icy. They set aside their differences and turned their attention to Jang Chen. To dare steal under their noses, there was only one outcome. Death. Roar! Jobs roared in anger and charged forward with his massive body. He wielded his claws, sharp fingers like sickles, aiming to tear Jang Chen to shreds. But what happened next surprised everyone. Jang Chen effortlessly dodged Jobs' attack and then kicked him in the chest. Thud! With a deep sound, Jobs flew back more than 10 meters. The crowd was astonished. They knew how powerful Jobs' body was, a mutant body injected with the genes of a wolf king. Not to mention the speed and strength, just the weight was close to a ton. Yet he was kicked 10 meters away, showing how terrifying Jang Chen's strength was. Your strength is not small, but what use is it against absolute technological power? Ma Songjun sneered. The next moment, he manipulated his alloy armor, activated the tracking missile system, and successfully locked onto the target. Bang! 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 Dozens of small missiles were launched in unison. Although each missile was only the size of a finger, their power was equivalent to a kilogram of TNT explosive. Facing these missile attacks, Jang Chen smirked disdainfully. He accelerated directly, leaving behind a series of afterimages in place. These missiles could only bombard the afterimages, unable to touch Jang Chen's real body. How is this possible? Ma Songjun widened his eyes, incredulous. He couldn't believe that someone could be so fast that even the latest automatic tracking missiles couldn't accurately capture him. This was far beyond his imagination. After dealing with 2 troubles, Jang Chen turned his gaze to the display stand. But just as he was about to succeed, Liang Ying appeared in front of the display stand. You are not qualified to take away these 2 treasures from me. Liang Ying looked proud. He could tell the other party was no ordinary person, but so what? As a master of horizontal refining, close combat was his strongest area, and if Jang Chen dared to step onto the exhibition stand, he would be killed on the spot. You are the one who is not qualified, Jang Chen sneered. With his current strength, not to mention Liang Ying, even if a fully grown African elephant stood in front of him, he was confident he could punch it to pieces. Jang Chen didn't waste any more words and threw a punch at Liang Ying. The crowd sneered inwardly.
Who in the room didn't know that Liang Ying was a master of horizontal refining?
Anyone who dared to challenge him to a fistfight was seeking death.
Bring it on! Liang Ying laughed heartily and also threw a punch.
In terms of physical strength, he had never backed down. And he had never lost.
Unfortunately, this time, he would be utterly defeated. Boom!
When the two fists collided, the terrifying impact even caused the entire venue to tremble slightly. The floor beneath their feet sank several centimeters, with cracks spreading like spider webs throughout the entire venue. In the center of the display platform, dust and smoke billowed, obscuring the view of the crowd.
Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked.
They wondered just how terrifying the power of these two individuals really was. Before the crowd could fully react, a figure emerged from the dust and appeared in a sorry state before the public eye.
It was Jang Chen. Daring to challenge Liang Ying's strength, truly foolish, mocked the crowd.
They found Jang Chen laughable. Faced with the overwhelming ridicule, Jang Chen paid no attention and instead turned to leave. This left Ma Songjun and others somewhat puzzled.
Was he really retreating?
They thought Jang Chen had some hidden cards up his sleeve, but it seemed not.
However, it didn't matter to them. As long as the unbounded robe and 9-dragon bronze coffin were not taken, they were satisfied. At that moment, as the crowd mocked Jang Chen, the dust on the platform slowly dissipated. But when the dust settled, the sight that met their eyes was unforgettable. Liang Ying lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his face contorted in pain. His entire right arm was covered in blood, skin cracked, and glimpses of white bones visible. Not only that, even his internal organs suffered severe injuries, blood oozing from his mouth, facing imminent death. This pitiful sight shook the entire venue. Liang Ying lost? It must be a mutual defeat, otherwise why would that person leave? Wait, what about the unbounded robe and 9-dragon bronze coffin? Someone noticed this.
The crowd anxiously looked towards the platform, fearing that Jang Chen had taken the two divine items. It wasn't until they saw that the unbounded robe and 9-dragon bronze coffin were still there that they breathed a sigh of relief.
Which faction does that person belong to? Someone asked nervously. Jang Chen's displayed strength could easily overpower anyone present.
Faced with this mystery, no one could provide an answer.
It was too enigmatic. From appearance to departure, in less than a minute, they couldn't detect any information.
However, one person on the scene sensed something unusual.
Will stared at Jang Chen's departing figure, looking pensive.
After a long while, he revealed a playful smile. Interesting, perhaps this information will be more valuable than those two treasures.
After Jang Chen left, the scene once again descended into chaos.
Everyone knew that only the last one standing would be the true winner of the 9-dragon bronze coffin and unbounded robe.
But they didn't know.
The real winner had already emerged. Near Mount Longhu, in a 5-star hotel in a scenic area, Jang Chen returned to the presidential suite, removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. A joyful smile graced his face, holding a black cloth bag in his hand.
This was tonight's spoils of war.
I didn't expect it to be so easy to obtain. I thought there would be a fierce battle, Jang Chen sighed.
When the dust shrouded the platform, he quietly executed a skillful switch, replacing the prepared fake items unnoticed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to leave.
I guess those people are still fighting tooth and nail for those two fakes, Jang Chen sneered. He opened the cloth bag, ready to carefully examine the true unbounded robe and 9-dragon bronze coffin. Taking out the unbounded robe and 9-dragon bronze coffin from the black bag, Jang Chen first carefully examined the unbounded robe. The robe was gray in color, seemingly ordinary, but exuded an ancient aura, as if infused with the essence of heaven and earth, displaying mystery and profundity. The fabric of the robe was also unique. Jang Chen initially thought it was woven from hemp, but upon touching it, he realized it was made of a special mysterious material. Soft to the touch, like clouds and mist, it gave a sense of all-encompassing inclusivity. Jang Chen took out a dagger and lightly cut the surface of the unbounded robe, but it remained unscathed. Truly an extraordinary treasure left by the divine emperor of Lingbao. As expected, Jang Chen marveled. The unbounded robe had a long history and was rumored to be the personal treasure of the divine emperor of Lingbao.
As for how Ling Tianbao's relics ended up in the hands of the patriarch of Dragon Tiger Mountain, we have to delve into a bit of history. It is well known that Zhang Daoling was the culmination of Taoism. He founded the Jingyi Dao during the Eastern Han Dynasty, with the three pure ones as the ancestors, and he was commonly referred to as Master Zhang by the people. There are many reasons for this title. The most widely spread legend is that Zhang Daoling inherited the teachings of the three pure ones and was a true disciple of the Lingbao Celestial Venerable, naturally obtaining authentic treasures. Some even say that Zhang Daoling was the Lingbao Celestial Venerable himself, or that a strand of his divine consciousness took human form.
However, Jang Chen had no interest in speculating on the truth.
Since he already had the treasure in his possession, why bother thinking about these things? He took out another precious item, the 9 Dragons bronze coffin. This treasure was shrouded in mystery and the potential for immortality in the previous life.
It was said that the bronze coffin contained a path to immortality, attracting countless powerful beings to pursue it relentlessly, even at the cost of their lives. Yet, since the appearance of the 9 Dragons bronze coffin until now, Jang Chen had not heard of anyone truly achieving immortality. So, the authenticity of the path to immortality remained to be investigated. Regardless, the fact that numerous powerful beings from past lives and various factions today were vying for it was enough to prove that the 9 Dragons bronze coffin was no ordinary object.
Is this craftsmanship truly from thousands of years ago? It's simply extraordinary.
He picked up the 9 Dragons bronze coffin, examining its material and texture, and couldn't help but marvel. The bronze coffin was only the size of an adult's palm, made of a mysterious metal resembling refined copper, rectangular in shape, adorned with 9 vivid and lifelike azure dragons.
The dragon scales were intricate, the dragon eyes sharp and spirited, the dragon whiskers elegant, as if real dragons were present, ready to emerge. The coffin lid was also engraved with intricate inscriptions and patterns, each character as small as a grain of rice, yet clearly visible, as if recounting an ancient history. Jang Chen felt that the counterfeit made by Fox Lord was already incredibly realistic. However, upon closer inspection, he could still discern many areas where it fell short of the authentic piece. It was hard to imagine that such exquisite craftsmanship existed in ancient China thousands of years ago. This made Jang Chen even more inclined to believe the legends.
The 9 Dragons bronze coffin originated from beyond the domain, not of earthly origin.
I wonder if there are any secrets inside. Jang Chen wanted to open the bronze coffin and inspect its contents.
However, after exerting force, he found that the coffin lid remained immovable, as if firmly welded shut.
But Jang Chen was not one to give up easily.
Using all his strength, he attempted to pry open the coffin lid. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he couldn't budge it in the slightest.
Could there really be a path to immortality inside? Jang Chen furrowed his brow.
It was no wonder that in past lives, even the most formidable beings had failed to unlock the 9 Dragons bronze coffin by any means, to glimpse the secrets of the path to immortality. This artifact was far more mysterious and extraordinary than imagined.
Perhaps brute force alone was insufficient to unlock it. Forget it, thinking about this now is pointless. Jang Chen shook his head.
The era of myth had not yet arrived, and contemplating the path to immortality was still too distant. He began to pack up his belongings, preparing to return to Lu City.
Dragon Tiger Mountain was still too dangerous at the moment.
He wasn't sure if the forces at the exhibition had caught on to the switch of the treasures on the display. If those forces realized that the treasures on the exhibition stand had been tampered with, they might have already begun tracing his whereabouts.
Jang Chen needed to leave Dragon Tiger Mountain as soon as possible. However, the outcome was not quite as Jang Chen had anticipated.
Shortly after he left the venue, the contest over the 9 Dragons bronze coffin and the formless robe also reached a conclusion.
The formless robe fell into the hands of Job Zar, who possessed the genes of celestial beings.
The 9 Dragons bronze coffin changed ownership to Ma Songjun of High Dimensional Military Industries. After obtaining these 2 treasures, both individuals chose to retreat immediately. But as they joyfully returned to their respective bases, ready to receive their rewards from higher-ups, they were met with devastating news. Whether it was Job Zar or Ma Songjun, they were informed of an unbearable truth.
The items they brought back were all counterfeits. This can't be. Ma Songjun couldn't accept this outcome. He fought desperately, sacrificing many brothers and subordinates, only to be told in the end that what he had seized was a fake. How could he accept that? Are you still trying to find excuses for your failure?
In the meeting room, Huang Zhantian's eyes were cold and sharp as a blade.
Just one glance made General Ma Song quickly lower his head and admit his mistake. I dare not.
A senior executive shook his head and sighed. It seems our luck hasn't been good lately. First, there were killings and looting in Kunlun Mountain, and now there's been a case of deception. Damn it, I believe someone is deliberately targeting us. We must settle the score. Another senior executive with a bad temper said.
How do we settle the score when we don't even know the other party's identity?
A young man shook his head and sneered.
So, your suggestion is to let others step on our heads and defecate?
I'm just teaching you a lesson. That is, everything must be carefully considered, the young man said. Seeing the atmosphere getting more intense, Huang Zhantian spoke up to intimidate everyone present. Enough, I have made my decision on these 2 matters. There's no need for further discussion.
General, what are your plans? General Ma Song asked.
Since the incident in Kunlun, I have sent people to the intelligence department to have them use artificial satellites to transmit back the images from that day on Kunlun Mountain. Although the images are blurry, we have identified the suspect. Huang Zhantian projected the scene from Kunlun Mountain onto the screen. Everyone quickly turned their gaze to see how they and the Tianshan genes were wiped out. In the image, a young man effortlessly dealt with the personnel from Gaowei military industry and Tianshan genetics in a crushing manner.
The entire process took less than a minute. The power displayed far exceeded what a normal human should possess. After watching this footage, the entire meeting room fell into a silent stillness, because they realized one thing. Could such a terrifying existence really be avenged by their Gaowei military industry? In addition, I have received new intelligence. What is it? Not long ago, the intelligence department copied the battle scene from Longhu Mountain using hidden cameras in nano armor. As Huang Zhantian spoke, he played the video footage. After watching the video, the expressions of the people changed slightly. They found the figures somewhat familiar. After careful comparison, they discovered a shocking fact. The mysterious person who appeared on Longhu Mountain and Kunlun Mountain was actually the same person. This is too much. The hot-tempered senior executive slammed the table in anger and said, ruining our plans twice in a row, does he really think we are easy to bully? These two incidents cannot be overlooked, or it will damage our reputation if word gets out. No matter the cost, we must make him understand the consequences of offending us. The previously divided group of people now reached a consensus. If it had happened once, it could be considered a coincidence. After all, the day of reckoning was approaching, and various forces were naturally in conflict over seizing opportunities for more resources. Such situations were usually coincidental, but to disrupt their plans twice in a row, it was undoubtedly premeditated. If they didn't settle the score, Gaowei military industry would become a laughingstock. General, has this person's identity been confirmed? If we find out who he is, I am willing to lead a team to apprehend him, General Ma Song said. He wanted to take this opportunity to redeem himself. Huang Zhantian indifferently said, this person has a good counter-surveillance awareness, leaving no trace behind. But at this point, there's no need for us to exhaust ourselves investigating his background. Why is that? Do you think based on his actions, we are the only ones who have been pushed to our limits? Huang Zhantian coldly smiled, his eyes playful, not to mention the incident in Kunlun Mountain, just his rampage at Longhu Mountain, swapping the unseen robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin, is undoubtedly a slap in the face to many forces. Even if we do nothing, Lying Technology, the Entropy Union, the LV Group, and others will never let him go. If we release another piece of information and reveal the matter of the extraterrestrial meteorite on him to the world, what do you think will happen to him? Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. A person who possesses the infinite robe, the 9-dragon bronze coffin, and the extraterrestrial meteorite at the same time, isn't this equivalent to a walking human treasure trove? Not to mention the forces offended on Longhu Mountain, even other forces would find it hard to resist taking action. Brilliant! Truly brilliant! This move of using a borrowed knife to kill is too ruthless. There are less than 10 days left until the day of revelation arrives, and the plans we've laid out over the years are also nearing completion. Although we didn't obtain those few treasures, it's a pity, but with our past gains, it's enough for high-dimensional military industries to rise in the age of revelation. Now the most important thing is to consolidate our foundation, prepare for the arrival of the age of revelation, rather than making a big fuss over trivial matters. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will not be worth the loss. Huang Zhantian's words were met with unanimous agreement from the audience. As the deputy commander of high-dimensional military industries, his vision was unique, his strategies far-reaching, and every move he made had never been wrong. As long as they followed his plan, the grand ambition of high-dimensional military industries dominating the world was only a matter of time. And Huang Zhantian was not wrong. Jang Chen's actions on Longhu Mountain had directly angered many forces. They couldn't accept being humiliated by Jang Chen like this and vowed to make him pay a painful price. Even high-dimensional military industries stepped forward at this moment to release a new piece of information, informing the world that the meteorite containing mysterious metal was also on Jang Chen. In an instant, countless small and large forces were drawn in. Although they had no grievances with Jang Chen, as the saying goes, a man may be innocent, but his jade may be guilty. With so many treasures on Jang Chen, it was a crime in itself. However, Jang Chen was completely unaware of the bloody storm that was about to come. Since leaving Longhu Mountain, he had immediately returned to Lucheng. Back in the secret room of the villa, Jang Chen opened the specially made safe and placed the infinite robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin inside. At this moment, he had finally gathered all the divine objects planned. Now all I need to do is patiently wait for the arrival of the mythical age. Jang Chen calculated the time. There were about 7 days left until the mythical age officially arrived.
And now he didn't need to do anything, just wait patiently. Just as Jang Chen was thinking this, his phone rang. Taking it out, he saw it was his secretary calling.
Mr.
Jang, as per your request, I have donated all the remaining funds of the charity foundation. The secretary's voice was filled with exhaustion. During this time, she had almost exhausted herself trying to figure out how to spend the 2 billion charitable funds. She had once worried about how to earn 2 billion, but she hadn't expected that even spending 2 billion would be a worry.
Moreover, donating to charity was not an easy task.
If it were natural disasters or man-made calamities, she could use humanitarian reasons to make donations.
But in the absence of reasons, making a large donation would directly raise suspicions about the legitimacy of the money source, and people wouldn't dare to accept it.
This was also the reason for her distress.
I understand,
Jang Chen said, then took out the Buddhist relic to test his merit value. Placing the relic in his palm, it soon turned a bright green. This meant his merit had increased significantly, but it still hadn't reached his expectations. Jang Chen hoped to elevate it to purple merit, so as to ensure he would gain opportunities above the heavenly rank in the awakening ceremony. Surely, help me calculate my remaining net assets,
Jang Chen said.
Shortly after, he received Shirley's reply, Mr.
Jang, you currently have about 50 billion in assets. Jang Chen was somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected that during this time, despite spending money lavishly, he still had around 50 billion left. Donate all the remaining 50 billion in assets within 7 days.
Mr. Jiang, are you joking? I'm serious.
It's impossible to donate enough, absolutely impossible.
Mr. Jiang, please spare me.
Want to work at Tianling Group? With your current abilities, you're not enough.
I'm training you. Mr. Jiang, I'd rather you remove the word training.
Jang Chen was speechless. He didn't expect the secretary to resist so much, but it was normal. After all, donating 5 billion within 7 days was not an easy task. At this moment, Jang Chen suddenly noticed a movie playing on TV, titled The Wealthiest Foreign Tomato. In the movie, the male protagonist organized a citywide weight loss challenge to spend his inheritance. It was this scene that gave Jang Chen a sudden inspiration.
Why couldn't he organize a nationwide Do Good Deeds daily event? Action speaks louder than words. Jang Chen asked Sherry to help him hold a grand press conference.
That afternoon, a charity press conference was officially held in the People's Square of Lucheng. This time, Jang Chen did not conceal his identity but appeared in person. In front of many reporters and a nationwide audience watching the live broadcast, Jang Chen announced that he would hold a 7-day national charity event. The event was called the Do Good Deeds Daily Competition, where participants could check in through a WeChat mini program, upload their charitable deeds, and receive corresponding rewards.
And the prize pool was as high as 50 billion RMB.
This statement caused a sensation nationwide. No one could believe that such a magical thing existed in the world.
It's too magical.
I've lived for more than half a lifetime and have never seen such an absurd thing.
You can get a reward just by doing good deeds daily? Who came up with this brilliant idea? It's simply amazing. And there are no conditions. As long as you do charity, you can get a reward. Is this really the start of a nationwide charity era? Is there a catch in this? Who cares if there's a catch? I won't miss out on the money. I'm going to help an old lady cross the street right now. I just want to ask, who is Do Good Deeds Daily, and why do we have to do it? Since Jang Chen held the press conference and announced the 50 billion RMB for the Do Good Deeds Daily event, people across the country were dumbfounded. Like a stone causing ripples, it stirred up a huge wave on the internet. Countless netizens expressed that it was too absurd.
They had surfed the internet for so many years and seen all sorts of bizarre things.
But this event truly refreshed their perspectives because it was just too absurd.
50 billion in charity rewards, and with no conditions, all the people in the country could participate, just by engaging in charitable deeds to receive rewards.
However, some doubted if it was a show.
After all, in the modern public's understanding, capitalists don't just give out so much money for charity without a reason. There might be some conspiracy behind it.
Some questioned, while others came forward to testify.
Many people online had received love shopping vouchers distributed by Jang Chen, claiming that he was a true philanthropist, not a show or publicity stunt. As the event escalated, it gained more and more attention online.
It even dominated the top 5 trending topics on Weibo.
Many skeptical people, with a try-it-out attitude, signed up for the Do Good Deeds Daily event.
Initially, they didn't hold much hope, thinking it was just a large-scale publicity stunt.
But when they did a charitable deed, checked in, and actually received a hefty reward, Jang Chen's online reputation was instantly reversed.
Many participants in the event posted screenshots and comments online. Wow, I actually received money. I declare. Starting today, I officially break ties with mine. Jang Chen will be my new dad. I suddenly have a bold idea. Is there anyone like-minded willing to join me in exploiting bugs to make money? When people realized they could actually receive rewards through charitable deeds, they enthusiastically joined in. This sparked a nationwide wave of charity. Countless people hoped to share the 50 billion prize pool through charitable deeds. Although many people's initial motivation was to divide the prize money, the appearance of this event has undeniably improved today's indifferent society. Many disadvantaged individuals in society, such as lonely elderly, homeless beggars, and disabled persons, have felt the warmth from society. It even led to a phenomenon where the demand for help exceeded the supply. In the past, if an elderly person fell to the ground, no one dared to help for fear of getting into trouble. However, with the do good deeds everyday activity, whenever an elderly person accidentally fell, numerous people rushed to help. This phenomenon received extensive coverage in the news media. Jang Chen, the initiator of the event, was praised by the government of Luqing and named one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Luqing. However, Jang Chen was completely unaware of the external turmoil. Since the Do Good Deeds Everyday event, he had secluded himself in his villa, continuously exercising to prepare for the coming of the mythical era. In the gym, Jang Chen placed thousands of kilograms of barbells back in their original positions, then entered the shower covered in sweat. After cleaning up, he changed into casual clothes and went to the living room. The table in the center of the living room was filled with high-calorie foods, Jang Chen's post-workout meal. As he enjoyed his food, he watched the news reports. Recently, strange phenomena had been increasing worldwide. Just yesterday, a dormant volcano in Changbai Mountain erupted after hundreds of years, with reports of prehistoric giants seen in the lava. There were also anomalies in Hangzhou's West Lake, which dried up overnight, revealing a deep hole at its center, rumored to be the entrance to the Dragon Palace. The most severe anomaly occurred in the Tian Shan Mountains of the West River, where it was said that blood-red snow fell, accompanied by eerie ghostly cries at night, causing many locals to panic and claim that the Tian Shan Mountains were haunted. These were just a few of the pieces of information Jang Chen had learned. He was certain that more anomalies were being concealed by the authorities. If these abnormalities continued to occur rapidly, society would face significant upheaval, potentially even affecting national order. As I suspected, the authorities have already ordered the suppression of these reports to hide the truth, Jang Chen said as he watched an idol drama on TV, instantly understanding everything. He was watching the Central News Channel, which usually aired news reports at this time, but now it was showing Let's Watch the Meteor shower together. This indicated the severity of the situation. Only one day left until the mythical era arrives. Jang Chen glanced at the calendar. Today was December 30th, 2023. In just one more day, the world would face an unprecedented catastrophe and turmoil. However, Jang Chen was prepared and ready to welcome the arrival of the mythical era. Before that, he wanted to test his own merit once more. It had been almost a week since the Do Good Deeds Everyday event. Jang Chen estimated that he should have reached the purple merit level. But when he took out the ancient Buddha's relics for testing, the dazzling golden light left him stunned. I have accumulated golden merit? Jang Chen's expression was moved. This result exceeded his expectations. However, he quickly calmed down. Jang Chen speculated that the reason he achieved golden merit was ultimately due to the Do Good Deeds Everyday activity he initiated, which encouraged more people to participate in charitable activities, indirectly helping more people and accumulating such profound merit. Otherwise, accumulating golden merit with just 5 billion would be very difficult. Purple merit can stabilize the awakening of the heavenly stage of creation, so what about golden merit now? Jang Chen's expression was moved, filled with anticipation. In his previous life, his preparations were insufficient, leading to a tragic death in the dark turmoil. Now, in his new life, he plans ahead. With various divine objects and golden merits, Jang Chen is determined not to repeat his past mistakes. This time, I will dominate the world and be unrivaled. December 31st, 2023. 11 o'clock at night. The streets of Luqing were bustling with activity, red lanterns shining brightly, everyone immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the New Year's Eve countdown. People's Square was crowded with a large number of people, filling the entire square to the brim, a sea of humanity. They gathered here, waiting for the New Year countdown. As time passed by second, people bid farewell to 2023 and welcomed the arrival of the new year. When the last second ended, the whole city of Luqing celebrated the transition from the old to the new. However, just as everyone was joyfully welcoming the new year, a faint, deep crack began to tear through the pitch-black night sky. Slowly, this crack widened, like the slow opening of a sinister abyss,
revealing a terrifying pupil that gazed down upon the vast land. The once bright moon underwent a strange transformation, turning into a eerie blood-red moon. The deep red moonlight shrouded everything, as if doomsday had arrived, filling everyone with a sense of oppressive dread. This strange phenomenon naturally caught the attention of many residents of Lucheng. They looked up at the sky, seeing the blood-red moon, their faces filled with disbelief.
Am I seeing things? It's the first time I've seen a blood-red moon. Is this a lunar eclipse? Why do I feel like it's the end of the world? Wow, so cool. I have to take a picture and post it on social media. Seeing this celestial anomaly, many people felt an ominous premonition, sensing that the world was about to change. However, most people still had no sense of crisis, because they lived in Huaxia, a country where the authorities promptly dealt with any incidents. Therefore, most people living here had no sense of security. They even regarded this blood moon as an astronomical phenomenon. In addition, various strange phenomena were occurring worldwide.
Some regions had 10 suns, emitting terrifying heat that scorched the earth, with temperatures soaring above 50 degrees. In other places, they were plunged into a twilight realm, as if blending with another world, where people could vaguely see the existence of another world. Some claimed that divine light had descended, witnessing 12 winged archangels enveloped in golden light within the divine radiance. Almost simultaneously, the world was experiencing these anomalies, causing many to feel suppressed and fearful. They could sense that the world was about to undergo an unprecedented upheaval. However, in the eyes of some forces, the arrival of this anomaly filled them with excitement. The forces of the Celestial Gene, the Blood Star, and the Entropy Guild had long anticipated the coming of the Age of Apocalypse. Over the years, they had been preparing in advance, waiting for this moment. After all, humans have limits, and to surpass those limits, they needed to embark on this journey of evolution. These forces issued orders to begin implementing their plans. On a giant ship in the East China Sea, the senior members of the Lu group looked up at the sky. When they noticed the anomaly approaching, they immediately prepared for the awakening ceremony. 3 people participated in this awakening ceremony. In addition to Lu Mengyao, there were 2 others qualified for bloodline awakening. They would be sent into the Dragon Palace's secret realm to serve as mediums for the awakening ceremony using their bloodlines. As time passed, everything in the world underwent astonishing changes, with both plants and animals embarking on this journey of evolution. In the rarely visited tropical rainforest, a massive thorny vine covered thousands of kilometers, its deep red vines adorned with countless thorns that instantly drained the blood of any creature it touched. On a certain mountain peak, a golden-haired monkey arrived at a dilapidated ancient temple, facing the Buddha statue and sitting as if contemplating the Buddha's enlightenment. Its whole body emitted a golden Buddha light, appearing solemn and peaceful. On a mist-shrouded mountain peak, a massive, snow-white python slowly crawled to the summit, gazing at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. The python raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl, preparing to embrace the heavenly tribulation, ready to undergo a rebirth through thunder, transforming from a serpent into a dragon. At that moment, all things in the world were undergoing evolution. Even the mountains were no exception. Famous scenic spots and ancient relics in the country emitted dazzling silver light, as if draped in a layer of silver gauze, looking extraordinarily mysterious and extraordinary. Mountains like Mount Tai, Mount Han, Mount Tianshan, and Mount Kunlun were even more extraordinary. They seemed to transform into new tender shoots, growing visibly at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, elevating their altitude to a new level. Furthermore, geologists were horrified to discover that the Earth was undergoing astonishing changes. The 6 major tectonic plates were rapidly expanding. If this growth continued at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the mass of the entire Earth would increase tenfold. This phenomenon baffled scholars. They had lived for so many years and had never seen anything so absurd and terrifying. Overnight, the world seemed to have changed. Yet, it also seemed unchanged because people still lived on this land, still discussing what they had witnessed firsthand. Do you know? There was a red moon in Lucheng. That's nothing. I heard there were 10 suns in Africa. I also heard that an angel descended in the Vatican. Is the world really about to change? The spiritual energy is reviving. This is definitely the revival of spiritual energy from novels. Everyone, remember my name, Wang Tang. In the future, you will hear about the invincible deeds of Emperor Wang Tang. While everyone was discussing these matters, Jang Chen drove to Mount Tai. Not long ago, Jang Chen acquired the 9 Wonders tree at an auction and planted it on Mount Tai. Due to the 9 Wonders tree's demanding growth conditions, it would wither and die if transplanted anywhere other than Mount Tai. In order to obtain the 9 Wonders sacred fruit, Jang Chen had no choice but to plant the 9 Wonders tree on Mount Tai. Now, the mythological era was officially beginning, and he had come to harvest the 9 wonders sacred fruit.
Truly worthy of being called the #1 sacred mountain, Mount Tai is indeed extraordinary.
No wonder in the past, so many powerful beings fought to occupy this place as their own. Jang Chen sighed as he looked at the scene before him upon arriving at Mount Tai. Mount Tai now shone brightly, radiating colorful lights, resembling an otherworldly fairyland, exuding a strong mythical aura just by looking at it. At the same time, Jang Chen felt that Mount Tai was gradually forming a barrier, seemingly isolating outsiders.
This reminded him of something. Sacred mountains had spirits and would actively resist outsiders' entry.
Unless they were originally living on the mountain or the master of a Daoist temple on the mountain, they would be rejected.
However, this was not a problem for Jang Chen.
Earlier, he had obtained a dojo on Mount Tai, and now he was considered the master of the dojo, naturally facing no restrictions.
He walked into Mount Tai and arrived at his own Taoist temple.
Seeing the 9 wonders tree transplanted here, Jang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it was undoubtedly the right choice to bid for the 9 wonders tree at all costs in the beginning. In the courtyard, an ancient tree rooted in the soil, its lush green leaves gently swaying in the breeze, its bark covered with deep wrinkles, showing a sense of age. On the tree grew 9 fruits of different colors. These fruits had various shapes, with patterns of qilin, pishio, and candle dragons imprinted on them, displaying a rich mythical color. In the dark night, these 9 sacred fruits shimmered brightly, emitting a dazzling light and a tempting fragrance that made people unable to help but salivate. If it were an ordinary person, they might have already rushed up to pick the fruit and indulged in it.
But Jang Chen did not do so, because he knew it was not the right time yet.
The era of myths had just arrived, and although the 9 wonders treasure tree had begun to awaken, the sacred fruits on the tree were not truly ripe yet. He needed to wait for another day or two until the fruits were completely mature. If he were to pick them now, the medicinal effects of the fruits would be greatly reduced, which was not what Jang Chen hoped for. Jang Chen sat cross-legged in front of the 9 wonders treasure tree, meditating quietly, waiting for the fruits to ripen. Over the next 2 days, Jang Chen sat in meditation like an old monk, guarding the 9 wonders treasure tree diligently. Regardless of what was happening outside, he did not shift his focus. Soon, the 9 sacred fruits reached maturity.
As the 9 fruits ripened completely, the entire tree appeared even more extraordinary. The courtyard, which should have been dim, was now illuminated by a dazzling light, and wherever the sacred light touched, there was an aura of auspiciousness and harmony. The 9 fruits emitted different colored radiance, like fruits of the great Tao, captivating the mind. Even the air was filled with a rich and enticing fragrance, just a whiff of which could make one feel refreshed and joyful. At this moment, Jang Chen opened his eyes, his gaze burning with determination. He had spent a fortune to acquire the 9 wonders treasure tree, all for this moment. By consuming the 9 sacred fruits, he would undergo a transformation and establish an unparalleled foundation in the Tao. It was rumored that the 9 wonders treasure tree bloomed once every 1,000 years and bore fruit once every 1,000 years, with each of the 9 fruits possessing different effects. Some could enhance the physique, some could extend life, some could elevate consciousness, and some could even reshape spiritual roots. However, that was not the most crucial part. Jang Chen had heard that if one consumed all 9 sacred fruits, they would attain an invincible body. But this claim had never been substantiated by anyone. The reason was simple. The tree bloomed and bore fruit once every 1,000 years, meaning it would take 2,000 years for a harvest. And whenever the fruits ripened, numerous top powers were eagerly waiting to divide the 9 sacred fruits among themselves. Therefore, consuming all 9 fruits at once was completely impossible. But starting today, Jang Chen would turn the impossible into possible. He would consume all 9 sacred fruits simultaneously. It's time. Jang Chen rose slowly. He walked up to the tree and then reached out to pluck a sacred fruit. This fruit was crimson, resembling a ginseng fruit, with a phoenix pattern engraved on its surface, emitting a warm sensation when held in the palm. Jang Chen opened his mouth and placed the fruit inside. In an instant, his taste buds experienced an unprecedented impact. The flesh was plump, the juice sweet, like nectar and ambrosia, incredibly delicious. Besides, Jang Chen felt a noticeable change in his body. His bones made crackling sounds, as if undergoing a rebirth, and his internal organs underwent transformation. If one listened carefully, they could even hear the subtle movements of Jang Chen's organs. Jang Chen clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength within him. With a punch, a violent force swept through the surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Jang Chen's expression was moved. His strength had increased by at least tenfold. This meant that his fist strength had reached 100,000 kilograms. And this was only the effect of the first sacred fruit. If he consumed the remaining 8 fruits, how far would his body transcend? Full of anticipation, Jang Chen then plucked the second sacred fruit. This fruit was crystal clear and round, icy blue all over, resembling a sapphire,
with a unicorn pattern engraved on its surface, surrounded by a thin layer of frost. Jang Chen placed the fruit in his mouth and instantly felt his mouth freeze. Yet even so, Jang Chen could still taste a flavor not found in the mortal world, making him linger in delight and praise endlessly. After consuming this sacred fruit, Jang Chen found his senses becoming increasingly acute. He closed his eyes and listened intently, surprisingly able to sense the slightest movements 10 kilometers away, even able to visualize corresponding images based on these subtle movements. Jang Chen speculated that the function of this holy fruit should be to enhance perception. I wonder what the next one will do. Jang Chen wasted no time and began to pick the next fruit. The shape of the third fruit was very peculiar, resembling a symbol of lightning, with a golden exterior shimmering with faint thunder arcs, and imprinted with the image of a golden-winged pang. After consuming it, Jang Chen found that his body showed no changes. This made him puzzled. Could it be that he had eaten a fake holy fruit? But soon, he remembered something. In his previous life, he vaguely heard someone introduce the different effects of the 9 Wonders tree. Among them, there was a special holy fruit that could not enhance any substantial combat power but would only show its effect during the Thunder Tribulation. People even called it the Tribulation Fruit. Despite the seemingly insignificant effect of the Tribulation Fruit, it was actually the most practical among the 9 holy fruits. After all, cultivation was defying the natural order, and once reaching a certain realm, if one wanted to progress further, it would attract heavenly punishment, commonly known as the Thunder Tribulation. If one could overcome the Thunder Tribulation, they would be reborn. If not, they would perish. Therefore, for many geniuses who would face the tribulation in the future, the Tribulation Fruit was undoubtedly one of the best treasures. Could this fruit be the Tribulation Fruit? Jang Chen guessed. But he didn't dwell on it too much because his goal was to consume all 9 holy fruits, regardless of whether this fruit was the Tribulation Fruit or not. As Jang Chen consumed one fruit after another, the fruits on the tree were soon depleted by him. When he swallowed the last holy fruit, Jang Chen felt an astonishing change in his body. His body emitted a colorful and translucent light, shining like jade, exuding a radiant and majestic aura. Jang Chen felt an unprecedented comfort in his body, as if he was bathed in a new life, filled with boundless divine power. It was at this moment that Jang Chen's body completed its transformation. Jang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the primordial power within him. His physical body, having undergone genetic enhancement liquid baptism, had almost reached the limit of an ordinary person. But the 9 Wonders tree broke the shackles. Now, Jang Chen's physical body was probably comparable to that of an ancient fierce beast. Even without using any means, solely relying on the strength of his physical body, Jang Chen was confident enough to defeat a Locking Realm expert. Now I understand why the 9 Wonders tree was so coveted by many powerful beings in the previous life. Jang Chen shook his head in amazement. Each holy fruit borne by the 9 Wonders tree contained different effects. These effects, when taken individually, were extremely extraordinary, capable of transforming a person fundamentally and bringing about a qualitative change. But that wasn't the most insane part. After consuming the 9 holy fruits, Jang Chen seemed to comprehend all the laws of the universe, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to come to life, continuously converging around him. This meant that his Tao foundation had also undergone a transformation. In his previous life, Jang Chen had heard of various extraordinary physiques in the cultivation world. Among them, there was a physique called the innate Tao body. It was said that this physique was deeply favored by the Tao, able to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from birth, and its cultivation speed was thousands of times faster than that of ordinary cultivators. People even called them the sons of the Tao. After all, those with this physique were destined for greatness from birth. However, the innate Tao body was extremely rare. Since the last appearance of this physique, it dated back to ancient times. No wonder it is said that whoever obtains the 9 Wonders tree can become a son of the Tao. So that's what it means, Jang Chen muttered to himself. Although he was not an innate Tao body, with his current physique, wouldn't it be fair to say he had a postnatal Tao body? Jang Chen stepped forward slowly, reaching out to touch the 9 Wonders treasure tree. With the arrival of the mythical era, the 9 Wonders treasure tree had completely revived, showing no signs of withering as it had in the past. However, the most precious 9 holy fruits had already been picked and used by Jang Chen, rendering this treasure tree temporarily useless. It would be another 2,000 years before it bloomed and bore fruit again, a distant future for Jang Chen. After some consideration, Jang Chen decided to leave the 9 Wonders treasure tree on Mount Tai. Although he could destroy the tree, there was no need. He chose to broaden his perspective and leave the opportunity for the destined one 2,000 years later. Then, Jang Chen took out another package. Inside was a 3-foot-long black sword embryo, the blade rusty and worn, resembling a sword of tetanus.
Yet, when held tightly, a faint warmth could still be felt.
This was the punishing immortal sword embryo that Jang Chen had obtained from a meteorite from beyond the domain.
With the arrival of the mythical era, the punishing immortal sword embryo began to undergo a transformation.
Shedding its rust, its sharpness revealed. A chaotic sword aura roared out, soaring into the sky, unparalleled in the world. Jang Chen's scalp tingled slightly, his expression moved. Despite his formidable physique now, capable of withstanding missile strikes unscathed, he still felt lingering fear in the face of this sword aura, illustrating the terrifying power of the punishing immortal sword embryo.
No wonder Li Dubei was called a sword immortal in the previous life.
With this divine sword in hand, even a 3-year-old child could be called a young sword immortal, Jang Chen sighed.
He understood a fact.
Many times, others were not stronger than oneself because they were truly powerful, but simply because they had better luck. Setting aside other factors, if Jang Chen had better opportunities in his previous life, he believed he wouldn't have lived like an ant. But it was meaningless to dwell on the past now. What's done is done, and the future lies ahead. The sword embryo has a spirit, and it requires my essence and blood to refine it, Jang Chen said as he picked up the punishing immortal sword embryo, then cut a blood mark on his forehead, letting the bright red blood drip down. The human body has 3 elixir fields, namely the upper, middle, and lower elixir fields. The upper elixir field is located on the forehead, also known as the Mud Pill Palace. Jang Chen used the blood from the Mud Pill Palace to refine the punishing immortal sword embryo. As the essence and blood dripped onto the sword, the punishing immortal sword embryo trembled violently but soon returned to calmness. In the next moment, the punishing immortal sword embryo turned into a beam of light and flew into the Mud Pill Palace. This signified a successful refinement.
Jang Chen's mind stirred, and the punishing immortal sword embryo appeared in his palm.
Although the punishing immortal sword embryo is still in its embryonic form, it is enough for me to use at this stage, Jang Chen muttered. It was rumored that the punishing immortal sword embryo was crafted from a mysterious immortal gold, and although it was only an embryo, it could absorb the power of other weapons. If Jang Chen continued to nourish it with immortal gold, the punishing immortal sword embryo would evolve continuously, eventually growing into a truly peerless divine sword capable of slaying immortals. After refining the punishing immortal sword embryo, Jang Chen focused on another divine object that had fallen alongside it, the true interpretation of the sword path. Jang Chen placed the sheep-fat jade containing the true interpretation of the sword path in front of him and proceeded to refine it with blood.
In the next moment, an ancient and obscure voice seemed to echo in Jang Chen's ears.
Upon hearing this voice, Jang Chen dared not be negligent and concentrated, listening to the true interpretation of the sword path. As time passed, the voice gradually faded into silence. At that moment, Jang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 sharp lights shot out from his pupils, incredibly sharp. Truly worthy of the supreme sword art, it is indeed extraordinary.
Jang Chen comprehended the true interpretation of the sword path, learning the true name of its sword technique.
This sword technique was called the Extreme Dao Sword Immortal Art. It was said to have been created by an unknown sword immortal during the primordial era, consisting of 9 forms, each exponentially more difficult than the last. It should be noted that after consuming the 9 wonders holy fruit, Jang Chen's foundation and comprehension had also been elevated. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a rare genius in cultivation in 1,000 years. Even so, he had just barely grasped the first 5 styles of the extreme sword immortal technique. As for the remaining 4 styles, Jang Chen acknowledged that it would take him a long time to comprehend them fully. Well, with my current situation, the first 5 styles are enough for me, Jang Chen shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. Staying on Mount Tai no longer made sense for him, so he was about to leave and return to Lucheng. However, just as Jang Chen was about to drive away from Mount Tai, an unexpected event occurred. The official authorities of Mount Tai sealed off the exit, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving on their own. Many tourists were even stranded on the mountain, collectively demanding an explanation from the authorities. After all, sealing off the exit was a despicable act. But the official announcement from the scenic area left everyone dumbfounded. Dear travelers, we have received a notice that a giant beast appeared at the entrance of Mount Tai not long ago. Several tourists have already been injured, and we have alerted the police. We believe someone will come to handle this situation soon. Please be patient. When this news spread, all the tourists were stunned. A giant beast? Could this be a hoax? Some tourists, not believing it, insisted on going forward to see for themselves. But before they could inspect the situation, the tourists who were ahead started rushing back, their faces showing expressions of fear. They looked as if they had seen a ghost, informing everyone of a terrifying message. Don't go down the mountain, there's a giant bear standing up down there, as tall as several stories. Many police officers couldn't even kill it with their guns, it's too scary.
I've never seen such a huge brown bear in my life, it's almost like it's become a demon.
In short, I advise you all not to think about going down the mountain now, or you'll regret it if something happens. Everyone was filled with lingering fear, constantly warning each other. They described the scenes they had seen earlier, and when they mentioned the giant bear, a deep sense of fear flashed in their eyes.
Hearing this, others calmed down.
Initially, they thought the announcement from the scenic area was just a scare tactic, but now, hearing the other tourists say so, they truly believed it. There was nothing more important than life in this world. There was no need to put oneself in danger just to get down the mountain sooner.
But Jang Chen didn't think that way.
He had to return to Luqing, and the sooner, the better. As he continued in the direction of descending the mountain, he was stopped by a kind-hearted tourist.
Sir, didn't you hear the announcement? It's very dangerous to go down the mountain now. The person who stopped Jang Chen was a trendy-looking beauty named Kinalina.
She was wearing the volunteer uniform of Mount Tai, with delicate features on her face, short and refreshing hair, exuding a lively youthful temperament.
Jang Chen shook his head and said, "Dangerous? I don't think so. It's very dangerous. Haven't you heard what others are saying?
That bear standing down the mountain is as tall as several stories, and it has already harmed many people,"
Kinalina emphasized with a serious tone.
As a volunteer, she had an obligation to help when the public encountered trouble.
Jang Chen's current actions were undoubtedly reckless.
She couldn't just stand by and watch him walk into danger.
"Just a mere beast, it can't harm me,"
Jang Chen said calmly. After the arrival of the mythical era, the world underwent a transformation, and all things in the world encountered a great opportunity. Plants and animals underwent changes, becoming even more powerful than before.
However, the vast majority remained at the animal stage.
The real terror was the transformation into demons.
Those monsters born with intelligence in the mythical era were humanity's greatest enemies in the future.
As for the bear standing down the mountain, it was essentially just a brutal beast with six-pack abs added to a brown bear, fundamentally still a simple-minded creature.
"Come on, it's a bear. Do you think you're an athlete? Can you handle it with a tackle?" Kinalina rolled her eyes.
Clearly, she felt somewhat speechless. Despite many people warning about the terrifying nature of the blind bear, Jang Chen remained stubborn. Although she could see that Jang Chen's body was robust, with flawless muscle lines, humans were still humans. No matter how strong he was from working out, he wouldn't stand a chance against a fierce beast.
Jang Chen was speechless.
His body had been strengthened by the Nine Wonders Bodhi tree to the point of invincibility below the spirit communication level. In truth, Jang Chen could easily handle it with a single move.
However, he chose not to explain because it would be meaningless. Urgent notice. We have received information that the giant ferocious beast from the mountain is moving towards the top. All visitors on the mountain, please proceed to the designated shelter. Please remain calm and do not panic.
The government recently notified us that a martial arts expert has been dispatched to Mount Tai and reinforcements will arrive shortly.
At that moment, the official announcement echoed through the scenic area. Upon hearing this news, the tourists turned pale and their legs weakened.
Realizing that the blind bear was about to arrive on the mountain, everyone scattered like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. After all, the distance from the mountain base was not far.
Nina dared not linger and immediately headed towards the shelter.
However, she saw Jang Chen standing still as if petrified. Witnessing this, a hint of hesitation flashed through Kanina's beautiful eyes. After some internal struggle, she finally bit her silver teeth, approached Jang Chen, and grabbed his arm.
"What are you standing there for? Let's go to the shelter." "No need." Jang Chen shook his head slightly, rejecting her kindness. Seeing Jang Chen's stubbornness, Nina was infuriated. What was wrong with this guy?
Despite her efforts to save him, he still showed such arrogance.
Were all athletes like this? Fine.
She decided to let go of her helping nature and respect others' fate. However, just as Nina was about to leave, a wild aura suddenly enveloped the area.
Not far away, an immensely large figure entered everyone's sight.
It was a brown bear with a gray-white body, a blue face, and sharp fangs. Its size was enormous, weighing 2 tons, towering 4 to 5 stories high when standing, with extremely sharp claws leaving long marks with each step.
At that moment, everyone was left speechless with awe.
Some had doubted its existence, but after witnessing it with their own eyes, all doubts vanished.
It was truly gigantic. Who could imagine a bear larger than an elephant? After the bear reached the mountain, it immediately locked its gaze on Jang Chen and Nina not far away.
Opening its huge mouth, emitting a foul-smelling thick saliva with remnants of flesh and clothing inside, indicating it had devoured many.
It's over.
Nina looked hopeless, her eyes lifeless. She wanted to run, but her legs were already weak, and humans couldn't outrun a bear. At that moment, she regretted interfering. If she had let Jang Chen face his own consequences, none of this would have happened. Roaring, the bear charged towards the two, and many believed Jang Chen and Qin Nina were doomed. Qin Nina closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death. Only Jang Chen remained calm and composed. He intended to deal with the bear and leave. Suddenly, as Jang Chen was about to act, a thunderous voice echoed from afar, "Stop, you beast!" Following that, a helicopter flew in from the distance. As the door opened, a figure descended from a high altitude, creating billowing smoke, shocking everyone. They realized it was the martial arts expert sent by the government and rejoiced. Even Qin Nina regained hope, her face showing joy. However, Jang Chen furrowed his brows. He sensed the severity of the situation. It was a middle-aged man with white hair, dressed in traditional Chinese attire. His burly figure, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes exuded a heroic aura, striding with a commanding presence, exuding an air of dominance. This man is named Zhuo Qiandao, a martial arts master dispatched by the government. Upon Zhuo Qiandao's arrival, many travelers showed signs of excitement. He fell from a height of several tens of meters and was unharmed. His physical fitness is abnormal. Isn't that Zhuo Qiandao? He is a senior martial artist of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, rumored to have once killed a mad buffalo with a single punch. With Master Zhuo here, we are saved. Please, skilled one, slay this beast and avenge the innocent lives it has taken. The once despairing crowd now felt a glimmer of hope. The Chinese Martial Arts Association's reputation resonated far and wide, with its martial artists possessing extraordinary skills. With such a master present, why should they fear a giant bear? Qin Nina, relieved, said to Jang Chen, "Thank goodness Master Zhuo arrived in time, or we would have been in great danger." But Jang Chen didn't see it that way. He could tell that the green-faced giant beast possessed at least the strength of awakening to the 5th level. In contrast, Zhuo Qiandao had only awakened to the 3rd level, a vast difference in strength between them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the opponent was like a lamb to the slaughter. Do you really think he can take down this fierce beast? Of course. This is a master of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. How could he not handle a bear? Qin Nina furrowed her brows. She couldn't understand why Jang Chen dared to question the other party. Didn't she see the feat of him falling from a helicopter? That was from dozens of meters high. This height is equivalent to jumping from a 10-story building and still being unharmed. With such terrifying strength, how could he not handle a bear? It's ridiculous. Do you think you can handle this beast better than Master Zhuo? Young people nowadays can't stand others being more impressive than themselves, but they don't know their own limits. Without Master Zhuo, you would have already been killed by the bear, yet you still have the nerve to speak arrogantly. Not only Qin Nina, but others also rebuked Jang Chen. In their eyes, Jang Chen's words were undoubtedly boosting others' morale while diminishing his own prestige. A mere junior dares to boast in front of me. Zhuo Qiandao sneered. He was a senior martial artist of the Martial Arts Association, capable of exerting a force of 500 kilograms with just his own strength. And after the advent of the mythical era, his strength had skyrocketed overnight, now able to unleash the force of 1,000 kilograms with just one hand. With his current strength, he could easily take down this giant bear with just one punch. I'll remind you once, you can't handle this beast, Jang Chen said indifferently. But his well-intentioned reminder was met with mockery from Zhuo Qiandao. Ridiculous. Do I, Zhuo Qiandao, need you to remind me? Zhuo Qiandao's face was full of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at Jang Chen. Open your eyes wide and see how I slay this beast. Laughter erupted from the crowd. In their eyes, Jang Chen's words were nothing but a clown's antics. Seeing this, Jang Chen didn't waste any more words. He had said what needed to be said. If the other party didn't believe him, there was nothing more he could do. Roar! At this moment, the green-faced giant bear suddenly attacked. It propelled its massive body like a heavy tank, charging towards Jang Chen and the others, then swung its claws, intending to tear them to pieces. Zhuo Qiandao snorted coldly, rebuking, "Die, beast." He took a deep breath, activating a unique breathing technique, elevating his own state to the peak. Then, with a majestic aura, Zhuo Qiandao unleashed a powerful punch. The mighty fist wind roared like a hurricane, stirring up clouds of dust. Bang! This punch hit the chest of the green-faced giant bear squarely, pushing it back several meters. The crowd cheered at the sight. Even Qin Nina was jubilant, boasting to Jang Chen, "See that? This is Master Zhuo's strength. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, futile." Jang Chen shook his head. His gaze was sharp, immediately noticing the clues. Although Zhuo Qiandao's punch hit the green-faced giant bear, it did not cause substantial damage. On the contrary, Zhuo Qiandao's arm was trembling faintly, indicating the gap between them. Indeed, Not only did this punch fail to harm the green-faced giant bear, but it also angered it.
The green-faced giant bear roared to the sky, its furious howl deafening.
Its eyes emitted crimson light, exuding a terrifying killing intent and a strong sense of oppression.
Ha! Zhuo Qiandao was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that his punch couldn't take down the opponent. This caught him off guard.
With his current strength, not to mention a bear, even an adult African elephant, he was confident he could knock out with one punch.
This beast has some skills, but it ends here. Zhuo Qiandao no longer concealed his strength.
He was going to display his proud martial arts. Zhuo Qiandao gathered his energy in his lower abdomen, veins bulging on his forehead like candle dragons, then shouted loudly, "Primordial Thunder Palm!" In an instant, Zhuo Qiandao's arms were wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning, continuously making crackling sounds, looking very terrifying.
This move was Zhuo Qiandao's signature technique.
With this move, he once single-handedly wiped out a criminal den with over 100 people. It was with this achievement that he was promoted to a senior martial artist in the Chinese Martial Arts Association.
Die!
Zhuo Qiandao's palm carried raging thunder and lightning, then struck towards the green-faced giant bear's head.
This move was grand and imposing. Almost everyone thought the outcome was decided.
However, just when everyone thought Zhuo Qiandao was about to kill the green-faced giant bear, an unexpected event occurred. When the primordial thunder palm descended, flashes of lightning appeared on the green-faced giant bear's head, but it did not cause any substantial damage. The green-faced giant bear scratched its head, then looked down at Zhuo Qiandao. Its eyes were full of mockery, as if it was laughing at Zhuo Qiandao's lack of ability.
How? Is this possible? Zhuo Qiandao's face was astonished, full of disbelief. He couldn't believe it. His signature move couldn't even scratch the green-faced giant bear? Before he could react, a huge bear paw landed on his head. Bang! In an instant, Zhuo Qiandao turned into a pool of blood, becoming the green-faced giant bear's meal. Seeing this scene, the whole place fell silent. No one could believe it.
This was a martial arts expert sent by the government.
One moment he was boasting, the next moment he was killed in an instant. Was this some kind of joke? Roar!
It wasn't until a roar sounded that the silence was broken. People looked at the ferocious bear, fear once again evident on their faces.
They didn't care about anything else and immediately fled. While this giant bear is still unaware, let's escape too. Qin Lina urged hastily.
She saw the green-faced giant bear still feasting on Zhuo Qiandao's flesh and blood, realizing this was one of the few opportunities.
However, Jang Chen not only did not escape but said, "Escape? Why should we escape? I'm going down the mountain." Are you crazy? How can you go down the mountain with this giant bear here? It will kill you. Qin Lina couldn't understand. She couldn't fathom Jang Chen's thought process. Even Zhuo Qiandao wasn't a match. Did he think he could handle this giant beast? But Jang Chen shook his head with a light smile, looking calm. He approached the green-faced giant bear, hands behind his back, and said lightly, "Kill me? With this beast? Is it even worthy? Is this guy out of his mind? Seeking death, not even Zhuo Qiandao was a match for this giant bear. Does he think he can? Perfect.
I was wondering if there was a scapegoat to buy me time to escape."
Hearing Jang Chen's arrogant words, everyone stopped in their tracks, mocking him. After all, even Zhuo Qiandao was slapped to death by this beast. How dare Jang Chen be so shameless? Did he think he was even more powerful than the senior martial artist of the Martial Arts Association?
You're beyond help. In Qin Lina's eyes, Jang Chen was undoubtedly a madman. She had advised him repeatedly. Why was he still so stubborn? This colossal beast was beyond the capability of ordinary people to handle. Why couldn't he understand that? But Chen Lina didn't know. Jang Chen was not an ordinary person at all. They are just a bunch of commoners. Jang Chen listened to the whispers around him, his expression indifferent.
He had no intention of explaining because it was unnecessary. Besides, even if he did explain, these people would only think he was bragging.
Hiss! At this moment, a licking sound was heard. The crowd then noticed that the green-faced giant bear had already devoured Zhuo Qiandao's flesh and blood, now licking its blood-stained claws.
And the next moment, its gaze shifted to Jang Chen.
The green-faced giant bear's eyes were filled with anger. In its perception, any creature daring to stand before it and meet its gaze was an enemy. The tiny human standing before it, daring to confront it, was simply disrespecting it. It couldn't tolerate that. Roar! The green-faced giant bear let out a deafening roar, the sound waves rolling, causing a sharp pain in the ears of the onlookers. Then, it stood up and slapped towards Jang Chen's head. Seeing this scene, the crowd shook their heads and sneered, thinking that Jang Chen was about to meet the same fate as Zhuo Qiandao. But just as they thought that, the following scene left them stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Jang Chen slightly raised his hand and actually caught the green-faced giant bear's massive paw with one arm. Am I seeing things right?
He actually caught it? Even Zwokiando couldn't catch this paw, and he did? Could it be that he is truly skilled? This unbelievable scene deeply shocked the hearts of the onlookers. But it wasn't just them. Even the green-faced giant bear was astonished. It felt as if its paw had struck a solid wall, causing no harm but instead making it ache. Is that all you've got? Jang Chen shook his head slightly, feeling disappointed. He had intended to test his physical strength. However, after the green-faced giant bear's strike, he understood. With his current physique, the green-faced giant bear was not even qualified to be a test subject. Aoo! The green-faced giant bear was extremely enraged. In its eyes, humans were mere food. As a predator, when had it ever been humiliated by its prey? With a skyward howl, the green-faced giant bear's body suddenly expanded several times, appearing like a colossal mountain. Its body turned crimson, fur as hard as steel, claws sharper than ever, capable of leaving deep marks on solid rock with a light scratch. In the animal kingdom, when fierce beasts were in distress, they would enter a frenzied state of desperation. The green-faced giant bear's current form indicated just that. A trivial skill. Jang Chen's expression remained indifferent, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. There were still many matters awaiting him in Lucheng, and he had no time to waste here. As his words fell, Jang Chen's mind stirred. A dazzling light appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a Jinxian sword emanating chaotic sword energy materialized in his palm, its blade sharp and menacing. The green-faced giant bear swung its sharp claws, each strike capable of effortlessly shattering rocks. It aimed to tear Jang Chen to pieces. Seeing this, the onlookers felt that the battle was over. They acknowledged Jang Chen's skill to a certain extent. However, in the natural world, size held absolute advantage. Jang Chen's physique was almost like that of a baby compared to the green-faced giant bear. Even with his skill, he couldn't possibly turn the tide. However, just as the onlookers thought so, a piercing sword hum resonated through the sky. Chaotic sword energy soared, as if tearing apart the heavens and earth. Jang Chen appeared like a peerless sword god, exuding a fierce sword intent that inspired awe. With a swing of his sword, a cold radiance flickered. The sword energy seemed to dominate the realm, ravaging the vast land. Even those standing far away could feel a stinging sensation on their skin. After the sword strike, Jang Chen retrieved his sword as if nothing had happened, then calmly descended the mountain. Strangely, the green-faced giant bear seemed petrified in place, unmoving. He just left like that? Why isn't this giant beast moving? Could it be under a petrification spell? Doubts filled everyone's minds. Even Kunlun looked puzzled. She couldn't understand what was happening. However, just as everyone was full of astonishment, suddenly the green-faced giant bear showed some movement. A blood-red crack appeared on its abdomen, blood flowing out, the crack widening gradually, eventually turning into a huge wound. The upper body of the green-faced giant bear slid to the ground the next second, emitting a deep, loud sound. Seeing this scene, the whole crowd gasped in disbelief. Could a single sword really split the green-faced giant bear in half? Was that something a normal person could achieve? However, there were also skeptical voices among the crowd. Let's not forget, the green-faced giant bear had previously been attacked by Zhuo Qiandao and others, likely already covered in wounds. Jang Chen being able to kill it with one sword was simply taking advantage of the situation. Otherwise, why wouldn't he stay and wait for government commendation, becoming a hero in the people's hearts? In other words, wasn't it all just a show? Was he afraid of being exposed if he stayed in the same place for too long? Many people agreed with these words. But Kunlun didn't see it that way. She thought these people were being too much. Jang Chen had clearly saved everyone's lives, yet they were still so maliciously speculating about him. It was simply ungrateful. However, just as she was about to argue her point, the following scene unfolded, shaking her worldview to its core. Rumble! A mountain behind the green-faced giant bear suddenly made a thunderous sound, rocks and mud rolling down. The massive mountain experienced turmoil at that moment, as if struck by a huge force, shaking continuously and affecting the surrounding Earth's veins. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were experiencing an earthquake. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The next second, everyone witnessed a crack like a heavenly trench appearing in the center of the mountain. Then, the entire mountain was cut in half, leveled to the ground. At that moment, silence fell over the crowd. People looked at each other, their expressions moved. It wasn't until then that they realized how foolish they had been before. A sword splitting a mountain, a half-immortal among men. Were they, mere mortals, even worthy of speculating about him? When Jang Chen swung his sword, everyone realized what fools they had been. Blinded by their own ignorance, not recognizing the true greatness. But by the time they came to their senses, they had no chance to admit their mistake. Jang Chen had long disappeared without a trace. This left many people feeling regretful.
Since the recent changes in the world, there had been many extraordinary individuals appearing. These individuals possessed extraordinary skills and powers, capturing videos of their feats with smartphones and uploading them online. This had become the hottest topic of discussion in recent days. At the same time, everyone also realized one thing: the world was changing. The once ordinary world would never be the same again, becoming increasingly magical. And Jang Chen's sword strike undoubtedly proved that he was also an extraordinary individual.
This realization left many people feeling regretful. If only they hadn't mocked Jang Chen, if they could have studied swordsmanship under him, they too could have become formidable swordsmen. But now, it was too late for regrets.
However, one tourist quietly recorded the previous scene with a smartphone. He uploaded the video online, naming it Sword Chi across 3,000 miles, a sword's cold light shines on Mount Tai. Within an hour of the video being uploaded, the number of views skyrocketed to over tens of millions, topping various news media's hot search lists.
A sword that levels a mountain, even movies wouldn't dare to film it like this, right? This isn't CGI, is it?
I just said yesterday that the person who killed a northeast tiger barehanded was the most fierce, but today I've been proven wrong.
He's so handsome, does anyone know who he is? I want to marry him. Look at yourself first. Do you think someone of his caliber would even look at you? Who asked for your opinion? You loser. Go play with your glue.
Due to the low image quality of the video shot on the phone, many people were unable to witness Jang Chen's true appearance.
This led to speculation about Jang Chen's identity.
Some said he was a young sword immortal who had been in seclusion for many years, only to emerge today. Others claimed that Jang Chen was originally an ordinary person, but through frequent contemplation of the way of the sword at Mount Tai, he eventually realized an unparalleled sword technique, thus becoming a sword immortal among men. Even more outlandish, some said that Jang Chen was actually a famous sword genius from 100 years ago, who, being born in the declining era, voluntarily sealed himself to be reborn today.
Rumors and gossip swept the internet for a while, but no one could ever know the true identity of the protagonist in the video.
They only knew that among the recent extraordinary individuals in Huaxia, there was now another sword immortal from Mount Tai. Meanwhile, Jang Chen was driving on the highway back to Lucheng. He had no idea that he had become a sword immortal of Mount Tai, let alone the center of attention for countless people. If he knew, he would surely be speechless. After all, he had never thought of becoming a sword immortal. He simply wanted to test the power of the extreme Dao sword immortal technique, and the results did not disappoint him. No wonder Li Dubei in the previous life became known as the moonlit sword immortal by the people. This sword technique is too extraordinary, Jang Chen sighed. He knew that he had only used the first move of the extreme Dao sword immortal technique. Just the first move had the power to split mountains and seas. How terrifying would the following moves be? Jang Chen dared not imagine. In addition, the power of the exterminating immortal sword embryo exceeded Jang Chen's expectations. Just the sword embryo has such power. If it is nourished with various divine irons in the future, I really don't know how extraordinary it will become. The exterminating immortal sword embryo was not an ordinary sword embryo. Jang Chen had heard in his previous life that someone had nourished it with various precious divine irons, causing the sword embryo to undergo extraordinary changes inside and out.
However, Jang Chen did not dwell on it. Nourishing the exterminating immortal sword embryo was not something that could be done overnight.
Besides, there were other important matters at hand, so nurturing the sword embryo was temporarily put aside. He stepped on the gas pedal, speeding back to Lucheng at 300 kilometers per hour.
After about an hour, Jang Chen arrived in Lucheng.
However, just as he reached the city gate, Jang Chen was intercepted by several fully armed guards. They demanded that Jang Chen show proof of being a native of Lucheng, otherwise he would not be allowed to enter the city.
Jang Chen frowned. Since when did you need proof of identity to enter Lucheng?
He handed over his ID card to the guards and inquired about recent events.
After inspecting the ID, the guard realized that Jang Chen's identity was extraordinary.
He quickly straightened up and respectfully said, "Mr. Jang, you may not be aware that since the anomaly occurred, many places have experienced unnatural disasters, leading to social unrest and widespread fear. According to the information we have received, at least 20 cities in the country have suffered from unnatural disasters, causing many people to lose their lives and the entire cities to descend into unprecedented chaos. Upon learning of this, the government ordered us to thoroughly check all incoming and outgoing personnel, ensuring that strangers do not enter Lucheng at will, to prevent accidents befalling the residents of Lucheng."
I understand, Jang Chen nodded. Although the guard spoke in a cryptic manner, how could a reincarnator like him not know about the so-called unnatural disasters?
It had been mentioned before that with the advent of the mythical era, the world underwent changes, and all things evolved. Not only fierce beasts living in the deep mountains and forests, even domesticated poultry or pets kept in the city would also undergo changes. This was the potential crisis facing humanity at this stage. Just imagine waking up one day to find that your pet cat had grown as large as a tiger, drooling and staring at you. What would you think? If Jang Chen's guess was correct, many cities were already in chaos. Even Lucheng was no exception. Furthermore, Jang Chen had heard about some incidents. Some people had already completed the awakening ceremony. After these people awakened their extraordinary abilities, they considered themselves destined for greatness and embarked on the path to becoming people of the country, causing quite a stir. Although they were eventually suppressed by the upper echelons, a small number of them managed to slip through the cracks and roam free. That's why outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering Lucheng. After all, internal troubles have not been resolved, and there can't be any external threats. Mr. John, Lucheng has been quite turbulent lately, you better be careful. The guard handed back his ID card. Jang Chen thanked him and then drove away. He was aware of the recent turbulence in Lucheng but paid it no mind. With his current strength, not to mention Lucheng, hardly anyone in the entire Huaxia could harm him in the slightest. Moreover, those above were about to make a move soon, so he wasn't worried at all. However, as Jang Chen returned to his villa, his brow furrowed. He sensed the presence of others in the villa. And not just one person. Jang Chen chose not to alert them. He quietly sneaked in to see who was lurking in his villa. Like a ghost, Jang Chen silently infiltrated the villa. When he reached the hall, it was no longer the same as before but in disarray, as if it had just been ransacked. This made Jang Chen uneasy because the rest of the divine objects were still in the villa. If the intruders were after them, they might have already been looted. However, just as Jang Chen was about to check the secret room where the divine objects were kept, several complaints suddenly came from the center of the hall. Damn it, how long does Lord will want us to guard this damn place? I'm bored to death. Stop complaining. Once that guy Jang Chen returns, we can grab him and report back. It's been 3 days already. Could Jang Chen have died outside? I think we should report to Lord Will about the situation, so we don't waste precious time here. On the sofa in the center of the living room, several members of Rhine Technology were grumbling, extremely dissatisfied with the task assigned by Will Bruce. They were elite members of Rhine Technology, usually entrusted with various difficult tasks, but now they were asked to guard this place. This made them discontent, feeling underutilized. You guys are too lax. Don't forget, Lord Will said that Guy Jang Chen is extraordinary. Don't mess things up in the end. At this moment, a young man with golden hair and emerald eyes walked over. His name was Gix, the captain of this team. Gix looked at his subordinates' relaxed demeanor and couldn't help but reprimand them, urging them to be vigilant and avoid accidents. However, the others were indifferent, even smiling. Captain, what are you worried about? Even if Jang Chen is powerful, can he really surpass us? Yeah, we endured 15 minutes in the gene-enhancing liquid. Could Jang Chen really be a match for us? Just relax. If Jang Chen shows up, you won't need to intervene. I can take him down on my own. Seeing his subordinates' attitude, Gix could only shake his head helplessly. But he didn't argue with them because they were right. This team had been baptized in gene-enhancing liquid, strengthening their bodies comprehensively, capable of facing a rhinoceros head-on. Ordinary people stood no chance against them. Even if Will Bruce mentioned Jang Chen's extraordinary strength, it couldn't possibly surpass theirs. He just didn't understand why the company went to such lengths to have their elite team bring Jang Chen back. Did the other party hold some astonishing secret? Gix didn't dwell on it. Whatever the higher-ups said, they would do. And once they completed this mission, the company would provide them with the latest gene-enhancing liquid. By then, they would become even more powerful, perhaps even participating in the Doomsday Project, becoming the strong ones of the new era. However, just as Gix and the others were fantasizing about the future, a figure slowly appeared at the door, their gaze coldly fixed on them. Who's there? Gix looked alert, his face stern. The others also stood up, their gazes wary as they looked over. You all came to my house on purpose, and you're asking who I am? Jang Chen smiled faintly, his smile tinged with a hint of coldness. When he noticed Gix and the others earlier, he didn't act rashly but observed carefully for a while. Only after confirming that the other party couldn't threaten him did he decide not to continue hiding. Captain, he's the one Lord Will mentioned, a team member whispered to Gix. Gix nodded slightly. He also knew that the person in front of him was Jang Chen, but he didn't expect him to be so bold as to openly appear before them. Are you from Rhine Technology? Jang Chen's senses were extremely terrifying now, he could hear even the slightest sound clearly. When he heard the name Will, he immediately realized that the other party was from Rhine Technology.
Since Mr. Jang knows, I won't beat around the bush. We would like to invite you to headquarters, GIX said. Invite? I don't think so. Jang Chen coldly smiled, scanning around. I've never seen an invitation that involves barging into someone's home unannounced and turning it upside down. Captain, why waste time talking to him? Just break his limbs and tie him up. After all, Lord will only ask for a live person to be brought back, a subordinate said. Hearing this, GIX didn't speak, clearly agreeing with this suggestion. Since Lord Will Bruce only required a live person to be brought back, even if Jang Chen broke a few bones, they would have completed the mission satisfactorily. However, GIX decided to give Jang Chen another chance. Mr. John, if you don't want to get hurt, I advise you not to resist and cooperate with us obediently. And if I say no? Then don't blame us. GIX snorted coldly, then ordered a subordinate to step forward and subdue Jang Chen. Seeing the other party approaching, Jang Chen remained calm, not nervous at all. Instead, he smiled mockingly. You bunch of useless people think you can hurt me? This remark immediately angered everyone. Several members of the Rhine Technology team were furious, wishing to tear Jang Chen apart. Kid, you're only arrogant now. I'll show you the meaning of death in a moment. The subordinate sneered, raising his hand to grab Jang Chen's throat. But before he could do so, Jang Chen struck first, kicking him several meters away. He didn't even have a chance to scream before dying on the spot. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. No one could believe that the seemingly ordinary Jang Chen possessed such terrifying strength. No wonder Will Bruce had warned them never to underestimate him. This guy is abnormal. Attack together. GIX said coldly. He realized Jang Chen's power, and if they continued to underestimate him, they might all be wiped out here. The other subordinates also realized the seriousness of the situation and dared not be negligent. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, Jang Chen sneered disdainfully. The next moment, he took a step and disappeared on the spot. Everyone was stunned. Where did he go? Just as they were puzzled, Jang Chen suddenly appeared beside them. His speed was so fast that he didn't give them any time to react. In less than 10 seconds, all of GIX's subordinates were lying on the ground, lifeless. GIX was completely dumbfounded. He knew Jang Chen's strength was extraordinary, but this was beyond insane. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Without any hesitation, he was about to run away. But at that moment, a sharp sword blade pressed firmly against his throat, preventing him from moving an inch. I'll give you a chance to tell me everything you know. Maybe then I'll consider sparing your life, Jang Chen said indifferently, looking at him. I don't know anything, GIX stammered, his face filled with fear, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He regretted it deeply now. If he had known how terrifying Jang Chen's power was, he shouldn't have arrogantly waited for an opportunity. If he had hidden well in advance and waited for Jang Chen to be off guard for a surprise attack, maybe there would have been a chance to take him down. But it was too late for all that now. Is that so? Jang Chen coldly smiled and then swiftly cut off GIX's arm with his sword, hot blood splattering on the ground. GIX screamed in agony, collapsing on the floor. Do you understand now? I understand. GIX pleaded, hoping Jang Chen would spare him. But the only response he received was a cold flash of the sword. Jang Chen remained expressionless as he raised his hand and struck with the sword. A bloody head rolled on the ground, the expression frozen in fear. GIX couldn't believe it even in death, that Jang Chen was so ruthless and gave him no chance at all. However, just as Jang Chen had dealt with GIX, the corpse's phone rang. He picked up the phone and answered the call. A familiar voice entered Jang Chen's ears. How did the mission go? Upon hearing this voice, Jang Chen instantly recognized the caller. He had heard this voice on Kunlun Mountain. It was Will Bruce. Not getting a response, Will's voice grew impatient. GIX, didn't you hear me? Are you referring to the body at my feet? Well, he can't hear you anymore, Jang Chen chuckled. Will fell silent for a few seconds. Even he, no matter how foolish, realized what had happened. I never expected that even our elite team sent by Rhine Technology would be annihilated by you. It seems that Mr. Jang's strength is even greater than I anticipated. If I were truly powerful, would Rhine Technology dare to cause trouble for me? Mr. Jang, you misunderstand. Rhine Technology does not want to cause trouble for you, but rather wants to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Exactly. Will's voice carried a hint of playfulness as he informed Jang Chen, since Kunlun Mountain, I have investigated your background, and it seems that you once hired the world's #1 thief, Shadow, on the dark web, right? Coincidentally, during the time you employed Shadow, we at Rhine Technology coincidentally experienced a theft, where our most confidential gene-enhancing liquid was stolen. Are you implying that I did it? Do you have any evidence? Jang Chen was somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected Rhine Technology's intelligence network to be so powerful, able to deduce the mastermind behind the scenes based on such subtle clues. Initially, we didn't have any, but after witnessing your strength on Kunlun Mountain, I can conclude that you used our company's gene-enhancing liquid, Will stated firmly. At this point, Jang Chen saw no point in denying it. After all, he had indeed used it.
And then? What do you want to do? Kill me and reclaim your property? No, why would we have such thoughts?
Will's voice was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, Mr.
Jiang, you must have endured the gene-enhancing process for an hour. Otherwise you wouldn't have the strength to overpower Liang Ying.
A genetic match as close to perfection as you are is considered the most precious treasure in the world by Rhine Technology.
We cherish you so much, how could we ever think of killing you?" Jang Chen sneered disdainfully. What a nice way to put it. Did they really think he was a gullible 3-year-old? I see that Rhine Technology wants to use me as an experimental subject, right? Why sugarcoat it? That's too harsh. We just want to reference your genetic sequence to improve the gene-enhancing solution, with absolutely no ulterior motives. Do you think anyone in this world would willingly be a guinea pig? As long as you're willing to cooperate, we are willing to agree to any conditions you set and promise to make you the strategic core of the company, transforming your body into the strongest in the world, making you the ruler of this world.
Not interested.
Jang Chen felt like laughing. Ruler of the world? By them? Ridiculous.
In the previous life, even if Rhine Technology perfected the gene-enhancing solution and created numerous batches of gene-enhanced warriors, it still couldn't change the fact that they were a second-rate power.
And they dared to talk about ruling the world?
Besides, he had already achieved physical sanctity. Why would he need their modifications? Jang Chen, in our Huaxia, there is an ancient saying, those who recognize the times are outstanding.
I advise you to cooperate with us obediently, or else, you will only embrace the arms of Satan.
Will saw that Jang Chen was not yielding, his voice turning cold.
But he didn't know. Jang Chen was not one to be swayed by threats. Sorry, I am a Huaxia person.
The Satan you speak of is nothing more than a scarecrow in my eyes.
Let me give you a piece of advice too.
If you come looking for trouble again, I won't hesitate to make Rhine Technology disappear from this world.
With that, Jang Chen hung up the phone.
On the other end, in the office at Rhine Technology headquarters, Will was furious. He slammed the communication device in his hand to the ground, saying, "The damn Huaxia person is just a yellow-skinned monkey, daring to be so arrogant in front of me."
He vowed to make Jang Chen pay a bloody price. Just as Will was venting his anger, a subordinate suddenly entered the room. "Lord Will,
there's a message from the higher-ups, stating that the prehistoric wild man excavated from the Jurassic era in Colorado has awakened and they are preparing to extract its genes.
They want you to attend a meeting immediately."
What? Upon hearing this, Will showed a shocked expression. Rhine Technology had been crazily excavating human remains from ancient times for genetic research for a long time.
The goal was to extract genes from ancient humans and integrate them into the genetic sequence.
3 years ago, they discovered a huge amber in a rock salt layer in Colorado. And within this amber, there was a prehistoric human from the Jurassic period sealed inside. Through research, they found that this prehistoric man's genes were incredibly powerful. Just with his physical body, he could battle against a Tyrannosaurus Rex. If they could obtain his genes, it would undoubtedly elevate Rhine Technology's power. However, the other party had been in a state of dormancy. It was difficult for them to extract his genes. But today, this prehistoric man suddenly woke up. This meant that Rhine Technology could not only extract his genes but could also, through genetic technology, transform him into the strongest human in history. Thinking of this, Will couldn't help but smirk sinisterly. "Jang Chen, soon you will know what a foolish decision you have made."
After hanging up the phone, Jang Chen immediately went to the secret chamber.
This was where the rest of the treasures were stored, very secretive, and equipped with the most advanced security measures in the world. Not even a missile could blast it open. But even so, Jang Chen dared not underestimate the threat from Rhine Technology. After checking, Jang Chen found no traces of anyone entering the secret chamber. He walked up to the safe, entered the password, opened it, confirmed that all the treasures were safe, and then heaved a sigh of relief.
"It seems that Rhine Technology did not come for these treasures," Jang Chen said. He thought that Will Bruce's talk of cooperation was just a facade. The real purpose was to obtain these treasures. Now it seems that might not be the case.
If Rhine Technology had really come for the treasures, there was no reason they would spend days without finding this secret chamber.
Now I have completely become enemies with Rhine Technology. I must make myself stronger as soon as possible to ensure nothing goes wrong. Jang Chen's expression was serious as he planned for the future. He was well aware of the current state of the world.
The era of myths was beginning to emerge, with various anomalies occurring worldwide, giving rise to many awakened individuals. It could be said that this period was the most chaotic. Rules and laws no longer existed, only absolute strength spoke volumes. Jang Chen had previously said that if he were truly powerful enough, Rhine technology would not dare to offend him. If Jang Chen became powerful enough to make the whole world tremble, not to mention Rhine technology, even the most powerful forces in the world would not dare to provoke him. With this in mind, Jang Chen took out his phone, intending to go online to see if there were any movements from forces like Tianxin Genetics, the LV Group, and Gao Wei Military Industries. Since he had switched the Wudao robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin at Longhu Mountain, he had basically formed a deadly feud with these forces. And now that Rhine technology had come looking for him, it was impossible for other forces to remain idle. Jang Chen planned to gather as much information as possible to avoid falling into a situation where the enemy was hidden while he was exposed. However, after the arrival of the mythological era, not only did reality undergo drastic changes, but even the changes in the online world were significant. People were no longer discussing celebrities in current affairs but rather focusing on discussions about the awakened individuals. These awakened individuals are too despicable. Just because they have awakened abilities, they actually think of themselves as emperors, daring to kill anyone who disobeys their orders, completely lawless.
Law? In the current situation, awakened individuals are the law. These inhumane beasts, even if they become awakened individuals, so what? Do they really think they can control society? Don't act all righteous. If you were to become an awakened individual, you might become even more lawless. The existence of awakened individuals undoubtedly changed the social landscape. After all, superhumans who only appeared in movies and novels were now truly appearing in reality. Ordinary people had no ability to resist. The only thing they could do was vent online. Jang Chen glanced briefly and then found some useful information. After the arrival of the mythological era, many top forces in the world began to recruit and expand their influence, offering generous rewards to recruit awakened individuals. Their goal was to gather more fighting power so that they would have a higher competitive edge in future struggles for opportunities. Among these forces, Jang Chen saw Gao Wei Military Industries, the Entropy Union, and the Blood Star. These forces were no longer hiding in the shadows but were showing their true strength to attract awakened individuals to join them. However, among the many forces, what caught Jang Chen's attention the most was the LV Group. On the day the mythological era arrived, they announced a major news to the world. The LV Group officially changed its name to the Great LV Royal Family. At the same time, the Great LV Royal Family informed the world that they were an ancient royal family from ancient times, who had ruled the world for a long time. Now, with the arrival of the mythological era, they would return to their former glory and become the rulers of the world. In addition, the Great LV Royal Family also announced that they were recruiting awakened individuals, not for cooperation but as vassals. Otherwise, once the Great LV Royal Family ruled the world in the future, they would eliminate all anomalies. The Great LV Royal Family really isn't afraid of angering the masses, Jang Chen remarked. However, he was not too surprised. In the previous life, the Great LV Royal Family had this style of doing things, which had offended many top forces. But in the end, no one could do anything to the Great LV Royal Family. This was because they were an ancient immortal family, not only with profound heritage but also with many terrifying experts in the world. People may not like it, but they dare not say anything. However, even the powerful De Lu Wan clan could not escape the fate of downfall in the end. I remember in the previous life, the De Lu Wan clan exhausted all their efforts in pursuit of the path to immortality, placing their hopes on a person named Yao Xian. Unfortunately, not only did they fail in the end, but they also incurred divine punishment, leading to the ultimate destruction of the entire clan, Jang Chen side. It was said that Yao Xian was a genius that appeared once in 1,000 years in the De Lu Wan clan. In less than 20 years of cultivation, her strength reached the level of divine fire, just one step away from the realm of the godly light. This person was extremely mysterious, with almost no information available about her. Even Jang Chen was unfamiliar with her. Suddenly, Jang Chen thought of someone. Lu Mengyao. Could it be her? Jang Chen furrowed his brows, his thoughts racing. Based on their previous interactions, he could confirm that Lu Mengyao was no ordinary person. It was highly likely that she was the Yao Xian of the De Lu Wan clan. However, Jang Chen did not dwell on it further because he was not certain. The De Lu Wan clan was filled with geniuses, and it might not necessarily be her. Later, Jang Chen came across a very interesting post online. National ranking of divine experts detailed the extraordinary beings that had appeared on the internet recently,
ranking them based on their displayed strengths. Currently, there were over 100 extraordinary individuals included in the list. The post meticulously provided various information about these individuals, allowing viewers to have a clearer understanding of their strengths. Jang Chen briefly scanned through it and found that the top 10 on the list were insignificant, offering no valuable insights.
Taishan Youth Sword Immortal?
When Jang Chen saw the 5th ranking, he couldn't help but be stunned. From the description and evidence provided, Jang Chen could almost confirm that it was him.
This left him somewhat bemused. He acknowledged being a sword immortal, but did he look like a youth?
After a thorough check, Jang Chen discovered that the list was called the Ascension List. According to the post, the genius anomalies recorded in the list were believed to ascend to become the rulers of this new world without exception. Jang Chen also found his name on the list, ranking 5th and being referred to as the Youth Sword Immortal. Taishan Youth Sword Immortal, who split mountains with a single sword, his sword aura shook the world, his age and identity unknown, possessing extraordinary strength. It is rumored that he is a sword genius who emerged after years of seclusion. Although he has only made one move compared to other divine beings, I believe he is fully qualified to be ranked 5th on the Ascension list. The post detailed the reasons below the rankings, allowing everyone to have a clearer understanding of Jang Chen's strength. Additionally, there was a video link below the post. Clicking on it, Jang Chen found a recording of himself slaying a green-faced giant bear on Mount Tai, but the quality was too blurry to reveal his true appearance.
Jang Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
He did not want his identity exposed across the internet, as it would not benefit him and could potentially bring danger. After watching the video, Jang Chen continued to browse through the top 4 on the Ascension list. He was curious to know what kind of beings could rank ahead of him. Glancing over, Jang Chen noticed that the people ahead of him were core geniuses of various factions, with 1 or 2 factions being his enemies. The person ranked 4th was Duan Yu from the Black Dragon Hall. He was a genius who had been hidden by the Black Dragon Hall for many years, nourished with various spiritual medicines since childhood, and regularly sent to cultivate in the Black Dragon blood pool, making his physical body and blood energy extremely powerful. Just his fist strength alone could easily shake mountains. After the arrival of the mythical era, he obtained the spirit tier creation, the Great Dark Dragon technique, during the awakening ceremony. With this technique, he was able to kill a 100-meter-long mutated python with just one punch.
With this achievement, he proudly claimed the 4th position on the Ascension list.
The 3rd position belonged to Alan Leal, with the divine genes of a god. He is regarded as the most outstanding creation of the divine genes. His body has been transformed to perfectly integrate the genes of myriad beasts, allowing him to freely use various abilities of exotic beasts at will, and even devour the genes of other creatures for his own use. It is said that Alan Lyle also obtained the Earth tier creation during the awakening ceremony, the bloodline gene of the undying divine bird. Given enough time, he can integrate the undying bird's genes into his body, becoming an immortal and indestructible being. This is also why he is ranked 3rd on the God Ascension list.
The 2nd ranked individual is Zhao Yinji.
Originally an ordinary Daoist priest from Kunlun Mountain, he obtained the heaven tier creation and the inheritance of a celestial master during the awakening ceremony. Not only did he open his heavenly eyes to see the world's demons clearly, but he also mastered the 5 thunder laws, able to summon heavenly thunder with a mere gesture. Legend has it that on the day of the mythical descent, Kunlun Mountain was attacked by a wave of mutant beasts, and Zhao Yinji single-handedly repelled the onslaught, becoming a transcendent figure celebrated by all. The person ranked 1st on the God Ascension list is Lu Wudi of the Great Lu Wang clan. It is rumored that he is a rare genius of the Great Lu Wang clan in his century, with cultivation talent far surpassing ordinary people. In just 10 years, he reached the realm of shackles, with the ancient royal bloodline flowing in his body, having gained the approval of his ancestors long ago and inheriting the clan's unparalleled legacy. Furthermore, Lu Wudi obtained the heaven tier creation, the world-destroying demonic blade, during the awakening ceremony, further enhancing his already formidable power. After reading the introductions of these 5 individuals, Jang Chen casually glanced at the online comments and found many people disputing the rankings, sparking heated debates. If you ask me, the strongest among the top 10 on the God Ascension list is definitely Alan Lyle. He is the masterpiece of divine genes and can absorb the genes of others for his own use, meaning he has unlimited growth potential.
Nonsense. The strongest is undoubtedly Zhao Yinji, who received the personal transmission of Zhang's celestial master.
Just a palm strike of thunder from him is enough to destroy heaven and earth.
I think Duan Yu is the strongest, because I have seen this person with my own eyes. He exudes a kingly aura from head to toe, and I don't think anyone in this world is more powerful than him. May I ask, am I the only one who thinks the swordsman from Mount Tai is the most powerful?
After reading the online comments, Jang Chen shook his head and smiled lightly. Initially, he thought these people were extraordinary and not to be underestimated. However, after reading through them, he wanted to say one thing.
Is that all? It can only be said that these netizens have not seen the world, to think that even such mediocre individuals can make it onto the God Ascension list?
But it's not their fault. After all, not everyone is a reincarnator like him. Moreover, the mythical descent has only been a few days, and the real anomalies have yet to come. The individuals on this God Ascension list are probably not even at the realm of shackles, merely acting as kings among monkeys in the mountains. When the era of myths truly arrives, these people on the list will likely be overshadowed by others. Of course, except for Jang Chen. With his current foundation and strength, he is fully qualified to contend with those true geniuses and monsters.
And let's not forget, his awakening ceremony has yet to come.
Previously, he had elevated his own merits to the golden level through various means, indicating that he can at least obtain opportunities for creations above the heaven tier. While the era of myths has not fully arrived, I must quickly refine the other divine objects.
Jang Chen turned off his phone and then took out a book weathered by the years. The Daoist scripture.
This ancient scripture was purchased by him from the master of the Lingbao Pavilion, at a total cost of 300 million RMB. Although by market standards, this scripture is not worth such a high price, for Jang Chen, even if it were 30 billion, he would not hesitate to buy it. Because this is the most powerful foundational cultivation method for the awakening realm and the realm of shackles. In Jang Chen's memory, when the world undergoes its changes and celestial beings and demons descend, everyone will come to know their cultivation systems and levels. In the cultivation levels known to Jang Chen, there are a total of 9 levels, namely, Awakening, Shackles, Spirit Communication, Dao Entry, Transcendence, Freedom, Lamp Ignition, Divine Fire, and Ascension. Each realm also has different sub-realms that determine the strength gap. Jang Chen even heard that beyond the final realm of Ascension, there are even higher realms.
To reach that realm, one must become an immortal.
Jang Chen didn't dwell on it much because it was still too distant for him. What he needed to do now was to use the Tao scripture as the foundation, laying a perfect foundation for his own cultivation path so that he could walk further and more steadily on the path of cultivation. Jang Chen took out the Tao scripture, then sat cross-legged, beginning to contemplate its true essence. As Jang Chen reached out to touch the Tao scripture, his fingers could clearly feel a unique sensation. It was said that the material of the Tao scripture was special, made from some mysterious material, so even after thousands of years, it still showed no signs of damage. However, this was normal because the full name of the Tao scripture was the Tao Te Ching, and its author was none other than the founder of Taoism, Laozi. Laozi also had another mythical identity as the moral celestial venerable among the 3 pure ones of heaven and earth. This was why countless cultivators were so drawn to the Tao scripture. Not only because the Tao scripture was the strongest technique for the awakening in shackles realms, but also because it contained the cultivation insights of the moral celestial venerable. If one could comprehend the true essence left by the moral celestial venerable, they would surely avoid many detours on the path of cultivation. It's a pity that with my current level of comprehension, I'm still not enough to understand the true essence within the Tao scripture, Jang Chen murmured softly. But he was well aware that haste makes waste. There was plenty of time ahead, so there was no need to rush now. He turned to the first page of the Tao scripture, where ancient inscriptions were engraved on the yellowed pages.
The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name.
The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, the named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always be without desire, so as to observe its subtlety. Jang Chen silently recited the Tao scripture, earnestly pondering its mysteries. At that moment, Jang Chen felt as if he had been enlightened, comprehending everything as if he were immersed in the vast and infinite universe of the Tao. This profound and mysterious feeling was something he had never experienced before. It was as if he had grasped the truths of the world, becoming an all-knowing and transcendent being. However, this feeling was fleeting, making Jang Chen doubt if it was just an illusion. As time passed, Jang Chen's body emitted a dazzling golden light. His internal organs were pulsating rhythmically, like an awakened primordial beast exuding waves of pressure. It was at this moment that Jang Chen completed his transformation, once again embarking on the path of cultivation. Moreover, after comprehending the Tao scripture, Jang Chen directly surpassed the awakening realm and became a strong practitioner in the shackles realm at the triple level. The shackles realm had a total of 6 levels, corresponding to the hands, feet, eyes, ears, torso, and consciousness of the human body.
Unlocking each shackle would lead to a qualitative leap in strength.
Therefore, among practitioners in the shackles realm, there were differences in strength. In my previous life, I practiced tirelessly, experiencing countless life and death situations, yet I couldn't even enter the shackles realm before my death. But now, I have skipped the awakening realm and directly unlocked 3 shackles, Jang Chen said somewhat self-deprecatingly. The realm he had longed for in his past life had now come so suddenly. He also realized one thing: even with enough opportunities and fate, even a pig could become the supreme ruler of all things. Furthermore, Jang Chen discovered something astonishing: the Tao scripture could enhance one's comprehension and talent. With each level raised, one's comprehension and talent would also improve. No wonder the Tao scripture is hailed as the strongest foundational technique. It's truly extraordinary, Jang Chen said with a moved expression. It was known that everyone's cultivation talent and comprehension were fixed from birth and difficult to change unless there was an extraordinary opportunity. The role of the Tao scripture was to enhance one's comprehension and cultivation talent. No wonder the world praises the Tao scripture as the strongest foundational cultivation method for awakening and binding realms, because this technique can lay a solid foundation for cultivators, enabling them to go further on their cultivation path. It's a pity that I only have one Tao scripture now, and I've heard that the strongest techniques in other realms each possess different extraordinary abilities. If I could cultivate the strongest technique in each realm, I can't even imagine it, Jang Chen lamented. After his rebirth, he spared no effort to search for the strongest techniques in various realms. However, no matter how hard he searched, he only found one Tao scripture in the end, with no trace of other techniques. Yet Jang Chen was content, because even cultivating just one Tao scripture would bring him immense benefits. In his previous life, he had seen someone rise from obscurity to become a peerless master by solely cultivating a Tao scripture. So even if he couldn't obtain the strongest techniques in other realms, Jang Chen was satisfied. He put away the Tao scripture. Next, he would start refining the other divine objects that could enhance his own strength. Jang Chen took out a black and gold dragon-patterned bow and arrow, known as the Xianyuan bow. The former could compensate for Jang Chen's lack of long-range attack methods. Once successfully refined, injecting spiritual power and pulling the bowstring would unleash a devastating divine arrow. Jang Chen remembered clearly. Someone once used this bow to shoot down enemies millions of kilometers away, and later even shot an arrow into space, overshadowing the sun and moon. He became famous for this battle, known as the unparalleled arrow god. Jang Chen held the Xianyuan bow in his hand, feeling a hint of heat in his palm. This was a sign of the awakening of the divine artifact. As the mythological era arrived, the divine objects collected by Jang Chen began to awaken one by one, shedding their dust and revealing their sharpness. Now I lack long-range attack capabilities, and the Xianyuan bow happens to fill this gap, Jang Chen said. However, this was not the most important thing. The Xianyuan bow could kill invisibly from millions of kilometers away, equivalent to shooting enemies on one side of the earth from the other. Anyone who offended the owner of the Xianyuan bow would live in constant fear of being shot at any moment. Fortunately, the current owner of the Xianyuan bow was Jang Chen. He would never have such worries. But his enemies might not be so lucky. The method to refine the Xianyuan bow was simple, just needing to recognize the master with a drop of blood. Jang Chen went to the living room, ready to cut his finger with a fruit knife. However, what happened next left him somewhat amused. The sharp fruit knife on Jang Chen's finger not only made a metallic friction sound but also sparked stars. I almost forgot. This body is no longer vulnerable to ordinary weapons. With a thought, Jang Chen's hand shimmered with light, and a sword embryo appeared in his palm. With his current physical strength, only the immortal slaying sword embryo could draw blood. He cut his fingertip, and a drop of crimson blood fell on the Xianyuan bow. Soon, the Xianyuan bow trembled violently, emitting a faint glow, appearing extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Jang Chen could sense a connection forming between the Xianyuan bow and himself. He held the Xianyuan bow in his palm, then pulled the bowstring and infused spiritual power. In an instant, a terrifying arrow force swept through the area, as if piercing through the sky, causing Jang Chen's expression to change involuntarily. Great bow! With this bow and arrow, he would now have the means to make up for his lack of long-range attacks. When facing powerful enemies, he would have greater confidence and assurance. After refining the Xianyuan bow, Jang Chen turned his gaze to the last 2 divine objects that could enhance his strength. Once he refined these 2 divine objects, he would be invincible in the mortal realm. At the same time, he would embark on the next phase of his plan. Jang Chen took out the formless robe and the demon-sealing purgatory tower. The former he had seized from various forces on Kunlun Mountain, while the latter he had purchased at a high price from an archaeologist through powerful connections. He first held the formless robe in his hand and carefully examined it. After the changes in the world, the formless robe also underwent a noticeable transformation. It no longer appeared dim and lifeless as before, but instead exuded a dazzling brilliance, looking extraordinary. Although my physical body is now almost invincible, it still does not reach the level of being invulnerable to all methods. But with the blessing of the formless robe, no one in this world will be able to harm me in the slightest, not even the forbidden zones, or I can move freely without any harm. In this world, there are many forbidden zone remnants that have not been discovered by people. These remnants are filled with various dangers. Not to mention ordinary people, even top cultivators who have achieved success in their training would lose their lives if they rashly entered them. Yet, despite this, every year countless cultivators still risk their lives to enter these areas because the Forbidden Zone remnants hold countless opportunities left over from ancient times. Whoever obtains them will soar to great heights and become outstanding among men. It is for this reason that numerous cultivators are drawn to them like moths to a flame. Naturally, Jang Chen also had this idea, which is why he spared no effort to obtain the formless robe. This robe, crafted by the divine treasure Celestial Lord, can protect the wearer to the greatest extent and minimize the damage they receive. Even when facing the mysterious powers of the Forbidden Zones, the formless robe can easily block them. With the formless robe, Jang Chen can freely enter and exit the Forbidden Zones, a natural advantage that other cultivators do not possess. The method to refine the formless robe remains the same: blood recognition. This is almost universally recognized as the method for refining divine objects. Jang Chen let his blood drip onto the formless robe, and immediately a dazzling divine light burst forth, illuminating the entire dim room. This signified that Jang Chen had completed the refinement. He draped the formless robe over himself, then with a single thought, the formless robe disappeared from his body's surface as if it had turned invisible. From now on, the formless robe would passively protect Jang Chen's safety, ensuring that he would not suffer any harm. Of course, this passive protection has its limitations on the amount of damage it can withstand. Only when Jang Chen actively activates the formless robe can it resist even more powerful attacks. After refining the formless robe, Jang Chen turned his gaze to the last divine object, the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower. This black tower was about the size of an adult's palm, exquisitely shaped and mysterious, with engravings on its surface resembling divine patterns, emanating a hint of mysterious pressure. Jang Chen's knowledge of the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower was not deep. He had only heard that this stone tower had the ability to suppress demons and was extremely effective against the most sinister evil beings. In his past life, he had witnessed powerful individuals using the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower to suppress all the demons they faced. When the era of myths officially arrived, celestial demons would also descend upon the world. That would be the true chaotic era, with various disasters occurring frequently, as countless evil spirits roamed the earth like a calamity, sometimes attacking human cities in a night parade of ghosts, causing many humans to perish at the hands of these monsters. Many people even resorted to entering the ghost realm in order to survive, living as half-human, half-ghost beings. And many more people paid protection fees at regular intervals, seeking the protection of powerful cultivators. It could be said that by that time, the vast majority of people would live in fear every day. But Jang Chen, with the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower, would not have such troubles. Jang Chen cut his finger and poured his blood over the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower. In an instant, the tower erupted in a brilliant light, violently shaking, causing the entire villa to tremble as if an earthquake had been triggered. Jang Chen picked up the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower and immediately noticed that something was off about its weight. With his current strength, he could easily lift several tons of weight, but when he picked up the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower, he felt a bit strained. This meant that the weight of the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower had exceeded 10 tons. I have heard that the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower can change its weight according to the infused spiritual power. If I can infuse enough spiritual power, wouldn't it become as heavy as a mountain? With a curious mindset, Jang Chen infused his own spiritual power into it. Soon, he discovered that the weight of the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower exceeded 50 tons, requiring both hands to lift it. This delighted Jang Chen. He had thought that the tower could only seal demons and ward off evil spirits, but he did not expect it to have another wonderful use. If he were to increase the weight of the tower to hundreds of tons and then throw it towards the enemy, what a sight it would be. This can also be considered as having an extra trump card, Jang Chen chuckled. He stored the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower in his lower abdomen's elixir field. Since comprehending the Tao scripture and elevating his strength to the realm of breaking free from the three shackles, a sea of elixir fields had also been opened up within his body. Jang Chen stored the demon-sealing Purgatory Tower in his elixir field in his abdomen, ready to retrieve it when needed. By the time he finished refining these two divine items, it was already early morning from deep night. The sun was rising in the east. Jang Chen tidied up the messy room a bit and then went to the kitchen to prepare some food. Although he was now a cultivator at the Triple Shackles realm, his body still needed regular energy replenishment until he reached the realm of freedom. Before long, Jang Chen had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Sitting at the dining table, he enjoyed his meal while watching the news reports. Recently, there have been many awakened individuals in our country who have been committing arson, murder, and looting, seriously affecting social order and public safety. In order to protect the safety of the people, the government has decided to establish the People's Heroes Association, recruiting talents from society to collectively resist illegal awakened individuals and contribute to a better society. Since the catastrophic disaster struck, many cities have suffered from devastating disasters, and the people's lives cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, the national leadership unanimously decided to build 5 super shelters based on the cities of Luqing, Xincheng, Haicheng, Jingcheng, and Hancheng, to accommodate refugees from all over the country. Recently, many people have been using the guise of cultivating immortality to blatantly engage in deception and fraud. Up to today, tens of thousands of similar fraud cases have occurred.
The Anti-Fraud Center reminds the public here not to believe in such absurd statements.
Jang Chen looked at these news reports and found that they were basically no different from his previous life. After the arrival of myths, the country was initially chaotic for a few days, but then the authorities quickly organized order and established 5 super cities as shelters. In addition, there was the People's Heroes Association. This force could be said to be the official channel for recruiting awakened individuals, as they did not want other forces to snatch away all the awakened individuals, which would be a very tricky situation. However, while Jang Chen was browsing the web, he suddenly came across a piece of valuable information. Someone has declared that there is a strange event happening at Mount Song, with the mountain emitting colorful light, appearing sacred and solemn, and there are signs of ancient relics emerging. According to preliminary investigations by historical experts, it is suspected to be the ancient and famous Tianju Temple.
Mount Song? Tianju Temple? Jang Chen suddenly remembered something very important.
In his previous life, Mount Song was also a mountain peak fiercely contested by numerous top experts, as it was said to contain a world-defying opportunity.
If someone could obtain it, they would be invincible, and that world-defying opportunity was the treasure of the Tianju Temple, the Nirvana Sutra. At the same time, the Nirvana Sutra was also the strongest technique for communication with spirits and entering the Tao. This gave Jang Chen an idea. He planned to visit Mount Song to see if the Nirvana Sutra truly existed there. If it did, then his dream of cultivating the strongest techniques of each realm would no longer be out of reach. At that moment, Jang Chen received a phone call from his university friend, Li Ziheng. The last time, Li Ziheng had invited Jang Chen to attend a class reunion at Mount Tai, where he had also met him. Before leaving, he had subtly hinted that the world was about to change drastically, advising the other party to be prepared in advance. During this call, he also wanted to inquire if the other party had taken his advice to heart. After all, Li Ziheng was one of Jang Chen's few close friends, and he naturally didn't want anything unexpected to happen to him. "Hello, Jang Chen? I finally managed to get through to your phone." Just as he pressed the answer button, Jang Chen heard the urgent voice of the other party. It was evident that Li Ziheng had been calling him frequently in these past few days. However, Jang Chen had been in Mount Tai during this time, having set his phone to airplane mode in advance, only turning it back on upon returning to Luqing. "Sorry, I've been busy these past 2 days, so my phone was off." "Forget about that, are you okay now? So many magical things have been happening recently, I'm starting to wonder if I'm living in a novel." "I'm fine, how about you?" "I'm fine too. Ever since you told me about the end of the world last time, I quickly stocked up on supplies, preparing for a zombie virus outbreak or an ice apocalypse, only to find out it was a false alarm." Li Ziheng's tone became noticeably excited as he continued, "You know what? I read online that it's an era of spiritual revival now, where everyone has the chance to cultivate immortality." "Yes, it is indeed the best of times, but also the worst of times," Jang Chen sighed. He acknowledged that this was an era of universal rise. Whether old or young, poor or wealthy, everyone would start anew, which was a kind of fairness in a sense. "By the way, Jang Chen, I have something to tell you." "What is it? Do you know about awakeners?" "Yes, what about them?" "It seems like I'd become an awakener too." Li Ziheng recounted how he had suddenly developed a high fever 2 days ago, falling into a day-long coma. During his unconscious state, he had a strange dream where he bathed in dragon blood, underwent a rebirth, and gained unprecedented power. Initially thinking it was just a dream, Li Ziheng was astonished to find himself light as a feather, strong as a spring, able to punch through steel plates effortlessly upon waking up. This left him incredulous until he researched online and learned about the existence of awakeners. "You've become an awakener?" Jang Chen was somewhat surprised.
Normally, ordinary people wouldn't gain such extraordinary opportunities during the awakening ceremony.
From Li Ziheng's description, Jang Chen could tell that the opportunity he had obtained was definitely not simple. Most likely, it was at least above the spiritual level. Yes, so I wanted to ask if you've also become an awakener, Li Ziheng inquired. Jang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was not an awakener. However, he sensed another meaning from this conversation and asked, "From what you're saying, it seems like besides you, there are others who have become awakeners? Don't you know? There are already quite a few people in the university group showing off their awakener status. I left the group a long time ago. Do you know who else has become awakeners? As far as I know, there are a total of 5 people, Li Jiaqi, Wang Haihan, Lu Xiaoling, Wang Nana, and Yi Liangchen. Among them, Yi Liangchen has the most powerful ability. It's said that he obtained a unique fruit that allows him to control flames at will, burning people from a distance with just a thought." After listening, Jang Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Controlling flames? Wasn't that the most basic stroke of luck? Truly top-tier opportunities invariably possessed unlimited potential for growth. Opportunities like Yi Liangchen's were easily foreseeable. Nevertheless, such opportunities had a low ceiling but a high floor. At least in the current environment, he could still wield power for a while. Ziheng, remember, never tell anyone about the abilities you've gained. It could be a matter of life and death, Jang Chen cautioned. He vividly remembered one thing. In the previous life, someone obtained a chance at the heavenly rank during the awakening ceremony, but due to being too ostentatious, they attracted the attention of a major power, ultimately having their divine consciousness erased and turning into a puppet. Don't worry, besides you, I won't tell anyone else about this, Li Ziheng said. Jang Chen nodded. He knew Li Ziheng's character very well. The other party was not someone who liked to show off. If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. There's one last thing. Are you interested in going to Mount Song with me? You're going to Mount Song? Jang Chen was somewhat surprised. He couldn't figure out why the other party wanted to go to Mount Song. I saw someone organizing a trip to Mount Song in the class group chat. Besides a few awakeners, many ordinary students also want to go. It is said that there may be hidden opportunities and legacies in Mount Song recently, so they want to try their luck. Jang Chen, I think you can also go and try. What if there's a treasure in Mount Song that can make people awaken? Li Ziheng explained. Jang Chen was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll go with you guys." According to the original plan, Jang Chen was planning to go to Mount Song alone. However, he was worried that something might happen to Li Ziheng, so he decided to go together, so that even if they encountered danger, he could take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Jang Chen also prepared to set off for Mount Song, Jinling City. This place is known as the most prosperous city in Huaxia, and also holds a long history. Walking on the streets, surrounded by ancient and picturesque scenery, the tourists were dazzled by the sights, marveling at the surroundings. In the central part of Jinling City stands a 1,000-year-old ancient city palace named Luang Palace. The Luang Palace is filled with tall and magnificent buildings, shining brightly. In a grand and luxurious attic, a noblewoman dressed in golden robes sat on a phoenix chair, gazing into the distance, holding a cup of fragrant tea, leisurely savoring it. Behind her stood dozens of strong and extraordinary guards. These people were all awakeners, with outstanding strength that could dominate in the outside world, but now they stood respectfully behind the noblewoman, not daring to show any negligence. At this moment, the noblewoman set down her tea, chuckled lightly, and looked at the people behind her. Interesting, there are actually people in this world who can make our Luang clan suffer twice. Should we say that he has extraordinary means? Or should we say that you are just a bunch of useless trash? Whether it was the extraterritorial meteorite, the 9-dragon bronze coffin unearthed from Longhu Mountain, or the formless robe, these 3 divine items were all coveted by the Luang clan. For these treasures, the Luang clan had long been planning and had paid a huge price. But who could have thought that they would ultimately fall into someone else's hands? If this matter were to spread, it would be a joke for a lifetime. Madam 9, there are reasons behind both of these incidents. No one expected to be intercepted by the same person twice. A middle-aged man said respectfully. Do you think I want to hear that? I have already had someone investigate that person's identity. The middle-aged man took out a list of information from his bosom and handed it respectfully to the noblewoman. The noblewoman took the information and glanced at it, looking slightly surprised as she said, Jang Chen? I've never heard of this name. Have you investigated his background? It has been investigated. He is from Luqing, his father is the chairman of the Lingtian group with a market value of billions, and there is no other background. Hearing this, the noblewoman sneered coldly, her eyes full of disdain. Just a lowly commoner from Luqing dares to ruin the good things of my Luang clan, simply tiresome. She issued a death order. Within 3 days, Jang Chen must be brought back, alive or dead.
However, the middle-aged man looked embarrassed and said, Madam 9, this seems a bit difficult.
Why?
After our investigation, it seems that Jang Chen and Miss Meng Yao are classmates.
If we act rashly against him, I'm afraid it will upset Miss Meng Yao and Madam.
As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a crisp slap resounded.
A bright red palm print appeared on his face.
The noble woman remained expressionless, coldly saying, Don't mention that despicable person in front of me.
Just because she gave birth to a bastard with the blood of the Lu Wan lineage flowing in him, what's so impressive about that?
When Feng successfully refines the extraterritorial meteorite and obtains the unique opportunity within, he will surpass that bastard offspring.
At that time, not only that wretch, even the entire Lu Wan clan will have to heed our words. So, what does Madam 9 mean? No matter what happens, we must retrieve the extraterritorial meteorite from Jang Chen. If that little wretch Lu Mengyao causes trouble, I will handle it for you. Yes.
The middle-aged man nodded quickly and then led his men to Luqing to prepare for Jang Chen's capture. After all this, the noble woman called for a maid and instructed, Go call Feng over.
I need to speak with him about something. Madam 9, young Master Feng left the palace yesterday. The maid responded. The noblewoman furrowed her brows slightly and asked, Where did he go? Mount Song. What is Feng doing there?
Young Master Feng said that there have been recent sightings of hidden treasures and blessings on Mount Song. He wants to take this opportunity to undergo a transformation, breaking through from the awakening realm to the shackles realm.
Upon hearing this, the noblewoman suddenly understood.
With the recent changes on Mount Song, ancient relics would emerge.
Those long-buried ancient opportunities would resurface, and whoever could obtain them would greatly increase their strength and rise to the top.
However, the commotion caused by Mount Song this time was significant. Not only were various forces interested, even rootless cultivators without backgrounds had set their sights on the opportunities there.
It could be said that this journey to Mount Song would be extremely dangerous. After some consideration, the noblewoman ordered, Prepare the people below, I'm going back to my parents' home. She always believed that going alone would be too dangerous.
So she decided to return to her parents' home to invite skilled individuals to protect Feng.
Lu Cheng.
Inside the garage of a luxurious villa, Jang Chen packed his things, got into an off-road vehicle, and prepared to drive to Mount Song. As he slowly drove the vehicle onto the road, he noticed that the usually bustling streets were now deserted. This struck Jang Chen as odd. Although the arrival of the mythical era had severely disrupted social order, causing widespread fear among the people who dared not venture out casually, Luqing, as a top-tier city, had excellent public security measures in place, making it almost impossible for any criminals to take advantage. It didn't make sense for it to be this quiet. At that moment, Jang Chen's phone suddenly received an urgent message from the Luqing broadcasting station. To all residents of Luqing, we have received reliable information that a beast tide is approaching 10 kilometers from Luqing and will reach the city gates within half an hour. Please stay at home, close your doors tightly, and avoid wandering the streets.
Beast tide? Jang Chen frowned.
With the changes in the world, all creatures were evolving. After evolution, animals not only significantly increased in strength but also developed intelligence comparable to humans. This led to some mutated animals viewing humans as prey or targets, triggering large-scale beast tides attacking cities. Moreover, within the beast tide, there was a beast king leading the charge. The evolutionary level of the beast king far surpassed that of ordinary animals, almost evolving directly from a fierce beast to a demon beast. Jang Chen had experienced the terror of demon beasts in his previous life. Especially those ultimate old monsters that had lived for thousands of years, he was no match for them in terms of strength, let alone their cunning and intelligence.
Jang Chen was well aware of the horror of demon beasts.
With the current human capabilities, it is almost impossible to resist the impact of the beast tide without the use of large-scale thermal weapons.
Even with the deployment of large-scale destructive weapons, the beast tide remains unstoppable.
After all, the beast tide is also classified by disaster levels, ranging from low to high, wolf, tiger, demon, dragon, and natural disaster. The wolf-level beast tide is the lowest level, consisting of less than 1,000 exotic beasts organized, and even the leading monster's strength is not particularly formidable. Even in an ordinary city, it can withstand the tide with large-scale thermal weapons. The tiger-level beast tide is formed by over 10,000 exotic beasts, with several leading monsters whose intelligence is comparable to humans. Ordinary cities often pay a great price to defend against them. The demon-level beast tide is formed by 100,000 exotic beasts, each much stronger than those in the wolf and tiger levels, resembling an unstoppable force of destruction. Even with tanks and rockets, it is challenging to resist the demon-level beast tide. The dragon-level beast tide is beyond the capability of ordinary humans to withstand. Even nuclear attacks are ineffective against them. Encountering a dragon-level beast tide usually results in one outcome: abandoning the city and fleeing as far as possible. As for the natural disaster-level beast tide, it is considered an apocalyptic event where escape is futile. Only a few top-tier experts can survive, while others can only wait for their demise.
I wonder what scale this beast tide is, Jang Chen pondered.
He continued driving towards the city gate, intending to assess the tide's level. He speculated it wouldn't exceed the demon level, considering the current state of the world with fewer powerful monsters, likely just a tiger-level beast tide. Before long, Jang Chen arrived at the city gate. Unlike its usual tranquility, tension filled the air. Countless machine guns were set up on the city walls, along with rocket missile systems capable of leveling mountains in an instant. Many fully armed soldiers stood guard on the walls, their eyes betraying fear, clearly dreading the beast tide's arrival. This was normal. Humans have always feared the unknown, especially when their lives are at stake. Jang Chen got out of the car, preparing to observe the situation from a high vantage point. However, as soon as he stepped out of the car, a screeching sound of brakes suddenly came from behind. A woman with pink hair, trendy attire, and a stunning figure emerged from the car. Her name was Li Lu, a self-media news influencer whose main job was to uncover sensational gossip or hot topics in society to attract viewers. While most people hid indoors upon hearing about the approaching beast tide through the city's broadcast, Li Lu took a different approach. She decided to seize the opportunity by live-streaming the event, aiming to turn this crisis into a thrilling broadcast. Li Lu believed this hot topic would elevate her from a small internet celebrity to a top-tier star.
Hello, everyone in the live stream, it's me, your little Lulu. Today, I'm going to do something exciting, which is to broadcast the siege of the city by the beast tide.
I'm sure you've heard about cities being attacked by the beast tide recently, but you haven't witnessed it firsthand.
Today, Lu City is about to face the beast tide, and I will provide you with a first-person live experience of the beast tide's attack.
Li Lu took out her phone and started the live stream, changing the title to first-person live streaming of the beast tide. Within moments, the live stream's popularity skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 10,000 viewers. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw that Li Lu was about to live broadcast the beast tide, they all sent barrage messages and tips.
Xiao Lulu, you must protect yourself.
I heard that the beast tide is very dangerous.
Those fierce beasts see humans as food. Once caught, it's a fate worse than death. What's there to be afraid of? Lucheng has already been listed as one of the 5 super cities. Whether its security or defense capabilities, it far exceeds other cities. How could just a few thousand fierce beasts possibly break through Lucheng?
That's right, I also heard that Lucheng has given birth to many awakened individuals, including top experts on the god list. With such figures present, Lucheng is unlikely to encounter any trouble.
Host, let us see the beast tide quickly. I've never seen what a beast tide looks like. I don't want to see the beast tide, I want to see the host's prison guard.
The barrage in the live broadcast room was chaotic, covering almost all kinds of comments. Among them, there were many derogatory messages targeting Li Lu, but she paid no attention to them at all. After all, she was already a host, how could she care about such boring messages? Instead, the appearance of these messages precisely proved that the popularity of her live broadcast room was rapidly increasing. With a quick glance, Li Lu discovered that the viewership had exceeded 500,000 and was soaring towards 1 million viewers. This made her extremely ecstatic.
Indeed, her decision was correct. Family, don't worry.
Lucheng, as one of the 5 newly established super cities in Huaxia, has absolute security guarantees.
So, I won't be in any danger. Now, I'll sneakily climb to the city wall to show you the thrilling scene of the beast tide approaching.
At this moment, Li Lu suddenly noticed another person standing not far away.
She was first stunned, thinking could that person also be in the same line of work? Handsome, are you also here to see the beast tide? How about we accompany each other? Li Lu smiled and invited. Not interested. Why not? Jang Chen just glanced at her and said, it's very dangerous here. I advise you to go back. Don't risk your life for the so-called internet celebrity dream here. Oh, it's not that serious.
This is Lucheng after all, just 1,000 fierce beasts, easily killed with firearms,
Li Lu said. Jang Chen showed a hint of disdain and sneered, naive.
With that, he didn't continue to waste words with Li Lu but turned and walked towards the stairs leading to the city wall.
His attitude also left Li Lu dissatisfied. What?
Rarely did this beauty kindly invite the other party to see the beast tide, and he treated her like this.
Simply outrageous. Humph, I don't want to be with someone like you.
Li Lu was about to insult Jang Chen with words like loser, inferior man, vile guanan, son ba maggots, but then she remembered there were many male viewers in the live broadcast room. If she said those words, wouldn't it ruin their impression of her? In the end, Li Lu forcibly suppressed her anger and instead smiled at the live broadcast room, saying, "Family, it seems we've encountered a cold and aloof handsome guy, but don't blame him. Although his words are harsh, his intentions are ultimately good." It can only be said that Li Lu truly lived up to being a woman full of green tea attributes. After she finished speaking, she perfectly shifted the conflict onto the audience in the live broadcast room. The male viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to see their goddess treated like this. They frantically typed on their keyboards, leaving barrage messages criticizing Jang Chen. "What cold and aloof handsome guy, I think he's just a loser playing hard to get, thinking he can attract Xiao Lulu's attention like this, but he's just a clown. If I were to meet such a person in real life, I'd definitely give him a good beating and see if he still acts tough. Xiao Lulu, don't pay attention to this idiot. We're also men, don't we know what he's really thinking?" Watching the people in the live broadcast room criticize Jang Chen on her behalf, Li Lu couldn't help but feel delighted. But this was not enough. She was determined to ruin Jang Chen's reputation in the live broadcast room today, leading to his complete social death. Jang Chen climbed the steps to the top of the city wall, overlooking the area outside the wall from a high vantage point. A dark shadow was rapidly approaching from a few kilometers away from Luqing and would soon reach the city. Glancing briefly, Jang Chen suddenly furrowed his brows. The number of beasts in this tide seemed a bit off. Normally, in the early stages of natural anomalies, the scale of the beast tide wouldn't be terrifying, at most wolf or tiger level. But Jang Chen felt that the scale of this beast tide seemed no less than that of a ghost-level beast tide. This was not good news. After all, with the current human strength, repelling a ghost-level beast tide with technological weapons was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Unless Luqing had prepared nuclear weapon-level attacks in advance, this beast tide would inevitably engulf the entire city, resulting in countless casualties. Is that the beast tide? It looks so terrifying. Li Lu also climbed onto the city wall at this moment. She gazed at the approaching beast tide not far away, a hint of shock on her face, feeling fear creeping into her heart. As the beast tide drew closer, she could even feel the ground trembling beneath her feet, causing her legs to gradually weaken. Not to mention Li Lu, even the online viewers in the live broadcast room were left speechless at the sight. Rather than calling it a beast tide, it was more like a torrent of steel. They now understood why cities that had experienced such tides ultimately turned into ruins. Family, don't worry. Although this beast tide is terrifying, it's absolutely impossible to breach Luqing's defenses, Li Lu said. She turned her phone's camera towards the city gate. In front of the gate, numerous fully armed soldiers were already in position, prepared with tens of thousands of rockets and hundreds of the latest model armored tanks. Such firepower could easily wipe out a small country overnight. Seeing this display, the audience in the live broadcast room also felt reassured. Wow, even military tanks are deployed. It's not something that can be easily crushed by this beast tide, right? I heard that in order to resist this beast tide, Luqing not only mobilized a large number of special forces but also invited several awakened individuals to assist, a treatment that other cities can't compare to. Of course, Luqing is recognized as one of the 5 super cities, naturally incomparable to other third-tier cities. Even so, little Lulu should be careful, don't let any accidents happen. As time passed, the number of viewers in Li Lu's live broadcast room had surpassed 1 million and was steadily rising towards 5 million. It had to be said that the title she had chosen was indeed very attractive. The beast tide, as a recent hot topic, had piqued the interest of many people who wanted to see for themselves how terrifying it could be. Through this live broadcast, she not only gained high popularity but also saw her fan base skyrocket from tens of thousands to millions. This made her secretly delighted. However, just as Li Lu was fantasizing about becoming the top internet celebrity in the live streaming world, a sarcastic voice came from beside her. Do you really think these people can defend Luqing? Jang Chen was already certain. The scale of this beast tide was at least above ghost level. In other words, there were at least 100,000 starting level exotic beasts in this tide, and the leading beast king had a strength of at least the Shackles realm. If they were unlucky, it could even be an unlocked demon king with 6 shackles. In that case, unless nuclear weapons were used to bomb them, Luqing would never be able to withstand their attack. What do you mean by that? Li Lu's expression was displeased as she coldly questioned. Luqing is facing a great disaster now, we should unite and overcome it together. But here you are making sarcastic remarks. Do you really wish for Luqing to be breached by the beast tide? Despite Li Lu's outward appearance of righteousness, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She had been thinking of finding a reason to mess with Jang Chen, but she never expected him to come knocking on her door. Little did he know, at this moment, there were millions of people watching his live stream, Every word he said was crystal clear.
And by uttering those words, he was destined to face severe online backlash.
Not only from her fans, even the passers-by viewers would condemn Jang Chen. Indeed, the masses in the live stream were getting angry.
Wasn't Jang Chen boosting others' morale while belittling himself?
The scale of this beast tide cannot be resisted with just manpower and a few missiles.
Ha, you sound like you know it all. I'm just stating the facts. You're just pretending to know it all.
Among these people,
there are awakened ones present. Can't they handle mere mutant beasts?
Jang Chen couldn't help but smile and said,
"Don't you think awakened ones are formidable? Aren't they? Or are you an awakened one too?"
Li Lu asked in surprise. She was actually unsure herself. After all, Jang Chen dared to come alone to such a dangerous place. He might indeed be an awakened one.
"I'm not."
Jang Chen shook his head. His current strength had already surpassed the awakened realm, breaking free from the 3 shackles long ago.
However, Li Lu misunderstood, thinking he was just an ordinary person, not an awakened one.
Now, Li Lu's mockery grew more intense. "If you're not an awakened one, what right do you have to say such things?
People who don't know might think you're amazing."
Even the live stream started to mock Jang Chen.
Some even threatened to dox him, revealing all his information to the public.
Jang Chen, however, remained unfazed and said, "Actions speak louder than words, just watch." Li Lu intended to humiliate Jang Chen a bit more, but the next moment, a violent tremor swept through Lucheng, like a level 10 earthquake, making everyone's legs tremble, unable to stand steady. Countless fierce and piercing roars came from not far away, the howls of the beast tide.
These ferocious beasts seemed to consider the humans inside the city as food. Once they breached the city walls, they could feast.
Li Lu looked stunned at the scene before her, involuntarily swallowing her saliva. Previously, 10 kilometers away, she didn't feel much about this beast tide. But as the beast tide army approached, experiencing it up close, she finally understood what fear meant. These mutated beasts were far larger than normal, with many individuals comparable to African elephants. It was hard to imagine how to defeat such monsters. And beasts of this level were not in short supply within the beast tide. Yet, what frightened Li Lu the most was not this. Because at the rear of the beast tide, shrouded in haze, a monstrous creature the size of a mountain was advancing. This creature was at least 100 meters tall, weighing at least hundreds of tons, its massive body looming in the haze, its crimson eyes like red ghostly flames, instilling despair just by looking at them. This Godzilla-like creature was simply an existence that humans could not resist. At this moment, Li Lu's stance began to waver.
Could the meager manpower and high-tech weapons outside the city walls really withstand this beast tide? My god! What is that? Godzilla?
I think I know how those cities were destroyed by the beast tide. If you say this is a group of dinosaurs that traveled from the Jurassic era, I believe it.
Can Lucheng really hold on? I feel it's hanging by a thread. Impossible. Unless Lucheng can summon Ultraman, it's absolutely impossible to resist this beast tide.
The viewers in the live stream were shocked to the core, dumbfounded on the spot. They couldn't believe how terrifying the beast tide was, completely beyond their expectations. Many had already lost hope, believing that Lucheng would inevitably be destroyed by this beast tide. Li Lu's gaze was vacant, her face stunned. Her mind was in chaos, feeling everything was so unreal. In her opinion, the beast tide was akin to a large-scale animal migration. How could it possibly be the hellish scene before her?
Wait,
Li Lu remembered what Jang Chen had said earlier.
Could it be that he had known from the beginning about the immense scale of this beast tide, something completely beyond human resistance?
Li Lu regretted it deeply. If only she had known earlier, she would have fled long ago instead of getting herself into this dangerous situation for the sake of internet fame. But now that things had come to this, she could only choose to withstand the onslaught of the beast tide in Lucheng.
After all, besides Lucheng, where else could she go? Don't worry, everyone. The defense of Lucheng is well prepared. You have seen the tanks and cannons outside the city.
I believe these high-tech weapons will surely resist the beast tide's attack.
Just as Li Lu finished speaking, the next moment, a sudden change occurred.
A piercing roar echoed through the sky, causing everyone present to shudder violently, their eyes showing a hint of fear.
The giant beast hidden in the haze revealed its true form, a silver-white mutated wolf king.
Its massive body, sturdy limbs, and silver-white fur all over, with a dark flame burning fiercely around its neck, looked extremely eerie and terrifying. Upon seeing the true face of this giant wolf, the soldiers outside the city wall tensed up, fear flickering in their eyes.
Regardless, they were also human.
Faced with such a colossal creature, it was impossible not to feel fear, even with the help of high technology. Many soldiers still felt precarious.
With only missiles and tanks prepared, could they really withstand the beast tide's attack? Get ready in position. Prepare to fire. A commanding officer began to give orders.
As the overall commander of the defense of Lucheng, even though he harbored fear in his eyes, believing that the hope of resisting the beast tide was slim, someone had to bear the heavy burden and carve out a way for the people inside the city. So even if he had to die today, he would give his all to defend Lucheng. Roar! At that moment, the Wolf King let out a howl to the sky, the sound waves roaring like a flood, shaking the air violently, causing many to feel excruciating ear pain. The beasts within the tide became even more ferocious and sinister, opening their bloodthirsty mouths and charging towards the soldiers outside the city gates. Obviously, the Wolf King had ordered these beasts to prey on humans. Fire! Seeing this, the commander quickly ordered his subordinates to launch missiles to suppress them with firepower. Boom! 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 Countless shells shot towards the beast tide, exploding like fireworks, causing severe damage to the beasts at the forefront instantly. Many beasts were blown to pieces on the spot, losing their lives. But just as they finished off one wave of beasts, another wave kept coming endlessly, just like locusts, impossible to eradicate. Execute Plan B. As the commander's voice fell, a demolition expert pressed a button in his hand. This button was connected to tons of TNT explosives several kilometers away. Its purpose was to detonate them when the beast tide arrived, limiting their advance. Bang! A violent fireball soared into the sky, accompanied by a dark mushroom cloud, engulfing countless beasts, instantly wiping them out. Did it work? Countless soldiers eagerly awaited, hoping that with dozens of tons of TNT explosives, all the beasts would be eliminated. Even the audience in the live broadcast room thought it was a sure thing. With such a quantity of explosives, no creature in the world could withstand it. Great! We did it! Li Lu was ecstatic, dancing with joy. To her, nothing was more important than staying alive. However, just as Li Lu was filled with joy, Jang Chen shook his head and said, "This Wolf King is, after all, a beast king who has broken free from a shackle. How could it just die like this?" The moment the Wolf King appeared, he saw through the opponent's strength. Undoubtedly, this was a beast king who had broken free from a shackle. Relying solely on dozens of tons of TNT explosives to end the life of this Wolf King is undoubtedly a fool's dream. The viewers in Li Lu's live stream room were not pleased. With so much explosives, not to mention a mutated giant wolf, even Ultramen could be blown up. Do you have any common sense at all? This idiot will say anything just to get attention from Xiao Lulu. If you don't understand, then don't speak. No one will think you're mute. Li Lu also found it quite amusing. Just as she was about to mock Jang Chen, a deafening wolf howl echoed through the sky. The silver-white Wolf King conjured a powerful tornado around itself, dispersing the dust and black mist before appearing unscathed before everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Couldn't dozens of tons of TNT explosives harm this Wolf King? Did they really need a divine intervention? Damn it! Can't we get rid of this giant wolf with all this? The commander knelt on the ground, pounding his fists heavily on the ground, his face filled with unwillingness. Under the catastrophe, human strength was ultimately too feeble. Was the heavens really going to destroy them? Countless residents of Lu City who witnessed this scene through the livestream were also filled with despair at this moment. They never imagined their lives would come to an end in this way. It's over, everything is over. Li Lu sat slumped on the ground, her eyes lifeless, looking desolate. She seemed to have accepted the reality. But just then, a hearty laughter rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, no need to worry, it's just a mere beast. I will chop off its head in a moment." In an instant, several extraordinary figures appeared on the city wall, exuding a sacred and transcendent aura like saviors. Upon seeing these people, the previously hopeless crowd regained hope. Those are the awakened of the Hero Association. They have come to save us. With so many awakened here, what's this Wolf King? Ah, we are saved. At this moment, everyone was filled with joy at the prospect of regaining hope. Only Jang Chen remained indifferent, as if he had already seen the outcome. Outside the city wall, several extraordinary figures appeared before the crowd, shining like beacons in the dark night, bringing hope to the people of Lu City. Sharp-eyed individuals instantly recognized their identities. Without exception, these individuals were all awakened members of the Hero Association. Since the changes in the world, many awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities had appeared in various places, each with different powers but all strong enough to combat the anomalies. This was why when people saw awakened individuals stepping forward, they felt reassured. Especially the awakened members of the Hero Association were different from the rest. Established by the country, the association, formerly known as the Huaxia Martial Arts Association, was founded with the intention of serving the people, unlike other awakened individuals who became domineering and lawless after gaining immense power. At this moment, one of the awakened individuals stepped forward. Clad in white like snow, with a handsome face exuding a charming and elegant aura, he wore a gentle smile. From the moment he appeared, the temperature around dropped sharply, as if entering winter, causing many to shiver involuntarily. With a smile on his face, he addressed the soldiers, "You have worked hard, leave the rest to us." After his appearance, Li Lu's live stream room immediately became restless. The barrage of comments flew across the screen like rockets.
Isn't that Ice Emperor Lu Zetian? He's also in Lu City. Great! With Ice Emperor here, Lu City will surely be safe. Truly a blessing for Lu City. Whether it was the viewers in the live stream room or the residents of Lu City, at this moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was Li Lu who was a bit confused. She saw the barrage praising this Lu Zetian and couldn't help but ask, is this Lu Zetian very powerful? Although Li Lu had heard of awakened individuals, she had not delved deep into understanding them. She had only heard that awakened individuals were very powerful, but if you asked her who among them was the best, she truly had no idea. Seeing her confusion, the viewers in the live stream began to enlighten her. Doesn't the host know?
There is a list online called the Divine Ranking, which records the powerful awakened individuals from all sides. The higher the ranking on the list, the stronger the individual's abilities.
That's right, and Lu Zetian is ranked 16th on the Divine Ranking.
It is said that his awakened ability is ice, capable of freezing anything. There was once an arrogant awakened who threatened to rule the entire city, only to be frozen into an ice stick by Lu Zetian with a single move. Wow, such an amazing person is only ranked 16th on the Divine Ranking? How terrifying must the top 5 be? Watching the barrage of information, Li Lu finally realized. It turns out that even among awakened individuals, the difference in strength could be so significant. She had thought that becoming an awakened individual made one superior.
So powerful? Then isn't Lu City safe now?
Li Lu was amazed. She had never expected Lu Zetian to be such a figure. She looked at the transcendent figure not far away, a hint of admiration in her eyes. It was as if he was the Prince Charming in Li Lu's heart. However, just as everyone was joyous, Jang Chen's sigh came from the side. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot after all. Lu Zetian and the others were not even at the level of Shackle Realm, and even if they joined forces, they would not be able to match this Wolf King.
He could already see the outcome. You are too arrogant, how dare you say such things? Do you know who those people are? They are all awakened individuals.
Li Lu's face carried a mocking expression as she said, in their eyes, your words are nothing but those of a clown. From the beginning, Jang Chen had been boosting others' morale while belittling himself. Such people were truly despicable in Li Lu's eyes. She detested such people the most. They always had to say cold words at inappropriate times just to seek attention. Little did they know, Jang Chen had been stating facts all along. The truth will prove everything. Jang Chen did not explain further. We'll see how your face gets swollen later. Li Lu sneered. Even the audience in the livestream was mocking Jang Chen, calling him short-sighted and ignorant. Almost everyone was waiting to see Jang Chen make a fool of himself.
Roar! At this moment, the Wolf King made a move. Its gaze locked onto Lu Zetian and the others, its huge mouth dripping with foul-smelling saliva, as if it saw them as a great delicacy.
In the eyes of the Wolf King, awakened individuals were different from ordinary people.
They contained a special energy within them, which, when consumed, could greatly enhance its strength. This was also the reason it led the beast tide to attack human cities, because it knew there were many awakened individuals inside. Evil beast, today you will have no chance to return. A awakened individual coldly snorted. He took the lead, taking a 8-foot-long giant machete from his back, the blade engraved with a fierce tiger pattern, emitting a crimson bloodlight all over, giving off a strong oppressive feeling just by looking at it. This machete was called the Blood Tiger Blade, obtained during his awakening ceremony. Take this!
The awakened individual shouted, pouring all his strength into the Blood Tiger Blade, then leaped forward, aiming to decapitate the Wolf King with a single strike. Faced with the enemy's attack, the Wolf King showed no sign of dodging.
Clang!
When the blade fell on the Wolf King's head, it made a heavy steel collision sound, sparking intense sparks. The next moment, the Blood Tiger Blade made a cracking sound and shattered directly. On the other hand, the Wolf King remained unscathed, its eyes showing a hint of disdain.
This is impossible.
The awakened individual showed disbelief, his pupils filled with horror. It was only at this moment that he realized the vast difference between them.
Escape! Without any hesitation, he immediately tried to retreat. But how could the Wolf King let go of such a delicious meal in front of it? It opened its bloody mouth and instantly cut him in half at the waist, then began to devour him in front of everyone. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. No one expected that even the awakened were no match for the Wolf King.
The other awakened were dumbfounded.
Killed in an instant? How is this even possible?
They were evenly matched with that person in strength. If the Wolf King could kill him, he could kill them too.
However, Lu Zixuan stepped forward and said, "Let me handle this."
A chilling aura emanated from him, lowering the temperature around to tens of degrees below zero, with frost floating in the air. Seeing Lu Zixuan take action, everyone placed their hopes on him.
At that moment, the Wolf King also noticed Lu Zixuan.
Saliva dripped from its mouth, as if it saw Lu Zixuan as a hot chicken leg. This made Lu Zixuan furious.
He was being treated as food. Die, beast!
Lu Zixuan growled. A violent cold air swept through the area, forming dozens of huge ice spikes in midair, shooting towards the Wolf King. Each of these ice spikes could pierce through a 10-meter thick steel plate. He was confident they could defeat the Wolf King, but the result was shocking. The ice spikes landed on the Wolf King's body, causing no harm, and instead, the Wolf King mocked him.
Lu Zixuan's face darkened.
The Wolf King's strength exceeded his expectations. However, he was not worried, as he hadn't used his trump card yet.
"Today, I will sacrifice you here," Lu Zixuan declared solemnly.
As he spoke, a vast snowfall suddenly descended from the sky. In moments, the snow turned into hailstones, each as powerful as armor-piercing bullets, creating numerous craters on the ground. Lu Zixuan formed hand seals, his spiritual power surged, then he shouted, "Extreme cold ice imprisonment."
In an instant, countless hailstones converged above the Wolf King's head, transforming into a massive ice mountain, pressing down on the Wolf King like Mount Wutai. Boom!
The Wolf King had no resistance and was instantly suppressed, becoming an ice sculpture.
Witnessing this scene, the crowd rejoiced. "We won!
With the Ice Emperor in Lu City, it will never fall."
What is the Wolf King? How could it be a match for the Ice Emperor? The audience in the live broadcast cheered, celebrating Lu City's safety. Li Lu was extremely excited. She looked at Jang Chen with a mocking smile. "Do you have anything else to say now?" Hearing this, Jang Chen's expression was playful. "Do you really think it's over?" Li Lu wanted to laugh. She thought Jang Chen was just being stubborn. But the next moment, a furious wolf howl echoed through the sky. Crack! The ice mountain shattered, and the Wolf King effortlessly broke free, unscathed. Lu Zixuan couldn't believe his eyes. This was his final trump card. Yet it couldn't even touch the opponent, making him doubt his life choices. He. The Wolf King let out a sinister laugh, seemingly mocking Lu Zixuan's incompetence. Then, with a slap, it broke Lu Zixuan's legs. The Wolf King toyed with its prey like a cat playing with a mouse. "No, don't eat me." Lu Zixuan was filled with fear. He no longer cared about his image, crawling towards the city in a sorry state, losing his former grace. But the Wolf King wouldn't let him go. After the play was over, it devoured Lu Zixuan alive in front of everyone. Hearing Lu Zixuan's screams before his death, everyone was dumbfounded. This was the 16th ranked top powerhouse on the divine ranking, and now he was gone? What a joke! Despair engulfed the atmosphere, with no hope left in anyone's hearts. Because they knew, if even the Ice Emperor couldn't defeat the Wolf King, who else could save them? It's over, everything is finished. Is Lu City going to fall too? Heaven's calamity! This is definitely the greatest disaster in human history. After Lu Zixuan was devoured, the onlookers witnessed the scene in utter despair. No one dared to believe it. That was the Ice Emperor, ranked 16th on the list of super powerful beings, yet ended up as food for the Wolf King. Who could accept such a fate? It seems like the heavens want to destroy me. The commander sat slumped on the ground, a helpless bitter smile on his face. They had thought that sending several awakened individuals to guard would surely fend off the Beast Tide's attack, but the outcome was unexpected. However, there was nothing they could do. This level of natural disaster was simply beyond human resistance. After all, in the vast universe of nature, humans were just a drop in the ocean, pitifully insignificant. How could this happen? Wasn't that the Ice Emperor? Wasn't he supposed to be no match for this Wolf King? Li Lu looked astonished, her gaze blank. Just a moment ago, Lu Zixuan was like a true Prince Charming in her heart, but in the next moment, he became food for the Wolf King. The drastic contrast was too much for her to accept. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast reminded her to escape. "Anchor, why aren't you running yet? Lu Cheng is about to fall. If you escape now, there's still a chance, otherwise, when the beast tide breaks through the city gates, everyone will become food for these strange beasts." "Little Lulu, what are you still staring at? Run! Don't sacrifice your life for the sake of the broadcast." But Li Lu, looking at these barrage messages, showed a despairing bitter smile and said, "Escape? Where can I escape to in this situation? Can other cities really stop this Wolf King?" She knew very well. Lucheng, as one of the 5 super cities, was absolutely top-notch in terms of security. If Lucheng couldn't withstand this beast tide, then other cities couldn't either. Since death was inevitable, she would rather die early and be reborn sooner. It seems that the strength of the Hero Association is far weaker than I thought. Unable even to deal with a beast king who broke free from a shackle, Jang Chen shook his head. He felt that he had overestimated the strength of the Hero Association. If it were the Celestial Gene or the Great Lu royal family, they would definitely have the ability to easily deal with this beast king. Of course, maybe the Hero Association did not send out real powerhouses, but it was hard to say. We are all in great danger now, and you still have the leisure to talk nonsense here? Li Lu couldn't understand. In such a situation, Jang Chen could still be so carefree. Did he really have no fear of death? Great danger? Are you mistaken about something? Jang Chen looked indifferent and said, from beginning to end, I never thought that this beast tide could endanger my life, so where does this talk of great danger come from? Arrogant. Do you think you can take down this wolf king? What if I really can? Jang Chen's words left Li Lu stunned. Even the tens of millions of audience in the live broadcast were speechless, as if they had heard a huge joke. Did he know what he was talking about? That wolf king was something even the Ice Emperor couldn't handle, and he dared to say he could? Did he think everyone else was a fool? If you can really take down this wolf king, I swear to be your personal maid, serving you without complaint, making tea and water for you, I swear. Li Lu coldly mocked. She dared to make such a vicious oath because deep down, she didn't believe in Jang Chen. Besides, she was about to perish soon, so what harm was there in boasting a bit? But when Jang Chen heard this, he shook his head and said, just a monster that broke free from a shackle, what's so difficult about killing it? But forget about being a personal maid, your status is too low. You! Li Lu was angry, about to argue with Jang Chen, but the next moment, what happened left her stunned in place. Jang Chen paid no attention to her, leaped from the 100-meter-high city wall. Everyone was baffled. What was he thinking? Did he want to end it all? Just when everyone thought Jang Chen was doomed, a huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. Then, Jang Chen emerged unscathed, not even a speck of dust on him. This scene shocked everyone in the audience. Did I see that right? Falling from 100 meters high without a scratch, could he also be an awakener? But didn't he just say with his own mouth that he's not an awakener? I get it, he's pretending to be weak to catch the tiger off guard. I've seen this plot in novels so many times. I never expected to encounter it in real life, it's unbelievable. Pretending to be weak to catch the tiger off guard? Just him? Even the Ice Emperor is no match for this Wolf King. What storm can he possibly stir up? I checked, there's no information about him on the divine ranking. He probably just became an awakener and thinks he's invincible. I bet he won't last a move in front of the Wolf King. Almost everyone was skeptical of Jang Chen, thinking he was just going to his death. Even the few remaining awakeners advised him, friend, this Wolf King is not something we can confront. It's better to retreat for now. There's no need to make such a meaningless sacrifice, preserving our strength is the right move. Faced with their advice, Jang Chen remained calm and said, no need. You. Sigh. The others found it hard to believe. They never expected Jang Chen to be so reckless, insisting on playing the hero at this moment. They exchanged glances and decided to abandon Jang Chen, letting him go to his death. Young man, you should listen to the advice and hide in Lucheng for now. The commander also advised. He knew well that awakeners like Jang Chen were the hope of humanity's future, so he didn't want to see him die here. But it's just a beast king who barely broke free from its shackles. Why are you all so afraid? Jang Chen shook his head. Everyone was speechless. How could they not be afraid? Who could deal with this Wolf King? Unless they used nuclear weapons, no one could come up with a solution. Roar! Suddenly, the Wolf King howled to the sky. A terrifying pressure engulfed the area, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Its crimson, fierce eyes locked onto Jang Chen, as if sensing a terrifying presence. Its animal instinct told it that this human in front of it was not simple. At the same time, it realized that if it could devour this human, its power would increase exponentially. Targeting me? Jang Chen smiled. He hadn't even provoked the Wolf King yet, but it had already targeted him. The Wolf King let out a deep roar, then lunged towards Jang Chen, swinging its claws to tear him apart. Despite its huge size, its speed was incredibly fast, catching everyone off guard. In response, Jang Chen threw a punch, choosing to confront the Wolf King head-on. Bang! At the moment of impact between the two attacks, a violent explosion resounded. But the result left everyone dumbfounded. Jang Chen had shattered half of the Wolf King's body with just one punch, leaving it in a near-death state, writhing in pain on the ground. This scene completely stunned the audience. One punch had done this to the Wolf King? Was this still a human? Is that all you've got? Jang Chen's eyes showed disdain, ready to end this boring fight.
He still had to go to Mount Song and didn't have time to waste here. But to his surprise, a sudden change occurred.
Oh whoa! With a howl from the Wolf King, its body underwent a significant transformation.
A white light enveloped its entire body, like a cocoon, starting to evolve right in front of everyone's eyes. As the light faded, everyone could see the Wolf King's new appearance. Its body became even whiter, like carved ice crystals, and it grew a pair of beautiful and dazzling dark ice wings on its back, giving it the ability to fly.
What on earth is happening? Why did the Wolf King evolve out of nowhere? Everyone was baffled. Only Jang Chen understood.
Presumably, after devouring Lu Zetian earlier and gaining strength to break free from the second shackle, it had evolved into its current form. Now it had become a monster that had broken free from the second shackle.
He.
The reborn Wolf King let out a eerie laugh, then flapped its wings and slowly flew up into the air, overlooking the crowd like a god. Following that, the Wolf King danced with its ice wings, instantly condensing numerous ice spikes all around, ready to shoot towards Lu Cheng, causing catastrophic destruction.
Seeing this, everyone's heart sank.
The original Wolf King was terrifying enough, and now it had evolved.
This was simply outrageous.
However, Jang Chen remained unfazed, instead mocking with a smile. Do you think that by flying up into the sky, I can't touch you? It just so happened that he wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of that divine object. With a single thought, a black and gold dragon pattern bow appeared in Jang Chen's hand, radiating a brilliant light. Ever since refining the Xian Yuan Bao, Jang Chen had been eager to test its power.
And now, the opportunity had finally arrived.
He pulled the bowstring, infused it with his spiritual power, instantly releasing a terrifying aura that made countless people shudder and sent chills down their spines.
Even the Wolf King was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the threat of death. Without hesitation, it immediately shot the condensed ice spikes towards Jang Chen, intending to kill him.
This arrow pierces the sun and moon.
Jang Chen drew the bowstring with immense strength and released it.
A divine arrow formed from spiritual power soared into the sky, like a dragon's roar, tearing through the heavens, shattering the stars. Like a beacon of hope, illuminating the despairing crowd, giving them a glimmer of hope.
Roar! The Wolf King let out an angry roar. It couldn't believe it would lose to these puny humans. However, the moment the two attacks collided, the outcome was instantly clear. Jang Chen's arrow crushed everything in its path, heading straight for the Wolf King's head.
With a sharp sound, the arrow pierced through the Wolf King's skull, causing its entire body to explode in midair, dazzling like fireworks in the night sky, leaving no trace of its body behind. It was only after they reacted that they realized the Wolf King was dead.
It died on the spot without even a final howl. After witnessing this scene, the entire place fell silent, jaws dropped in disbelief.
They couldn't believe it was real. They had used countless means to eliminate this Wolf King, but nothing worked. Even the Ice Emperor Lu Zetian fell at the hands of the Wolf King. They had resigned themselves to their fate, but who would have thought it would end like this?
It was simply unreal. Did I see that right? The Wolf King that even the Ice Emperor couldn't handle was actually killed by him? And it was a one-shot kill. Isn't that too terrifying?
I now understand why he was so arrogant just now. Turns out he really had the capability.
I was mocking him just now, and it turns out I'm the clown? Who is this person?
Such a powerful individual, definitely in the top 10 of the God ranking. I've checked before, there's no such person in the top 10 of the God ranking. The youth draws the bow and shoots the wolf of the sky, a single arrow displaying divine might across the land. This is definitely a newcomer in the top 10 of the God ranking. The live broadcast's popularity soared, from tens of thousands initially to hundreds of millions now.
This incredible popularity even left Li Lu dumbfounded.
Even the top streamers in the industry only had tens of millions of viewers, but her live stream now had hundreds of millions of viewers.
What kind of concept was this?
Almost the entire country of Huaxia was watching her broadcast.
So he wasn't lying just now. Li Lu finally realized. She recalled Jang Chen's words from before and suddenly felt ashamed.
Clearly, she was the narrow-minded frog at the bottom of the well, arrogantly mocking others.
Now, she felt like a clown. Family, should I go and apologize to him?
Li Lu hesitated inwardly. After all, she had made bold statements before, claiming that if Jang Chen could kill the Wolf King, she would willingly become his personal maid.
If she were to apologize now, wouldn't that mean fulfilling her promise? But that would be too embarrassing. Go for it, Anchor. Isn't it just being someone's personal maid? If it were me, I'd definitely secure that position. Wah!
No, I don't want to see my beloved Lulu become someone's bed warmer.
You must go.
I can tell he wants the Anchor to be his personal maid. That's why he stepped up to defend Lu Cheng.
Exactly.
I've seen this harem plot in novels too many times. After reading the barrage of comments in the live broadcast, Li Lu's face blushed slightly.
Could it be that Jang Chen really had his eyes on her, which was why he specifically went to kill the Wolf King?
If that was the case, then she wouldn't mind being his personal maid. Of course, being a personal maid was only temporary. With her looks, she was definitely at the level of a legitimate wife. At that moment, Jang Chen put away the Shen Yuan Bao and sighed, with my current strength, I still can't fully unleash the power of the Shen Yuan Bao. He had once witnessed a top expert pulling the Shen Yuan Bao, causing even the sun and moon to pale in comparison, as if it could penetrate all things in the world. However, Jang Chen had not reached that level yet, but he was not in a hurry. There was still plenty of time for him to improve his strength. However, just as Jang Chen was about to leave Luqing, a graceful figure ran up behind him. Wait! Li Lu approached Jang Chen with anticipation, her face filled with shyness as she said, I'm here to fulfill my promise from earlier.
What promise? Jang Chen was puzzled. He didn't understand what she was up to.
Seeing his confusion, Li Lu blushed and said coyly, I said, if you killed the Wolf King and defended Luqing, I would apologize to you and be your personal maid for life. Upon hearing this, Jang Chen was first stunned, then a cold smile crept onto his lips.
Have you misunderstood something? What did I misunderstand?
I never had any intention of defending the safety of Luqing from the beginning to the end.
Then why did you step up? To fend off the Beast Tide's attack on us? Li Lu couldn't understand.
Jang Chen looked indifferent and said, because it was blocking my way, that's all.
What? Not just Li Lu, even the audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Jang Chen's reason for taking action was so simple? Was he joking? Am I seeing this right? This guy actually killed the Wolf King for such a reason?
I really can't tell if he's showing off or if he's really that straightforward.
I think he's showing off, and doing it perfectly. Oh no, I feel like the anchor might not even become a personal maid now.
The barrage in the live broadcast room continued one after another, all shocked by Jang Chen's words.
But Li Lu was not interested in watching anymore. She stood there, looking bewildered, and asked, so you don't want me to be your personal maid anymore? Didn't I say it? Someone like you is not worthy.
With these words, Jang Chen left without saying more, leaving Li Lu standing there in confusion.
She couldn't believe it. With her looks, she was always the center of attention wherever she went, pursued and admired by countless men. Yet Jang Chen said she wasn't even worthy of being a maid.
This made Li Lu feel uncomfortable. She vowed that one day, she would find someone even more impressive than Jang Chen to humiliate him thoroughly. After Jang Chen left, the wave caused by the Beast Tide gradually subsided in Luqing. But another wave swept through the entire city of Luqing. A headline titled Luqing's Peerless Arrow God Kills the Beast King spread among the people, and everyone knew who had saved Luqing from the brink of destruction. At the same time, countless people were curious about his identity and background, but no one could find any clues. But at this moment, there was a quiet change in the ranking on the Divine List on the online forum. Duan Yu, ranked 4th on the Divine List, saw a shift in his position on this day. He was replaced by someone else. The new rising powerhouse who became the 4th on the Divine List was none other than the peerless archer who had achieved glorious feats in Yulu City. Located in the distant southern wilderness border, this was one of the most dangerous regions in Huaxia. It not only harbored various strange poisonous insects but also had extremely harsh living conditions. Whether it was a common person or an animal, stepping into the southern wilderness border recklessly meant risking one's life. However, deep within the southern wilderness border, there was a place with the fragrance of birds and flowers, a picturesque paradise, completely contrasting the desolate ecology of the southern wilderness border.
In this paradise, there were many classical buildings standing.
In one of the grandly decorated buildings, a young man in black was using his phone to learn about modern things.
He was Duan Yu of the Black Dragon Hall.
As an ancient tradition passed down for hundreds of years, the Black Dragon Hall had long learned to keep up with the times. Although the surroundings exuded a classical style, almost everyone was proficient in various electronic devices.
Some time ago, while browsing the internet on his phone, Duan Yu happened to come across a post.
This post recorded the strong individuals from various places, listing them on a ranking called the Divine List, where Duan Yu surprisingly found himself included. Initially, Duan Yu believed that with his strength and achievements, he would surely claim the top spot on the Divine List. However, when he discovered that he was only ranked 4th, he instantly felt displeased. He couldn't accept someone being ranked higher than him, so in the past 2 days, he specifically achieved new glorious feats just to seize the first position. But when he checked the ranking on the Divine List, he was shocked to find that his ranking had not risen but dropped instead.
Interesting, just by slaying a Beast King, someone can actually take my place? Duan Yu smirked.
Originally ranked 4th on the Divine List, he had now fallen to 6th place. Ahead of him were the Tai Shan Young Sword Immortal and the Yulu City Peerless Archer.
This greatly displeased Duan Yu.
He had always attached great importance to these virtual rankings. Although the divine list didn't hold much value, it still mattered to him. Losing to the top 3 was acceptable. After all, the Dalawang clan, the Celestial Jin clan, and the Dragon Tiger Mountain were forces not inferior to the Black Dragon Hall. He could accept losing to these geniuses.
But where did these two nobodies come from? On what grounds did they dare to snatch his position? Yuer, what are you doing? At this moment, a dignified and extraordinary middle-aged man walked in.
Seeing this person, Duan Yu quickly put down his phone and respectfully bowed. Father, I was just gathering information about the outside world.
It's good to gather more information.
Although the changes in the world have already begun, it's still in the early stages and hasn't reached a truly tumultuous period. Having more information will be helpful for what's to come, Duan Yongxing said.
Is there something you need from me, father? Duan Yu asked.
I received news that an ancient relic will appear in Mount Song recently, which may contain many legacies left by ancient powerhouses.
So, I intend to send you to Mount Song to see if you can seize an opportunity. Are you interested? As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Yu hurriedly said, Father, I am very interested.
Originally, Duan Yu was wondering how he could refresh his record to claim the top spot on the divine list. And now, there was an opportunity for him to showcase his skills.
He wouldn't miss it.
He would surely make a name for himself in Mount Song and let the whole world know that he, Duan Yu, was the #1 on the divine list. The next day, in a deep mountain forest in the central region of Huaxia. This place was rarely visited, with lush vegetation. Countless towering ancient trees stood, their trunks covered in green vines, resembling candle dragons rooted on them, presenting a magnificent sight. In this forest, a group of roe deer were fleeing for their lives, darting swiftly through the woods. Behind them, a mutated beast was hunting them down. It was a tiger with colorful stripes, standing about 10 meters tall and weighing several tons. It had a tail resembling a poisonous snake, with crimson venom dripping from it, looking incredibly eerie. This snake-tailed tiger was the ruler of this area. It was hunting time, and the roe deer were its prey for the day. However, as the snake-tailed tiger chased the roe deer, relishing the thrill of the hunt, it suddenly noticed the deer stopping in their tracks, fearfully gazing at a figure ahead. Standing before the deer was a man, none other than Jang Chen. Good, this should be enough for me to eat. Jang Chen locked his eyes on the roe deer, planning to borrow some meat from them for a barbecue. Since breaking through to the shackles realm, he needed to consume vast amounts of energy daily, requiring him to hunt for food to replenish his energy after leaving Lucheng. However, Jang Chen's actions infuriated the snake-tailed tiger. As the beast king of the region, it could not tolerate anyone entering its territory. It immediately moved to strangle Jang Chen, making him regret stepping into its domain. Roar! The snake-tailed tiger roared in anger, then lunged at Jang Chen with its sharp claws.
Seeing this, Jang Chen smirked. Buy one, get one free.
Upon seeing the beast, Jang Chen's eyes lit up. He realized that the Beast King had broken free from one shackle, indicating it contained valuable energy essence. In terms of value, the Beast King alone surpassed the roe deer by countless times. Facing the approaching tiger, Jang Chen had no intention of backing down. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. Not to mention he had already reached the triple shackles realm and attained physical sanctity, making it a futile attempt for the snake-tailed tiger to engage him in close combat.
With a punch, Jang Chen swiftly ended the battle.
The tiger's head exploded like a watermelon, leaving only its intact body.
Thanks to Jang Chen's control over his strength, his body remained unscathed.
With my current strength, I can easily crush any beast king below the triple shackles realm without using any tricks, relying solely on my physical prowess, Jang Chen confidently stated.
With his current strength, he could traverse Mount Song without much trouble, as long as he avoided encountering terrifying beings that could pose a threat.
Thinking this, Jang Chen took out a map to check his location. It had been a day since he left Lucheng, and he was only a few dozen kilometers away from Mount Song. He could reach it in just a few hours, but Jang Chen was not in a hurry. He had agreed to meet Li Zihang the next day, so he had time to rest and prepare. As night fell, casting a sinister and dangerous atmosphere over the deep forest, Jang Chen found a spacious spot, lit a campfire, cleaned the snake-tailed tiger he had killed earlier, and cut a juicy thigh to cook over the fire. Along the way, he sprinkled some spices on it, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma that made Jang Chen's mouth water. However, as Jang Chen prepared to enjoy his meal, the nearby bushes suddenly rustled loudly, making a shushing sound.
Frowning, Jang Chen coldly demanded, "Who's there? Show yourself." With keen perception, Jang Chen sensed the presence of others nearby. After locking onto their position, the figures emerged from the shadows.
Several young men and women slowly walked out of the bushes, entering Jang Chen's field of vision.
From the aura emanating from them, it was clear that they were all awakened.
A tall and handsome young man stepped forward, his face displaying a friendly smile as he said, "My friend, we are just passing through with no ill intentions. This is my camp, please leave," replied Jang Chen, not bothering to speculate on the truth of their words. In the current world, people's hearts were inscrutable, and no one knew the true thoughts of others.
Who could guarantee that the other party was not lying? The best course of action was to ask them to leave, otherwise, they would be considered enemies. This is your camp, so what's there to be so arrogant about?
We have no interest in staying in this desolate place. Lin Yunqi, the only woman among them, spoke these words.
Seeing Jang Chen's hostile attitude, she didn't show him any favor either. Jang Chen's expression turned slightly cold as he glanced at her.
For some reason, Lin Yunqi felt as if she was being targeted by some dangerous entity, causing her delicate body to tremble involuntarily. However, this feeling quickly subsided, making her think it was just a misconception.
"Yunqi, mind your manners," the handsome young man interjected.
"Ning Hao, he was the one who started it first, I didn't do anything wrong." Lin Yunqi pouted, looking slightly displeased. Clearly, she felt wronged. The handsome young man shook his head helplessly and then turned to Jang Chen, saying, "I apologize, my friend can be a bit straightforward, please don't mind him." "I only mind when you will leave," Jang Chen replied indifferently.
"We can leave any time, but before that, we have something to ask," Ning Hao said. "What is it?" "We were ordered to come here to hunt down a monstrous beast with a poisonous snake tail.
This beast massacred a town a few days ago, and leaving it in the human realm would be a huge disaster."
"Have you seen this beast?" Upon hearing this, Jang Chen calmly responded, "Whether I have seen it or not, what does it have to do with you?"
Seeing his indifferent attitude, Ning Hao didn't press further but kindly warned, "Friend, there are often ferocious beasts around here, I suggest you be cautious."
With that, he was about to lead the group away.
However, at that moment, a terrifying roar swept through the mountains, causing the leaves around them to rustle, and the people present to pale in fear. They knew exactly what that roar meant. Before coming here, they had already investigated this area. This mountain forest was home to many terrifying beasts, including several dangerous beasts on the watch list. From that roar, Ning Hao and the others could tell that it was the most dangerous beast in this area, the demon dragon ape.
If they acted recklessly now, they might run into the demon dragon ape and become its prey.
"Ning Hao, it's too dangerous to continue on now."
"Yes, it's the active time of the demon dragon ape.
We might make a big mistake by moving forward. We are already close to that monstrous beast, there's no need to rush." The others spoke up, unwilling to continue the risky pursuit.
On the contrary, Lin Yunqi was unfazed, boldly saying, "What's there to fear? It's just a beast king, right? We are all awakened."
And with Ning Hao here, don't forget, he ranks 72nd on the God Ascension list.
Are we supposed to be afraid of a mere beast?
You have no idea how powerful a beast king level exotic beast is. Yesterday, Lu City was attacked by a beast king, even the Ice Emperor was no match at the time. If not for a legendary archer appearing out of nowhere, Lu City would probably be in ruins by now, one of their companions explained.
"Ice Emperor?
I've never even heard of that," Lin Yunqi said dismissively, as if the so-called beast king was nothing in their eyes.
"Don't be reckless, if we encounter a beast king, we will all die." Another accomplice also tried to persuade, "What are you afraid of?
If that sinful beast dares to come for us, it will surely die under Brother Ning Hao's Tianyu sword," Lin Yunqi said confidently.
But others still felt uneasy.
After all, although Ning Hao was strong, he was only ranked 72nd on the God ranking. The Ice Emperor, on the other hand, was ranked 16th. He was not a match for the Beast King, let alone Ning Hao.
"Let's rest here for tonight." After careful consideration, Ning Hao also decided to camp and rest. He didn't want to take any risks. Then, Ning Hao looked at Jang Chen and asked, "Friend, could you mark out a section for us to use temporarily? We will leave tomorrow morning."
Jang Chen's eyes were sharp, as if he had seen through something. He then showed a playful smile and said, "It's quite a coincidence that as soon as you appeared here, the Beast King started to act. It can only be described as very coincidental, but I am not a heartless person.
If you want to stay here temporarily, you are welcome to.
But let me make it clear, if anyone comes within 5 meters of me, don't blame me for being ruthless."
That's only natural. Ning Hao was overjoyed that Jang Chen was willing to let them stay there. He had no objections at all. However, Lin Yunqi was dissatisfied. "Why should we?
You have grassy ground on your side, while we have mud on ours, it's so dirty."
"If you're not willing, you can leave."
"You!" Lin Yunqi wanted to argue but was stopped by Ning Hao. Seeing this, Lin Yunqi could only curse Jang Chen under her breath, wishing he would die in the mouth of the Beast King. Jang Chen overheard her words. His expression was cold and his gaze icy, but he didn't say much,
because it wasn't the right time yet. At that moment, a man took out a deep red candle and asked, "Brother, do you mind if we light a mosquito-repellent candle?"
Jang Chen glanced thoughtfully and then said with a smile, "Feel free."
"Thank you."
The man then lit the candle and placed it on the ground. Soon, a soothing fragrance filled the air, and Ninghao and the others set up camp and began to rest. As time passed, the night grew darker. After a day of traveling, Ninghao and the others were exhausted and soon fell asleep.
Jang Chen also closed his eyes as if entering a deep sleep.
However, just at that moment, Ninghao and his companions, who should have been asleep, suddenly opened their eyes and looked cruelly at Jang Chen not far away, a sly smile playing on their lips. Idiot, actually daring to let a few strangers stay in his camp. He must be asking for death. I don't think this guy has any idea how dangerous the world is nowadays, but he probably won't get the chance to find out.
I wonder if this guy has any good treasures on him. Ninghao and his companions looked slyly at Jang Chen, like cats playing with a mouse.
In reality, they were not here to hunt down exotic beasts. Their true identities were a group of ruthless bandits. Since the abnormality on Mount Song, there had been many awakened individuals coming here, hoping to get a share of the pie. However, Ninghao and his group did not focus on the opportunities on Mount Song. Instead, they targeted solitary awakened individuals.
The reason was simple.
With so many strong individuals gathered on Mount Song this time, they knew they couldn't compete, so they set their sights on lone awakened individuals. Over the past few days, Ninghao and his group had already intercepted and killed many awakened individuals, gaining a lot of wealth and treasures. This time, their target was Jang Chen.
Enough talk, let's get rid of him quickly before things get complicated. Ninghao's demeanor changed from friendly to ruthless. The amiable appearance earlier was just an act to deceive Jang Chen, aimed at lowering his guard. There was no doubt about it.
This move was successful, otherwise, Jang Chen would not have allowed them to stay here. "Don't worry, no one who has inhaled my bewitching incense can wake up within a day," the accomplice said confidently. This was his awakened ability, to turn any bodily excretion into a bewitching incense, causing instant unconsciousness upon inhalation, lasting up to a day. So he was confident that Jang Chen would not wake up. "Let me deal with this waste. How dare he speak to me like that just now? I must cut him to pieces." Lin Yunxi revealed a cruel smile. She pulled out a sharp dagger from her bosom and advanced towards Jang Chen step by step. The onlookers shook their heads and sneered, as if they had already foreseen Jang Chen's fate. However, what happened next left them stunned and incredulous. Just as Lin Yunxi's dagger was about to slash Jang Chen's throat, Jang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a playful smile. "Only now you make your move?" "I've been waiting impatiently." "What?" The onlookers were shocked and bewildered. They couldn't believe that Jang Chen had actually awakened. How was this possible? It was known that the power of that bewitching incense could even render a group of exotic beasts unconscious. Yet, despite inhaling it for so long, Jang Chen could still remain alert, which was simply astonishing. Who was he really? "You already knew about our conspiracy?" Ninghao asked with a solemn expression, questioning coldly. "Your clumsy acting wouldn't even qualify you for an extra in the entertainment industry, so how could you possibly deceive me?" Jang Chen sneered sarcastically, his expression mocking. This left several people dumbfounded. Was their acting really that bad? Then why were they able to deceive their previous targets repeatedly? Even if you've discovered it, so what? Look at your current situation. Do you really think you can match the five of us? Lin Yunxi was arrogant. She completely disregarded Jiang Chun. They not only had the numerical advantage but also Ninghao, a renowned strongman on the god ranking. What chance did Jiang Chen have against them? A bunch of useless people banding together for warmth, thinking highly of yourselves? Jiang Chen scoffed. This remark completely infuriated several people. They couldn't believe that Jiang Chen, facing death, still had such a defiant attitude, as if he wasn't afraid of dying. "You worthless scum, today I will make you understand the consequences of your words." An accomplice, furious, was about to end Jiang Chen's life. His hands quickly formed seals, followed by a low shout, "Earth rock pierce." An energy surged from below the ground, like a prelude to an earthquake, ready to burst through the soil at any moment. The next moment, a sturdy and sharp rock spike broke through the ground, piercing towards Jiang Chen's body with unstoppable force. This was the opportunity he gained during the awakening ceremony, a technique that could manipulate the earth, possessing formidable killing power in the early stages. Just as everyone thought Jiang Chen's body was about to be pierced, a sound of steel collision suddenly rang out. Clang! Jiang Chen remained unmoved as the rock spike struck his body, causing no harm but instead shattering the spike completely. This is impossible. The awakened individual was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. How could someone's body be so powerful?
His worldview was severely shaken. "Is that all you've got? Now it's my turn," Jang Chen said indifferently. With those words, he disappeared from his original position and appeared in front of the awakened individual in an instant, delivering a punch. Bang! This punch exploded him into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of his body. Ning Hao and the others were dumbfounded. Was this guy even human? To burst an awakened individual with just one punch, it was beyond belief. "Let's attack together. This guy is really mysterious." Ning Hao sensed that something was amiss and immediately had the remaining few people go all out. Lin Yunqi and others did not dare to be careless, each taking out their trump cards, ready to fight Jang Chen to the death. But as they were about to make a move, Jang Chen appeared in front of them. Without giving them a chance to react, Jang Chen reached out and grabbed the heads of two awakened individuals, ruthlessly smashing them onto the hard ground. Bang! The ground was smashed into a half-meter deep pit, and the two awakened individuals lay motionless on the ground, almost lifeless. Seeing this, Ning Hao finally understood. They mentioned an iron plate today, and it was a spiked iron plate. "Friend, what happened earlier was all a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and discuss how to resolve this? I am willing to compensate you for your losses," Ning Hao hurriedly said. He wanted to negotiate his way out for a chance at survival. Lin Yunqi, on the other hand, was also shocked. When she finally reacted, she changed her malicious demeanor, her pretty face showing a charming expression as she tried to please. "Young man, the things I said to you earlier were all forced by this beast Ning Hao. It was not my intention." "And then? What do you want to say?" "Actually, from the moment I first saw you, I was already smitten. If you are willing to spare my life, I am willing to be your flute companion for life, playing the flute only for you." Jang Chen was speechless. All he could say was that people nowadays have a strong will to survive, saying anything to stay alive. Of course, he didn't believe a word of it. Jang Chen remained expressionless, sneering, "Sorry, I have a habit, and that is anyone who crosses me must die." "You are going too far. I am willing to play the flute for you for life. What more do you want?" Seeing Jang Chen's indifferent attitude, Lin Yunqi felt her pride greatly insulted. She was, after all, a great beauty who had been pursued by countless men since childhood, naturally possessing a sense of pride. Now that she had reluctantly set aside her dignity to become Jang Chen's flute companion, he still did not appreciate it. It was like trampling her dignity on the ground. "Nothing much, just find you dirty," Jang Chen sneered. He could only say that people like Lin Yunqi were no different from spoiled little fairies, always wanting things to go their way, ready to argue with the heavens and earth if not. Naturally, Jang Chen would not indulge such people. "How dare you find me dirty?" Lin Yunqi, like an unreasonable little fairy, went mad and demanded answers from Jang Chen. Annoying. Jang Chen's eyes were cold. With that, he didn't give Lin Yunqi time to react, instantly appearing in front of her, then reaching out to strangle her neck. With a powerful grip, he ended her life instantly, without any hesitation. After finishing all this, Jang Chen turned his gaze to Ning Hao not far away. At that moment, Ning Hao trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. He hurriedly said, "Please don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to tell you some earth-shattering information about Mount Song. Alright, if the information is valuable in my opinion, I will consider sparing you." Hearing this, Jang Chen became interested. Honestly, he didn't know much about Mount Song. If Ning Hao could provide him with some useful information, he might consider showing mercy. "No. You must first swear to the heavens that once I reveal it, you must spare my life, otherwise I would rather take this secret to the grave." Ning Hao clung to this lifeline, repeatedly asking Jang Chen to swear first. Only when Jang Chen swore in front of him did Ning Hao finally breathe a sigh of relief and reveal all the information he knew. It is widely known that the blessed land of Mount Song is about to appear in the world, attracting a large number of awakened individuals to come, including young talents from top forces. From what I know, among the strong individuals who have come to Mount Song this time, there are not only members from the Entropy Reversal Guild, the Black Dragon Hall, the Rhine Technology, and even people from the Great Luang clan, but also many powerful forces of unknown origin gathering there. This also means that when the blessed land of Mount Song opens up, it will be a brutal and bloody battle, with countless people falling here. Hearing this news, Jang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He hadn't expected so many top forces to come and compete for the opportunity here. Especially the Dalu royal family and the Rhine Technology. These two forces were his arch-enemies, and once they met, it would be a fight to the death. "Is there any other intelligence?" Jang Chen asked. "No," Ning Hao shook his head repeatedly, pleading, "I have said everything I should. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and let me go?" Of course, Jang Chen sneered, then slapped Ning Hao's dantian. This slap directly destroyed his cultivation, rendering him completely useless. Ning Hao was dumbfounded.
He hadn't expected Jang Chen to go back on his word. "You bastard! You're going back on your promise, you're no better than a beast."
Ning Hao grimaced.
"Nonsense! You only said you wanted to live, you didn't say I couldn't cripple you," Jang Chen sneered.
"How is what you're doing any different from killing me?"
Ning Hao fumed, questioning Jang Chen.
In today's world, once someone became crippled, what was the difference from being dead?
No. In a sense, this was even more cruel than death. Jang Chen had crippled his cultivation, and from now on, he could only live like an ant, not knowing if he could safely leave this deep mountain forest. After all, this place was full of dangers, with terrifying beasts lurking around. If he was unlucky enough to encounter one, he would become the beast's meal. "I don't care, after all, I did spare your life.
Now you can leave."
Jang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him, turning around to go back and rest. He had given the opportunity, now it was up to Ning Hao to make his own choices.
But Jang Chen didn't know that at that moment, Ning Hao's eyes were filled with malice and resentment. "If I can't live well, you won't either."
Ning Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes showing a hint of madness. Then, he pulled out a huge battle horn from his chest and blew it loudly. A roar like a fierce beast resounded, as if declaring territorial sovereignty, almost echoing throughout the entire mountain forest.
Jang Chen furrowed his brows. He didn't know what Ning Hao was up to.
But the next moment, he found out.
Roar!
Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed not far away, the sound blowing the leaves rustling, as if responding to the horn's call. Hearing this roar, Ning Hao's face showed a crazed expression, saying, "Kid, this is the price you pay for leaving no room for redemption." The horn I blew was mimicking the war declaration of the Beast King.
Once another Beast King hears this sound, it will think its territory is being invaded and will come to kill the intruders. And then? You don't think you can use me as a scapegoat, do you?
Jang Chen shook his head, smiling lightly, his eyes full of disdain. "I bet you don't know, the demon dragon ape lurking here is a super beast king comparable to the Luching wolf king. Even the Ice Emperor, ranked 16th on the divine list, is no match."
"Do you really think you can defeat the demon dragon ape?" Ning Hao sneered.
He believed Jang Chen's arrogance wouldn't last long. After all, the strength of the demon dragon ape was not to be underestimated, even the most elite awakeners might not be its match. But Jang Chen was unfazed, saying, "What if I told you I really could?" "You're just talking tough for now." Ning Hao sneered. He had once witnessed the demon dragon ape from a distance. It was a creature that shouldn't exist in this era. Even if the Tyrannosaurus Rex from the Jurassic period stood in front of the demon dragon ape, he didn't think it would stand a chance. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, various sounds coming from the nearby forest, followed by a terrifying pressure sweeping over. As a large area of trees and grass was crushed, a massive creature appeared in front of Jang Chen. It was a black ape covered in thick fur, with a fierce face and muscular body, but what caught the most attention were its arms, which bore a pattern resembling a demon dragon.
Ning Hao looked crazed, laughing madly. He, how will I die next?"
The moment the demon dragon ape appeared, Ning Hao was certain of his impending death. What he wanted now was to drag Jang Chen down to hell with him.
Oh! The demon dragon ape let out a terrifying roar, its fierce gaze fixed on Jang Chen and Ning Hao.
A chilling intent to kill spread around, making Ning Hao shiver with fear. This was the Super Beast King, the demon dragon ape. It was hard to imagine how powerful the legendary arrow god of Luching was to shoot down the Wolf King, who was no weaker than the demon dragon ape. But thinking about that now was pointless, he just wanted to see Jang Chen's regretful expression. However, Jang Chen remained calm and composed, seemingly not seeing the demon dragon ape as a threat.
"Just a beast king freed from a shackle, and you're making a big deal out of it?
I admit you have some strength, but in front of the demon dragon ape, you're just a joke."
Ning Hao sneered.
Although Jang Chen had shown formidable strength before, he was still not qualified to challenge the demon dragon ape.
The difference in their sizes alone put them in different leagues.
Moreover, the demon dragon ape was a super beast king that had undergone unique evolution, possessing the trump card of demon dragon transformation.
Jang Chen, no matter how strong, could never be its match.
A frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only the sky above.
Jang Chen shook his head.
His attitude made Ning Hao extremely displeased.
He couldn't understand.
Faced with such a terrifying existence as the demon dragon ape, how dared Jang Chen be so arrogant?
Did this guy really think he could win? But Ning Hao didn't dwell on it.
Now they were in the demon dragon ape's territory, and as a territorial beast king, it would never let them go. He believed that in less than a minute, Jang Chen would be torn to pieces before his eyes by the demon dragon ape.
Indeed.
Once the demon dragon ape locked onto Jang Chen as its target, it immediately swung its powerful right arm down towards Jang Chen's head. The force of this blow was immense, enough to turn an adult elephant into pulp in an instant.
You want to compare physical strength with me? You really don't know your limits.
Jang Chen sneered coldly, standing still as if ignoring the demon dragon ape's attack. This behavior made Ning Hao secretly mock him. He guessed that Jang Chen must have been scared silly, otherwise, how could he not even dodge? However, just as Ning Hao was about to smirk in anticipation of seeing Jang Chen turn into a pile of flesh, what happened next was like a bolt from the blue, unbelievable. Jang Chen threw a punch, powerful and overwhelming. Bang! At the moment their arms collided, the demon dragon ape's arm exploded violently, blood splattering through the skin, staining the ground crimson. Oh whoa! The demon dragon ape let out a painful howl, clutching its injured arm with its left hand, its face contorted in agony. At the same time, its eyes were filled with confusion. Since embarking on the path of evolution, it had encountered many humans, both ordinary and so-called awakeners, all of whom were like ants before it.
But why was this human before it so strong? It couldn't understand.
And not just it, even Ning Hao was dumbfounded. In his eyes, with the demon dragon ape's strength, it could easily kill Jang Chen with a single move. But from the collision just now, Jang Chen not only emerged unscathed but also seemed to have the upper hand.
Could it be that he was even more powerful than the demon dragon ape?
Your arm hasn't been disabled yet. It seems your physical body is much stronger than I estimated.
Jang Chen was somewhat surprised.
After all, his physical body had reached a saintly level, and unless a top-tier expert of the 6th level of the Shackle Realm intervened, no one could harm him. Prior to the previous collision, after the demon dragon ape took a punch from him, its right arm was severely injured but not completely disabled.
This surprised Jang Chen.
However, in the eyes of the demon dragon ape, Jang Chen's words were undoubtedly a blatant insult. This made it extremely angry, its fierce face revealing a murderous intent. Then it raised its arms and began pounding its chest frantically, emitting deep rumbling sounds.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Surprisingly, every time the demon dragon ape pounded its chest, its body expanded by a circle, transforming from a 10-meter-tall fierce beast into a 30-meter-tall colossal beast in the blink of an eye.
And its transformation did not stop there.
As the speed of its chest pounding increased, the demon dragon ape's appearance also underwent significant changes. Its skin grew black scales resembling those of a dragon, its originally short tail became incredibly long, even a pair of dragon whiskers sprouted on its face, looking extremely eerie and brutal.
This is the demon dragon transformation of the demon dragon ape.
Once in this state, the demon dragon ape's rationality will disappear completely, turning into a killing machine. Both you and I are doomed, Ning Hao said, looking maniacal, showing no despair or sadness at the prospect of death. For him now, rather than surviving, he hoped to see Jang Chen regretting deeply. Jang Chen remained calm, smiling lightly. I can tell you want to die, but unfortunately, you are destined not to die today.
Hee, that's not for you to decide, Ning Hao sneered. He didn't believe Jang Chen could defeat the current demon dragon ape.
Both of them were bound to die here. At that moment, the enraged demon dragon ape locked its target on Jang Chen, then charged madly, intending to crush Jang Chen to pieces.
Facing the approaching demon dragon ape, Jang Chen stood with his back to Ning Hao, calmly saying, I'll leave you with a saying, Yama may come for a man at 3 in the morning, but I can keep him waiting until 5. With that, Jang Chen unleashed his full power. Gathering his energy, he concentrated it and then burst out with a mighty punch, unstoppable. With a loud thunderous sound, the outcome was instantly clear. The upper half of the demon dragon ape's body vanished without a trace, as if evaporated from the earth, leaving only the lower half behind, a spectacular sight. But the most shocking part was yet to come. Watching the scene before him, Ning Hao began to doubt himself. Jang Chen's punch not only ended the life of the demon dragon ape but also turned the area a kilometer behind into flat ground, desolate and barren, not a blade of grass in sight. Is this still a human? Ning Hao's gaze was vacant, as if he were a fool.
He suddenly felt ridiculous. His previous schemes and tricks were probably seen as clownish antics by others, merely a joke.
Did he really think he could use Jang Chen as a stepping stone? It was truly laughable. Just kill me, Ning Hao said to Jang Chen.
He knew with his current appearance, he probably wouldn't survive for long. Rather than being devoured by a foreign beast, he preferred to die at the hands of Jang Chen. After all, dying under the hands of such a peerless master still held some dignity. But the next words from Jang Chen completely crushed Ning Hao's hope. A despicable person like you doesn't even deserve the qualification to die by my hands. Jang Chen's expression was cold, his eyes filled with disdain. He knew what Ning Hao was thinking, but he didn't want Ning Hao to die so easily. In his current state as a cripple, every second spent here was torture, with danger lurking at every moment.
In other words, Jang Chen wanted him to die in fear and despair. The next day, Jang Chen arrived at Mount Song.
As one of the 5 sacred mountains of China, Mount Song has always been shrouded in mystery and is the birthplace of the Shaolin Temple. Every year, countless tourists come to pilgrimage and visit. Since the changes in the world, Mount Song has also undergone significant transformations. Jang Chen stood at the foot of Song Mountain, looking at the towering and majestic mountain in front of him, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. No wonder in the past, many powerful individuals fought desperately to see Song Mountain.
Just the spiritual energy gathered here is much richer than in other places. Jang Chen was certain. If he could stay here often, his cultivation speed would definitely be several times faster than ordinary people. When Jang Chen had just arrived, he noticed many figures gradually entering his field of vision. Undoubtedly, these people had come for the opportunities and fortunes of Song Mountain. At this moment, many vacant areas on Song Mountain had been occupied by awakened individuals as temporary camps, and some even resorted to direct physical confrontations to fight for territory, leading to extreme chaos. However, not every piece of land was contested. Some territories remained untouched because the occupants had extraordinary backgrounds and forces. Once provoked, ordinary awakened individuals would meet a dead end. This unprecedented scene attracted the attention of numerous news media outlets. Several major domestic news agencies dispatched reporters to this location for filming and reporting, all to provide first-hand information to the nation. After all, the news of the opportunities at Song Mountain had spread widely, attracting numerous forces and awakened individuals. According to available information, Song Mountain had gathered several top forces such as the Great LV King Clan, Rhine Technology, Celestial Gene, Entropy Union, and Mount Wan Beast. Even the geniuses at the top of the divine list would join the competition for these opportunities, creating a situation of multi-party hegemony. This led many to wonder who the ultimate winner of this opportunity battle would be. Numerous news media outlets, eager to boost their ratings, used exaggerated headlines to attract viewers' attention. Heroes gather. Multi-party hegemony. Who will ultimately claim victory at Song Mountain? Who is the strongest among the awakened? Heroes gather at Song Mountain. The battle to dominate the world is about to begin. With strong contenders and emerging geniuses, the recent hotshot talents will collide at this moment, focusing the world's attention on Song Mountain. Under the sensationalized headlines of many media outlets, the popularity of Song Mountain remained high, dominating the trending searches for an unknown period. However, it had to be acknowledged that these attention-grabbing headlines were effective. Since learning that Song Mountain had attracted many geniuses, everyone wanted to know what kind of sparks would fly when the geniuses listed on the divine list clashed. Meanwhile, there were many discussions online about the identity of the strongest. I heard that many geniuses have come to Song Mountain this time, including super talents from the top 10 of the divine list, such as Nangon Lian from the Entropy Union. Her strength is extraordinary, rumored to be on par with the Shackles realm. Lunia Foam from the Great LV King Clan is also at Song Mountain. He is a renowned talent of the Great LV King Clan, just a step away from breaking through the Shackles realm. With his strength, he will surely dominate the field. The truly formidable genius must be the Mad Beast from Mount Wan Beast. It is said that he once subdued a shackles-breaking Beast King with his physical body alone, a feat unparalleled. In my opinion, Duan Yu from the Black Dragon Hall is the strongest. He is a peerless genius ranked 4th on the divine list. Who among you can surpass him? Do you really think the divine list represents everything? Let me tell you, among the talents who have come this time, the strongest is definitely Jack Van Ma from Rhine Technology. It is said that he used Rhine Technology's latest genetically enhanced liquid, completely unlocking his genetic shackles. Calling him a superhuman would not be an exaggeration. Jang Chen glanced at the online comments, his face showing a pensive expression. Although he had learned from Ning how that many geniuses would come to Song Mountain, he had not expected such a large number. There were at least 10 individuals listed on the divine list alone. And there are many awakeners with strong abilities but no background. These individuals, although lacking influence, rely on the opportunities gained during the awakening ceremony to possess combat strength equal to that of geniuses in the eyes of the world. However, what Jang Chen cares most about are powerful factions like the Dalawang clan. Based on the intelligence he currently has, it seems that these factions have only dispatched vanguards to occupy advantageous positions, with the true core figures not present. But this is normal. There is still some time before the opening of the Blessed Land, so the main forces naturally do not need to arrive so early. Yet, this disappoints Jang Chen somewhat. If the core talents carefully cultivated by these factions had already arrived, he could have taken preemptive action to deal with these potential troubles. After all, these factions have always been causing him problems. Rather than waiting for them to come to him, it would be better for him to take the initiative to resolve them, saving a lot of trouble. Forget it. I'll go meet Ziheng first. Jang Chen stopped overthinking and decided to go find Li Ziheng and the others.
He took out his phone and dialed Li Ziheng's number. Soon, the call was answered, and Li Ziheng informed Jang Chen of a location to meet.
Jang Chen hung up after listening and proceeded to the location provided by Li Ziheng.
Before long, he arrived at his destination. It was a towering ancient tree, seemingly hundreds of years old, with a trunk so large it would take several people to encircle it.
Li Ziheng stood beneath this ancient tree, accompanied by Yi Liangchen and other classmates.
From the expressions on their faces, Jang Chen could almost tell who among them had awakened. Yi Liangchen and a few other classmates, with an air of superiority on their faces, were clearly awakened, while the rest showed panic and unease. They were all ordinary people, taking great risks to come to a place filled with awakeners, naturally feeling flustered and nervous. But Yi Liangchen and his group did not. They were already awakeners, appearing here without any tension, but rather excitement and anticipation. After all, before long, Mount Song would open the blessed land, where tremendous opportunities and fortunes awaited them.
At that moment, Li Ziheng saw Jang Chen and called out, "Jang Chen."
As he spoke, others also turned their gaze towards him.
Especially Yi Liangchen, who, upon seeing Jang Chen, revealed a sly smirk. What goes around comes around. He hadn't forgotten about the incident at the Taishan gathering.
Jang Chen had shown complete disregard for him in front of Lu Mengyao.
Now, he wanted to show Jang Chen how lowly and insignificant he was. "Isn't this Jang Chen? Long time no see, how have you been lately?"
Yi Liangchen's tone was mocking, filled with sarcasm that anyone could detect. He hadn't forgotten how Jang Chen had humiliated him in front of Lu Mengyao at the Taishan gathering. Otherwise, he might have had a chance with her. But because of Jang Chen, his plans had all gone awry.
This fueled his resentment, vowing to humiliate Jang Chen when the opportunity arose. And now, the opportunity had come. "No need to worry about me, I've been doing well," Jang Chen replied calmly. He could see through Yi Liangchen's intentions but couldn't be bothered to engage with him. However, that didn't mean Yi Liangchen wouldn't push his luck. "Jang Chen, you must be aware of the recent emergence of a group of chosen ones called Awakeners, right?" "And?" "Nothing, just wondering if you've also become an Awakener."
Yi Liangchen remained cautious.
He wanted to test if Jang Chen had become an Awakener.
If Jang Chen was indeed an Awakener, he wouldn't dare to ridicule him.
"I'm not," Jang Chen replied directly.
Upon hearing this answer, Yi Liangchen's smile shone brighter than flowers.
"Not an Awakener? Yet you dare to show off in front of me like this? It's truly laughable."
Yi Liangchen suppressed the smile in his heart and then put on a sympathetic look, reaching out to pat Jang Chen's shoulder. "Although you are not an Awakener, don't be disheartened.
Not everyone can become an Awakener. Only chosen ones like me are worthy.
But don't worry, I heard that there are opportunities and fortunes in the sacred land of Songsan.
If you're lucky, you might also become an Awakener." Yi Liangchen's words were laced with sarcasm, evident to anyone present.
However, no one dared to speak up for Jang Chen. This was because Yi Liangchen was the former class monitor in college and now a noble Awakener, holding a high status in society. Ordinary people like them were eager to please Yi Liangchen, so why would they risk offending him for Jang Chen?
"Yi Liangchen, your words are too much," Li Ziheng said.
Being close friends with Jang Chen, he couldn't stand Yi Liangchen's humiliation.
Yi Liangchen looked disdainful and replied, "How am I being excessive? I'm just stating the facts. Look around you, almost everyone on Songsan is an Awakener. Ordinary people are inferior in front of Awakeners."
"Even so, you shouldn't say such things," Li Ziheng retorted. At this moment, Jang Chen spoke up, "I agree with Yi Liangchen. In today's world, ordinary people are indeed like ants at the mercy of others, but only for now."
"What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that ordinary people won't be ants in the future?" Yi Liangchen frowned. "You're wrong.
What I mean is that even Awakeners like you will be seen as ants by others in the future."
Silence fell over the room.
They doubted if Jang Chen was out of his mind to say such things.
Awakeners being seen as ants? Ridiculous. No one believed Jang Chen's words, they thought he was just feeling resentful. But they were the ones mistaken. Because Jang Chen knew very well that soon, the world would change drastically, with extraterrestrial beings descending, viewing humans as ants. Awakeners, in their eyes, were just slightly stronger ants. There was no real difference. "Jang Chen, you probably can't become an Awakener, that's why you're saying these things out of resentment, right? I've seen many like you online," Yi Liangchen sneered.
He thought he had hit a nerve with Jang Chen, or else he wouldn't have spoken like that.
But in reality, this was just Yi Liangchen's assumption.
Jang Chen had long transcended the category of Awakeners and become a true cultivator.
Ha!
Seeing this, Jang Chen clearly had no intention of engaging further.
This also irked Yi Liangchen a bit. He couldn't understand why others would fawn over him upon becoming an awakener, yet Jang Chen remained indifferent. Did he still think the world was the same as before, and society unchanged? Let's not argue. Let's discuss our plans for the future, a bespectacled female classmate spoke up.
Her name was Song Qian, a quiet and artistic person during college, often found in the art studio studying painting, which made her presence quite low-key among others. Yet, she was the one who obtained a stroke of luck during the awakening ceremony.
Song Qian's fortune was a white feather pen.
By wielding this pen skillfully, she could paint various animals to serve her. Yes, although our ultimate goal is to enter the Blessed Land, it will take some time before the entrance to the Blessed Land opens.
In the meantime, we might as well make some other preparations while we have the chance, another classmate said.
His name was Jilai, a member of the school basketball team during his university days, with exceptional physical fitness. Jilai was also an awakener. During the awakening ceremony, he obtained an ancient shield with extremely high defensive capabilities. Even when facing a speeding truck, he could easily defend against it. I suggest we gather some intelligence first. This way, we can plan ahead instead of aimlessly exploring, said Zhou Guangxing, the one who spoke up. He had a very special stroke of luck during the awakening ceremony, which was the ability to listen to the voices of all things. Not only could he communicate with other animals across species, but he could also hear the thoughts of plants. The only downside was his lack of actual combat power.
No need to make it so complicated.
I've already arranged the itinerary for this trip, Yi Liangchen said with a smug smile. This surprised everyone, prompting them to inquire about his plans.
Yi Liangchen didn't beat around the bush and said, I bet you didn't know that before coming to Mount Song, I happened to meet a legendary figure and successfully invited them to join our team. With their leadership and extensive exploration experience, I just need to follow them and pick up the leftovers. Who is this person? Everyone was curious and eager to know.
However, when Yi Liangchen mentioned the name that followed, everyone present was dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. That person is the young sword immortal of Mount Tai.
Yi Liangchen said proudly. This revelation left everyone, including Jang Chen himself, bewildered. What was going on? Squad leader, are you joking with us? You really met the young sword immortal of Mount Tai? And invited them to join our team? That's the 5th-ranked expert on the divine list. Yi, do you really know them?
The crowd was like ants on a hot pan, filled with excitement and anticipation. The fame of the young sword immortal of Mount Tai was immense.
In the whole of China, who wouldn't know this mysterious expert ranked 5th on the divine list?
There were plenty of videos about the young sword immortal of Mount Tai online. When they saw him split mountains with a single sword, they could hardly believe that a human could achieve such feats.
It undoubtedly challenged their understanding.
Such a genius was no longer in the same world as them in their eyes. Yet, Yi Liangchen claimed to know the young sword immortal, leaving everyone incredulous.
Even Jang Chen was somewhat surprised. He couldn't recall meeting Yi Liangchen before coming to Mount Song, which made him suspicious.
I'm not one to joke around, Yi Liangchen said confidently and proudly. Not long before coming to Mount Song, I passed through a dangerous place with many exotic beasts. It was said that a terrifying beast king named the demon dragon ape ruled there, incredibly powerful and beyond the reach of ordinary awakeners.
Many awakeners chose to travel in groups.
I also joined a few awakeners to cross the territory of the demon dragon ape. However, that night, we suddenly heard the frenzied roar of the demon dragon ape. We rushed to check, and what we saw was shocking.
Yi Liangchen paused here, deliberately building suspense.
Zhou Guangxing and the others were eager to know the continuation. Yi Liangchen continued, when we arrived to investigate, the body of the demon dragon ape lay before us, and next to the body was a man wielding a sword. It was then that I took the opportunity to successfully befriend him through my social skills.
Is that person really the Taishan youth sword immortal? Jilai asked.
That demon dragon ape is the beast king who broke free from the shackles.
Besides the Taishan sword immortal, who else could single-handedly slay it? Yi Liangchen stated decisively.
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement.
Indeed. Besides the Taishan sword immortal, who else in this world could easily slay a beast king that broke free from its shackles? However, Jang Chen asked with a smile, are you really sure that person is the Taishan youth sword immortal and not an imposter? He remembered clearly.
That night, he defeated the demon dragon ape with just one punch, without even using the immortal slaying sword embryo.
Moreover, after dealing with the demon dragon ape, he left immediately.
So he was certain that the sword-wielding man mentioned by Yi Liangchen was definitely not him.
The truth was clear now. Someone was impersonating him. Of course. Just by standing there, the sword immortal senior commands my respect. His transcendent aura and charm are not something a mundane person like you can understand, Yi Liangchen mocked.
But how can you be sure that he is the Taishan Sword Immortal?
What if he just happened to pass by and was mistaken for someone else? Jang Chen said calmly. Impossible.
I personally asked him, and the Sword Immortal Senior did not deny it, claiming that he is indeed the Taishan Sword Immortal. Yi Liangchen affirmed confidently.
Aren't you afraid that he might be a charlatan from the martial world?
Jang Chen, that's enough, Yi Liangchen sneered. Many here have not awakened, but none are as petty and eager for attention as you, trying to be clever.
I'll have to ask you to leave the team. After all, the Sword Immortal Senior will be here soon, and we don't want to leave a bad impression on him. Jilai and the others agreed with Yi Liangchen's reasoning.
They had never entered the Blessed Land and were completely unaware of what lay inside. In such a situation, they were easily misled and could fall into danger. But with a genius like the Taishan Sword Immortal leading them, they could avoid many pitfalls and be more efficient in seeking opportunities. Jang Chen, if you keep talking nonsense, please leave the team. We don't need someone like you who contributes nothing and likes to argue. That's right. It's rare for Yi Ban to meet such a big shot and invite him to join our team to explore the Blessed Land.
We don't want you to miss out on this opportunity. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. You're not even an awakened one, yet you act so important. If you dare to defy Yi Ban again, even if he doesn't confront you, I will teach you a lesson in his place. Several non-awakened classmates now glared at Jang Chen, disregarding their past camaraderie.
But this was normal. The world had changed. Former friendships, love, and even family ties were now jokes. Only survival mattered. Especially since they had not become awakened, they always felt uneasy, fearing they might die at the hands of an awakened one someday.
To eliminate this sense of crisis, they had to become awakened. That was why they had come to Mount Song. However, Jang Chen's actions were indirectly preventing them from becoming awakened, so naturally, they did not show him any kindness. Do you really think entering Mount Song will make you awakened? That's too naive and ridiculous. What do you mean by that?
Nothing, just a word of advice. Entering Mount Song won't make you awakened. It might even cost you your life, Jang Chen said indifferently.
This was his final warning to his former classmates.
With the scale of this event, he was certain that ordinary people entering the Blessed Land without top experts guiding them would only lead to a dead end.
Who do you think you are?
Source text.
Loser. Translated text. Did you really think anyone would believe what you said? A hot-tempered male classmate couldn't hold back and was about to teach Jang Chen a lesson.
However, Li Ziheng stopped him and said, "Calm down, we are all classmates, there's no need to make such a fuss."
Who's classmates with him?
After entering Mount Song, we will all become awakened, while he will still be a loser.
The male classmate sneered.
Other classmates also smirked coldly, dreaming of becoming awakened deep inside.
Jang Chen didn't bother to argue further.
He knew one thing very well, to let go of helping others and respect their fate. If someone wants to die, you can't stop them. However, at that moment, Yi Liangchen suddenly showed an excited expression and shouted, "The Sword Immortal Senior is here." With these words, everyone's emotions soared. Each person looked with anticipation towards the figure not far away. A slightly weathered figure was slowly approaching. It was a middle-aged man, with a bulky figure, dressed in a white robe, his facial features forming a square shape, and carrying a peculiar black long sword on his back, giving an indescribable sense of disharmony. Yet, when Yi Liangchen saw this person, he couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "Senior Sword Immortal, you've finally arrived." Hearing this, everyone's expressions were hopeful, eager to witness the legendary Taishan Young Sword Immortal. However, upon seeing him up close, they were instantly stunned.
This was the Taishan Young Sword Immortal? Are you kidding me? The man before them was clearly a middle-aged oily uncle, far from anything youthful. Yi class, are you sure you're not mistaken? This person is the 5th-ranked Young Sword Immortal on the Divine ranking? He's clearly a middle-aged uncle, how can he be considered youthful? Could this be a mistake?
Exactly, I heard from tourists in Taishan that the Young Sword Immortal was very handsome, but this person doesn't fit the bill at all. The crowd whispered doubtfully.
Yet, Yi Liangchen frowned and rebuked. What do you know? Who said that a master must always be charming and dashing? That's just wishful thinking on your part.
Although I admit that the Senior Sword Immortal looks a bit oily, his strength is unquestionable. The crowd fell silent.
Indeed, who said that a master must always be handsome like in movies and TV shows? In today's world, strength is the only thing that matters.
Even if someone looks a bit greasy and sleazy, as long as they have the power to slay a beast king single-handedly, that's enough.
Jang Chen remained silent.
With just one glance, he instantly perceived the other's strength. This person who impersonated him hadn't even broken free from the first shackle. At best, he was a newly awakened ordinary awakener.
How could he deceive Yi Liangchen so easily?
However, Jang Chen didn't rush to expose the imposter. He was curious to see what the imposter was capable of, enough to make him brave enough to impersonate him. Apologies for the delay, I encountered a slight issue on the way, making you wait. The middle-aged man looked proud and spoke in a cold tone. After approaching Jang Chen, he never looked directly at him. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. Although this arrogant attitude made many people uncomfortable, considering he was the 5th-ranked Taishan Sword Immortal on the divine ranking, it was normal for his character to be a bit aloof. After all, if it were them, they might be even more arrogant and dismissive. Jang Chen didn't mind at all. Instead, he flattered shamelessly, "It's not a long wait at all. Senior Sword Immortal, even if we have to wait for 3 days and nights, we are willing." "Hold on, while I am willing to lead you, it's not without cost," the middle-aged man said lightly.
"Ha? But you didn't mention this before?"
Jang Chen was puzzled.
"Not mentioning it doesn't mean I won't say it. Don't you understand this principle? What reward does the Senior Sword Immortal need? My request is not high.
Everyone must hand over a source stone as payment." This, Jang Chen was at a loss for words, and even others found it unreasonable. Since the changes in the world, the original currency had depreciated significantly, replaced by a new currency called Source Stone. Source Stone had the effect of enhancing the strength of awakeners, making it a valuable currency in the circle within a few days. Source Stones could also be exchanged for Chinese yuan, and at the current market price, one ordinary quality Source Stone could be exchanged for 1 million yuan.
In other words, each person had to hand over 1 million yuan. "All right, I'm willing to hand it over." After some thought, Jang Chen finally agreed, gritting his teeth. Others were hesitating, but seeing Jang Chen take the lead, they also agreed to the request. "One Source Stone is equivalent to 1 million yuan, aren't you reconsidering?" Li Ziheng frowned. For some reason, he felt that something was amiss. But before he could say more, Jang Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly, "Li Ziheng, are you stupid? What's there to consider? It's rare for the Senior Sword Immortal to be willing to take us to the Blessed Land, and all it takes is 1 Source Stone. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. If you think the Sword Immortal is trying to deceive you for your Source Stone, you can leave, and I won't stop you." Seeing the other's intense attitude, Li Ziheng felt even more suspicious. But just as he was about to speak, Jang Chen on the side said, "Ziheng, Jang Chen is right. It's rare for this Taishan Sword Immortal to take us along, so it's only fair to pay a token of appreciation." "Jang Chen, you." Li Ziheng was surprised. He didn't expect Jang Chen to support Jang Chen, but before he could ask Jang Chen, he received a meaningful look from him. Understanding the message, Li Ziheng said, "Well said, Jang Chen, you're finally using your brain." Jang Chen was delighted that Jang Chen spoke up for him. But before he could savor the moment, Jang Chen asked, "Before we pay, can the Sword Immortal show us a demonstration? It's not that we doubt your abilities, we just want to broaden our horizons." Hearing this, Jang Chen's face showed a hint of panic. At that moment, Jang Chen's suspicions were confirmed. It was all a setup. The so-called Taishan Sword Immortal was fake, their chance encounter was fake, the only real thing was their scheme to deceive for Source Stones. Jang Chen couldn't believe Jang Chen would stoop so low as to conspire with outsiders to deceive their former classmates. "Ha, you want me to show my skills just because you ask? Who do you think I am, Tai Jian? Let me tell you, only 2 types of people can make me show my skills, a peerless master or a peerless beast king. You are neither, so why should I show off to please you?" Tai Jian quickly came up with a perfect excuse, fitting his aloof persona as the young Sword Immortal of Taishan. After he spoke, Song Qian and the others had no doubts. "The Sword Immortal is right, Jang Chen, since you ask for so much, I can only ask you and Li Ziheng to leave the group." Jang Chen's expression turned cold. He didn't want Jang Chen and Li Ziheng to ruin the opportunity. Li Ziheng stood by Jang Chen, ready to leave with him, as he also saw through the situation. However, Jang Chen's response left Li Ziheng stunned. "1 Source Stone, right? I'll pay." "Jang Chen, are you serious?" Li Ziheng was puzzled, his expression strange. He couldn't understand why Jang Chen would do this. Jang Chen didn't explain but used his eyes to convey trust. Seeing this, Li Ziheng didn't press further, as he understood. With Jang Chen's steady character, there was no reason he wouldn't see through the trickery. There had to be a reason for him to do so. That's right, just spending 1 Source Stone can get the guidance of the Sword Immortal predecessor. This kind of profitable deal isn't available everywhere, Jang Chen said smugly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He secretly ridiculed Jang Chen and the others in his heart. Did they really think that entering the paradise would make them awakened ones? What a pipe dream. In his view, people like Li Ziheng and Jang Chen were like lambs to the slaughter in the cryptocurrency world.
A few years ago, when Bitcoin was booming, countless people fantasized about entering the market, buying and selling Bitcoin to become millionaires. Little did they know, the real opportunity had long passed. Joining now meant becoming the bag holders, a lesson he had learned from years of trading.
But I don't have any source stones on me, can I use 1 million in cash instead? Jang Chen asked.
The currency system had not completely collapsed yet. Currencies like the renminbi, US dollar, and euro remained strong. After the changes in the world, source stone mines sprouted in many places, leading to a considerable circulation of source stones in the market.
This also made source stones a new form of currency.
However, source stones held high value in the hands of awakened ones but were quite useless in the hands of ordinary people. Therefore, most ordinary people who obtained source stones usually sold them. After learning that Jang Chen intended to use money as a substitute, Chen did not refuse. Of course, but now the price of source stones is 1,500,000. If you want to use money as a substitute, you'll have to pay an extra 50,000, Chen said with a mischievous grin, deliberately teasing Jang Chen.
Jang Chen didn't say much in response.
He took out a bank card from his pocket and said, "There's 3 million in here, covering the expenses for me and Ziheng." Seeing this, Li Ziheng immediately took out a source stone, indicating that Jang Chen didn't need to pay for him. However, Jang Chen stopped him and whispered, "The future utility of source stones is even greater than you think.
Don't spend them easily."
Jang Chen was well aware of the era of myths that would soon arrive. At that time, all forms of currency would truly become worthless, with only source stones and various treasures from heaven and earth being the hard currency for trade. People like Chen, with their short-sightedness, still believed that paper money had trading value.
Alright, Li Ziheng didn't make a fuss and chose to follow Jang Chen's arrangement.
Apart from the awakened ones present, everyone else handed over their source stones. For people like Song Qian, they understood how scarce and precious source stones were, but others didn't see it that way. The source stones they had were bought on a whim, thinking they could become awakened ones through them. However, when they found out that this method didn't work, source stones became useless to them as well. It was better to exchange them for 1,500,000 renminbi than to keep them as useless items.
Senior Tai Jian, since we've paid the fees, may I ask if you have any plans prepared? Zhou Guangxing inquired. Plans? Tai Jian was taken aback because Chen hadn't mentioned any plans to him.
Since the two of them decided to collaborate in the scam, his role was to play the role of the sword immortal Tai Jian, leaving everything else to Chen. Now someone was asking him about plans, which caught him off guard. Fortunately, Chen reacted quickly and said, "Don't worry, the sword immortal predecessor has already informed me of the plan for this time."
Squad leader, what is Senior Tai Jian's plan? Could it be breaking through the barrier restrictions of the paradise in advance and leading us in to seize the opportunity? Jilai asked excitedly.
They had not been at Mount Song for long, but after some inquiries, they learned that a certain boundary had sealed off the blessed land of Mount Song, and unless the power of the boundary naturally dissipated, no one could enter. Upon hearing this, Chen's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, this guy really dares to think big, saying such things. If Tai Jian really had this ability, he would have long ago asked the other party to take him into the Blessed Land. Why bother deceiving and manipulating here? There is still some time before the Blessed Land opens, but before that, the Sword Immortal and I have already decided to lead everyone to a treasure land to seek opportunities.
A treasure land?
Yes, not long ago, we heard from others that a sealed ancient medicinal field appeared near Mount Song. Many precious spiritual herbs grow in the field. If we are lucky, we might find herbs that can awaken ordinary people. With these words, everyone was filled with anticipation.
Why had they come here? Wasn't it to become awakened individuals?
That's great, take us to that ancient medicinal field quickly. Someone rubbed their hands eagerly, impatient to go to the medicinal field to seek opportunities. However, before setting off, Tai Jian spoke solemnly, "There is something I need to make clear to you in advance about this ancient medicinal field. Many people are aware of it, which means the competition will be fierce, and there is a real possibility of losing your life at any moment.
Even I cannot protect everyone perfectly.
If you want to go, you better be prepared for the worst, or choose to withdraw now, and I will return the origin stones."
Tai Jian's words left many people deep in thought, but not long after, they made up their minds. We are prepared. Even if we unfortunately fall, we will not blame the seniors in the slightest. Hearing this, Tai Jian sighed on the surface but was secretly delighted.
On the side, Jang Chen saw this and sneered inwardly.
He could see through Tai Jian's intentions at a glance. It was indeed a clever move to completely absolve oneself of responsibility.
Jang Chen even suspected that Tai Jian deliberately attracted the group to the medicinal field, planning to use them as pawns to harm them all. This way, their deceit would not be discovered. However, Jang Chen would not let the two of them off so easily.
Since Yi Liangchen and Tai Jian dared to deceive under his name, they must pay the price.
Thinking this, Jang Chen decided to continue concealing his intentions. When the time was right, he would expose the true faces of these two to everyone, revealing their true ugly nature.
Mount Song was home to many awakened individuals.
Each person's goal was to obtain incredible opportunities in the blessed land, to soar to new heights. At the same time, many awakened individuals exchanged information to gain intelligence beneficial to themselves. The ancient medicinal field had become the hottest topic of discussion recently. It was said that an awakened individual had accidentally stumbled upon a mysterious place and discovered the ancient medicinal field that had been sealed for many years.
This news instantly attracted countless awakened individuals, all flocking to it. Jang Chen and the others, under Yi Liangchen's lead, arrived at a mysterious deep mountain forest from Mount Song.
Thorny bushes, ancient trees, and various poisonous plants grew around them, posing a risk of death by poisoning with a single misstep. Before long, they passed through this dangerous primeval forest and arrived in front of a massive cave. Once you pass through this cave, you will reach the ancient medicinal field, Tai Jian said with an air of authority, addressing the people behind him. But I must warn you in advance that the cave is home to various dangerous poisons and strange beasts.
If you are unlucky, you may perish here. You better think carefully before entering. Tai Jian's words were a complete disclaimer. The people present have all paid protection fees, which means Tai Jian is obligated to protect them to the best of his ability.
But now he is trying to shirk responsibility in advance, which is truly ridiculous. Even more ridiculous is that Song Qian and the others have no doubts and unconditionally trust the other party. This makes Jang Chen sneer inwardly. With the naivety of this group of people, they probably won't live long. Fortunately, without encountering any danger, everyone safely passed through the cave and arrived at the ancient medicinal field. When they emerged from the cave, the scene that greeted them was incredibly awe-inspiring. An ancient and magnificent mansion stood before them, exuding a deep ancient aura. Next to the mansion was a beautiful scenery of green mountains, lush grass, and ethereal mist, giving off a sense of a paradise on earth.
But what caught everyone's attention the most was the ancient medicinal field.
Behind the mansion was a huge medicinal field, filled with countless precious herbs, some of which emitted colorful lights like legendary divine medicines, making many people's eyes turn red with desire to pick them.
Is this the ancient medicinal field? It's so magical. What did I see?
There's a herb that looks like a phoenix. I wonder what miraculous effects this spiritual herb has.
I saw it too.
In the deepest part of the field, there's a herb resembling a purple golden true dragon, emitting a sacred radiance.
This is definitely a heaven-defying spiritual herb. There must be a divine medicine here that can make me awaken.
Zhou Guangxing and the others were excited, eager to rush into the medicinal field. But just as they couldn't contain themselves, Yi Liangchen rebuked, "Stay calm, don't think this medicinal field belongs to all of you. First, see what the situation is around us."
After Yi Liangchen spoke, everyone finally realized.
They had been so focused on the ancient medicinal field that they hadn't paid attention to their surroundings. When they saw the situation around them, their expressions turned serious. "It seems the competition for the ancient medicinal field is more intense than I imagined," Jang Chen murmured. He also saw the situation nearby and felt that a bloody battle was inevitable.
Next to the mansion, many awakeners had gathered, including powerful experts.
Even Jang Chen could sense that among these people, some awakeners seemed to have touched the shackles realm. People like them coming here had only one goal: to use the spiritual herbs of the ancient medicinal field to break through to the shackles realm.
At the same time, Jang Chen also noticed many old acquaintances present.
Forces like the godly Jin, high-dimensional military, and Rhine technology had dispatched personnel to this place, even seizing advantageous positions in advance.
This was not good news for Jang Chen. Did we come too late? So many people have already gathered. What should we do? What's the use of coming early? Who said this medicinal field is first come, first served?
Exactly. Besides, we have Senior Sword Immortal.
As long as we mention his name, who would dare not to give us face?
Jilai and the others focused their gaze on Tai Jian, hoping he would secure a favorable position under the name of the Taishan Sword Immortal. This made Tai Jian break out in a cold sweat.
He was an imposter. If someone there truly knew the Taishan Young Sword Immortal, wouldn't he be exposed?
Thinking of this, Tai Jian hastily said, "In all things, we must consider the order of arrival. If we truly act this way, we will surely make enemies of everyone, which is not good news."
The crowd was somewhat disappointed but also found it reasonable.
However, Jang Chen suddenly teased, "I've heard that Senior Sword Immortal split the heavens with a sword in Taishan. His sword aura shook the world.
With your name, won't those so-called Great Lu Wang clan, Godly Jin, all obediently give you face?"
Hee hee,
That's true, but I've never liked to show off, so I won't do such a thing. Taijian sneered inwardly. He had long seen through Jang Chen's intentions. Wanting to dig a pit for him to fall into? There wasn't even a door. But the next words from Jang Chen left Taijian completely dumbfounded. It's okay, I don't mind helping you gain some attention, Jang Chen sneered. At this moment, a plan began to form in Jang Chen's mind. He intended to draw the attention of forces like the celestial gene for himself. Although with his current strength, he could hold his own even in a direct confrontation. But having such a good bait was rare, and it would be unreasonable not to use it. Jang Chen, stop right there. Yi Liangchen hurried to catch Jang Chen. But how could he stop him? Even with all his effort, he couldn't close the distance. This made Yi Liangchen doubt himself. He was an awakener. Ever since he obtained enlightenment during the awakening ceremony, his body had surpassed ordinary people in all aspects. Yet now, he couldn't catch up to Jang Chen? In the next moment, Jang Chen stood before the various forces, then covered half of his face with a piece of cloth and provocatively declared, "The sword immortal of Mount Tai is here. Why aren't you all kneeling to greet me?" These words were like a bombshell, stirring up the entire crowd as soon as Jang Chen finished speaking. Meanwhile, the celestial gene and other forces had darkened expressions, their faces cold. Jang Chen's words had undoubtedly offended their dignity. Even if he was the sword immortal of Mount Tai, so what? He was one of the top 5 geniuses on the god ranking, weren't they as well? Why did he dare to be so arrogant in front of them? Just a wet behind the ears kid dares to be so insolent in front of us, simply seeking death. The sword immortal of Mount Tai? His ranking on the god ranking is lower than even our young masters, yet he dares to show off here? I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize, or die. At this moment, killing intent filled the air. Yi Liangchen and Taijian, witnessing this scene, were petrified on the spot, inwardly cursing Jang Chen's ancestors. At this moment, all eyes were on Jang Chen. No one knew if this person had a lion's courage or a leopard's gall, daring to challenge the top forces present. It was known that the allure of the ancient medicine field was immense. The moment the news spread, it instantly attracted the attention of many forces. The forces that had arrived here included the Black Dragon Hall, Celestial Gene, and high-dimensional military industries, among others. These forces were not only dominant domestically but also globally. Whoever dared to provoke them would meet death as the outcome. You are the sword immortal of Mount Tai? At this moment, a young man in a black robe stepped forward. He had handsome features, a tall figure, and a black dragon pattern on his forehead, giving him a strange and domineering appearance. This man was named Duan Yen, a core disciple of the Black Dragon Hall. Regardless of what kind of sword immortal he is, anyone who disrespects our high-dimensional military industries will meet death. A young man clad in nanotechnology armor said fiercely. His name was Gao Junwei, a top-level armored driver carefully cultivated by the high-dimensional military industries, holding a high position within the organization. Just someone ranked in the top 5 of the god ranking, thinking he's invincible? In reality, that chicken list has no authority whatsoever, Shen Zuan of the Entropy Union sneered, completely disregarding the god ranking. In his view, if the god ranking had any authority, he wouldn't have been absent from it. The people of Huaxia are truly arrogant, knowing full well there are so many powerful enemies here, yet they dare to be so brazen. Are they eager to meet the devil? A young man with silver white hair sneered. His features were exquisite, rivaling those of top female celebrities in the entertainment industry, and his slender figure exuded a delicate and feminine aura. This man was named Lot Griffin, a core member of the Celestial Gene. I can give you a chance. Kneel down now and kiss my toes, and maybe I'll consider sparing your life, a young man with golden hair and emerald eyes said coldly, his voice filled with icy killing intent, showing genuine anger. As a masterpiece of Rhine technology, Bic Bladen has always had a strong sense of pride. In his view, both the yellow and black races are the most inferior, not even qualified to sit on an equal footing with the noble white race, let alone provoke them. In just a few words, Jang Chen offended all the top forces present. TSK Tisk, there's a good show coming up. Is the person ranked 5th on the divine list really so foolish? I can't believe it. What's there not to believe? There are always frogs at the bottom of the well in this world, thinking their achievements on Mount Tai are impressive, but in the eyes of those top forces, they are insignificant. Many awakened individuals showed a gloating expression. Not to mention whether he is the young sword immortal of Mount Tai, even if he is, how could he possibly be a match for so many forces alone? It can only be said that he is too foolish. Relying on his somewhat glorious record, he feels invincible, looking down on everyone. Such people, even if they are geniuses who die young. Jang Chen, are you trying to kill us, you madman? Yi Liangchen said angrily. His heart turned cold. Who could have thought that Jang Chen would do such a thing? He's pushing them into a fire pit. What are you afraid of? We have the senior sword immortal. Why should we fear these small fries in front of us? Jang Chen was indifferent, but sneering inside. This made Tai Jian extremely anxious. He himself is a fake with no real power, and Jang Chen is exposing him in front of everyone. Isn't that like putting him in a desperate situation? What's even more infuriating is that Jang Chen concealed his true identity throughout, revealing no information about himself. This led most people to think Jang Chen was just a messenger boy. Mocking gazes converged on him, making him feel numb all over. So you're just a messenger boy. I thought you were the young sword immortal of Mount Tai. A fox in tiger's clothing. Do you really think that with the backing of the young sword immortal of Mount Tai, no one here dares to touch you? But the young sword immortal of Mount Tai is so arrogant, he simply doesn't put us in his eyes. The crowd's expressions turned cold, their icy gazes fixed on Tai Jian not far away. This made Tai Jian break out in a cold sweat, his spine chilling. He never expected things to turn out like this. Something's wrong with the script. Wasn't the plan to deceive these people of their origin stones and lead them to the ancient medicinal field to fend for themselves? How did he end up becoming the target of everyone's arrows? Gentlemen, this is just a misunderstanding, Yi Liangchen hurriedly clarified. He looked at Jang Chen with eyes full of hatred, wishing to tear him apart. He couldn't fathom what this guy was thinking. These forces in front of them, let alone them, even if it were the real young sword immortal of Mount Tai, they would have to bow down in fear. Do you think we would believe this is a misunderstanding? Duan Yan said indifferently. Not only him. The others also had no intention of letting this slide. They came from extraordinary backgrounds, highly respected wherever they went. When had they ever been provoked and looked down upon like this? If this matter wasn't resolved properly, their dignity would be completely lost. What? Even if it's not a misunderstanding, so what? Do you dare to lay a hand on the senior sword immortal? Jang Chen enjoyed the spectacle. After he said this, the tense atmosphere, already full of gunpowder, exploded completely at that moment. Not to mention Duan Yan and the others being furious, their expressions icy. Even the awakened individuals watching felt that Tai Jian was too arrogant. Did he really think that no one in this world could control him? Alright, I admire your arrogance, but I wonder if you'll still be so bold after I cut down the support behind you. I heard you're ranked 5th on the divine list? I just happen to want to test the value of this chicken list. In the mountains, without a tiger, the monkey claims to be king. Come over here and meet your end. Those who offend my black dragon hall shall be killed without mercy. In an instant, a murderous intent filled the entire venue. Countless icy gazes shot towards Tai Jian, leaving him dumbfounded. It felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping in his heart. Wasn't it Jang Chen who said those words? Go find him. Why is everyone targeting me? Jang Chen sneered inwardly. A bunch of worthless characters. If the sword immortal senior takes action, a single sword can make you all roll in the dirt. Tai Jian was left in a miserable state by this. Unable to contain himself, he roared angrily at Jang Chen. Have you said enough? Are you Tai Shan's young sword immortal, or am I? What's wrong? Are you backing down? Jang Chen said with a smirk. Backing down? Where did I back down? Tai Jian hesitated for a moment. As far as I know, Tai Shan's young sword immortal is extraordinary, unparalleled in the world. Even when facing enemies from all directions, he remains as steady as Mount Tai. But you seem quite afraid? Jang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, posing a soul-stirring question. Could it be that you are actually an imposter? This statement caused a commotion in the entire venue. Is this person an imposter? No way. This can't be true, right? How could Senior Tai Jian be an imposter? Don't speak without evidence. Jang Chen, do you think things aren't chaotic enough? Just shut up. Song Qian and the others were furious, wishing they could scold Jang Chen. He was truly a liability. They were relying on Tai Jian's protection to enter the ancient medicinal field and harvest various spiritual herbs of heaven and earth, thus opening up new opportunities in life. But Jang Chen insisted on causing trouble, making enemies on all sides for them. Are you kidding me? Of course, I am the genuine Tai Jian. Tai Jian's mouth twitched, but he still said firmly, Jang Chen, shut up. It's not your place to speak here. Yi Liangchen realized that letting him speak further would only worsen the situation. However, Duan Yan and the others were getting impatient. I don't care if you are the real Tai Shan's young sword immortal or not. Since you have offended us, today is the day you die. Senior sword immortal, the stage is set for you. Please. Jang Chen smirked. Tai Jian blushed, looking embarrassed. He finally understood. Jang Chen had come to cause trouble from the beginning. I admit that we were wrong first in this matter, but you shouldn't be too aggressive. Don't forget, the most important thing now is the ancient medicinal field.
If we end up hurting each other here, it will only benefit others.
You better think it over. Tai Jian knew his strength was no match for them.
The only thing he could do was bluff to make these forces wary, giving him a chance to survive. However, as soon as he said these words, he was met with a wave of ridicule.
Xian Zuan looked proud, saying disdainfully, "Do you think you're a delicacy? Even if we join forces or act alone, we can easily crush you. Trash like you, I can end the fight with a single move." Gao Junwei sneered.
"I've heard others boast about how powerful you are, but now I see you haven't even reached the locking realm.
How dare you show off in front of me?"
Duan Yin sneered, his eyes full of mockery.
This humiliation left Tai Jian speechless. He had no means of retaliation, only enduring the humiliation. "Senior Tai Jian, please take action. These people are too much." At this moment, Song Qian couldn't hold back. She always felt that Tai Jian's reluctance to act was purely out of forbearance,
because in her eyes, a peerless master would surely endure. But she also understood that there was a limit to endurance. Zhou Guanxing and the others echoed her sentiments, hoping Tai Jian would take action to show these people how formidable he was, lest they think they were easy targets.
"I've had enough.
You despicable scoundrels."
Tai Jian was completely enraged. Even a clay figure has a temper, let alone him?
Despite being an imposter, he couldn't swallow this insult.
Jang Chen was taken aback.
He thought Tai Jian would endure to the end, but he didn't expect him to have such a fiery temperament.
"Everyone, hold on. I heard that the sword in this person's hand is extraordinary. It just so happens that I am lacking a divine weapon in my hand."
"I hope you can fulfill my wish," Duan Yan spoke up. Hearing this, the crowd also gave him this face.
However, just as Duan Yan was about to make a move, a vast and boundless force suddenly swept through the entire venue.
In an instant, everyone looked in unison at one place, their eyes filled with greed and anticipation.
Because at this moment, the seal barrier of the ancient medicinal field finally loosened completely. This also meant that now everyone could enter the medicinal field and start fighting for the spiritual medicines within. With the loosening of the seal of the ancient medicinal field, an indescribably enticing fragrance filled the air.
In an instant, countless awakened individuals looked greedy, their eyes all fixed on the backyard of the mansion.
That was their ultimate goal for this trip. The seal has loosened. Now is the best time to enter the mansion.
Not long ago, I discovered a true dragon divine medicine in the ancient medicinal field.
That belongs to me, and no one is allowed to take it away.
Huh, just because you say it's yours?
You really think highly of yourself?
Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get into the mansion. The awakened individuals, who were originally just spectators, now rushed towards the mansion like locusts. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter the mansion, seizing every advantage. Even the forces like the Black Dragon Hall temporarily set aside their differences.
You are lucky today.
If it weren't for the loosening of the seal of the ancient medicinal field, you would have died by my hands. It's best not to let us see you inside the ancient medicinal field, or there will be no mercy. A bunch of ants, I'll spare your lives this time, but if I see you again inside the ancient medicinal field, I will tear you apart.
Duan Yan and the others made threats, then immediately moved towards the entrance of the mansion.
Although they were very unhappy, feeling that Tai Jian and the others had touched their dignity, the most important thing at the moment was to seize the spiritual medicines in the ancient medicinal field. Seeing the crisis averted, Tai Jian and Yi Liangchen both breathed a sigh of relief. They had really been through a close call. If it weren't for the timely loosening of the seal of the ancient medicinal field, they would probably have died here today. Thinking of this, the two looked at Jang Chen with eyes full of venom and murderous intent. If it weren't for Jang Chen deliberately causing trouble, they wouldn't have been in such a sorry state.
Jang Chen, you bastard, if you want to die, that's one thing, but trying to drag us down with you is another.
Yi Liangchen said coldly.
I don't agree with that. Since we have the sword immortal protecting us, why should we fear those people?
Jang Chen said with a smile that wasn't a smile.
Do you know who those people are? The backgrounds behind them are so terrifying that you can't imagine. Once you offend them, even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough to live.
Yi Liangchen scolded.
I don't think those people are that powerful. Jang Chen said indifferently. What qualifications do you, an ordinary person, have to say such things? Do you know that because of you, we all almost lost our lives?
Now you better kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise this matter won't end here.
Yi Liangchen threatened.
Originally, he had planned to take Jang Chen into the ancient medicinal field and then find an opportunity to secretly kill him. But since he was causing so much trouble, he had to change his mind and deal with Jang Chen here.
What if I don't kneel? Jang Chen's gaze was slightly provocative.
And his attitude not only angered Yi Liangchen but also infuriated others.
Jang Chen, you troublemaker, do you really think no one dares to touch you?
The squad leader and the sword immortal are willing to take us into the ancient medicinal field to seek opportunities for transformation into awakened individuals, but you keep causing trouble one after another. I think you're tired of living. Believe it or not, even without the squad leader's intervention, we alone can kill you. Seeing Jang Chen becoming the target of everyone's condemnation, Li Zihang also stepped forward and said, "Don't you understand yet? Everything Jang Chen has done is to tell you that this Mount Tai sword immortal is a fake." Li Zihang was a clever person. He only took a glance at Jang Chen's actions and instantly understood his good intentions. However, his words were not acknowledged but instead mocked by Zhou Guangxing, who doesn't know you have a good relationship with Jang Chen. Don't think that by speaking up for him, we will believe you. Li Zihang, I'll give you a chance now. As long as you break Jang Chen's hands and feet, I can overlook the past. Otherwise, both you and Jang Chen will be our enemies. Yi Liangchen sneered. He wanted to take this opportunity to let Jang Chen experience what it means to be abandoned by everyone. Besides, Li Zihang was just an ordinary person. In order to become an awakener, he would certainly obediently follow his own orders. No need. Li Zihang answered without hesitation. This stunned everyone. They wondered if he was out of his mind. Yi Liangchen was an awakener. In the face of absolute strength, disobeying meant death. Very well, I admire your courage. Then let you die with Jang Chen. Yi Liangchen's eyes revealed a murderous intent. His palms suddenly conjured two blazing flames, emitting intense heat that raised the temperature around significantly. This was the ability Yi Liangchen gained during the awakening ceremony, the manipulation of fire. Foolish person, Tai Jian sneered disdainfully. He didn't want Jang Chen to die just yet, so there was no joy in his heart. Song Qian and the others watched coldly. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. Even if they were former classmates, once they obstructed their path forward, they would mercilessly eliminate them. See that? This is the difference between you and me. Trash like you will never reach such heights in your lifetime. Only those people have the qualifications to become the chosen ones, while you are destined to be crushed like ants. The fiery heat in Yi Liangchen's palm burned brightly as he mocked, but if you can die by my hands, that would be your good fortune in 3 lifetimes. After all, I am a noble awakener, and you are nothing. Are you so confident that you can deal with me? Jang Chen chuckled lightly. You're still talking tough even at death's door. I want to see how you'll be burned to death by my flames. Yi Liangchen growled. Great flame burst. As he spoke, the flames in his palms burned fiercely, transforming into a small fireball that shot towards Jang Chen, ready to incinerate him to death. Seeing this, everyone sneered and mocked. They had witnessed the power of Yi Liangchen's flames, with temperatures reaching up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, instantly burning ordinary people to ashes upon contact. They must have anticipated Jang Chen's fate. A mere trick. Jang Chen shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. But before Jang Chen could act, a figure stood in front of him. It was Li Zihang. He erupted with a terrifying aura, like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, and caught the fireball with his bare hands, then crushed it with force. With a splutter, sparks flew. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded in their places. Did they see it correctly? Yi Liangchen's attack was actually blocked barehanded. You are also an awakener? Yi Liangchen was utterly astonished to see this. But what shocked him even more was not this. Because there had been awakeners who caught his great flame burst barehanded before, only to have their arms blown to pieces. In contrast, Li Zihang was unharmed, making Yi Liangchen realize the terror of his opponent. Quite interesting. Jang Chen glanced at Li Zihang, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Li Zihang to have such a stroke of luck during the awakening ceremony, which could only mean that his merits and luck were unusually good. Jang Chen was amazed. Although he had heard Li Zihang describe his awakening ceremony before, he had bathed in dragon blood in his dreams, and upon waking, he had immense strength, as if he had inexhaustible power. After hearing this, Jang Chen was convinced that Li Zihang's awakening was extraordinary. At least it was above the spirit rank. Now, it seemed that Li Zihang's stroke of luck far exceeded Jang Chen's expectations. I never expected Zihang to awaken the primordial ancient dragon body. It's truly beyond my imagination, Jang Chen exclaimed in surprise. The primordial ancient dragon body was an extremely powerful and domineering physique from ancient times. It was rumored that the combat power of this physique was terrifying, allowing one to traverse the universe with their physical body, roam above the 9 heavens, and be free from the constraints of the world. However, this physique had a drawback. When reaching a bottleneck, specific materials were needed to break through. In the initial stages, the required materials were not particularly rare. But in the middle and later stages, each breakthrough required various expensive and rare treasures. The key to reaching perfection required a dragon heart from a primordial true dragon, but these dragons had disappeared long ago, meaning that the primordial ancient dragon body was destined to never reach perfection.
Awakening this physique meant setting a limit for this lifetime. Nevertheless, in the current world, the primordial ancient dragon body was still a terrifying physique. In a previous life, Jang Chen had witnessed a cultivator who awakened the primordial ancient dragon body, reaching only the Dao realm and yet being able to compete with extraordinary experts using only their physical body, showcasing the immense power of this physique. Li Ziheng, you are an awakener? Yi Lianchen coldly questioned.
Before coming to Mount Song, Li Ziheng had explicitly stated that he was not an awakener, but now they realized it was a lie, leaving everyone feeling betrayed.
Deceiver! Didn't you claim to be an ordinary person like us? Li Ziheng, you are as shameless as Jang Chen. I encouraged you before to strive together to become awakeners, and now it's just a joke to think about. We've been classmates for so many years, and you actually deceived us. Facing the accusations, Li Ziheng remained indifferent and retorted, is it really important whether I am an awakener? What's important is that you all have gone mad. Cutting off someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. If Jang Chen doesn't want us to become awakeners, then he deserves to die, a classmate said fiercely. Others agreed, clearly supporting this view. However, Jang Chen shook his head and said, that ancient medicinal field holds no opportunity for you to become awakeners, instead, it will lead to all of you perishing within. Ridiculous. Is that ancient medicinal field owned by your family? You say there's no chance, but who are you to decide? Someone retorted. Unbeknownst to them, Jang Chen did indeed know.
Having experienced a mythical era rebirth, he was well informed about many things. Although the ancient medicinal field contained precious spiritual herbs, they could only be used by awakeners and were harmful to ordinary people. There were cases where ordinary individuals spent a fortune on these herbs in hopes of becoming awakeners, only to end up exploding from within. This showed that ordinary people could not withstand the effects of these spiritual herbs.
Regardless, Jang Chen must die today. Otherwise, keeping him around will only bring disaster.
Yi Liangchen's killing intent filled the air as he stared fixedly at Jang Chen.
He had been greatly wronged today. If Jang Chen was not eliminated, the anger within him would have no outlet. Let's see who dares to touch Jang Chen. Li Ziheng's voice was stern. Li Ziheng, are you sure you want to be our enemy? Don't forget, we have 5 awakeners on our side. Yi Lianchen threatened. Regardless, no one will harm Jang Chen today, not even a bit. That's enough.
At this moment, Song Qian stepped forward and intervened. We are all classmates after all. There's no need to escalate things to this extent. Even if Jang Chen is at fault, it doesn't warrant death. At most, we can just kick these 2 out of the group. I agree, and the seal of the ancient medicinal field has already loosened.
If we don't enter soon, I'm afraid others will seize the opportunity to take the spiritual herbs inside, Kira added.
After these 2 spoke up, Yi Liangchen's expression turned somewhat grim. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to gather people to kill Jang Chen and the others, but now it seemed impossible.
Fine, I'll go with your plan.
Yi Liangchen looked fiercely at the 2, then threatened, I'll leave you with a warning, the mountain may not move, but the road can change.
Let's see what happens next. With that, Yi Liangchen led the group towards the mansion.
You're quite bold, daring to offend so many people at once.
Watching the group leave, Li Ziheng breathed a sigh of relief.
He then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it shakily.
Obviously, Li Ziheng was also feeling fearful. Are you scared? Jang Chen chuckled. Li Ziheng nodded honestly. How can I not be scared?
Setting aside whether Taijian is truly the sword immortal of Mount Tai, just by offending so many forces earlier, I feel like the path ahead is narrow.
Aren't you afraid after offending them all? Afraid? They are just a bunch of nobodies. Why should I be afraid? Jang Chen said disdainfully. This surprised Li Ziheng. He knew Jang Chen wasn't one to boast.
Since he dared to say that, he must have confidence. But earlier, he heard Jang Chen admit he wasn't an awakener.
Was he deceiving him? Li Ziheng shook his head.
These matters were too complicated.
As long as he knew Jang Chen wouldn't harm him, it was fine. So, what do we do next? Go back the way we came? Li Ziheng asked.
They had received warnings before. Once discovered inside the ancient medicinal field, death awaited them. But Jang Chen didn't care at all, his eyes burning with determination. Since we're here, we might as well go in. The ancient medicinal field harbored many spiritual medicines, each with unique effects. Jang Chen planned to try his luck inside, hoping to find a spiritual medicine that could help him break free from the 4th shackle.
If you're scared, you can stay here. Jang Chen didn't force Li Ziheng. Li Ziheng rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? Remember back in college, eating in the cafeteria, pulling all-nighters at the internet cafe, skipping classes together? Jang Chen also smiled knowingly. However, just as the two entered the mansion, a twist of fate occurred. Ha! Teleportation array? Jang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect the entrance of the mansion to have a teleportation array, randomly sending anyone who entered to different locations. Before he could warn Li Ziheng, they were both teleported elsewhere. When Jang Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself on a long corridor. The rooms along the corridor were in disarray, as if they had been ransacked. With just one glance, Jang Chen concluded that other awakeners had already searched this place. He didn't linger and, relying on his perception of spiritual energy, instantly determined the direction to the ancient medicinal field. But at that moment, a mocking voice sounded from behind him. What a small world. I didn't expect to meet you, this lackey, here. Without warning, Shen Zuan appeared behind Jang Chen. Leaning against a massive stone pillar, he held a delicate box containing a plant exuding rich spiritual energy. It seemed Shen Zuan had plundered these treasures from the rooms. Jang Chen glanced at him and said, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now and hand over the spiritual medicine in your hands, and I might spare your life. Hearing this, Shen Zuan's expression stiffened slightly. He wondered if he had misheard. Only when he was sure he hadn't, Shen Zuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, full of mockery and anger. You're quite confident. Do you think having the sword immortal of Mount Tai as your backer means I won't dare touch you? You're wrong. My confidence comes from your weakness. Ha ha! I like people like you, who are tough-mouthed, because it makes tormenting you more fun. Shen Zuan sneered, his forehead bulging with veins. It was evident that he was very angry. Jang Chen shook his head and said, There have been others like you who spoke to me in the same way before, but now the grass on their graves is 2 meters high. Well, let's see if you have the ability to send me to the grave. Shen Zuan coldly snorted. Without further ado, he erupted with a terrifying surge of spiritual power, transforming into a fierce wind that ravaged the entire area, blowing dust into the air. Shen Zuan formed hand seals, gathering a powerful spiritual force in his palms, giving birth to dozens of violent lightning bolts. This was the opportunity Shen Zuan obtained during his awakening ceremony, known as the Thunderbolt technique. Prepare to die, Shen Zuan said disdainfully. As he raised his hand slightly, a thunderous roar shot out like a laser beam towards Jang Chen. The power of this move was enough to instantly kill a fully grown blue whale, let alone an ordinary person like Jang Chen. However, what happened next left Shen Zuan wide-eyed and incredulous. Jang Chen extended his right hand, intercepting the thunderbolt in mid-air and then effortlessly crushing it. Crack! In an instant, sparks of electricity scattered like fireworks blooming in the dark night. Jang Chen remained calm, slightly provocative. Is that all the power you have? I thought you were just a lackey, but it seems you have some strength. Shen Zuan was somewhat surprised, then mocked, If I wasn't in a hurry, I would have liked to play with you a bit more, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance now. Coincidentally, I also don't feel like wasting time with trash like you here. Right now, all you can do is talk big, but next, I will make you understand the difference between an ant and a genius. With those words, Shen Zuan suddenly shouted, Thunderous armor. Above him, a thunderbolt appeared out of thin air and struck him heavily. The violent power of the lightning enveloped his entire body, making Shen Zuan seem as if he were bathing in a sea of thunder. However, this thunder did not cause any harm. Instead, it adhered to Shen Zuan's body, forming a suit of lightning armor on his surface. Dying under my full power would be your honor. Come and meet your end, you waste of space. At this moment, Shen Zuan was extremely confident. He was at the peak of his strength, not just against Jang Chen, but he believed he had the power to fight even the first-rank Lu Wudi on the godly ranking. Is this your full power? I'm quite disappointed. Jang Chen sighed. He admitted that his expectations were too high. Shen Zuan was furious. From childhood to adulthood, he had been considered a genius among his peers, respected by all wherever he went. Except for those super geniuses, he believed he was not inferior to anyone. Yet, Jang Chen treated him with such disdain, greatly insulting his self-esteem. You're seeking death. Shen Zuan roared, bursting with unparalleled strength, sparks flying with lightning as he charged towards Jang Chen. The lightning armor on his body could release a minimum of 10,000 volts, and if he exerted his full power, it could reach up to 50,000 volts. This terrifying voltage could turn Jang Chen into charcoal in an instant. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, futile. Jang Chen's expression was indifferent. He stood still, showing no intention of dodging. This scene made Shen Zuan sneer even more. Trying to withstand his attack with just his body, it was as if Jang Chen wanted to die quickly. However, what followed was a sight that Shen Zuan would never forget. When he violently collided with Jang Chen,
it felt like hitting an indestructible mountain. The terrifying rebound force shook his internal organs, sending him flying dozens of meters away. In contrast, Jang Chen remained unscathed. How? How is this possible? Xian Zuan struggled to get up from the ground, wearing an expression of disbelief. He couldn't accept that he had lost to Jang Chen. I am the core disciple of the Entropy Union, while the other party is just a nobody. The huge contrast made it hard for him to calm down. How boring, I thought you could at least entertain me a bit. Jang Chen walked up to him, ready to end this boring battle. Xian Zuan looked panicked, feeling the threat of death for the first time, and hastily said, Don't kill me. I can give you anything. I never give anyone a second chance. Jang Chen shook his head. Seeing that being soft wouldn't work, Xian Zuan decided to play hardball. He directly brought up his background, threatening, I advise you not to mess with this. Have you seen the jade pendant hanging around my neck? Once I die, the Entropy Union will know what happened here, and you will be against the entire Entropy Union. Is that all you have to say? Jang Chen sneered. He had already offended many top powers, so was he afraid of offending the Entropy Union as well? Xian Zuan's words were nothing but a joke to him. Not only that, your strength is formidable. Staying by the side of that Tai Shan sword immortal as a messenger boy would only bury your talent and potential. If you are willing, I can recommend you to the Entropy Union. With your talent and ability, you will surely make a name for yourself. Xian Zuan tempted. He planned to appease Jang Chen first, ensure his own safety, and then find an opportunity to kill him. However, Jang Chen was not going to give him that chance. Do you really think I'm just a messenger boy for that fat pig? Then who are you? I think the Entropy Union must have a wanted list with my name on it. Do you want to take a closer look and see who I am? With that, Jang Chen removed the rag from his face, revealing his true identity. It's you! When Xian Zuan saw his face, he was dumbfounded. How could he forget that familiar face? This was a heavyweight figure jointly wanted by top powers like the Celestial Gene, high-dimensional military industry, and the Great Lu royal family. It was said that this person carried countless divine treasures, a walking treasure trove. He turned out to be Jang Chen. Xian Zuan regretted deeply. If he had known it was Jang Chen, why would he have been fixated on the ancient medicinal field? He could have just reported to the higher-ups and had them send people to capture him, earning himself a huge reward. Unfortunately, it was too late for everything. Now that you know my identity, you can die in peace. Jang Chen didn't waste any more words and ended Xian Zuan's life. After doing all this, he thoroughly searched Xian Zuan's body for treasures. Xian Zuan had looted many rooms in the corridor earlier, obtaining numerous treasures, all of which were now in Jang Chen's hands. It felt like playing a battle royale game, just after looting a full backpack and preparing to leave the city, only to be killed by an ambush. It's about time to head towards the ancient medicinal field. Jang Chen knew that the ancient medicinal field was of utmost importance. He didn't have time to waste here. Jang Chen left the corridor and headed towards the direction of the ancient medicinal field. Before long, he walked out of the corridor, facing an endless backyard. Overgrown with weeds and vines, but upon closer inspection, scattered spiritual herbs could be found growing amidst the weeds. At the same time, Jang Chen noticed the traces of many awakeners around, searching for valuable spiritual herbs in the weed piles. He even saw awakeners fighting fiercely to claim rare herbs, intending to kill each other. Not only that, Jang Chen also witnessed a pair of awakeners who, upon discovering a precious herb, the female directly betrayed her partner, stabbing him in the back to claim the herb for herself, disregarding their past friendship. The awakener couldn't believe it until his dying breath, that the woman he loved the most would betray him. In the face of interests, so-called love, friendship, and even family affection are all jokes. Furthermore, Jang Chen also saw many weak awakeners being robbed, their hard-earned spiritual medicines falling into the hands of other awakeners in the blink of an eye. Faced with such ruthless behavior, these awakeners dared to be angry but not speak out. There was no way. In this place where the strong were respected, weakness was the original sin. Watching these scenes, Jang Chen remained indifferent. After all, in situations like this, he had experienced countless times in his previous life, so naturally, he had no sympathy. Taking his gaze away, Jang Chen planned to head to the ancient medicine field. Although many spiritual medicines grew here, they were ultimately just ordinary goods. The real top-quality spiritual medicines needed to be found in the medicine field. However, just at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached Jang Chen's ears. What do you want to do? Don't come near me! Upon hearing this voice, Jang Chen was first stunned, then he immediately knew the identity of the speaker. It was the voice of Song Qian. Following the source of the voice, he quickly arrived at a secluded place. Sure enough, Jang Chen's guess was correct. It was indeed Song Qian's voice. From a distance, Jang Chen saw several awakeners surrounding Song Qian, not giving her any chance to escape. Song Qian looked panicked, constantly retreating, her eyes full of vigilance and fear. In her hand was an extraordinary-looking spiritual medicine, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance, making several awakeners look eager and greedy. I advise you to obediently hand over the spiritual medicine in your hand, or don't blame us for being rude to you. We just want the spiritual medicine in your hand, you better not force us to be ruthless. Girl, you don't want your face to be scratched, do you? It would be a pity for your pretty face. Several awakeners threatened Song Qian, warning her that if she didn't hand over the spiritual medicine, they wouldn't hesitate to use force. Although Song Qian was afraid, she didn't immediately give in but tried to struggle, saying, "Don't go too far, I obtained this spiritual medicine first, why should I give it to you? Do you think this is a society governed by law? Where everything is about first come, first served?" A awakener sneered disdainfully. The others also mocked her, as if ridiculing Song Qian's foolishness. In what era are we living? Still trying to scare people with laws. This also made Song Qian feel heavy-hearted. She was just an ordinary college student, although she had awakened to her innate talents, she still couldn't adapt to the ways of the world, her thoughts still stuck in the old times. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Sword Immortal Senior won't let you off. Forced into a corner, Song Qian could only bring up Tai Jian as a backing, hoping to intimidate these awakeners. But after hearing this, they first looked at each other, then burst into deafening laughter. The expressions on their faces were full of mockery. I thought you were going to say something else, is that it? We do fear the young Sword Immortal of Mount Tai, but do you know the saying distant water cannot put out a nearby fire? The Sword Immortal Senior you mentioned has offended forces like the Black Dragon Hall, and is probably struggling to protect himself now. Where would he have the time to care about you? Faced with the ridicule of these people, Song Qian was completely defenseless. She also realized that the situation was not right. If she continued to be tough, she might really end up losing her life here. After weighing her options, she finally decided to compromise and obediently handed over the spiritual medicine in her hand. Can I leave now? Leave? I didn't say you could leave just because you handed over the spiritual medicine. A lewd-looking awakener smirked. What do you mean by this? Song Qian's expression changed suddenly, realizing that the situation was not right. She didn't expect these people to be so untrustworthy. She had clearly handed over the spiritual medicine, but they still didn't want to let her go. Nothing, I've just been a bit irritable lately, and I want to vent on you. The lewd awakener licked his dry lips, his eyes greedy as he spoke. Two of his companions beside him frowned at the sight, voicing their discontent. Lao Er, you better hurry up. Don't forget we still need to head to the medicine field next. Don't worry, boss. They call me the quick gunner for a reason. It'll only take me 3 minutes to finish this. The awakened one smirked as he advanced towards Song Qian. Little beauty, you better cooperate nicely. That way, we both enjoy it. Of course, if you resist, that will only excite me more. He had been lusting after Song Qian for a long time. If it weren't for making her hand over the spiritual medicine obediently, he would have pounced on her and licked those fair, beautiful legs long ago. You, stay away, or you'll regret it. Song Qian resisted desperately, even taking out a white feather pen, preparing to enter combat mode. Seeing this, the other party remained indifferent, mocking, "Do you really think your strength at the early stage of awakening can cause any ripples in front of me?" With those words, he swiftly moved behind Song Qian, his speed so fast that Song Qian couldn't react in time. Crack! The white feather pen in Song Qian's hand was knocked away by the other party, leaving her powerless like a weak woman. Following that, Lao Er reached out with a strong hand and tore off Song Qian's clothes. Rip! As the tearing sound echoed, Song Qian's top was ripped open, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. "Oh, looking quite slender, didn't expect you to be so well endowed." Lao Er was somewhat surprised. He continued to approach, intending to deal with Song Qian on the spot. "Don't!" She screamed in terror, protecting herself as she crouched on the ground. Song Qian never imagined she would end up in such a situation. If she had known she would face such humiliation on Mount Song, she would rather never have come here in her life. But now, no matter what she said, it was already too late. However, just as Song Qian felt hopeless and resigned, a cold voice sounded from behind the group. "Get away from her, or else. Where did this trash come from, daring to play the hero in front of us? Ignorant fool. Even a non-awakened like you dares to show off in front of us, simply seeking death." The group noticed that Jang Chen was not an awakened one, their faces immediately showing mocking expressions. They didn't even consider him a threat. Seeing someone coming to rescue her, Song Qian's hope surged. But upon realizing it was Jang Chen, her hope instantly dissipated. After all, she knew very well that Jang Chen was just an ordinary person and could never be a match for these awakened individuals. Thinking that Jang Chen might be harmed because of her, after a moment of struggle, Jang Chen shouted, "Jang Chen, don't mind me, just leave this place quickly."
Want to leave? It's too late for that. One of the awakened ones sneered, his gaze coldly fixed on Jang Chen, saying, "A mere waste dares to be disrespectful to us?
You can leave, after we cut out your tongue."
Their attitude was domineering, showing no regard for anyone.
They didn't take Jang Chen seriously at all, planning to torture him severely, making him understand the price of offending them. Hearing this, Jang Chen looked at them with a gaze as if dealing with a fool, saying, "I've given you a chance.
Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me." With that, he stepped forward, walking directly towards the group. Seeing this scene, Jang Chen hurriedly shouted, "Jang Chen, are you out of your mind? These people are awakened ones. How could you possibly be their match?"
She thought her warning would deter Jang Chen, making him realize how foolish his actions were.
But Jang Chen seemed not to hear her words, continuing to walk towards them on his own. This infuriated Jang Chen even more. She thought, can't he understand human speech? I clearly said they are awakened ones. A powerless person like him will be killed instantly in front of these people. You trash! A piece of garbage like you, I could slap you to death with one hand. The awakened one was extremely arrogant, exuding confidence as an awakened individual. However, just as he was full of confidence and ready to teach Jang Chen a lesson, the next scene that unfolded left everyone present dumbfounded. The awakened individual gathered spiritual power in his palm, about to slap Jang Chen to death, but before he could do so, Jang Chen was the first to slap him across the face. Smack! The power of this slap was terrifying. It directly swelled the awakened individual's cheek, shattered his teeth, split his mouth open, blood gushing uncontrollably, a scene of extreme bloodshed. Ah! The other person howled in pain. The two awakened individuals beside him were also stunned. It's worth noting that their companion had gained an opportunity to increase his physical strength during the awakening ceremony. With his current physical strength, even being hit head-on by a speeding bus wouldn't cause much harm. Yet Jang Chen's single slap deformed his face like that, indicating the immense force behind it. TSK. This guy is definitely not ordinary, don't underestimate him. The leader of the three quickly realized this. If Jang Chen were an ordinary person, they could still treat it as a game, but since he was an awakened individual, things were no joke. I don't care if he's ordinary or not, I just want him dead. The awakened individual, whose cheek was swollen from Jang Chen's slap, was furious. Since becoming an awakened individual, he had never suffered such a loss, filling him with boundless murderous intent. Unfortunately, even if they joined forces, they still couldn't pose any threat to Jang Chen. Is this all you've got? Then this boring game should end. Jang Chen remained indifferent. After saying this, he didn't give the other side time to react. His figure swiftly disappeared like lightning, only to reappear behind the group in the next moment. Oh no! The group realized the severity and hurried to turn around to defend themselves. But it was already too late. Jang Chen swung his fist, fiercely striking forward. Even without the support of spiritual power, relying solely on his physical strength, the power was still terrifyingly shocking. Before the fist arrived, the force of the punch was already felt. The group's pupils contracted, desperately trying to dodge, but ultimately couldn't evade Jang Chen's punch, which struck them heavily. Bang! A deep sound echoed. Jang Chen's punch instantly killed the three. Even in their dying moments, the group's faces still couldn't believe it. They couldn't understand how Jang Chen's punch could be so terrifying. Is he even human? Jang Chen, witnessing this scene, was left speechless in shock. She thought Jang Chen was going to be instantly killed by the group. She never expected such an outcome. Moreover, she clearly remembered, isn't Jang Chen an ordinary person? How could this invincible physique belong to an ordinary person? Could it be that he, like Li Zihang, was also lying? Yes, that must be it. Jang Chen, I didn't expect you to deceive us too. Deceive? Isn't it true? You're clearly an awakened individual, why claim to be an ordinary person? You're wrong. I'm indeed not an awakened individual. You still want to lie? If you're not an awakened individual, how can you have such powerful strength? That's because I'm a cultivator. Cultivator? Jang Chen was puzzled, obviously unfamiliar with the term. Jang Chen didn't explain much either. After all, it's complicated to explain, and he didn't want to waste too much time on it. Put this on, you're exposed. Jang Chen took off his coat and threw it to Jang Chen. At this moment, Jang Chen realized her clothes were disheveled, her fair and delicate body exposed, making her blush with embarrassment. She quickly took Jang Chen's coat and put it on, preventing further exposure. For some reason, after putting on this coat,
Song Chen couldn't help but feel a deep sense of security, always feeling that Jang Chen was very reliable. But then she suddenly thought of her previous behavior of isolating Jang Chen, and couldn't help but feel sorry. I'm sorry, Jang Chen. I treated you like that before, but you still came to save me without holding a grudge. After all, we are classmates. I can't just stand by and watch someone die. Jang Chen waved his hand and then said, besides, I helped you because I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Have you seen Zi Heng? No, since we entered the mansion, I was teleported nearby and haven't seen anyone else. You are the first familiar face I've encountered, said Song Chen, shaking her head. I see. Jang Chen didn't press further and turned to leave. But just as he was about to go, Song Chen suddenly called out to him, Jang Chen, can I follow you? Follow me? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood by Yi Lianchen and that senior swordsman? Jang Chen chuckled. He hadn't forgotten Song Qian's previous stance, so now she wanted to follow him? It seemed a bit fickle. I can vaguely sense that something is not right, but I have no choice. In that situation, I had to take a side, Song Qian said with a bitter smile. She wasn't a fool. From Taijian's strange attitude, she had a hunch that something was off, but she didn't dare to voice any doubts. After all, speaking out in that situation would make her an outcast. Song Qian didn't want to take that risk, so she chose to stick with the group. Jang Chen, about what happened just now, I want to apologize to you and hope you can forgive me, Song Qian said sincerely. She hadn't forgotten how she isolated Jang Chen before. If she were in Jang Chen's shoes, she would probably resent those so-called classmates. But Jang Chen's response surprised Song Qian. I never held a grudge about what happened before. Jang Chen shook his head. He knew Song Qian's character quite well. During college, she was a passive and transparent person in small groups, always silently following along with decisions without questioning. This meant that in the recent situation, Song Qian couldn't possibly have stood up to question Taijian's identity. Really? Song Qian was somewhat incredulous. But she also knew that Jang Chen wasn't petty. Thinking this, she cautiously asked, will you take me with you? Jang Chen fell silent for a moment and finally replied, you can come with me, but you must obey any command I give you along the way. Any command? Isn't that asking too much? What if you want? Song Qian's voice trailed off, her face blushing with embarrassment. She seemed hesitant. What if Jang Chen commanded her to do something intimate? Would she agree or refuse? Although she was a quiet woman, she had always admired strength. Jang Chen's display of power earlier had completely captivated her, so even if he asked her to be his woman, she wouldn't refuse. However, being a woman, she had to play hard to get, or she would appear too cheap. Did you misunderstand something? When I say command, I mean I hope you won't cause any trouble for me, Jang Chen said indifferently. Ha! Song Qian was taken aback. Her eyes, which had held a glimmer of expectation, now showed a hint of resentment, as if she was telling Jang Chen he lacked charm. As a literary girl, Song Qian had read countless books during her college years, including various romance novels, so she was well-versed in plotlines. Normally, in this situation, the other party would reach out to embrace her slender waist, give a mischievous smile, and tease her by asking if she didn't like it. Oh well, it served him right for not having a girlfriend throughout his 4 years of college. He was truly clueless. If you have any objections, I won't force you. Let's part ways here. No objections. I will obey unconditionally, not just any orders, but any gestures. Seeing Jang Chen seemingly losing patience, Song Qian hurriedly tried to persuade him. Ever since the previous robbery, she knew the danger of this place well, and it would be difficult for her to leave alive on her own. Jang Chen's displayed strength gave her hope. If she could cling to his thigh, she might be able to leave safely. Forget it, let's go our separate ways. Jang Chen shook his head. He felt that having a tag-along was a bit of a hindrance. However, this made Song Qian's eyes turn red, and with moist corners of her eyes, she said, Jang Chen, I admit I've done wrong by you, but please don't abandon me, I really need you. Jang Chen fell silent for a moment, then sighed, when you follow me later, remember not to do anything out of line. After all, they were just classmates, and Jang Chen didn't want to cut ties completely, it wasn't his style. Besides, with his current strength, even with a tag-along, he could still dominate the scene, and no one could threaten him. But what was most important was that Jang Chen suddenly remembered something. In a past life, there was a divine figure known as the Painter Immortal, who wielded a colorful brush and could paint the exotic beasts from the classic of mountains and seas to serve himself. With such power, even in the mythical era of myriad races, the Painter Immortal stood at the pinnacle of power, a revered figure. The opportunity Song Qian awakened to was also a white feather brush. This made Jang Chen feel a sense of coincidence. Although he couldn't guarantee that she was the Painter Immortal from his past life, he was willing to take a chance. If Song Qian truly was the Painter Immortal, then she would owe him a favor.
Even if not, it wouldn't be a loss for Jang Chen.
Let's go. I plan to head deep into the medicine field to seek opportunities and also look for traces of Zihang,
Jang Chen said to Song Qian.
However, just as he finished speaking, a colorful light suddenly shot up into the sky not far away, dazzling the whole area. Following that, a rich fragrance filled the air. Just a whiff of it made people feel rejuvenated, as if they had become several years younger.
Song Qian looked surprised, asking curiously, "What kind of spiritual medicine is that? It's so miraculous." An omen appears, the medicine king descends.
Jang Chen's gaze was fixed on that spot, deeply moved. The so-called medicine king referred to spiritual medicine that had aged, typically over 100 years old, to be called a medicine king. Even if it was the same type of spiritual medicine, the effects of a medicine king could be tenfold or even 100-fold. Generally, medicine kings were rare and hard to come by. In his past life, although Jang Chen had encountered medicine kings, his strength was too weak at the time. He didn't even have the qualifications to approach, let alone compete for them. But this time was different. This particular medicine king, he was determined to obtain it no matter what.
Medicine king? Song Qian was puzzled.
She had no idea what a medicine king was. However, from Jang Chen's expression, she could infer that something good must have appeared where the colorful light was emanating from. Jang Chen changed his mind on the spot, deciding to first secure the medicine king.
Song Qian had no objections.
After all, she was just following along, and if the thigh she was clinging to moved, she would follow suit.
Before long, the two arrived at a clear lake.
Many spiritual medicines grew here, and there were numerous lush lotus flowers on the lake, with the most eye-catching being the colorful lotus flower in the center of the lake, radiating a sunrise-like glow.
Seeing this, Jang Chen's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Purple sun azure water lotus? What a pleasant surprise."
The appearance of this purple sun azure water lotus meant that Jang Chen was about to break free from the fourth shackle.
"Jang Chen, do you know what kind of spiritual medicine that is?" Song Qian asked curiously.
Although she could see the extraordinary nature of the purple sun blue water lotus, she did not know what kind of effects this spiritual medicine possessed. "This is the purple sun blue water lotus, a spiritual medicine of the spiritual grade." Jang Chen nodded slightly. In the previous life, someone had classified the spiritual medicines of the world into 7 levels: ordinary grade, spiritual grade, earth grade, heaven grade, treasure medicine, holy medicine, and divine medicine. The purple sun blue water lotus belonged to the spiritual grade of spiritual medicines, containing immense spiritual energy that could instantly help a practitioner in the shackles realm break through a realm. And a medicine king quality purple sun blue water lotus was even more remarkable. At the very least, it could help Jang Chen break free from 2 shackles in succession, which was why he considered it a pleasant surprise. Since he had consumed the 9 wonders holy fruit, although his physical body had become holy, it had also planted a hidden danger for him. That was, compared to other practitioners, Jang Chen needed far more energy each time he broke through a realm, which had become a source of his distress. And this medicine king level purple sun blue water lotus, at the very least, could help Jang Chen break free from the 4th shackle.
Hee, I didn't expect our luck to be so good.
Before officially entering the medicinal field, we encountered a medicine king that is over 100 years old. It seems like the heavens are blessing our clear sky pavilion. We, Gao Wei Military Industries, will take this medicine king.
Anyone who dares to touch it will die. Aren't you Easterners always talking about the courtesy of hosting guests from afar?
Rarely do we, the celestial gene, come all this way, so this medicine king should rightfully belong to us.
Just then, many people suddenly appeared from behind.
Apart from Gao Wei Military Industries, Clear Sky Pavilion, and Celestial Gene, there were also many awakened individuals with considerable strength who had been drawn here by the vision of the medicine king appearing in the world. When Song Qian saw so many people, her expression instantly fell. She was well aware of the power and terror of these forces. Once one provoked them, the only outcome would be a dead end. Originally thinking of getting hold of this purple sun blue water lotus, it now seemed like there was no chance. "Jang Chen, while these people haven't noticed us yet, let's leave here quickly," Song Chen whispered.
"Why should we leave?" Jang Chen retorted. "Nonsense, have you forgotten what happened not long ago?"
"If they find you here, you will definitely not have a good ending," Song Chen urged anxiously.
But Jang Chen sneered disdainfully. Just because of these people, they wanted him to sneak away?
They were underestimating him too much. At this moment, the major forces began to argue fiercely, each person wanting to obtain this medicine king. The atmosphere on the scene became tense, filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. "I'll say at once, whoever dares to touch this medicine king will be an enemy of our Clear Sky Pavilion. I hope you all think it over." A handsome young man with a long spear on his back, exuding a sharp aura all over his body, stepped forward.
Just one look was enough to tell that this person's strength was absolutely not weak. His name was Juesi, a core disciple of the Clear Sky Pavilion. After Juesi spoke, the other forces were dissatisfied and directly confronted him. What is the Clear Sky Pavilion? Even if Galway Military Industries becomes your enemy, so what? Gao Junwei stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud. Arrogant and ugly thing, the Clear Sky Pavilion in your mouth is not even worth mentioning in front of the Celestial Gene. Locke Griffin sneered. Their backing forces were all top-notch in the world, not fearing the so-called Clear Sky Pavilion at all. In addition, there were a few awakened individuals with extraordinary strength who also took a tough stance. Almost everyone wanted to get their hands on this purple sun blue water lotus. There was no way around it, the temptation of the Medicine King was too great. Throughout the entire medicinal field, there probably wouldn't be a second Medicine King. If they could obtain this purple sun blue water lotus here, then their mission this time would be considered more than accomplished. So, does that mean there's no room for negotiation? Juesi squinted slightly, his tone slightly threatening. Want to negotiate? It depends on whether your fists are strong enough. Gao Junwei sneered coldly. Others also understand this principle. In today's world, strength is respected, and only those with strong fists have the right to speak. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Song Chen felt extremely anxious inside, wanting to leave quickly to avoid being dragged into this huge whirlpool. Jang Chen, we should leave here quickly. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out later, it will definitely affect us. Song Chen urged anxiously. Although she knew Jang Chen was not weak, he couldn't possibly be a match for this group of people no matter how powerful he was. After all, they were super elites from top forces, capable of easily crushing him in all aspects, be it strength or background. The wise choice in the current situation was to slip away. However, Jang Chen paid no attention to Song Qian's plea. Instead, he walked straight to the front of the crowd and declared like a ruler of the world, "There's no need for you to fight. This purple sun bywater lotus is mine. Anyone who dares to approach will face merciless death." His words silenced the whole scene. People looked at Jang Chen, their gazes almost mocking. Even Song Qian was dumbfounded. She never expected Jang Chen to act this way. Wasn't this a sure way to court death? She regretted following Jang Chen now. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have chosen to accompany him, perhaps giving herself a chance to live a little longer. Even a cat or a dog dares to speak arrogantly in front of us, truly seeking death. Kneel down and kowtow, and I can give you a quick death. Ha! Why do I feel like I've seen him before? It seems so. Wait, I remember now. Isn't he the lackey of the Taishan Sword Immortal? Thinking that relying on the Taishan Sword Immortal's backing can make you act wantonly in front of us, little did he know that even if the Taishan Sword Immortal were here, he would have to kneel and beg for mercy. When the crowd saw that it was Jang Chen, their faces were full of mockery. Gao Junwei and others couldn't stop sneering. The previous events had left them full of pent-up anger, and now they could finally vent it out. A waste dares to covet this divine medicine. I'll send you to your death now. A Awakener wielding a golden sword sneered incessantly. He loved nothing more than slaughtering the weak, especially relishing the pleas for mercy before their deaths. Isn't that the Golden Sword Lion King? He's actually here. At this moment, someone recognized the opponent's identity. The Golden Sword Lion King was the 81st ranked Awakener on the divine ranking. It was said that his golden sword could crush anything, even an armored tank with a single strike. Many people were already gloating because they could foresee Jang Chen's fate. Die! The Golden Sword Lion King roared in anger, his arm bulging with veins as he brought down the golden sword, intending to cleave Jang Chen in two. Clang! Jang Chen casually extended two fingers and accurately caught the sword. As Jang Chen exerted a slight force, the golden sword made cracking sounds, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading all over the blade. The next moment, the sword shattered into pieces on the ground. When this scene unfolded, the whole place fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes, looking incredulously at the scene as if they had seen a ghost. This is impossible. The Golden Sword Lion King was full of shock and disbelief. No one knew better than him the power of that golden sword. Even a strong individual at the Shackle Realm would find it hard to defend against such an attack. Yet Jang Chen effortlessly neutralized the strike with just two fingers, even crushing the golden sword that he was so proud of. Could a human really achieve such a feat? Too weak. Jang Chen's eyes were indifferent as he looked down on the opponent as if they were ants. This feeling infuriated the Golden Sword Lion King. When had he ever been so scorned by someone? But before he could retaliate, Jang Chen flicked his finger, and a shard shot out, piercing through the Golden Sword Lion King's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. In an instant, the 81st ranked Awakener on the divine ranking fell. After witnessing this scene, the people present, who had previously shown smug smiles of schadenfreude,
now had expressions of disbelief and fear on their faces. They looked at Jang Chen as if they were seeing a world-devouring demon king.
It was terrifying. Even Song Qian was shocked.
Although she had witnessed Jang Chen's strength before, her intuition told her that Jang Chen had never been serious from the beginning.
It was unbelievable how terrifying Jang Chen could be when he was serious.
But what frightened her even more was that such a powerful person had been hiding his strength all along, disguising himself as an ordinary person.
This kind of scheming was the most terrifying. You do have some strength, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. If there were no one else here, I might have let you pretend, but unfortunately, you've encountered me,
Zhuo Si said arrogantly. He strode forward, and with each step, his momentum soared, quickly reaching the peak state. Zhuo Si let out a low shout, took the red-tasseled long spear from his back, and firmly planted it into the ground.
Bang!
When the long spear hit the ground, it made a deep thud, its powerful force even causing the ground to tremble slightly, indicating the weight of the spear.
Waste! I'll give you a chance.
If you kneel down now and lick the soles of my shoes, I'll consider sparing your life, Zhuo Si said, holding the red-tasseled long spear, his aura oppressive. After seeing him make a move, many thought that Jang Chen had reached his limit. Even though he had defeated the Golden Lion King, he still wouldn't be a match for Zhuo Si. It's worth noting that although Zhuo Si wasn't on the divine list, he had defeated strong individuals ranked in the top 50 of the list, and the gaps in rankings on the divine list were significant. There were two particularly large gaps, the top 10 and the top 50. These two ranking ranges were completely different dimensions.
Boring, isn't there a stronger awakened individual?
They're all a bunch of worthless people, not even worthy of being my opponents. Jang Chen shook his head. He didn't intend to waste any more time here. To him, these people were nothing but insignificant beings, not worth playing with. But his words undoubtedly offended everyone present.
You're seeking death.
Feeling humiliated, Zhuo Si erupted with terrifying spiritual power, aiming the spearhead at Jang Chen's head, intending to pierce it directly. Zhuo Si's speed was astonishing, appearing above Jang Chen in an instant, catching many off guard.
Those who reacted wore smug expressions, anticipating Jang Chen's demise.
I told you, you're not even qualified to be my opponent. Jang Chen slightly dodged, narrowly avoiding Zhuo Si's attack, then threw a punch directly at Zhuo Si's chest.
Bang!
With a loud impact, Zhuo Si was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing several dozen meters away.
This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Did he just defeat Zhuo Si with one punch? Was his strength really that formidable? Who is this guy? Even Zhuo Si isn't his match?
Just a messenger boy under the Taishan Sword Immortal has such strength. I can't imagine how powerful the Sword Immortal himself is.
This is getting interesting. The onlookers were moved.
Jang Chen's strength exceeded expectations. No one had anticipated that the messenger boy under the Taishan Sword Immortal would be so powerful.
Gao Junwei and Locke Griffin, who had been observing, also sensed trouble.
Things seemed to be spiraling out of control. At this moment, Zhuo Si slowly got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Cough.
This guy is not simple.
I suggest we join forces to deal with him first, then discuss the distribution of the Medicine King plant."
I agree, this guy is indeed a bit strange. Locke Griffin spoke up first. Gao Junwei also nodded. The group quickly formed a united front, leaving many to predict Jang Chen's fate.
It's a pity. In a one-on-one situation, he probably wouldn't lose to anyone, one awakened individual remarked.
Indeed.
Jang Chen's strength was not weak, as could be seen from before, but that was in a one-on-one situation.
Now, with Gao Junwei and others joining forces, Jang Chen's fate was clear.
Ants may gather in numbers, but they are still ants.
Do you really think huddling together will amount to anything? Jang Chen sneered disdainfully.
His attitude thoroughly infuriated the crowd. Locke Griffin's expression was icy, his gaze fixed firmly on Jang Chen, his eyes turning a deep crimson, emitting a strange aura at that moment. I hope that after I have drained all your blood later, you won't be as defiant as you are now.
Locke Griffin grinned, revealing two sharp fangs.
It was then that everyone noticed he bore some resemblance to the legendary vampires.
And indeed, it was true.
Locke Griffin was a core member of the celestial gene, having fused with various biological genes, the most powerful being the blood-sucking bats from Africa.
Perfect, I'll use you to test the power of the second generation of the fierce tyrant battle armor.
Gao Junwei produced a delicate box containing nanometal from somewhere. Inside was the latest development of Gao Wei military industry, the second generation of the Tyrant armor, codenamed Fierce Tyrant. Since coming to Mount Son, Gao Wei military industry had authorized the company's latest research results to Gao Junwei. This became Gao Junwei's most relied upon capital. Offend us, and tomorrow will be your last day. Zhuo Si's face twisted grimly. After saying this, he directly took out a pill from his bosom, a flash of madness in his eyes, and swallowed it. This pill was given to him by the master of Taiching Pavilion, with instructions to use it only in dire situations. Although the current situation was not yet dire, Zhuosi didn't care. Today, no matter what, he wanted Jang Chen dead. Zhuosi's expression turned fierce. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Instantly, a domineering and wild power swept through his body, his aura rising steadily, like a volcanic eruption, making everyone in the room feel a powerful sense of oppression. The crowd was moved, not expecting Zhuosi to have such a terrifying trump card. His strength now was probably close to the limit of the shackle realm. "Let's attack together. I don't want to waste time," Jang Chen said calmly. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, many people sneered inwardly. In the current situation, even the strongest who had broken free from the first shackle had to be on high alert, as a slight mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. Yet Jang Chen acted as if he were invincible, to the point of arrogance. People were already looking forward to seeing Jang Chen begging for mercy on his knees, which would surely be satisfying. Arrogance comes with a price. Gao Junwei snorted coldly. His body was now covered by the Tyrant battle armor, the latest technological development of Gao Wei military industry, far surpassing the previous generation in combat power. Not only did it possess extremely strong defensive capabilities, but its killing power had also increased several levels. One-man army. This phrase was used to describe the second generation of the Tyrant armor. Kill him, no more nonsense. Locke Griffin showed a sinister smile. He had completely unleashed his genetic shackles, perfectly interpreting the power of his genes, with a pair of pitch-black bat wings growing behind him. Not only could he fly into the air, but with a gentle flap, he could unleash unparalleled power. Seeing this scene, Song Qian's heart sank, feeling worried. Honestly, she didn't believe Jang Chen could survive under the siege of so many powerful individuals. And after Jang Chen's death, she would likely meet the same fate. Thinking about this, Song Qian couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that perhaps this was her destiny. However, just as Song Qian felt resigned to her fate, preparing for death, she witnessed an unforgettable scene that followed. Too much talk. With those words, Jang Chen disappeared from where he stood, moving so fast that no one in the crowd had time to react. Just as everyone was searching for Jang Chen's whereabouts, they discovered that he had appeared behind Locke Griffin at some point. This surprised Locke greatly. You see, he was flying high above, in an absolute geographical advantage, with everything on the ground unable to escape his search. Yet Jang Chen could appear behind him in an instant, without relying on any external force. This meant that his physical body had surpassed the realm of humans. Kill! Locke Griffin forced himself to calm down, then swiftly swung his sharp bat wings, aiming to strike down Jang Chen. Jang Chen reached out his palm and grabbed him. With a sharp sound, Jang Chen tore the wings into pieces right in front of everyone, then stomped on Locke Griffin's head. Locke Griffin seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, plummeting rapidly and creating a huge deep pit on the ground, raising billows of dust. When everyone saw clearly, they found Locke Griffin had turned into a pool of bloody flesh. Hai Junwei, who was still full of fighting spirit, was dumbfounded after witnessing this scene. Could it be that his formidable Locke Griffin had perished like this? Not even a scream before death. Was this some kind of joke with him? Your turn. After dealing with Locke Griffin, Jang Chen turned his gaze towards Hai Junwei. As he approached step by step, Hai Junwei's heart felt like it was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making it very difficult to breathe. He seemed to see the Grim Reaper beckoning to him. I refuse to believe in superstition. Hai Junwei gritted his teeth and went all out. He quickly operated the second-generation Tyrant armor, maximizing the firepower, targeting Jang Chen. In a moment, the Tyrant armor shot out countless miniature tracking missiles, each with terrifying killing power, capable of leveling a small mountain. Boom! 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 Countless miniature tracking missiles hit Jang Chen head-on, followed by intense explosions and billowing smoke. This delighted Hai Junwei, dispelling his fear. I thought you were more powerful, turns out you're just this capable? Hai Junwei mocked. He was well aware of the power of these missiles. No one in this world could survive a direct hit. But before Hai Junwei could revel in his joy for a few seconds, a mocking voice sounded in his ears. Is this the technological prowess of Highway Military Industries? I'm so disappointed. What? Hai Junwei widened his eyes in disbelief. Because when the smoke cleared, Jang Chen appeared unscathed in front of him, not even a scratch. Hai Junwei was going crazy. Was this still a normal human being? Even the most outstanding works of the God Gene and Rhine technology probably didn't have such abnormal physical strength. Wait. I don't want that king of medicine anymore, I just beg you to spare me. Hai Junwei immediately chose to surrender. He wasn't a fool. Knowing the huge gap in strength, continuing to resist would be foolish.
Do you think you have the capital to negotiate with me? Jang Chen's eyes were cold, piercing like a chilling wind, sending shivers down Hai Junwei's spine. Escape! That was his only thought. Unfortunately, that thought came too late.
Like lightning, Jang Chen intercepted Hai Junwei's escape route in an instant. Without hesitation, Jang Chen punched, piercing through the second-generation tyrant armor in Hai Junwei's chest, killing both top awakeners in less than a minute.
The only survivor was Zhuo Si, but even Zhuo Si's expression was grim.
It was only now that he realized the horror of the entity he had provoked. You've caused a great disaster. Whether it's Highway Military Industries or the God Gene, upon discovering that you've killed their members, they will not spare you.
Even Zhuo Si, no matter how foolish, realized the disparity between the two.
The only thing he could do now was to find a way to save his own life.
And then? What do you want to say? Taiching Pavilion can be your backing.
As long as you spare me, I am willing to recommend you to join Taiching Pavilion, so you won't be hunted down by the Gaowei Military Industry and the Celestial Gene.
Is your last words finished?
Jang Chen's face was expressionless, but the killing intent in his words made the temperature drop significantly.
Zhuo Si was flustered. He never expected Jang Chen to be so unyielding. If you kill me, Taiching Pavilion will not let you go either. My master is the Vice Pavilion Master of Taiching Pavilion. He will definitely avenge me.
Zhuo Si hurriedly threatened in an attempt to save his own life. He also mentioned that he had an exclusive life lamp on him. Once he dies, Taiching Pavilion will immediately know that he is the murderer.
I'll be waiting. Jang Chen, slightly impatient, then slapped Zhuo Si to death. How dare he?
Until the moment of his death, Zhuo Si was incredulous and unwilling. In less than a minute, 3 top awakened individuals all fell, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. If this incident were to be reported, it would surely attract countless discussions, curious about the intense and tragic battle these 3 individuals experienced before falling. However, only those present knew that this was not intense or tragic at all, but a complete one-sided crushing. At this moment, when everyone looked at Jang Chen, their gazes underwent a complete transformation. The previous mockery and disdain disappeared, replaced only by endless fear and awe.
Am I seeing this right?
These are the core members cultivated by the Gaowei Military Industry and the Celestial Gene.
They were crushed like insects. It's too terrifying. Who is this guy? This monster is just the messenger of Mount Tai Sword Immortal. How powerful must he be himself? The awakened individuals were so shocked by the scene before them that they couldn't speak. Initially, they thought Jang Chen would be like a stray dog, being crushed without any resistance. But the outcome turned out to be the opposite. This is too surreal. Is this still the Jang Chen I know?
Song Qian's beautiful eyes were moved, her expression astonished.
In her impression, Jang Chen was always an ordinary person during his university days.
Although he drove an expensive luxury car at class reunions, revealing his bottomless wealth, that was only in peacetime. Now with the changes in the world, the rules of society have changed. Even the richest people, if they cannot become awakened individuals, are nothing but ants at the bottom. So after becoming an awakened individual, she thought she and Jang Chen were no longer in the same world. Now it seems her idea was wrong, just the other way around.
Is there anyone else who wants to compete with me for this king of medicine?
Jang Chen turned to look at the crowd.
Just one glance made everyone present shudder, fear evident in their eyes. Are you kidding me? Even Gao Junwei and the others were powerless in his hands, so what qualifications do they have to compete?
The king of medicine is good, but it's far less valuable than their own lives. In the blink of an eye, those who still had fantasies about the king of medicine chose to leave one after another.
Jang Chen, you killed these people, aren't you afraid of the forces behind them seeking revenge? Song Qian looked somewhat worried.
She admitted that Jang Chen was very powerful.
But no matter how strong a person is, there are limits. If forces like Gaowei Military Industry join hands to hunt down Jang Chen, she doesn't think he can survive. Do you think those forces are very powerful? Not just powerful, I think they are the masters of the new era. Is that so?
But in my eyes, these forces are nothing but ordinary people.
Why fear them? Hearing this, Song Qian was stunned.
This was not just confidence, it was unwavering faith. She couldn't help but start to worry about Jang Chen's future. But Jang Chen paid no attention to Song Qian. After driving away the others, his gaze fixed on the purple sun-blue water lotus. He took a step, walked on the lake, strolled to the center of the lake, then reached out and picked the purple sun-blue water lotus into his hand. Unfortunately, if there was enough time, I could refine the purple sun-bywater lotus into a pill using the Shin-known cauldron, which would have doubled the effect.
Jang Chen felt a bit regretful.
Although he carried the Shin-known cauldron with him, the minimum time required to refine the pill was a whole day. He didn't have that much time to waste, so he could only refine it in the most primitive way. I need to seclude myself for a period of time. You go nearby for now, Jang Chen said. Song Qian had no objections to Jang Chen having sole possession of this king medicine. After all, Jang Chen obtained it by his own strength without any help from her. So Song Qian sensibly left the place, also looking around nearby to see if she could find other spiritual herbs. Watching Song Qian leave, Jang Chen prepared to start refining the purple sun bywater lotus. He found a huge lotus leaf in the center of the lake and then sat down cross-legged. Although I can't refine this purple sun bywater lotus into a pill, it's enough for me to break free from the fourth shackle, Jang Chen said without hesitation, directly swallowing the purple sun bywater lotus. In an instant, a powerful energy surged through Jang Chen's body like 100 rivers converging, continuously impacting his whole body, finally gathering towards his dantian. The shackles were divided into hands, feet, eyes, ears, torso, and consciousness. Now Jang Chen broke free from the fourth shackle, which was the ears. He circulated the Tao scripture, concentrating this energy, preparing to break the seal of the fourth shackle. Lo, deep sounds emanated from within Jang Chen's body, as if thunder from a distance, spectacular. With a loud rumble, accompanied by a violent commotion, Jang Chen's body erupted with immense power, shaking the lake with endless ripples and waves. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of a shackle breaking echoed. Jang Chen completely broke the shackle, becoming a strong man who broke free from the fourth shackle. He could feel his physical strength rise to another level. His strength alone had increased to 100,000 kilograms. Not only that, Jang Chen also had a miraculous feeling. It was as if he could hear the sounds of all things, even the slightest movements within 100 kilometers. As long as he calmed down, he could hear them clearly. He even heard a few kilometers away. Song Qian was searching for spiritual herbs while complaining about herself. Jang Chen is so good at hiding. I thought he was just an ordinary person, but it turns out he's playing possum, and he even fooled me. It's really annoying. If I had known he was so awesome, I should have sided with him from the beginning instead of choosing to stick with Yi Liangchen. This choice was really a big loss. Wait, he has offended so many top forces now. If I get too close to him, wouldn't I be in danger too? No, after leaving here, I must keep a certain distance from him, otherwise, I'll be in deep trouble in the future. After listening to Song Qian's complaints, Jang Chen could only smile helplessly, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, it was normal for people to have such thoughts, especially in this dangerous chaotic world. After resolving this matter, Jang Chen was also prepared to head deep into the medicine field. He called Song Qian back. Have you finished secluding yourself? She asked curiously. Because from the time Jang Chen took the purple sun bywater lotus until now, it had been less than half an hour. This was different from her impression of seclusion. In movies and novels, seclusion was at least 10 days or half a month, and even longer, it could be years. Is there a rule that seclusion must take a long time? Jang Chen asked back. Not really, Song Qian shook her head. Then she took out a few spiritual herbs from her bosom and asked Jang Chen if he knew the effects of these herbs. With just one glance, Jang Chen knew that these spiritual herbs were all ordinary. They were basically auxiliary materials, not even qualified to be the main medicine, and even if taken directly, they would not have much effect. For Jang Chen, these spiritual herbs were like the herbs that could be picked everywhere in the beginner's village. Even if they were given to him, he would find them taking up space in his backpack. But for Song Qian, it was different. As a player who hasn't even left the beginner's village, these things are still very useful. Keep them, you might need them later. Oh. Hearing this, even Song Qian, who was usually slow, could realize that these elixirs were not good things. However, she didn't waste them but followed Jang Chen's advice. What if they could be useful later? The backyard of the mansion was vast and endless, with no end in sight. Jang Chen and Song Qian walked among the green mountains and blue waters. After a period of trekking, they finally arrived at the ancient medicinal field. It was lush green, full of vitality, with a rich spiritual energy lingering in the air. Just breathing the air here could make one feel refreshed. In the medicinal field, there were countless varieties of spiritual herbs, ranging in grades, with most being ordinary, and only a few being of superior quality. When Jang Chen and Song Qian reached the outskirts of the medicinal field, they found it in a mess, littered with bodies. It seems we are late. Jang Chen glanced around and immediately understood that other awakeners had arrived first. Song Qian, beside him, looked disappointed. She had hoped to find opportunities in the medicinal field, but now it seemed unlikely. Jang Chen remained indifferent. He was used to such situations. In his previous life, he had encountered countless setbacks, so he was accustomed to it. However, he didn't feel as downcast as Song Qian. Finding Li Zihang's whereabouts was the priority, while seeking opportunities was secondary. He had already obtained a medicinal king and broken free from the fourth shackle, which satisfied him.
Let's go, check out the central area, Jang Chen suggested.
Based on his experience, the real treasures were usually in the deepest parts, accompanied by layers of dangers. He didn't believe that with Duan Yan and the others' strength, they could easily claim all the opportunities in the ancient medicinal field in such a short time. As they continued forward, they passed through several areas, each with slightly different environments. It seemed like the owner of this medicinal field had specifically planned different areas for different types of spiritual herbs to ensure optimal growth conditions. However, no matter which area they passed through, the spiritual herbs had been mostly plundered, leaving only a few worthless ones. The ground was littered with the bodies of awakeners, indicating the fierce struggles that had taken place here for the ownership of the herbs.
I've never seen so many dead people in my life. Song Qian looked at the dismembered bodies on the ground, feeling physically sick and almost vomiting.
Jang Chen shook his head and said, "This is just the beginning, you will see more in the future."
"I will adapt quickly," Song Qian said earnestly. Jang Chen remained silent.
He had left out a sentence earlier, wondering if she would live to see that day.
However, he chose not to say it, considering her feelings.
At that moment, Jang Chen and Song Qian arrived at the next area. As they stepped into the land, a gloomy and dark aura swept over them, causing the temperature to drop by tens of degrees, as if they were in an ice cellar. Countless ancient towering trees grew around them, their dense branches and leaves intertwining to block out the light, making the place extremely dim.
"This place seems different from the other medicinal fields, so eerie."
Song Qian's voice trembled, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes.
Jang Chen also sensed that something was amiss. He slowly crouched down, grabbed a dark purple soil from the ground, and sniffed it.
A strong foul smell rushed into his nostrils, causing Jang Chen to frown and say, "I didn't expect to find the abyssal decay here."
"Abyssal decay?" Song Qian was puzzled. Jang Chen then proceeded to enlighten her.
The desolate and decaying land, also known as the burial ground, was originally fields rich in spiritual energy and fertile soil. However, after countless bones were buried there, the land would breed malevolent energy, transforming the soil into a corrupt place. Once it became the desolate and decaying land, it was no longer suitable for planting normal spiritual herbs, only special kinds.
Hearing this, Song Qian seemed to understand.
She nodded, indicating she got it. But the next moment, Song Qian suddenly noticed several plants nearby emitting a tempting fragrance of spiritual herbs. These herbs were bluish-purple, resembling clover but with eerie patterns on each leaf, emitting a dark gray aura, looking extraordinary.
"Jang Chen, look here.
I found some valuable herbs, they seem to be of spiritual grade."
Song Qian eagerly moved to pick those spiritual herbs.
However, a single sentence from Jang Chen made Song Qian freeze instantly.
"If you want to turn into a zombie, go ahead and pick those herbs. Are you trying to scare me?" "Scare you?" Jang Chen shook his head, chuckling. "That's the desolate grass, an extremely evil spiritual herb.
While it can greatly enhance one's strength when consumed, it will also decay the body, turning the person into a ghoul-like creature."
After hearing this, Song Qian's face fell.
She thought she had found a treasure, a way to boost her own strength with those desolate grass plants. Little did she know that consuming them would turn her into a ghoul, which was too disgusting. Even if she died, she didn't want to become half-human, half-corpse. "Let's go, there's no point in staying here any longer. The spiritual herbs growing in the desolate and decaying land are of no use to us."
Jang Chen waved his hand. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far behind them. "Jang Chen? Song Qian? It's really you."
Upon hearing this voice, the two immediately thought of one person.
That person was Yi Liangchen.
Indeed, when they turned around, they saw Yi Liangchen rushing towards them in a panic.
Fear was written all over his face as he hurriedly said, "Thank goodness. It's great to see you. Squad leader, what happened exactly? Where are the other classmates?" Song Qian couldn't help but ask.
In order to become awakened, the others actually dared to consume desolate grass, turning themselves into half-human, half-corpse ghouls.
Now they seek to devour any living person they see.
Despite my efforts to stop them, it was in vain. They have long discarded their conscience and humanity in pursuit of power. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I might have become their meal by now, Yi Liangchen said with a look of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude for seeing Jang Chen and Song Qian. "Don't worry, squad leader, as long as you're with us, nothing will happen."
Song Qian reassured him.
She sympathized with Yi Liangchen's plight. After all, former classmates turning into ghouls and wanting to devour him was something no one could bear.
Thank you both," Yi Liangchen said gratefully.
However, at that moment, Jang Chen sneered and questioned, "Your poor acting makes me sick.
How long do you plan to keep up this act?"
I don't understand what you're talking about. Yi Liangchen shook his head. Seeing this, Song Qian immediately said, Jang Chen, are you still holding on to past grievances? I think it's unnecessary. She felt that Jang Chen was still dwelling on past conflicts and intended to take advantage of this opportunity to kick him while he was down. This was too much. Regardless, they were all classmates in the end, so why take things to the extreme? Do you really believe his words just now? Is there a problem? After 4 years of college, you should have a clear understanding of Yi Liangchen's character. Do you think that in a situation where everyone else is consuming desolate grass, he wouldn't have taken it? With these words, Song Qian suddenly realized. Yes, Yi Liangchen had always been someone who would do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. With his character, he would never let go of the nether grass. Thinking of this, Song Qian felt a surge of unease in her heart and quickly questioned, Yi Liangchen, did you also take the nether grass? He. I didn't expect to be exposed. Seeing that his identity had been revealed, Yi Liangchen stopped pretending and revealed his true form. His body began to decay in multiple places, continuously oozing thick yellow fluid, with countless wriggling maggots growing on his skin, constantly gnawing on the decaying flesh. Witnessing this scene, Song Chen felt disgusted. She hurriedly hid behind Jang Chen and scolded, Yi Liangchen, do you have no humanity at all? To become like this just to become stronger. What do you know? As long as it makes me powerful, I am willing to pay any price. In this turbulent era, the weak are destined to be preyed upon. I would rather be the one praying. Yi Liangchen looked at Jang Chen, smiling mockingly, Jang Chen, I admit you are a bit clever to see through my disguise, but unfortunately, you will still die here today. Just you? Jang Chen shook his head, looking disdainful. Even if Yi Liangchen had taken the nether grass and greatly enhanced his strength, reaching only the 9th awakening realm, did he think he could perish here? However, Yi Liangchen revealed a meaningful smirk and said, do you really think I am the only one who took the nether grass? As he spoke, a group of figures suddenly appeared not far away, resembling zombies, dragging their decaying bodies towards them. When they approached, Song Qian gasped, because these ghouls were none other than Zhou Guanxing and the others. It can be said that among the classmates who came to Mount Song on this trip, except for them, most had taken the nether grass and turned into ghouls. Looking into their decaying eyeballs, Song Qian saw no human emotions, only a thirst and madness for blood. Have you all lost your humanity? Is it worth it to become like this for strength? Song Qian questioned. But the responses from these former classmates made her feel extremely estranged. Why isn't it worth it? Before taking the nether grass, I was just an ordinary person, but now I can even hunt awakeners and devour their flesh. Is this what it feels like to be an awakener? It's wonderful, as if no rules in this world can restrain me. The flesh of awakeners is delicious. I have never tasted such a delicacy in my life. I want more. Zhou Guanxing and the others turned their gaze towards Song Qian and Jang Chen, as if they were looking at a rare delicacy. Song Qian looked panicked. Just a short while ago, these people were her familiar classmates, but now they made her feel incredibly alien and scared. If the Sword Immortal knew about what you are doing, with his righteous character, he would never let you off. Song Qian threatened. But upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. A male classmate pointed to a pile of bones not far behind and said, the Sword Immortal you mentioned is right there, recently turned into our blood feast. She quickly looked over and indeed found a skeleton, the remains of Tai Jian. Song Qian couldn't believe it. That was the Sword Immortal of Mount Tai, devoured by these people like this? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but imagine her own fate, which left her feeling hopeless and desolate. However, Yi Liangchen sneered, Song Qian, for the sake of our past as classmates, I'll give you a chance. If you take this nether grass now and pledge eternal loyalty to me, I will spare your life. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as Jang Chen's, only able to watch us feast on your flesh and blood alive. I advise you to think carefully. Hearing this, Song Qian fell silent. She was torn between hesitation and argument. Should she choose to live, or become a half-dead ghoul? She knew there was no third option. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Jang Chen alone could not possibly compete against Yi Liangchen and the others. I would rather die as a human than live as ugly as you all. Song Qian gritted her teeth, revealing her decision. The crowd was surprised, even Jang Chen was taken aback. He thought Song Qian would choose to join the other side to save herself, but she refused. How foolish. Since you won't accept the toast, you'll have to die with Jang Chen. Yi Liangchen said coldly, then ordered Zhou Guanxing and the others to attack. He had intended to isolate Jang Chen with this, but Song Qian's foolishness surprised him. So be it. They would all be killed. Oh, Song Qian, you are truly foolish. If you had just joined us, you could have saved your life. Why be so self-righteous? Don't worry, Chen Shen, we will savor your flesh and blood without wasting a single bit.
It's a pity. If only Jang Chen was also awakened, how come he's just a useless ordinary person?
Listening to these remarks, Song Qian felt like a piece of beef in a steakhouse, being discussed on how well done to cook it.
She smiled bitterly and said to Jang Chen, "How about it? I'm considerate enough, right?
I'll die with you."
Who said you will die? Jang Chen sneered, "Just a group of walking dead. Do you really think you can do anything to me?" His words completely enraged everyone present. No one expected Jang Chen to be so arrogant even at the brink of death.
They all vowed to make him suffer the most painful death.
You can talk tough now, but when I personally dig out your heart and slowly eat it in front of you, I hope you can still talk tough then. Yi Lianchen chuckled eerily, sending shivers down everyone's spine.
But Jang Chen remained unfazed, instead narrowing his eyes slightly and saying, "Too bad you won't get that chance." In the next moment, Jang Chen's palm flipped, and a black stone tower exuding ancient aura floated in his hand. As the demon-sealing purgatory tower appeared, a terrifying oppressive force swept through the area, making Yi Lianchen and the others feel extremely uneasy and panicked. Holding the demon-sealing purgatory tower, Jang Chen was like a god of slaughter, coldly saying, "Take this opportunity to be my test subjects.
It's just a broken stone tower. Do you really think it can save your sorry lives? Don't resist, just immediately become our blood feast."
Zhou Guangxing and the others sneered. In their eyes, Jang Chen was just an ordinary person, unable to stir up any waves. Yi Liangchen sneered, ordering everyone to tear Jang Chen apart. In an instant, the crowd rushed towards Jang Chen like zombies besieging a city, opening their mouths wide to feast on his flesh and blood.
Ignorant fools, Jang Chen shook his head and sneered. The demon-sealing purgatory tower was specifically designed to restrain evil beings, and facing those who had turned into ghouls, it had an inherent restraining effect.
Since refining the tower, Jang Chen had been wanting to test its power.
Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance until now.
But now he did. With a thought, Jang Chen infused the majestic spiritual power into the demon-sealing purgatory tower, unleashing unparalleled power in an instant.
The people present felt as if an invisible hand was choking them, making breathing extremely difficult.
In the next second, countless iron chains inscribed with mysterious runes shot out from the demon-sealing purgatory tower, flying towards Zhou Guangxing and the others in a flash of lightning, firmly locking them in place, unable to move.
What is this thing? Release us now. If you don't let us go, we'll eat you up bone and all. It's just a broken chain, isn't it? Even if you lock us up, what can you do to us?
The crowd was both shocked and angry. They found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free from the iron chains.
Fortunately, after some probing, they discovered that the iron chains couldn't inflict any harm, which relieved their anxiety.
As long as they could break free from the chains, it would be Jang Chen's death sentence.
Don't rush, the real show is just beginning. Jang Chen sneered. He knew very well that the demon-sealing purgatory tower's purpose was not just that.
In a previous life, he had witnessed a powerful being using this tower to suppress an extraplanar demon, imprisoning it in the tower and refining it alive until death. The demon-sealing purgatory tower had a total of 9 levels, each with a trial, and even powerful demons, after enduring the 9 trials, would be completely destroyed. Just with these ghouls in front of him, the first trial alone would probably be enough to scatter their souls.
Thunder punishment, Jang Chen lightly commanded.
The demon-sealing purgatory tower erupted with terrifying power. A violent force of lightning surged from the tower, rushing towards Zhou Guangxing and the others along the iron chains.
Ghouls were inherently evil creatures, let alone lightning and flames. Even ordinary sunlight could burn their skin. As this lightning surged towards them, fear was evident on everyone's faces. No! Stop! Please stop, we can talk things out. We are all classmates, why resort to such extremes? Stop! Faced with the pleas of these former classmates, Jang Chen remained expressionless, indifferent. Playing the emotional card now? It's too late. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the raging thunder upon the crowd. Sizzle!
The decaying bodies, upon contact with the lightning, seemed to undergo a chemical reaction, emitting bursts of thick purple smoke accompanied by a nauseating stench.
The continuous screams sounded like wailing ghosts, so terrifying that even Song Qian couldn't bear to look directly.
It wasn't until a moment later that these screams gradually ceased. Song Qian slowly opened her eyes, only to witness a shocking scene. The space before her was empty, with no trace of Zhou Guangxing and the others, just a pool of blood.
Impossible! Where did this guy get such divine items? Yi Lianchen widened his eyes, shocked. This shouldn't be the case. Jang Chen was just an ordinary person, he shouldn't have such treasures. Where did he get them from? So powerful. Song Qian couldn't believe it, her eyes filled with amazement and astonishment.
For some reason, she felt that Jang Chen had endless hidden cards, as if this was just the tip of the iceberg.
Indeed, the demon-sealing purgatory tower is truly unparalleled in restraining the most evil and demonic creatures, Jang Chen murmured softly. However, it also had a drawback. It required a large amount of spiritual power to activate the tower, and even with his current strength, it was a bit taxing. With a thought, Jang Chen retracted the demon-sealing purgatory tower and turned to Yi Liangchen. In consideration of our past as classmates, I will listen to your last words. Do you think I haven't figured it out? That stone tower consumes a lot of energy, and in your current state, you can't activate it a second time, right? Yi Liangchen suddenly realized something, a cold smile on his face. Without that stone tower, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Is that what you really think? Jang Chen smiled. Otherwise? Before entering the ancient medicinal field, I was already an awakener, and after taking the nethergrass, my strength has greatly increased. Not only is my body immune to physical damage, even my proud flames have evolved. Yi Liangchen opened his palm, a gray-white flame burning fiercely, looking quite strange. Jang Chen remained calm, unruffled. Is that all? His attitude completely infuriated Yi Liangchen. How could an ordinary person have the confidence to act like this? Yi Liangchen's eyes darkened, and he coldly said, "Die for me." He spewed a pillar of fire from his mouth, intending to burn Jang Chen to death, leaving nothing but ashes. After evolving, Yi Liangchen's flames had a corrosive function. Once tainted by even a trace, they would never extinguish until the target was completely incinerated. This was the reason for his immense confidence. Anyone touched by his flames would undoubtedly perish. Jang Chen, what are you still dazed for? Get out of the way. Song Qian saw Jang Chen standing foolishly in place, feeling worried. But Jang Chen remained indifferent, asking, why should I dodge? Nonsense. If you don't, you'll die. Just him? Deserving? Jang Chen's arrogant attitude amused Yi Liangchen. He looked forward to seeing Jang Chen being burned alive by his ghostly fire. Song Qian was even more frustrated, stomping her foot. No matter how strong he was, he shouldn't be so reckless. However, when the flames landed on Jang Chen, they were blocked by an invisible barrier and disappeared into thin air. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yi Liangchen gasped in shock, as if seeing a ghost. What was going on? Why did his attack have no effect at all? Song Qian was also at a loss. She couldn't understand the situation. Little did they know, this was the effect of the indestructible garment. Indeed, just passive defense has such an effect. If activated actively, I reckon practitioners below the Dao realm wouldn't be able to harm me in the slightest. Jang Chen nodded, feeling very satisfied. The indestructible garment, impervious to all laws. Since Jang Chen's rebirth, this was one of the divine items he had longed for. Based on the test results, Jang Chen was very pleased. Another divine item? Damn, what kind of luck is this guy having? Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth, full of envy and jealousy. He couldn't understand. Why could Jang Chen obtain so many divine items? Clearly, he was the awakener. Jang Chen was just an ordinary person, so why was he so lucky? Why did heaven favor him over himself? He couldn't accept it. Yet Yi Liangchen didn't know that these divine items weren't obtained by luck but through Jang Chen's careful planning. In other words, Jang Chen didn't rely on luck but on himself. Is this all you've got? It seems you're just like that. Jang Chen taunted. Yi Liangchen was furious. He wished he could slap Jang Chen to death. How dare he be so arrogant? Aren't you relying on having divine items by your side? Without these treasures, I believe killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yi Liangchen retorted. Fine, then I'll give you this opportunity. From now on, I won't use any divine items, Jang Chen declared. At this statement, Yi Liangchen was stunned. Was Jang Chen out of his mind? How could he be his opponent without divine items? Even Song Qian couldn't understand. Why was Jang Chen being so reckless? Wasn't he afraid of failure? You asked for it. Yi Liangchen didn't hesitate. If Jang Chen wanted to court death, he would fulfill his wish. He swiftly charged towards Jang Chen, swinging his decaying arm, aiming for Jang Chen's chest, intending to dig out his heart alive. He wanted Jang Chen to watch as he devoured his heart piece by piece. Be careful, Song Qian exclaimed. In her eyes, in less than a few seconds, Yi Liangchen had crossed dozens of meters to reach Jang Chen, a speed so fast that ordinary people couldn't react in time. It seemed that Yi Liangchen's strength had far exceeded expectations after taking the underworld grass. With his current speed, he could probably rival an unshackled strongman. Do you really think that without the blessing of divine items, I'm not your match? Jang Chen's eyes were sharp, his gaze icy. He sneered, effortlessly dodging Yi Liangchen's attack and striking back with a simple yet powerful punch. This punch was plain but profound. Boom! When this punch hit Yi Liangchen's body, a deep sound instantly rang out. Yi Liangchen seemed to have been struck by a wild bull,
flying backwards for dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. As he got up again, a huge hole appeared in Yi Liangchen's chest, even allowing a clear view of the scenery behind him. However, despite taking this punch, Yi Liangchen was not in any life-threatening danger. It's really surprising. I didn't expect your physical body to be so strong. It seems that the opportunities and fortunes you've gained far exceed my imagination. Unfortunately, ordinary physical means can't harm me at all. This fatal wound will take me only a few minutes to fully recover from. You can't kill me. Yi Liangchen laughed maniacally. If he were still an ordinary person, this blow would probably have killed him 1,000 times over. But now, as a ghoul, this level of injury was just a scratch to him. Is that so? What if I turn you into a pile of flesh? Jang Chen said with a smirk. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen's laughter abruptly stopped. He suddenly felt that things were taking a turn for the worse. Even though he was a ghoul now, being turned into a pile of flesh would most likely mean certain death. And with Jang Chen's previous attacks, he was sure the other party had the ability to do so. No, he had to escape. After all, as long as there's a way out, there will be a chance for revenge. Trying to escape? Jang Chen sneered coldly. He was not in the habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain. As soon as Yi Liangchen had the thought of running away, Jang Chen made the first move. Swish, swish, swish. After breaking free from the fourth shackle, Jang Chen's speed was almost approaching the speed of sound. With such terrifying speed, how could Yi Liangchen possibly escape? In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Liangchen, startling him. Without a word, Jang Chen unleashed a powerful punch. No! Yi Liangchen's eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness. Despite resisting with all his might, he couldn't stop Jang Chen's punch. When the punch landed, Yi Liangchen's body seemed to be crushed by a hydraulic press, bursting open on the spot and turning into a mist of blood that dissipated. At that moment, all threats disappeared. Song Qian stood dumbfounded in place, still a bit dazed. She looked at Jang Chen with a complex expression. But she wasn't surprised by Jang Chen's strength, she couldn't understand his decisiveness. Regardless, Yi Liangchen and the others were former classmates. If she were Jang Chen, she probably wouldn't act so decisively. Perhaps Jang Chen's approach is the right one, Song Qian murmured. She was beginning to understand the cruelty of this world. The past era was long gone. Nowadays, only strength mattered. Friendship, love, family affection, all of these were false in the face of absolute interests. To survive, one should learn from Jang Chen. He was the correct answer. Before the end of the little episode, Jang Chen and Song Qian continued on their way. After a period of trekking, the two finally reached the deepest part of the ancient medicinal field. However, upon reaching their destination, both of them felt that something was amiss. Why is it even more desolate here than on the outskirts? We've been wandering around for so long and haven't even seen a single spirit-level medicinal herb. Could it be that we're too late, and all the spiritual herbs here have been picked clean? Song Qian was puzzled. It's impossible. There are no traces of any battles here. Jang Chen shook his head. Surveying the surroundings, Jang Chen felt that something was off. He crouched down, touched the soil beneath him, and soon discovered a clue. This soil actually contains dragon energy. Dragon energy? Yes, I speculate that there may be an ancient dragon vein nearby, Jang Chen explained. He guessed that the reason this place seemed barren was because the dragon energy was too dense, making it impossible to grow ordinary spiritual herbs. Only specific varieties would thrive. At that moment, Jang Chen suddenly heard a few faint voices. We're really unlucky. We were the ones who discovered the ancient dragon cave, but in the end, we're the ones left here to guard it. Who made us have such low status? I advise you not to complain, or else if young Master Duan Yan and his men hear about it, we will all be in trouble. I heard that people from the great Lu Wang clan have also arrived, and they have discovered an immortal elixir in the ancient dragon cave. It is rumored that the immortal elixir has incredible effects. Even a person on the brink of death, as long as they smell the aura of the immortal elixir, they can be instantly revived to full health. Not only that, I heard that by consuming the entire immortal elixir, one can become immortal and eternally youthful. Jang Chen's expression was astonished, deeply moved. In his previous life, he had heard legends about the immortal elixir. There are only 9 immortal elixirs in the world, each not only capable of granting immortality and eternal life but also possessing other miraculous effects that can elevate a person to the ultimate transformation. The origin of the immortal elixir is mysterious and profound. It is said that the immortal elixir was first discovered in the primordial era, but according to the deductions of ancient sages, the elixir's creation predates even the primordial era. Throughout history, many great sages and beings have given different reasons for the birth of the immortal elixir. Some believe that the elixir was a celestial medicine planted by heavenly immortals that fell to the mortal realm for certain reasons, thus becoming the immortal elixir. Others think that the elixir originated from the 9 great mythical beasts in Chinese mythology, as the 9 elixirs correspond to these beasts. There are also those who assert that the elixir's birth resulted from the convergence of the essence of the sun, moon, and the spirits of heaven and earth. Being a natural creation of the cosmos, each elixir born from the nurturing of heaven and earth without any external interference. However, regardless of the various theories, none have been confirmed from ancient times to the present. Nevertheless, the immortal elixir is undeniably real, each elixir possessing the power to grant longevity, causing countless cultivators to go mad for it from the moment of its discovery.
Who in this world does not desire immortality and eternal life? From the highest celestial beings to the nameless commoners, who would not be tempted by it? This has led to a cruel and bloody struggle whenever the immortal elixir appears. In his previous life, Jang Chen had witnessed people fighting for months on end to obtain the Phoenix Immortal Elixir, resulting in the deaths of numerous top experts. However, just as the situation seemed to be clarified and an outsider had eliminated all competitors, the Phoenix Immortal Elixir transformed into a colorful phoenix soaring into the sky, leaving everyone behind in disbelief. It was only at that moment that they realized they had been deceived. The wisdom of the Immortal Elixir far surpassed that of ordinary beings. It had been waiting for this moment from the very beginning. Since then, there had been no news of the immortal elixir in the world. Despite countless experts spending their entire lives searching, they had never found a trace. Jang Chen never expected to find an immortal elixir here. This sparked an idea in his mind. Jang Chen, have you discovered something? Song Qian curiously asked.
Seeing Jang Chen lost in thought, she immediately guessed that he had found some clues.
There is an ancient dragon cave ahead. I plan to go in and take a look. What about you? Jang Chen asked. An ancient dragon cave? Song Qian pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to follow Jang Chen.
With a unanimous decision, Jang Chen led Song Qian to the entrance of the ancient dragon cave.
Upon their arrival, the guards stationed there looked fierce and barked, "No trespassing ahead, intruders will die." However, just as they finished speaking, Jang Chen appeared beside them without anyone noticing. The guards' expressions turned to fear and disbelief. "You're asking for death."
One guard drew his sword, intending to teach Jang Chen a lesson. But the next moment, he found his companions falling to the ground one after another, lifeless.
He was utterly dumbfounded.
It was only then that he realized something was amiss, but it was already too late.
A suffocating sensation swept over his body, rendering him unable to breathe, and he felt a warm sensation on his neck.
Upon touching it, he discovered it was blood.
He widened his eyes, staring at Jang Chen with unwillingness before finally falling down. After dealing with these few people, Jang Chen and Song Qian also entered the ancient dragon cave.
As soon as they stepped into the dragon cave, a dark and chilling pressure swept over them, making Song Qian tremble and shiver. This place is so terrifying.
You can still leave now.
Jang Chen also felt that this place was not simple. Before his rebirth, he had once mistakenly entered an ancient dragon cave, but had never felt this terrifying oppressive force, which led him to a speculation. There might be some terrifying presence in the dragon cave.
Since we're here, there's no reason to leave empty-handed. Song Qian gathered her courage.
Seeing this, Jang Chen said nothing. The two continued to move forward, deeper into the dragon cave. It seemed that because someone had entered the dragon cave ahead of them, the surrounding walls were all lit up, not giving off a creepy and terrifying atmosphere.
It seems that others have beaten us to it. Do you think all the benefits have been taken? Song Qian worried. Not necessarily. Jang Chen shook his head.
The elixir of immortality had gone through countless ages and had already developed extremely high intelligence. It was almost impossible to pick it using conventional methods. Not to mention Duan Yan and the others, even the top experts from his past life would find it difficult to obtain the elixir of immortality. However, during their conversation, Song Qian's eyes sharpened as she noticed a medicinal herb growing on a nearby rock wall. The herb exuded a strong fragrance, seemingly of the highest quality. This made her ecstatic, and she rushed to pick it without hesitation.
Wait!
Jang Chen sensed something strange and tried to stop her, but it was too late.
Indeed, Song Qian triggered a trap, and a dazzling light surrounded them, then they disappeared on the spot.
When they could see clearly again, they had been transported to a mysterious place. This place was filled with dazzling purple crystals, each containing immense energy and emitting a majestic aura. Jang Chen also noticed that many crystals seemed to seal creatures resembling true dragons, but these creatures were all incomplete, as if they had experienced a catastrophic battle.
But that wasn't what shocked Jang Chen the most.
Right in front of them was an incredibly huge purple crystal, inside of which was sealed a blood-red dragon heart exuding a terrifying oppressive feeling. Moreover, this blood-red dragon heart was pulsating irregularly, as if it still held life. With each beat, both of them felt a wave of pressure that made their bodies slightly stiff.
Jang Chen, look at that. What is it?
At that moment, Song Qian exclaimed in surprise. Jang Chen followed her gaze and witnessed an astonishing scene. Not far from the blood-red dragon heart, there was a crystal nearly 2 meters high, inside of which was a figure. When Jang Chen and Song Qian looked closely, they were both astonished,
because the person inside was none other than Li Ziheng.
Not to mention Song Qian's disbelief, even Jang Chen was very surprised.
He increasingly felt that this place was extraordinary.
Whether it was the giant blood-red dragon heart or the sealed Li Ziheng, all signs indicated that this was definitely not an ordinary dragon cave.
What should we do? Will Ziheng be okay? Song Qian looked worried as she gazed at Li Ziheng trapped in the crystal, seemingly unconscious and in a deep slumber. Jang Chen furrowed his brows, seeming to have noticed something.
Although Li Ziheng was trapped in the crystal, a powerful primordial aura emanated from him, inspiring awe in those around him. Not long ago, Jang Chen had heard Li Ziheng mention something. He bathed in dragon blood in a dream, gaining a new life, which was the opportunity he obtained during his awakening ceremony. After hearing Li Ziheng's description, Jang Chen believed that the opportunity he had gained was extraordinary. Now it seems that this may be related to him being sealed here. Unlike the rest of the purple crystals around, the crystal that sealed Li Ziheng is crimson, looking as if bathed in a pool of blood. Moreover, Jang Chen also vaguely feels that Li Ziheng is slowly absorbing the nutrients of the crimson blood dragon heart, transforming it into his own power.
This is undoubtedly a kind of transformation. Jang Chen, do you have any way to save Ziheng? Song Qian asked. But Jang Chen shook his head, claiming that it was unnecessary. This surprised Song Qian. She couldn't understand the meaning of these words. Perhaps this is Ziheng's opportunity, and we don't need to intervene. Opportunity?
Although Ziheng is sealed in the dragon crystal, his strength is gradually increasing, and this place is almost isolated from the world. He is very safe here. We don't need to disrupt the rhythm.
When the time is right, he will break free on his own, Jang Chen explained. Hearing this, Song Qian seemed to understand.
With her strength, she couldn't see any clues at all. However, she could vaguely feel that Li Ziheng seemed to be different, just being there exuding an indescribable sense of oppression.
But speaking of which, what is this place exactly? Why does it always give me an uneasy feeling, as if someone is constantly watching us from the shadows? Song Qian wondered.
Not only her, Jang Chen also had this feeling. Since entering this place, he has always felt like he is being watched by something, but he can be sure that there are absolutely no living creatures here,
because he didn't sense the breath of any living beings.
However, just at that moment, Jang Chen suddenly discovered a terrifying thing. He saw the remains of an ancient creature that should have died countless years ago suddenly move. It was a black dragon, covered in metallic black scales that shimmered brightly. Just looking at it gave off a tremendous pressure.
It was evident that this black dragon was a terrifying monster in its lifetime.
However, despite being such a monster, its body was broken and shattered, as if it had experienced a world-shaking battle. Even its head was incomplete, with only a half-bloodied brain left. But at this moment, this incomplete head turned its one remaining eye to Jang Chen.
In an instant, a strong pressure swept over, making Jang Chen tense.
He was afraid that this black dragon might suddenly come back to life, posing a deadly threat to them. Only after confirming there was no danger did Jang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also discovered the mystery of this place.
This is definitely not an ordinary dragon's den.
If I'm not mistaken, this is likely the ancestral dragon's nest mentioned by those peerless experts of the past.
Jang Chen was shocked and moved.
The so-called ancestral dragon's nest is said to be the den of the ancient mythical ancestral dragon, where countless renowned dragon clan experts were born, once ruling the world for a long time. However, for some reason, the dragon clan experts suddenly disappeared from the world, and the ancestral dragon's nest vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed.
But people have never stopped searching for the ancestral dragon's nest.
It is rumored that inside the ancestral dragon's nest, there are opportunities to defy fate, and it is even said that an immortal elixir grows inside. No wonder the dragon clan's experts suddenly disappeared from the world at a certain time. It seems they encountered some terrible catastrophe. Jang Chen seemed to have guessed part of the truth of history, but he couldn't be sure that his speculation was correct. However, one thing he was certain of was that this place was definitely the legendary ancestral dragon's nest.
Let's go, it's not safe to stay here for long. After weighing it in his mind, Jang Chen ultimately decided to leave.
There was no point in staying here any longer, it was better to leave early and go in search of the whereabouts of the immortal elixir.
Moreover, even before them, other cultivators had already explored ahead. Jang Chen didn't want to fall behind and end up empty-handed. Song Chen nodded and followed Jang Chen out of there. However, before leaving, Jang Chen carved a line of words on the floor in front of Li Ziheng. "If you leave, I'll wait for you in Lucheng." After doing all this, the two also searched for a way out. Luckily, Jang Chen did find an exit and promptly left this mysterious place. The elixir of immortality generally grows in places with the richest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. "As long as we search in that direction, we shouldn't go wrong," Jang Chen murmured. He began to sense the spiritual energy around him and eventually locked onto a direction. Jang Chen was certain that if there really was an elixir of immortality in the dragon ancestral nest, it would definitely be in that place. At the same time, in the central area of the dragon ancestral nest, a magnificent and grand palace stood, adorned with various gold, silver, jewels, and diamond crystals, giving the palace a fairyland-like beauty. It seemed as if this place was the dragon palace in the sky, overwhelming onlookers with its stunning beauty and awe-inspiring presence. In front of the palace, there was a dragon throne made of purple divine gold, and on the throne lay a skeleton wearing a five-clawed dragon robe. It appeared to be the former owner of this palace. In the center of the palace, a group of young men and women were gathered. These people exuded extraordinary charm and grace, like dragons and phoenixes among men, radiating a unique charm and aura. The moment they entered the palace, they noticed the corpse on the dragon throne, and from the terrifying aura and oppressive feeling emanating from it, everyone concluded that this person must have been an extremely powerful expert in his lifetime. However, no matter how powerful one is, they cannot resist the erosion of time and eventually turn into a skeleton. But the onlookers' gazes did not linger on the corpse. Instead, they looked at an exquisite potted plant beside it. In that pot, a golden purple spiritual herb was growing. Its shape resembled a true dragon from myths, with branches like dragon bones, leaves like dragon scales, and 5 translucent golden fruits, emitting colorful morning glow, looking extremely sacred. A faint fragrance filled the air, enlightening those who smelled it as if they were about to achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality on the spot. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned red with greed, unable to conceal their desire. Because the heavenly spiritual herb before them was none other than the legendary elixir of immortality. Eternal life and immortality were right before their eyes. Who wouldn't be tempted? "Everyone, please give face to the Black Dragon Hall and hand over this elixir of immortality to me. I will surely reward you generously afterwards." What does the Black Dragon Hall matter? Why should we hand over the elixir of immortality to you? As for rewards, what could be more valuable than the elixir of immortality? This is the divine medicine recorded in the origin scriptures, truly extraordinary. This herb belongs to my lane technology. If anyone dares to snatch it, I will send them to meet God. The moment the elixir of immortality appeared, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Explosive confrontations were imminent. However, at that moment, a group slowly approached from behind the crowd, led by a stunning woman. She wore a gentle smile on her face, but her words were extremely domineering and assertive. "Without the permission of my great Lu Wang clan, no one is allowed to touch this true dragon elixir of immortality. Violators will die." After a period of trekking, Jang Chen finally located the central area of the dragon's lair by sensing the spiritual energy. However, just as he was about to reach his destination, the noisy commotion ahead made him pause. Song Qian curiously looked over and exclaimed, "Isn't that the group from outside the mansion before?" She immediately recognized Duan Yan and the others. But Jiang Chen's gaze was not on these people. Instead, he stared intently at the elixir of immortality on top of the palace. When he saw the true dragon elixir of immortality, Jiang Chen's expression was moved. He never expected the legend to be true. There really was an elixir of immortality growing inside the ancestral dragon's nest, and it wasn't the same as the phoenix immortality elixir from his past life. This was another elixir of immortality. Jiang Chen had heard that there were a total of 9 elixirs of immortality in the world, each corresponding to the 9 great divine beasts: the True Dragon, Divine Phoenix, Xuanwu, Kunping, Qilin, White Tiger, Pisho, and Chaos. When Jiang Chen saw this elixir of immortality, he recognized it as the True Dragon's elixir of immortality. Legend had it that the True Dragon's elixir of immortality was the Dragon Clan's elixir of immortality, always held by the powerful beings of the Dragon Clan and never falling into the hands of outsiders. This led to the fact that the true effects of the True Dragon's elixir of immortality had never been confirmed by the world. In contrast, the effects of the Divine Phoenix immortality elixir were well known. An ancient unofficial history book once recorded that after taking the Divine Phoenix immortality elixir,
one could not only live forever and never die but also, in the face of severe injuries and imminent death, as long as there was a breath left, one could still be reborn through nirvana.
But no matter what, since Jang Chen encountered the true dragon's elixir of immortality here, no matter what, he had to try his luck. What are they arguing about? They are fighting over the ownership of that elixir of immortality. You don't plan to get involved, do you? What do you think? It's too dangerous. Song Qian's beautiful eyes revealed a look of worry, not wanting Jang Chen to take risks. Jang Chen shrugged it off, smiling lightly. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I'll just sit back and watch the show for now. He was well aware that this group of people would never let go of the true dragon's elixir of immortality, so he planned to play the role of the third party benefiting from the fight between the two. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the palace was already filled with tension, ready to ignite at any moment. Such arrogance, does the Daoist royal family think they are invincible? Since when did the true dragon's elixir of immortality belong to the Daoist royal family? Who needs your permission to pick it? I want to see what the Daoist royal family can do to stop me from taking this true dragon's elixir of immortality. Seeing the Daoist royal family's arrogance, the others also became agitated. Who among them was not a top-level power? Why should they fear you? However, faced with the tension among the group, the stunning woman remained unfazed and even smiled lightly. So, are you all planning to go against the Daoist royal family? Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Soon, Niafong will arrive at Mount Song. At the same time, Niafong has recently broken through the awakening realm and successfully freed himself from the first shackle. If Niafong finds out that you dare to compete with the Daoist royal family for the elixir of immortality, do you know what the outcome will be? I think you should be very clear. At her words, the others furrowed their brows slightly. After the arrival of the mythological era, awakeners were constantly emerging like mushrooms after the rain, but few could reach the realm of shackles. Breaking free from the shackles was extremely difficult, even for the core geniuses of the top powers. In the intelligence network, they had also heard of a few monstrous geniuses in the world who had freed themselves from the first shackle, leaving their peers far behind on the path of cultivation. Even though there were many people present who were hailed as young geniuses, they had only touched the threshold of the shackle realm, and breaking free from the first shackle was still a distant prospect. This was also the reason for the fear rising in their hearts. If targeted by a strong man in the realm of shackles, whether they could survive Mount Song was a question mark. Lu Miayan, are you trying to use Lu Niafong to threaten us? Duan Yen narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling insincerely. This is not a threat, but a warning. Lu Miaoyan smiled, stepping lightly in front of the crowd. Humph. Duan Yan's expression turned cold, showing no mercy. Do you think only the Daoist royal family has strongmen in the realm of shackles? My cousin, Duan Yu, has also broken free from the first shackle. After he spoke, Maro from the Beast Mountain sneered. Our senior beast master from the Beast Mountain recently entered the realm of shackles. Your threats are useless to me. Isn't it just breaking free from the shackles of the human body? Our Captain Alan Lyer from Rhine Technology has already surpassed the genetic shackles of the human body, not afraid of anyone. Dick Bladen said disdainfully. Although others felt wary of Lu Niafong, the Black Dragon Hall, Beast Mountain, and Rhine Technology were exceptions. They were world-class superpowers, nurturing countless geniuses and monsters. Even the strong who broke free from the first shackle, they had them. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. Lu Miaoyan clearly lost patience. As her words fell, a terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from Lu Miaoyan, making everyone present tremble. This was clearly the power of awakening to the 9th level. Even those who had already touched the realm of shackles with half a foot might not compare. It should be noted that most of the people present had only awakened to the 5th or 6th level, which was already considered outstanding among their peers in today's world. But after comparing themselves to Lu Miaoyan, they realized the huge gap between themselves and the geniuses. Just what I wanted. Duan Yen and the others were not afraid at all. They themselves were awakened to the 9th level and had no need to fear Lu Miaoyan. However, just as a great battle was about to break out, a sudden turn of events completely changed the situation. The white bone corpse sitting on the golden dragon throne unexpectedly came to life at this moment. Strange light gleamed in its hollow eye sockets, and as its gaze swept across, everyone felt a terrifying fear enveloping their hearts. The next moment, the white bone corpse slowly stood up, and a sharp bone sword grew in its palm, continuously emanating a fierce sword intent, causing a creepy sensation. Holding the bone sword, it resembled a god of death returned from hell. Judging everyone present, those who trespass the ancestral dragon hall shall be killed without mercy. The sudden turn of events caused a huge change in the expressions of everyone present, feeling the threat of death. This is bad. This is probably the guardian of the palace, always guarding this immortal elixir.
It seems that in order to obtain this immortal elixir, we must first deal with this thing.
It's probably not an easy opponent.
This guardian was probably a strong person above the realm of shackles during its lifetime. Even though it has been dead for so many years, its strength is definitely above the realm of shackles. Originally at odds with each other, the people present instantly reached a consensus upon feeling the threat of the elixir's guardian. They were well aware that in the current situation, if they did not join forces, no one would be able to get past the guardian and obtain the immortal elixir.
Attack! After reaching a consensus, everyone immediately attacked the guardian of the immortal elixir.
Duan Yen took the lead, turning into a black stream of light and rushing forward, gathering majestic spiritual power in his palm, then slapped it forward.
Bang!
This blow hit the guardian, causing no substantial damage but completely enraging it.
Die!
Its eyes were like ghostly flames, staring at Duan Yen.
Then, the giant white bone sword burst with terrifying power, intending to cut Duan Yen in half.
But before it could act, the attacks of the others followed one after another. Moro, Lu Miaoyan, Bic Bladen each used their own methods, trying to defeat the guardian in front of them so they could obtain the true dragon's immortal elixir.
Boom! In an instant, the hall echoed with intense commotion, and a earth-shattering battle began.
Along the way, many awakened individuals also had ulterior motives, planning to quietly steal the true dragon's immortal elixir while Duan Yen and the others were entangled with the guardian.
But this idea was too naive.
The guardian was always attentive to the surroundings, and once someone approached the immortal elixir, it would immediately shift its attack target.
In less than half a minute, the scene resulted in dozens of casualties.
This monster is too terrifying, even the genius of the Dalu royal family is no match for it. Seeing this scene, Song Qian was deeply moved. She had not expected the strength of the guardian to be so powerful. Ordinary cultivators had no chance of fighting back.
Even talents like Lu Miaoyan were retreating step by step in front of the guardian, unable to see any hope of victory. Not necessarily, Jang Chen thought differently.
He knew how powerful these forces were. There must be a trump card. He also noticed that the guardian had only broken free from 3 shackles, not yet reaching an uncontrollable state. If Duan Yen and the others were willing to reveal their trump cards at all costs, there was still a chance to defeat the guardian. And this was what Jang Chen hoped for the most. Although he was confident in dealing with the guardian alone, if someone was willing to help, he would gladly sit back and enjoy the success. At this moment, after a fierce battle, Lu Miaoyan and the others realized that without revealing their trump cards, they could hardly defeat the guardian.
So someone suggested, "Everyone, I think we shouldn't hide anymore.
If we don't use our true abilities, not only will we fail to obtain the immortal dragon's undying medicine, but our lives may also be at stake."
I agree.
The current situation is unfavorable. Let's temporarily set aside our guard and join forces to deal with the threat in front of us.
I also support this proposal.
After unanimous agreement, they were ready to unleash their true powers. Duan Yen let out a low growl. Violent spiritual power swept over his body, covering him with a layer of black dragon scales, resembling a suit of black dragon armor. His combat power soared significantly, almost reaching the level of breaking free from the first shackle. Blake Braden took out a jar of mysterious liquid from his pocket, injected it into his body, and underwent a startling transformation. His body kept expanding, turning into a small giant, looking extremely fierce with a wild aura emanating from head to toe, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Miaoyan formed hand seals, recited scriptures, and a mysterious extraordinary spirit sword floated out, hovering above her spiritual crown, exuding a continuous stream of sword intent filled with spiritual power, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Moro took out a gourd from his pocket, releasing a uniquely shaped, flame-emitting lion that he had recently captured, the Crimson Flame Lion, with a strength around the awakening 9th level. Then Moro pricked his finger, fed a drop of blood into the lion's mouth, instantly changing its temperament, its eyes revealing madness and bloodlust. The 4 strongest present each used their strongest trump cards, their combat power soaring significantly, almost comparable to cultivators breaking free from the first shackle.
Many people felt disheartened upon seeing this.
Initially, they thought the gap between them and Duan Yen and the others was not significant, but witnessing the full extent of their opponent's power, they realized that the gap was not just large, but a chasm. It seemed that the immortal divine medicine was destined to be beyond their reach.
Let's see how you can stop me this time. Duan Yen stood confidently with his hands behind his back.
He took a step forward, causing the ground to collapse into a pit, then disappeared from the spot, reappearing behind the guardian in an instant, his fist like a collapsing mountain, aiming straight for the vital point.
Bang!
This punch was remarkably effective, forcing the guardian to retreat continuously.
Lu Miaoyan and the others were not to be outdone.
Blake Braden leaped into the air and descended like a falling mountain, crashing heavily onto the Guardian, burying the opponent underground, rendering them immobile. Roar! Morrow commanded, and the crimson flame lion roared furiously, spewing a scorching pillar of fire from its mouth, with a temperature reaching tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, intending to incinerate the Guardian completely. Add your spirit sword, strike. Lu Miaoyan's heart moved, manipulating the Bai Ling sword above her head to slash over. The terrifying sword intent seemed to tear the sky apart, delivering the final blow to the Guardian. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the Guardian was completely shattered, losing its ability to move. Truly a powerful being from ancient times, even its dry bones left behind after death possess such power. If it hadn't been dead for so long, nearly depleting its spiritual power, it would have been difficult for us to defeat it, Lu Miaoyan said as she retracted the spirit sword. The others nodded slightly, evidently agreeing with her assessment. They could all sense clearly how strong the Guardian had been in its lifetime. If they had entered here 100 or 200 years earlier, with their current strength, they might have all perished here. Buzz! 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 At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed movement from the immortal herb. After the Guardian was defeated, it seemed to sense danger, and mysterious golden runes appeared on its branches, floating in the air and forming a teleportation array. It was trying to escape into the void. Not good. The immortal herb has sensed danger and is preparing to escape. The people were shocked and panicked. No one had expected the immortal herb to have developed sentience and to escape into the void when it sensed danger. Lu Miaoyan and the others looked alarmed and hurried to stop it. They had finally defeated the Guardian and were about to obtain the immortal herb. How could they let it fly away like this? However, no matter how they tried to stop it, they couldn't change the outcome. Damn it! I've never heard of a spiritual herb having its own consciousness. No! That's the immortal herb. I may never have another chance to encounter it in my lifetime. I hate it. If I had known earlier, this immortal herb would never have escaped from my grasp. The people were very frustrated and unwilling. It was hard for anyone to accept that the opportunity was slipping away. However, just as despair filled the air, a figure suddenly flashed forward, holding the exterminating immortal sword embryo, exuding a powerful sword aura. Shattering the void with a sword. Jang Chen muttered softly. Clang! The exterminating immortal sword embryo rang out with sharp sword cries, enveloping the entire area with a fierce sword intent, as if dividing heaven and earth, separating yin and yang. In an instant, the void shattered, and the space became chaotic. This sword cut off the escape route of the true dragon immortal herb. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned, their faces showing astonishment. Just as I thought. Jang Chen held the exterminating immortal sword embryo, like an ancient sword immortal, his aura shaking the world. As a reincarnator, he was well aware that every immortal herb possessed high intelligence and would escape into the void when faced with danger. The move he had just used was the second move of the Supreme Dao Sword Immortal technique. This move could shatter the void in a short period, causing spatial chaos and blocking any teleportation array. In other words, Jang Chen now had about a minute to obtain the immortal herb. However, this was not a simple task. The moment he made a move, he would be completely exposed to the other's sight. Trying to pick the immortal herb would surely be met with layers of obstacles. Why do I feel like I know this person? Duan Yin frowned, his gaze fixed on the figure ahead. Not only him, even Blake Bryan and Morrow felt the same way but couldn't recall it for a moment. Could it be him? Lu Miaoyan's beautiful eyes flickered, a hint of surprise appearing on her delicate face. She seemed to have guessed the identity of the mysterious man before her. At this moment, all eyes were on Jang Chen. Everyone wanted to know his identity and began to speculate. Such terrifying sword intent, who exactly is this person? Shattering the void with a sword, this is too unbelievable. It is said that the Shu Mountain sword Dao is unparalleled in the world. Could he be a sword cultivator from Shu Mountain? Regardless of who he is, the escape route of the immortal herb has been cut off. This is one of our few chances. The crowd was shocked, their hearts like turbulent waves. This sword far exceeded their understanding. At least in their impression, no one in Huaxia could achieve this level. Nevertheless, the escape route of the elixir of immortality was blocked, presenting a unique opportunity for everyone. The elixir of immortality is mine. Suddenly, someone shouted, igniting countless awakened ones with greed, rushing towards the elixir of immortality. Even Duan Yan and the others were extremely tempted, eager to charge forward. But their remaining speck of reason made them choose restraint. They were well aware of the consequences of rushing in now. Indeed, as soon as those awakened ones made a move, a terrifying sword aura swept over. Swish! 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 The sword light flickered, blood splattered everywhere. Jang Chen's expression was indifferent as he scanned the crowd, coldly stating, Whoever dares to take a step forward, dies.
This domineering declaration made many awakened ones fearful, unwilling to stand out. Yet, some were defiant, whispering in the crowd, "Who do you think you are? If we all attack together, do you think you'll come out unscathed? There are powerful forces like the Dalawang clan here, how dare you be so arrogant? The elixir of immortality belongs to everyone, why do you act so tyrannical?"
Obviously, he wanted to incite the crowd to attack Jang Chen, hoping to benefit from the chaos. However, the people on the scene were not fools, they could see through such tricks.
"Do you think I can't see through you hiding in the crowd?" Jang Chen sneered repeatedly.
After breaking through the fourth shackle, he could already hear from all directions. In just a few seconds, Jang Chen found those few inciting awakened ones and beheaded them in front of everyone, serving as a deterrent. However, at that moment, a change occurred. The elixir of immortality erupted in a brilliant light, emitting a deep dragon chant, its purple-gold branches shimmering with countless mysterious runes. Roar! The next moment, this elixir of immortality transformed into a purple-gold true dragon, soaring into the void, attempting to escape the predicament. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. No one had expected the elixir of immortality to have a hidden move, making it unpredictable.
Even Jang Chen couldn't sit still.
He had thought he could trap the elixir of immortality for a minute, but before half a minute had passed, his plan was disrupted. Seeing the elixir of immortality about to escape completely, Jang Chen made a ruthless decision. If possible, he naturally hoped to harvest the elixir of immortality intact. But under the current circumstances, it was impossible.
"You can leave, but you must leave something behind." Jang Chen aimed several sword strikes in the direction of the elixir of immortality, shocking the crowd. Was he crazy? Destroying it just because he couldn't obtain it? It was simply a waste of a divine treasure. The elixir of immortality was hit by the sword energy, shedding 5 sparkling drops of golden liquid in a branch resembling a dragon horn, with leaves resembling dragon scales, emitting a sacred and peaceful aura. Woo! The elixir of immortality let out a mournful cry. Before leaving, it cast a resentful glance at Jang Chen, as if saying, "This grudge, it remembers." As an elixir of immortality, it had lived for countless ages, encountered many great powers of the world, yet no one had ever gained any advantage from it. But today, it fell into the hands of a cultivator in the shackle realm, which it found hard to accept. However, the next moment, several terrifying sword energies struck again, and Jang Chen wanted to leave something beneficial from it. Seeing this, the elixir of immortality was frightened and immediately fled into the void, not daring to stay a second longer. As ripples appeared in the void, the space once again stabilized, as if nothing had happened. It's a pity, if only it had been a step slower. Jang Chen waved his hand, collecting the spoils. These 5 drops of true dragon immortality elixir in 3 essence scale leaves each contain an endless breath of life. Even a person on the brink of death, as long as they take a drop of the true dragon immortality elixir, can instantly come back to life, returning to their peak. The essence scale leaves possess the ability of rebirth, allowing cultivators to refine their bones, undergo a rebirth, and even reshape the spiritual roots that determine their cultivation talent. Regardless of the type, they are all invaluable treasures. At this moment, Duanyan suddenly awakened and pointed at Jang Chen, saying, "I remember now. Weren't you the messenger boy of the Taishan sword immortal before? Now that you mention it, I remember too, it was indeed him." Moluo also realized. Beck Braden exclaimed in surprise, such a powerful person actually willingly served as the subordinate of the Taishan sword immortal? It's really beyond my comprehension. Everyone was astonished. They never expected that Jang Chen, such a formidable person, was merely a subordinate of the Taishan youth sword immortal. How terrifying must his true identity be? But the next words from Lu Miaoyan completely overturned the situation. Of course, you can't understand. Because he's not just a messenger boy, but the true Taishan youth sword immortal. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone doubted whether the news they heard was true or false. He was actually the true Taishan youth sword immortal, ranked 5th on the divine ranking? Not to mention others, even Song Qian, who had been watching from a distance, was shocked to hear this news, unable to believe it as she looked at the figure in front of her, her cherry lips slightly parted. So he is the real Taishan youth sword immortal. He is the Taishan youth sword immortal? Song Qian's beautiful eyes were dazed, her pretty face astonished. Jang Chen is the Taishan youth sword immortal? The peerless genius ranked 5th on the divine ranking? It's truly magical. Song Qian smiled helplessly. She had always felt that Jang Chen was extraordinary. Despite displaying great strength, he always gave off an aloof vibe. However, Song Qian never expected that Jang Chen's true identity was the renowned Taishan youth sword immortal. No wonder when he met Tai Jian earlier, he deliberately provoked the other party, aiming to expose his false facade. Unfortunately, apart from Li Ziheng, no one believed Jang Chen.
If Zhou Guanxing and the others were still alive and heard this news, one can only imagine the expressions they would have.
He is the Taishan Youth Sword Immortal, ranked 5th on the divine ranking?
I understand now, that fat man earlier was just a decoy, completely used by him to divert attention. His scheming runs deep, enduring in hiding until now to reveal his true self for this opportunity. The crowd was shocked, marveling at Jang Chen's strategy.
Duan Yan and the others also had solemn expressions, their gazes fixed on Jang Chen.
They hadn't forgotten how they had mocked and belittled him before.
If Jang Chen really wanted to settle the score, it would lead to a fierce battle. The intelligence network of the Great Lu Wan clan is indeed more agile than other forces, Jang Chen said calmly.
He had long been prepared for his identity to be exposed. The truth will always come to light. No matter how much he tried to conceal it, he would eventually be discovered.
Not only that, I also know more about you.
Lu Miaoyan smiled knowingly, revealing another shocking piece of information. I believe that not long ago, everyone here must have heard a piece of news, that someone had stolen the 9-dragon copper coffin and the formless robe from the Dragon Tiger Mountain under siege by several major forces. Because of this incident, many forces were collectively enraged, issuing a joint kill order, and even claiming that besides these 2 treasures, there were other rare divine items on the person. When this news first appeared, it instantly piqued the interest of countless awakened individuals, all eager to find out the person's identity. Unfortunately, the person's whereabouts were too mysterious, and to this day, no one has been able to find any trace of them. But who would have thought that this person, seemingly far away, is actually right in front of us?
Am I right, Jang Chen? Sigh. When everyone finished listening to Lu Miaoyan's words, they immediately gasped in shock.
Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had heard this news not long ago, but finding the other party in the vast sea of people was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, during this time, many famous mountains and ancient sites began to revive, various opportunities and fortunes were waiting for them to seize, so few people would focus their attention on Jang Chen. But after Lu Miaoyan finished speaking, they realized that the person in front of them was Jang Chen,
a figure known as a mobile treasure trove.
Many awakened individuals showed greed on their faces, their eyes fixed firmly on Jang Chen. Not only does he have the unfettered robe and the 9-dragon bronze coffin on him, but also other peerless treasures.
Whoever can obtain them will undoubtedly see their own strength soar. Did you see the sword embryo in his hand?
It shattered the void with a single sword earlier. It's definitely not something ordinary.
Not only that, don't forget, he just obtained some of the true dragon immortality pill. Saying he possesses half a stock of the immortality divine pill is not an exaggeration.
People started speaking one after another, their gazes burning with intensity.
To them, Jang Chen's temptation was like a peerless beauty without clothes. No man could resist it.
At this moment, a voice tempted, why don't we all join forces to take him out and divide the treasures on him?
That's right.
We've gone through so much trouble to get here, it's not fair to let him take all the benefits, we must get a share too.
Even if he's powerful, he can't possibly be a match for so many of us. If we all attack together, he will surely die with regret. The atmosphere on the scene became increasingly tense, on the verge of erupting into conflict. However, no one dared to take the lead. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. No one wanted to be the first sacrifice. Moreover, Lu Miaoyan and the others had not made any statement yet.
If these few people didn't make a move, with just these people, they were nothing but a mob. At this moment, Duan Yan spoke up. The crowd looked expectantly, hoping to see him take the lead. However, the next words from Duan Yan left everyone stunned and speechless. Jang Chen, join my Black Dragon Hall. As long as you join the Black Dragon Hall, I can guarantee that no force in this world would dare to touch a hair on you. I can even recommend you to the Hall Master, and utilize all the resources of the Black Dragon Hall to train you wholeheartedly, making you the strongest among the younger generation.
Wow! This statement caused an uproar in the entire venue.
Duan Yan was playing his cards in an unexpected way, defying common sense.
Was he so afraid of Jang Chen?
However, intelligent people could see that Duan Yan was not afraid of Jang Chen, but rather intended to swallow this fat piece of meat alone. Instead of sharing Jang Chen's treasures with others, it was better to incorporate him into the Black Dragon Hall and use him for the Black Dragon Hall.
What level is the Black Dragon Hall? Joining it would completely bury someone's talent and potential.
Manhwa sneered disdainfully, then laid out his own conditions. Jang Chen, my master is a strong figure at the Dao realm level. As long as you are willing to become a disciple of Wanshou Mountain, I can ask my master to make an exception and accept you as a closed-door disciple, and spare no effort in nurturing you. I guarantee that within less than 10 years, you will become a globally renowned, world-shaking powerhouse,
and at that time, even the stars will be under your rule. Duan Yin frowned, his face darkening.
He hadn't expected Maluo to cut in halfway, which made him very unhappy.
But before he could say anything, Thick Bladen spoke up first.
You guys are not sincere enough, even I wouldn't agree to such conditions, let alone Mr.
Jiang.
Thick Bladen showed a sincere expression and stated his conditions, Mr. Jiang, although I have heard about a brief conflict between you and Rhine Technology, there are no eternal conflicts in this world, only eternal interests.
If you join Rhine Technology, we can easily overlook any conflicts between us.
Rhine Technology can provide you with everything you desire, whether it's money, women, power, or even if you want to become the president of a country. Rhine Technology can make it happen.
Sour. Truly sour.
The awakened individuals on the field were full of envy and jealousy. They wished they were Jang Chen themselves.
However, faced with their offers, Jang Chen just shook his head with a faint smile, his eyes filled with disdain. Just a group of mediocre people, and they think they can win me over? The crowd was stunned. Did they hear correctly? Jang Chen actually rejected such conditions? It was unbelievable. You are shameless, do you think so highly of yourself? Opportunities are not always available. I advise you to understand the current situation. You are indeed strong, but if we join forces against you, I don't believe you will leave here unscathed. Duan Yan and the others had cold expressions, their faces clouded.
They were always arrogant and domineering in front of others, but today, it was the opposite. However, they were not kind-hearted people. If Jang Chen dared to be arrogant, they would make him pay a painful price. However, just when everyone thought negotiations were unsuccessful and a great battle was about to begin, Lu Miaoyan calmly said, I agree with Jang Chen's statement. The conditions you propose are too meager, even I feel like you are treating beggars.
What do you mean by that? Duan Yan frowned and questioned. Can't you understand human language?
Lu Miaoyan sneered coldly and said, everyone knows that Jang Chen possesses many treasures, yet you are trying to recruit him with such conditions.
How is this any different from trying to deceive someone?
I'm curious to hear what kind of conditions and sincerity the great Lu family can offer.
Moro said sarcastically.
Not only him, almost everyone was curious about what conditions the great Lu family could offer.
However, Lu Miaoyan's next words left everyone stunned.
Jang Chen, you should be able to see that no matter what conditions Duan Yan and the others offer, ultimately they want you to give up your treasures in exchange for their protection.
But the great Lu family won't do that.
As long as you are willing to join us, I can guarantee that you won't have to give up any of your treasures, and you will also have access to countless cultivation resources.
Most importantly, I have investigated your background.
You and Sister Mangyao were college classmates. With this connection, you can completely trust us and become a member of the great Lu family.
Explosive. Too explosive. Jang Chen actually had a relationship with Lu Mengyao. You see, Lu Mengyao is the princess of the great Lu family. Rumor has it that her bloodline is extraordinary, with unlimited potential.
Many high-ranking members of the great Lu family have high hopes for her, and if all goes well, she will surely dominate the world and become a ruler.
Mengyao is actually from the great Lu family? Song Qian was shocked.
Although she had always felt that Lu Mengyao was extraordinary from a long time ago. Whether it was her temperament, cultivation, or the fact that she always had bodyguards with her when she went out, all of these proved that she was not an ordinary person. But upon learning her true identity, Song Qian was still deeply moved.
Is that all you have to say? Not only that, I also found out that you once liked Sister Mangyao, but were explicitly rejected because she felt that you two were not meant to be together.
But times have changed. As long as you are willing to join the great Lu family, with your potential, a bright future awaits you.
By then, even if you want to marry Sister Mengyao, it won't be a problem.
Lu Miaoyan smiled, with a strategizing posture.
She understood human nature very well.
Once a person reaches a certain height, in their eyes, money, power, and beautiful women are all fleeting, only the obsession buried in their hearts is the greatest pursuit of this life. For men, there is nothing more deadly than the white moonlight hidden in their hearts. She learned from the intelligence that Jang Chen had confessed his feelings to LV Mengyao during their university days, only to be harshly rejected, which became a knot in Jang Chen's heart. The condition she set was to give Jang Chen a chance to untie his emotional knot.
Therefore, LV Miaoyan did not believe that Jang Chen would reject her.
But fantasies are beautiful, while reality is cruel.
Do you think this condition can attract me? Why not? It's obvious that you like to act clever. What do you mean? LV Miaoyan furrowed her brows, not understanding the other's meaning.
Jang Chen's expression was indifferent as he said, even if LV Mengyao personally tried to persuade me and begged me to join the Dalv royal family, I would still think she's not qualified, let alone you using her as a condition.
What? LV Miaoyan was dumbfounded.
This was not what she had expected at all. The intelligence stated that after Jang Chen's failed confession, he had been despondent for a period of time.
Wasn't this his biggest obsession? Hilarious. I thought you had some great plan, but it turns out you're just joking around with emotions?
With your condition, even a dog would shake its head. Laughter erupted, and Maro and the others enjoyed the spectacle.
This completely infuriated LV Miaoyan. She decided to drop the act and threatened coldly, regardless, you only have two choices today, either hand over the treasures you have, or die here.
That's right. You have no way out.
If you don't hand over the treasures, you will die here today. I really want that sword embryo. If you hand it over now, I might consider leaving. Hand over the true dragon immortality pill, or you will have no place to be buried.
Duan Yan and the others stopped pretending. If Jang Chen wouldn't yield, they would resort to force. Even with divine protection, they were not afraid, given their numerical advantage.
Wrong, there is actually a third option.
Jang Chen scanned the crowd, sending chills down the spines of many, saying, that is to slaughter all of you.
Arrogant. If not for divine protection, I would kill you like a dog. Moro stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud.
His words seemed arrogant, but everyone agreed. In their eyes, Jang Chen was clearly benefiting from divine items. Without the heaven-punishing sword embryo, he wouldn't have his current strength. No need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Jang Chen put away the heaven-punishing sword embryo, his disdainful eyes sweeping over the crowd as he said, you are not worthy of me using divine items against you.
This statement stunned everyone. Did they hear correctly? Jang Chen actually said he wouldn't use the heaven-punishing sword embryo and other divine items? Was he out of his mind to think he could still make waves without divine items? A promise once made is hard to break. You better not regret it. Duan Yan suppressed his laughter, feeling quite amused. He had expected a fierce battle, but Jang Chen was unexpectedly giving up. It was quite amusing. I want to see how much you weigh without divine items. At that moment, a handsome young man at the 8th level of awakening spoke up. His strength was formidable, making him the strongest awakener on the field besides Duan Yan and the others. His eyes were fiery and greedy, intending to teach Jang Chen a lesson and force him to hand over various divine items and the true dragon immortality pill. However, just then, Jang Chen made a sudden move, closing in on the man in an instant, too fast for anyone to react. The 8th level awakener was momentarily stunned. By the time he realized it, Jang Chen was already behind him. In that moment, death loomed over him. He sensed the danger, but when he tried to evade, it was already too late. With a swift motion, Jang Chen's fingertip pierced the man's throat, hot blood gushing out instantly, staining the ground red. No! He clutched his throat, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But ultimately, he fell and became a lifeless body. After the scene unfolded, the entire place fell into a stunned silence, as if frozen in time. It was only then that they realized something seemed terribly wrong. We seem to have underestimated his strength. Even without the blessing of divine artifacts, his own power is definitely not weak. Defeating an eightfold awakening with one move, he has at least stepped half a foot into the realm of shackles. The crowd clicked their tongues in amazement. They realized the seriousness of the situation. Jang Chen's strength far exceeded their imagination. Don't give him any chance, attack together. Maro's expression was serious as he ordered everyone to join forces. He took the lead, bit his tongue, sprayed a stream of blood on the crimson flame mad lion, and commanded, Samadhi beast fire. Following his command, the crimson flame mad lion erupted with blazing flames all over its body, causing the temperature to soar wildly, making it feel like being in a steamer. As Maro gave the order, the crimson flame mad lion condensed majestic spiritual power in its mouth, then spewed out a pillar of fire with a temperature of over 10,000 degrees, aiming to incinerate Jang Chen. I'll join in too.
Bic Bladen also acted at this moment. He took out a vial of genetic enhancement liquid from his pocket, injected it into his body without hesitation, causing his combat power to skyrocket rapidly, exuding a primitive wild force all over his body. Next, Bic Bladen planted his arms into the ground, forcibly pulling out a massive boulder weighing thousands of caddies, smashing it towards Jang Chen with the force of Mount Tai.
Black Dragon's secret. Duan Yan also refused to be outdone, displaying the peerless technique of the Black Dragon Hall.
He seemed to reach the pinnacle, his momentum soaring steadily, stepping into the supreme state in the blink of an eye. With his current strength, even if he encountered a strongman who had broken free from the first shackle, Duan Yan was confident in his ability to fight. Azure Spirit Swordsmanship, Spirit Insight Sword. LV Miaoyan's thoughts moved, and countless ethereal spirit swords rose into the sky, floating above her head, then condensed into a dazzling golden sword, exuding a sharp sword intent. Seeing this, the crowd was amazed, thinking that Jang Chen was finished. With such a lineup, even a strong man at the first level of shackles would have to temporarily avoid the edge. No matter how strong Jang Chen was, he would be filled with regret at this moment. Not bad, somewhat interesting.
Jang Chen nodded slightly, as if commenting on a junior, saying, "It's a pity, it ends here." This attitude completely angered the crowd. When had they ever been underestimated?
Before they could mock back, Jang Chen's actions shut them up. The lingering shadow of Rhine technology, repeatedly offending me, then I'll deal with you first. Jang Chen locked eyes with Bic Bladen, his icy gaze making the latter shiver involuntarily, as if being stared at by the Grim Reaper.
The next moment, Jang Chen disappeared on the spot, leaving no trace.
Before the crowd could find his whereabouts, they saw him appear in front of Bic Bladen. The sudden turn of events made Bic Bladen widen his eyes, hastily smashing the boulder in his hand towards Jang Chen.
A trivial skill. Jang Chen punched, instantly pulverizing the boulder into powder.
Then, he slapped Bic Bladen's chest, intending to end his life with one move. Seeing this, Bic Bladen not only didn't panic but laughed loudly, daring to compete with me in physical strength, it's simply seeking death. You see, not long ago, Rhine Technology's genetic experiments made significant progress, successfully extracting king-level genes from a prehistoric wild man's body, developing them into genetic enhancement liquid. Once injected into the body, it could grant the power to hunt down a Tyrannosaurus rex barehanded in a short time. In terms of close combat ability, Bic Bladen believed that there was no one in the world who could be his match. Die! Bic Bladen grinned ferociously, also throwing a punch, intending to crush Jang Chen's pride. However, when the two collided, his right arm burst open on the spot, splattering blood and exposing the pale bones to the air.
In contrast, Jang Chen remained unscathed. No! This can't be! Bic Bladen seemed as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it was true. Jang Chen's physical body was even stronger than his. How was this possible? Is this the extent of pride you take in your physical body? Jang Chen shook his head in disappointment.
It seemed he had overestimated Rhine technology. Bic Bladen was furious, going mad with the intent to kill Jang Chen. But the next moment, Jang Chen's fist pierced through his heart, turning him into a corpse.
Your turn. After dealing with one person, Jang Chen turned his gaze towards Maro and Duan Yen.
He seemed like the judge of the underworld, deciding the fate of the two. Duan Yen and Maro realized the seriousness of the situation.
Instead of waiting to be killed, they took the initiative, attack.
Each of them unleashed their most powerful moves, aiming to end Jang Chen's life completely.
Attacking from different directions simultaneously, they left no room for Jang Chen to dodge.
Futile struggle. Jang Chen stood still with his hands behind his back. As the opponents approached, he slowly extended his hands to intercept their attacks.
You think it's over? Duan Yen and Maro sneered.
This was just a feint. The real killer move was yet to come. Hearing this, Jang Chen noticed something. Lu Miaoyan had not made a move all alone, completely concealing her aura until now. This sword will take your life,
Lu Miaoyan said proudly.
Pointing one finger to the sky and one to the ground, she exuded a majestic aura. Above her head floated a spiritual sword radiating a terrifying sword intent, as if it could split mountains and seas, shatter stars. The Bai Ling sword was obtained by her during an awakening ceremony. This sword was extremely sharp, cutting through iron like mud, effortlessly slicing through diamonds, let alone a human body.
Slash! Lu Miaoyan lightly shouted. The Bai Ling sword in midair descended towards Jang Chen with an unstoppable force. Even a locking realm cultivator would lose a layer of skin if hit by this sword. Now you will see how you die. Duan Yen and Maro found the right moment and quickly dodged, not wanting to be affected. Boom!
When the sword accurately hit Jang Chen, the ground shook violently, as if a catastrophe was descending, terrifying beyond measure.
He's not as powerful as we thought. This is the price of arrogance. If he had used his divine object earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He deserves it.
Seeing this, the crowd mocked incessantly. However, amidst the overwhelming laughter, a sigh sounded. I was too naive after all, expecting you to play a decent trump card. As the voice fell, Jang Chen slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Surprisingly, he had not suffered any injuries from the previous attacks. Not even a speck of dust stained his clothes.
What? He's still alive. Lu Miaoyan and the others were dumbfounded. This was impossible. Her move was something even a locking realm first-tier expert couldn't withstand head-on, so how could Jang Chen emerge unscathed? I know. He must have used a divine object. Exactly. That must be it. Hypocrite.
He promised not to use divine objects, but in the end, he reneged.
Duan Yen and the others cursed, accusing Jang Chen of breaking his promise. Jang Chen sneered disdainfully. You say I used a divine object? Fine, today I will be merciful and let you die with full knowledge. He declared to give Lu Miaoyan another chance, standing still to allow her to attack. Lu Miaoyan was stunned. Was the other party out of his mind? But regardless, this was a rare opportunity, and she would not let it slip by. You brought this upon yourself. Lu Miaoyan was filled with joy, immediately urging the Bai Ling sword to strike at Jang Chen. This time, she was determined to cut him in half. However, when the Bai Ling sword landed on Jang Chen, it made a crisp steel collision sound. Everyone was puzzled. What was happening? Was Jang Chen's body made of steel? Not a single hair was harmed. But what was even more unbelievable was yet to come. Lu Miaoyan refused to believe it. She frantically manipulated the Bai Ling sword to strike Jang Chen, but not only did she fail to harm him, the sword itself began to show fine cracks. With a crack, the sword shattered into pieces on the ground. At this moment, the whole audience took in a cold breath, their hearts in turmoil. What kind of devilish body is this? Not even a scratch from such an attack. He didn't even use any divine items? That's impossible. It's too abnormal. I've never seen such a terrifying physique. The crowd was moved, as if their understanding had been shattered, finding it hard to accept the current situation. The power of that sword was unparalleled. Even a cultivator at the first level of the Shackles realm would be severely injured at best or killed on the spot at worst if hit head-on. But Jang Chen? He didn't even flinch. Is this reasonable? Who is this guy exactly? Duan Yan's eyes were filled with fear. He increasingly felt that Jang Chen was extraordinary. Whether in terms of strength or methods, he far surpassed anyone his age that Duan Yan knew. In fact, Duan Yan felt that even if his cousin, Duan Yu, faced Jang Chen, the odds of winning would be extremely slim. Regardless of who he is, one thing is certain, we can't handle this guy today. Mo Luo said solemnly. Despite feeling extremely unwilling, he was very clear about the current situation. If they stayed here, they would definitely meet a bad end. Retreat! The two glanced at each other and immediately fled in different directions. Although they were not a match for Jang Chen head-on, they were very confident in their ability to escape. With the two of them going separate ways, Jang Chen could only chase after one. As for who would be caught, it was just bad luck. Humph, trying to escape? Jang Chen was not one to let things slide. He understood the principle of letting a tiger return to the mountain, which would bring endless trouble. He took out the Xianyuan Bao, infused it with spiritual power, then drew the bowstring, unleashing a vast and terrifying power that made people's scalps tingle. Swish! Swish! When Jang Chen released the bowstring, two arrows formed from condensed spiritual power shot towards the distance at lightning speed. After returning, I must report this matter. Jang Chen must not be allowed to live. Duan Yan thought to himself. After the previous battle, he knew how terrifying Jang Chen was. Not only did he have unlimited potential, but he also had many divine items with him. Once he grew up, he would definitely become a powerful figure in the world. Even the Black Dragon Hall would probably have to bow down before him. He's too terrifying. This kid must not be allowed to live. I must inform senior brother and have him eliminated, Mo Luo said, still in shock. Jang Chen's strength far exceeded his imagination, and he was determined not to let him continue to grow infinitely. No matter how monstrous a genius was, they would ultimately fear being snuffed out. He would make Jang Chen die in regret. However, just as the two of them were fantasizing like this, they failed to notice the danger behind them. By the time they realized something was amiss, it was already too late. No! The two widened their eyes in fear. Despite desperately trying to dodge, they couldn't avoid the arrow. With a thud, as the arrow pierced through their chests, Mo Luo and Duan Yan's faces were filled with regret, ultimately falling on the spot. These are two awakened experts at the 9th level, and they died just like that? The crowd was speechless, their expressions stunned. This was too unbelievable. Up to this moment, their gazes towards Jang Chen were no longer contemptuous and mocking, but filled with awe and fear. Jang Chen was too powerful. Originally, they had thought of rallying everyone to retaliate, but now they realized that it was simply seeking death. Aren't you going to run? Jang Chen put away the Xianyuan Bao and looked down at LV Miaoyan. Despite the unfavorable situation, LV Miaoyan remained calm and said, I don't need to run because you dare not kill me. Are you sure? Firstly, I am the princess of the great LV royal family. If you kill me, the great LV royal family will surely issue a kill order. Not only you, but even your family and friends will be implicated and never find peace. Secondly, my relationship with Sister Mengya is very good. Looking at the entire great LV royal family, there is no one else who is as close to Sister Mengya as I am. If you kill me, she will hate you for a lifetime. Do you always think that LV Mengya is my weakness and not in my heart? Isn't she? LV Miaoyan said confidently. In fact, she had inquired about this a long time ago.
Lu Mengyao seemed to have hidden some important information from the family for Jang Chen, which led to the family's inability to obtain the divine object that should have been in their hands according to the original plan. So Lu Miaoyan speculated that the relationship between the two might be extraordinary. They might have even had a romantic relationship. Otherwise, why would Lu Mengyao go to such lengths for Jang Chen? Since you put it that way, then I won't deny it, she said. With these words, Lu Miaoyan felt secretly delighted. See? Her guess was indeed correct. But just as she was filled with joy, Jang Chen, with a smirk on his face, said, "Then let me take this opportunity to challenge my own weakness." As his words fell, Jang Chen took out the Zuxian sword embryo, and the chilling killing intent filled the room, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Lu Miaoyan? She was on the verge of swearing. What kind of move was this again? Wait. I can agree to any conditions you have, just let me have a way out. Lu Miaoyan said unwillingly. In fact, she suspected that Jang Chen was just putting on a show, but she didn't dare to gamble. After all, if she lost, she would lose her life. I said I want to challenge my own weakness, can't you understand human language? Facing Jang Chen's relentless approach, Lu Miaoyan was completely panicked. Fortunately, she had a quick wit and took out her phone from her pocket to make a call. At this moment, in the secret realm of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Lu Mengyao had recently completed the awakening ceremony and was contemplating the true essence left by her ancestors to stabilize her own realm and strength. However, her phone suddenly rang beside her. Glancing at the caller ID, Lu Mengyao was slightly surprised, then answered the call. "Miaoyan, weren't you going to Mount Song? Why do you have time to call me?" The moment the call connected, Lu Miaoyan, as if seeing a savior, cried out urgently, "Sister Mengyao, save me, I'm about to die." What happened exactly? Lu Mengyao furrowed her brows. Jang Chen wants to kill me. Jang Chen? The huge amount of information left Lu Mengyao bewildered. Jang Chen was at Mount Song? Wasn't he just an ordinary person? Even if he became an awakened one, he shouldn't be stronger than Lu Miaoyan. What was going on? Sister Mengyao, please beg Jang Chen for me, ask him to spare my life, otherwise he will really kill me. Lu Miaoyan pleaded. She briefly explained the situation. After listening, Lu Mengyao fell silent at first, then slowly spoke, "Give him the phone." Lu Miaoyan didn't dare to delay and quickly handed the phone to Jang Chen, claiming that Lu Mengyao wanted to talk to him. Seeing this, Jang Chen pondered for a moment. In the end, he took the phone, intending to hear what Lu Mengyao wanted to say. "Jang Chen, is that you? Do you want to plead for her? Although Miaoyan is my cousin, I have always treated her like a younger sister. Can I ask you, as fellow students, to let her off this time?" Hearing this, Jang Chen wore a mocking expression. Someone said the same thing before, guess what happened to them in the end? Do you really want to escalate the situation? Wasn't it her who escalated the situation first? Then I apologize to you on Miaoyan's behalf, I just hope you won't escalate the situation to a point of no return, otherwise no one will have a good ending. Sorry, I have a habit, that is, I won't easily let go of anyone who has shown hostility towards me, to prevent future troubles. Jang Chen's firm attitude left Lu Mengyao with a headache. She couldn't understand. How could his personality change so drastically? Clearly, during their university days, he was a cheerful and kind person, but upon meeting again, he became unusually cold and distant, as if he were a stranger. Could it be that her rejection of Jang Chen's confession back then caused him to resent her, leading to such a change in his character? They say heartbreak can change a person greatly, maybe it's true. Otherwise, Lu Mengyao couldn't think of a second reason. This also made her feel slightly guilty, thinking that she was the one who caused Jang Chen to become like this. You should know that Miaoyan is from the Daoist royal family. If you really kill her, you won't have a good life ahead, Lu Mengyao patiently advised, hoping to prevent him from going astray. What then? Is that all you wanted to say? Not only that, I also received news that it is said that Jia Yinliang's only son will also go to Mount Song. He had already stepped into the realm of shackles not long ago, and now he is likely to have broken free from the first shackle. If he finds out about this, he will definitely not let you leave unscathed. Lu Mengyao's voice was gentle, soothing. If you are willing to spare Miaoyan, I am willing to guarantee your safe departure from Mount Song. Lu Miaoyan on the side took the opportunity to say, did you hear that? Soon, Brother Niafeng will arrive at Mount Song. If you dare to kill me, he will definitely avenge me. Lu Miaoyan looked arrogant and pleased. She just didn't believe it. How could Jang Chen dare to do anything to her in this situation? Unless he was truly tired of living. But after Jang Chen listened, he only responded with 3 words, I'll wait. This caught Lu Miaoyan off guard. Did he mean it seriously? Knowing that the main forces of the Daoist royal family were about to arrive at Mount Song, he still acted so arrogantly. Was he really not afraid of death? Jang Chen,
Are you really planning to be enemies with the Dailiu royal family? It's not too late to turn back now. Lu Mengyao sighed. She really couldn't understand Jang Chen's thoughts. Jang Chen sneered, isn't it the Dailiu royal family who wants to be enemies with me? Starting from Kunlun Mountain, the Dailiu royal family has repeatedly caused me trouble. Do they really think I have no temper? That's because you obstructed our plans and caused us to lose many divine items. Ridiculous. Do those divine items have the Dailiu royal family's name on them? Throughout history, it has always been the capable ones who possess them. Don't blame your incompetence on me. Lu Mengyao was speechless. She knew she was in the wrong, so she lowered her posture and asked, what exactly do you want in order to spare Miaoyan? It depends on what sincerity you can show. If you spare Miaoyan, I am willing to owe you a favor. Upon hearing this, Jang Chen was somewhat surprised. You should know, Lu Mengyao is the first princess of the Dailiu royal family and will inherit the position of princess in the future. Her favor is almost priceless, which made Jang Chen hesitate. After some consideration, Jang Chen asked, I can spare her, but only to the extent of sparing her. Hearing this, Lu Mengyao fell silent for a moment. She was not stupid. How could she not understand the underlying meaning of that statement? All right, agreement reached. After saying this, Lu Mengyao also hung up the phone. She sighed deeply, her gaze somewhat melancholic. She never expected that during the class reunion at Mount Tai, she reminded Jang Chen before leaving to be prepared for the upcoming changes in the world. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he had already emerged among many awakened individuals at an extremely fast pace, disrupting the plans of many forces and becoming a thorn in their side. Back in college, she would never have imagined that he, who seemed harmless and kind-hearted, would turn into this. Perhaps, if I hadn't refused back then, would he still be the same now? Lu Mengyao murmured softly. She once had feelings for Jang Chen. However, she was well aware that they were not meant to be together. Even if they became a couple, there would be no future. That's why she cruelly rejected him. So Lu Mengyao always believed that Jang Chen's current state was ultimately because of her, which made her feel a sense of guilt, always hoping to make it up to him. At the same time, Lu Miaoyan, seeing the negotiations end, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her judgment was correct. Jang Chen still harbored feelings for Lu Mengyao, otherwise she might have ended her life here. Move aside, don't block my way. Lu Miaoyan regained her former arrogance. Just as she was about to leave, Jang Chen smiled faintly and said, who said you could go? What do you mean? Are you trying to break the agreement? I did promise Lu Mengyao to give you a way out, but while you may escape death, you cannot evade the consequences of your actions. Upon hearing this, Lu Miaoyan suddenly felt uneasy. Jang Chen flicked his finger, sending a burst of spiritual power towards Lu Miaoyan's dantian. In an instant, Lu Miaoyan's dantian shattered, leaving her collapsed on the ground, feeling worse than death. Pale and resentful, she said, how dare you cripple me? So what if I did? You should be grateful I didn't kill you. Ah, you bastard. The great Lu royal family will never let you off. When Niafeng arrives at Mount Song, I will make sure he avenges me. Lu Miaoyan seemed to go mad, spouting all sorts of unpleasant words. But it was true. For an awakened individual, nothing was more important than their cultivation. Having her dantian crippled was even more unbearable than death. If you dare say another word, do you believe I will send you straight to the king of hell? Jang Chen's eyes were cold, his killing intent sharp. With just one look, he silenced Lu Miaoyan. Despite her cultivation being crippled, the great Lu royal family had deep roots and might find a way to remedy the situation. But if she died, there would be no chance of recovery. Go back and tell the great Lu royal family that my patience has its limits. If they dare to cause trouble again, whoever comes next, I will still act without mercy. Leaving these words behind, Jang Chen turned and left. The onlookers watched him leave, coveting the treasures on him but not daring to stop him. After all, no treasure was worth more than their lives. Leaving the palace, Jang Chen returned to his original position, ready to leave with Song Qian. Song Qian, who had been hiding in the shadows, hurried to Jang Chen, her face full of emotion. I've had quite a revelation today. I never knew you and Mengyao had such stories. Song Qian was excited. The events of today felt surreal to her. First, Jang Chen's true identity was exposed, followed by Lu Mengyao's family background being revealed. If these pieces of information were shared in their social circle, it would surely cause a stir. Jang Chen didn't say much and instead left with Song Qian. This is where we part ways. Arriving at a safe location, Jang Chen suggested parting ways. The Mount Song cave heaven was about to open, far more dangerous than the ancient medicine field. With Song Qian's strength, entering would be suicidal. Song Qian understood this well. She knew she wasn't qualified to compete with other strong individuals for the opportunity at Mount Song.
Moreover, she had already gained many opportunities in the ancient medicine field, which satisfied her.
Thank you for today. Without you, I might have died. Song Qian expressed her gratitude.
Without Jang Chen, she would never have made it out of the ancient medicine field.
She owed her life to him. Jang Chen waved it off, not saying much. Before leaving, he also gave Song Qian many low-grade spiritual medicines.
While they were mostly ordinary to Jang Chen, they were the best cultivation resources for Song Qian at her current stage. This gesture deeply moved Song Qian, and she vowed to repay Jang Chen in the future. After bidding farewell, Jang Chen watched as Song Qian left Mount Song, until she completely disappeared from sight.
There is still some time before the cave heaven opens. I should make preparations during this time.
Jang Chen first found a secluded and safe place. Then, he used his physical strength to break open a cave, erasing all traces to ensure no one would follow. After taking all precautions, he slowly took out a drop of dazzling golden sacred liquid. This is the undying divine liquid he obtained in the ancestral dragon's nest. A total of 5 drops were obtained on the true dragon's undying medicine, along with 3 leaves.
When he extracted the true dragon's undying liquid, an incredibly pure and rich energy permeated the surroundings. The majestic vitality even caused many green sprouts to emerge from the ground, showing how much life energy was contained in this drop of medicine. Jang Chen felt the energy contained in this drop of true dragon's undying medicine and exclaimed, "Just this drop of undying divine medicine alone could help me break through at least 2 realms. I can't imagine the effects of a whole plant of undying divine medicine."
It is rumored that consuming a whole plant of undying divine medicine can grant immortality, eternal life, and even allow for a qualitative leap in strength, continuously advancing several major realms. However, Jang Chen only obtained a portion of the undying divine medicine, making it impossible to achieve the effects of a whole plant. Nevertheless, just the effects of this drop of undying divine liquid were enough to significantly enhance his strength.
Without hesitation, Jang Chen consumed the undying divine liquid.
In an instant, a force like 100 rivers converged, flooding his entire body like an enlightening experience, making Jang Chen feel unprecedented sensations. He felt as if he were immersed in an ocean of life, brimming with vitality all over his body, with boundless energy constantly surging from his dantian. At that moment, he felt like he could tear apart a dragon with his bare hands.
So amazing! Jang Chen was deeply moved.
But he didn't dare to be complacent and quickly activated his techniques to break through, striving to free himself from the 5th shackle. As time passed, a series of low, rumbling sounds emanated from within Jang Chen's body.
Crack!
Suddenly, the sound of a shackle breaking echoed, and Jang Chen's body erupted with endless power, sweeping around like a tsunami.
This was proof of breaking free from the 5th shackle. Not enough. I must break free from the 6th shackle too.
Jang Chen could sense that there was still a lot of power left, enough to attempt to break the 6th shackle. However, the difficulty of breaking the 6th shackle far exceeded the previous 5. Even with all his might, Jang Chen found it challenging to shake the seal of the 6th shackle. He felt the energy for breaking the shackle weakening. Jang Chen quickly took out several valuable spiritual medicines, directly ingesting them to transform into a new energy.
"Break for me!" Jang Chen shouted. With continuous efforts, the seal of the 6th shackle gradually loosened, showing signs of breaking free from its restraints. Crack!
When this sound rang out, Jang Chen completely broke free from the 6th shackle. A terrifying power erupted from his dantian, spreading out in ripples in all directions, its strength so immense that even the mountains trembled. Jang Chen's body and mind were both elevated, as if undergoing a baptism, exuding a strong and powerful aura.
Just standing there, one could feel a daunting sense of oppression. Is this the strength of breaking free from the 6th shackle? Jang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within him.
The 6 shackles corresponded to the hands, feet, eyes, ears, torso, and consciousness of the human body. After breaking through the 5th and 6th shackles, not only did Jang Chen's entire body greatly enhance, but even his consciousness became increasingly powerful. The so-called consciousness refers to a person's 6th sense, also known as the soul or spirit. According to Jang Chen's understanding, once cultivated to a certain realm, one could project their spirit out of the body, like Zhuangzhou dreaming of being a butterfly, freely roaming the heavens, and even unleashing soul attacks that bypass all physical defenses.
In simpler terms, it's a glance that can kill.
However, to reach such a level, one must at least cultivate to the realm of divine fire or above. At Jang Chen's current level, the only function his consciousness could provide was to warn him of unknown threats.
But even so, that was more than enough. Calculating the time, it's almost time for the opening of the Blessed Land, Jang Chen speculated.
Despite gaining many opportunities and fortunes in the ancient medicine field, they were not his ultimate goal.
Jang Chen's goal was singular, the Nirvana Sutra. This is the most powerful cultivation method recognized by the spirit realm and the Tao realm.
If one can obtain it, they can establish an unparalleled foundation in both realms, paving the way for higher achievements in their future cultivation path.
He has already broken free from the sixth shackle, with the next realm being the spirit realm. This also means that obtaining the Nirvana Sutra is absolutely imminent.
At the peak of Mount Song, numerous awakened individuals gather, each aiming for the fortuitous inheritance within the blessed land. The competition for this opportunity is destined to be intense and brutal, with heavy casualties. Therefore, many domestic news media outlets are rushing to report on it, hoping to uncover the most sensational news to attract the attention of the nation.
Discussions about Mount Song online are heating up.
Everyone is debating who will emerge as the ultimate victor in this battle of heroes. And today, the seal of the blessed land has loosened.
Countless netizens are eagerly anticipating the long-debated outcome. Who will prove to be the strongest in the end?
I heard that many powerful individuals have gathered at Mount Song, with major forces dispatching genius-level individuals.
It seems like a monumental battle is inevitable.
According to the information I've gathered, aside from the top contenders on the divine ranking, there are also many hidden dark horses present. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. These geniuses probably won't yield to each other. Today promises to be quite a spectacle.
Countless netizens are fervently discussing, eagerly anticipating what will unfold next.
Mount Song's blessed land has attracted too many talented individuals, leading to an imminent fierce battle due to the limited opportunities available. As mere spectators, they naturally enjoy watching the chaos unfold, with the most desired scene being one of rivers of blood. In addition to spectators from all over the country, the awakened individuals on Mount Song are also exchanging intelligence among themselves. The most discussed topic is the ancient medicinal field that appeared not long ago.
Rumor has it that an immortal elixir has emerged in the ancient medicinal field.
Whoever obtains it can achieve immortality, eternal life, and become an existence equal in longevity to heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the immortal elixir possessed extraordinary intelligence and managed to escape the siege of numerous awakened individuals, eluding capture in the end.
Who says no one obtained it? You all probably don't know what happened in the immortal medicine field at that time. At this moment, an awakened individual who was present clarifies the rumors, claiming that someone did obtain a portion of the immortal elixir. This revelation shocks the entire crowd. The temptation of the immortal elixir is too great.
Many people's eyes reveal a greedy glint, eager to learn the identity of the individual in order to plan a treasure hunt. Seeing this, the awakened individual sneers disdainfully and mocks the crowd, saying, "I advise you not to seek your own death."
Do you know who obtained the immortal elixir?
He is Jang Chen, the fifth-ranked young sword immortal on the divine ranking. He recounts the scene that unfolded at that time. When the crowd learns that Jang Chen single-handedly dominated the scene, even the combined forces of the Dalawine clan, the Black Dragon Hall, and the Rhine technology were no match for him. Upon hearing these words, the crowd is deeply moved. However, some doubt the authenticity of the story. They find it hard to believe that someone could be so powerful. At this moment, a proud and casual voice speaks up. Just because you defeated a few small fries, you dare to boast like this? You all have such narrow vision and short-sightedness. Your arrogance is impressive, but I wonder if your strength can match even half of his.
The awakened individual retorts. Who does he think he is, daring to compare himself to me?
If I were to encounter him, within 3 moves, I would surely claim his head. Upon hearing this, the crowd initially wanted to mock back, but when they saw the identity of the speaker, they instantly swallowed their words. It was a young man dressed in black, holding a black paper fan with a terrifying depiction of a black dragon on it. He was Duan Yu from the Black Dragon Hall, also known as the 6th-ranked genius on the divine ranking. There are always people in this world who like to compare a strong ant with an elephant. Don't they know that these two are fundamentally not on the same level? The speaker was a tall man over 2 meters, his muscles were terrifying, as if cast from steel, exuding a wild aura all over his body.
That's the wild beast of Mount Wan. Someone recognized his identity.
It is said that Jang Chen wiped out the forces sent by the Black Dragon Hall and Mount Wan to the ancient medicinal field. This grudge is unlikely to be easily resolved.
Not only that,
I heard that before coming to Mount Song, Jang Chen was already on the wanted list of many forces. This time, it's a mix of new and old grievances.
That's too ruthless. Offending so many forces at once, what on earth did he do to incur such wrath?
As the crowd discussed, a graceful figure appeared before them. She was a stunning woman, with delicate features and a charming temperament that exuded endless allure with every move. Upon her appearance, someone immediately recognized her.
Nigromantia Guild, Nangong Lien.
Jang Chen has committed heinous crimes, harming members of the Nigromantia Guild.
I will make him pay with blood, Nangong Lian said coldly.
At this moment, powerful figures from the Rhine technology also appeared. A young man with golden hair and red eyes emerged, dressed in a black tailcoat, exuding elegance with his slender figure. Speaking fluent Chinese, he said, I quite like an ancient saying of yours, those who kill will be killed by others. That man Jang Chen will soon regret his actions.
The appearance of four top geniuses in succession instantly became the focus of the scene, heightening the atmosphere.
Countless media rushed to interview them, asking for their opinions on the matter of the medicinal field. It is said that the vanguard forces of the Black Dragon Hall were all killed by one person.
What do you think about this? The whole internet is discussing this matter now. How will the Nigromantia Guild restore its reputation? Can it be true that the mighty Mount Wan cannot deal with a Jang Chen? Many people are now doubting your ability to capture Jang Chen.
What is your response? Faced with these journalists' questions, Duan Yu and others looked grim, covered in frost. It was like poking a sore spot, especially with the national live broadcast, making it a public spectacle. However, just as they were about to respond, a domineering voice rang out, Jang Chen has committed numerous atrocities, angering both humans and gods, and even slaughtered many descendants of the great Lu Wan clan. Today, no matter what, I will cut off his head to appease the souls of the deceased. With these words, all eyes turned to him. A military helicopter hovered in the air, and a figure leaped from 100 meters high, creating a huge crater upon landing on the ground.
As the dust settled, the figure emerged unscathed, stunning everyone. Great Lu Wan clan, Lu Niefeng.
Someone recognized the figure. With Lu Niefeng's appearance, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Whether it was Duan Yu, Nangong Lian, or Lu Niefeng, they were all the most prominent figures of recent times. Each of them had their own dazzling achievements, leading to endless debates online about their strengths and weaknesses. Now that these few were gathered together, it meant that a hierarchy would be established.
Brother Niefeng.
Lu Miaoyan ran excitedly to Lu Niefeng upon seeing him.
Miaoyan, what's the matter?
Lu Niefeng noticed something amiss and immediately asked her.
Hearing this, Lu Miaoyan poured out her grievances and recounted the incident in detail. Lu Niefeng was furious.
He never expected Jang Chen to disrespect the great Lu Wan clan.
Rest assured, no matter what, I will give you a satisfactory answer. With that, Lu Niefeng announced something to the entire audience. Whoever provides information on Jang Chen will receive a spirit medicine of ground-level quality.
If Jang Chen can be captured in front of oneself, it is possible to obtain a heavenly-grade spiritual medicine. As soon as this news came out, the whole scene boiled over. Countless awakened individuals were eager to dig 3 feet into the ground to capture Jang Chen in exchange for a heavenly-grade spiritual medicine. But the most explosive part is yet to come. Duan Yu, Nangong Lian, Mad Beast, and others also offered tempting conditions to reward Jang Chen's whereabouts.
Some people were puzzled when they saw this. Is Jang Chen worth such a large sum to find?
However, only a very small number of people understand how immense Jang Chen's value is. You see, Jang Chen not only possesses many divine objects but also has some immortal elixirs. The value of just the immortal elixirs far exceeds that of earthly and heavenly-grade spiritual medicines.
Who exactly is this Jang Chen?
He actually made major forces offer hefty rewards. I heard his style of doing things is very arrogant, almost offending all the top forces.
Can he not be arrogant?
He is the 5th-ranked Tai Shan Young Sword Immortal on the God ranking.
So it's him? People online began discussing Jang Chen, very curious about his identity and background.
Some well-informed netizens shared the information they had gathered.
When they learned that the other party's true identity was likely the Tai Shan Young Sword Immortal, they were also shocked.
So, almost all the geniuses in the top 10 of the God ranking have arrived at Song Mountain. At the same time, a helicopter is about to land on Song Mountain, carrying several young men and women. They are from the Pursuit Academy. As an ancient force that has survived for thousands of years, the Pursuit Academy has always been low-key, almost invisible to the public eye.
It wasn't until the changes in the world that the Pursuit Academy gradually entered the public eye. This was because after the mythological era arrived, there were many awakened individuals with extraordinary talents in the world. The purpose of the Pursuit Academy's existence is to guide these awakened individuals onto the right path and not let them bury their own cultivation talents. A female student from the Pursuit Academy was browsing her phone, searching for recent media focus. When she saw everyone discussing Jang Chen on the forum, she couldn't help but look at the woman beside her. Lena Jr. Sister, I heard that you had a chance encounter with that young sword immortal when you were in Taishan. If Jang Chen were here, he would surely be surprised by the person in front of him. He had a chance encounter with her in Taishan.
It's true,
Why does Lu's senior sister ask about this? Lina's face showed a hint of doubt.
Since the incident in Taishan, she had her awakening ceremony that same night and gained an extremely rare cultivation talent.
The Ice-Fire Spirit Root. This is a dual spirit root talent that can increase a cultivator's cultivation efficiency several times over.
It was precisely because of awakening the Ice-Fire Spirit Root that Lina was discovered by the Vice Dean of the Pursuit Academy during a chance encounter. With keen eyes, the Vice Dean recognized her talent and took Lina as a direct disciple, bringing her into the Pursuit Academy for a better cultivation environment. People online say that the Taishan Sword Immortal is also on Song Mountain.
Lu Yunyun said with a gossipy smile. Really? Lina was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Jang Chen to be on Song Mountain too.
Since being saved by Jang Chen in Taishan last time, she had always felt indebted to him and hoped for a chance to apologize properly.
But no matter how she inquired, she never got any news of Jang Chen.
Now that he was on Song Mountain, she wanted to find an opportunity to thank him.
However, at that moment, a disdainful voice rang out. What Taishan Sword Immortal? Just killing a mutated gray bear with one sword? Is such a record worth boasting about? His name was Louis, an outer disciple of the Pursuit Academy and also Lina's senior brother. Not long ago, Lina entered the Pursuit Academy with the identity of Ice-Fire Dual Spirit Root and the Vice Dean's direct disciple.
Soon, Lina became a prominent figure admired by countless students for her astonishing cultivation talent and potential. Whether it was her dual spirit root talent or the status of a direct disciple, it was destined that Lina's future would be bright.
This also led to Kinarina becoming the object of admiration for many male classmates.
Since joining the Deer Academy, Kinarina receives confessions from different male students almost every day, eager to become her Dao companion. However, Kinarina rejected everyone, including Louis, who was also a direct disciple.
Initially, Louis thought that Kinarina was solely focused on cultivation and nothing else. But on one occasion, Louis saw Kinarina discussing the Taishan Sword Immortal with Lu Yunyun.
He could never forget Kinarina's expression, that admiring posture, as if pulling silk with her eyes, all of which made Louis extremely unwilling.
Why? He was a student of the Deer Academy. And the other person? Just a self-cultivator from a humble background? How was he inferior to the other party?
Every time he thought about this, a raging fire burned in Louis's heart. He vowed that if he encountered Jang Chen, he would crush him underfoot and humiliate him severely, thereby changing Kinarina's mind.
Senior brother Lu, your words are too much,
Kinarina said discontentedly.
Too much? Did I say something wrong? Didn't he just kill a mutated beast?
I bet people thought he killed a king of beasts in chains.
Louis remained arrogant and unyielding. Regardless, he is my savior, you are not allowed to insult him like this, Kinarina challenged.
Lu Yunyun, on the side, smiled and said, Senior brother Lu, I don't think you understand the weight in Kinarina's heart. He is the prince who rescued her when she was in danger. By humiliating her crush in front of her, she naturally wouldn't appreciate it.
Junior sister Lu, what are you saying? Kinarina blushed, looking embarrassed. Clearly, she hit the mark.
This scene made Louis grit his teeth and say in a low voice, the Taishan Sword Immortal, right? It's best not to let me encounter him, or I will make him regret it. As the helicopter carrying everyone arrived at Song Mountain, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Reporters quickly aimed their cameras and began reporting, everyone, a new force has arrived at Song Mountain, it seems to be from the Deer Academy.
The Deer Academy, one of the 8 great academies, has also come? Wasn't the Deer Academy supposed to remain hidden for 100 years? Why have they emerged again?
Of course, with the revival of spiritual energy nowadays, the Deer Academy naturally has to start recruiting new students.
Awakeners on Song Mountain discussed and exchanged information about the Deer Academy.
As one of the 8 great academies, the Deer Academy has always maintained a neutral stance and rarely gets involved in any disputes. It is also a holy place for numerous self-cultivators from humble backgrounds. The Deer Academy only looks at talent and potential, regardless of background or influence. As long as one has talent and potential, anyone can enter the Deer Academy. There are many strong individuals here. Junior sister Kinarina, remember not to stray too far from me. If anything happens, I will protect you. Louis scanned the crowd, noticing many individuals with strength comparable to his own.
This realization made Louis aware that this was his chance to shine. He wanted Kinarina to understand that he was the true Prince Charming. However, just as Louis fantasized in his mind, he saw Kinarina gazing into the distance, her eyes sweeping through the crowd. A familiar figure caught her eye, causing Kinarina's heart to skip a beat. It was as if she was back on Taishan that day, watching the person she couldn't forget walk away. Yes, it was him. On a peak,
Jang Chen stood there, gazing into the distance. Now, with numerous awakeners gathered at Song Mountain, almost occupying the entire peak, the momentum was extremely grand. At the same time, Jang Chen also noticed many young geniuses among the crowd, each with formidable strength far surpassing their peers. However, even so, they still couldn't catch Jang Chen's eye. After all, no matter how powerful they were, they had only broken through the first shackle, while he had already freed himself from the sixth shackle. They were simply not on the same level. It seems that these forces are much more troublesome than I thought. Jang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Ever since breaking free from the sixth shackle, his spiritual awareness had become exceptionally sharp, able to easily detect any anomalies. Jang Chen could sense the presence of a cultivator at the level of spirit communication within Mount Song. However, the other party was lurking in the shadows, making it very difficult to pinpoint accurately. Yet Jang Chen remained calm. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't a cultivator at the level of Dao initiation making a move, no one could threaten his life. At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared behind Jang Chen. The person exclaimed with joy, "Jang Chen? I can't believe it's really you." Qin Lina looked delighted, her beautiful eyes showing happiness. When she saw a figure resembling Jang Chen earlier, she thought it was just a coincidence and didn't hold much hope. But to her surprise, it was indeed him. "It's you." Jang Chen also recognized Qin Lina. They had a chance encounter at Mount Tai in the past, but apart from that, they had no other interactions. Seeing Qin Lina again, Jang Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. "You've become an awakener?" "Yes. Since that day, I have become an awakener and even joined the Pursuit Academy as an outer disciple." The Pursuit Academy? Jang Chen heard this familiar yet unfamiliar name and was momentarily stunned. A few seconds later, he remembered hearing about it in his previous life. It was said to be a neutral force that had been passed down for thousands of years and gradually became active in the public eye after the mythological era, recruiting awakening talents widely as students. In his past life, Jang Chen had also thought about joining the Pursuit Academy, but his talent was too low for them to consider. "Jang Chen, have you considered joining the Pursuit Academy? With your talent and potential, you will undoubtedly receive special attention from the teachers." Qin Lina got straight to the point. She hoped Jang Chen would join the Pursuit Academy so that any force wanting to move against him would have to think twice, as the Pursuit Academy was not an easy target. Additionally, she would get to see Jang Chen every day, killing two birds with one stone. "Not interested." Jang Chen's words left Qin Lina stunned. She hadn't expected Jang Chen to refuse, which she found incomprehensible. Didn't Jang Chen realize the great benefits of joining the Pursuit Academy? But Qin Lina was unaware of Jang Chen's true thoughts. There were a total of 8 major academies in Huaxia, namely the Pursuit Academy, the Hanlin Academy, the Northern Dipper Academy, the Purple Mansion Academy, the Shaking Light Academy, the Eternal Green Academy, the Jade Pool Academy, and the Star Academy. These 8 academies seemed indistinguishable, but in terms of strength, background, and historical heritage, there were significant differences. The rankings from high to low were Purple Mansion, Shaking Light, Jade Pool, Northern Dipper, Star, Eternal Green, Hanlin, and Pursuit. The reason the Pursuit Academy was ranked the lowest was that it followed a public school route, where almost anyone with a bit of talent could join, unlike the other 4 academies that followed an internal recommendation route. This meant that even with high talent, one could not enter without a recommendation. As a result, while many students came out of the Pursuit Academy, very few strong individuals emerged, far less than the other 4 academies. Moreover, in terms of school discipline, the Pursuit Academy was also inferior to the other academies, often experiencing various fights and lack of discipline. This was why Jang Chen was unwilling to join the Pursuit Academy. "Do you not understand your current situation? Many forces are offering hefty rewards for your head. You should seek a sanctuary." Qin Lina emphasized with concern. "I don't think those miscellaneous forces can push me to such an extent. Why are you still so stubborn? I admit you are strong, but you definitely cannot match those top forces." Since joining the Pursuit Academy, Qin Lina had gained a new understanding of the current world order. However, the more she delved into it, the more she realized the terror of these forces. "Are you done talking? Once you're done, you can leave," Jang Chen said impatiently, not wanting to waste words with the other party. Seeing this, Qin Lina wanted to make one last attempt to persuade Jang Chen to join the Deer Academy. But before she could speak, a disdainful voice rang out. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak arrogantly in front of junior sister Lina?" Unnoticed, Louis appeared behind Qin Lina, accompanied by Lu Yunyun and others. Louis, with an air of superiority, walked up to Jang Chen, demanding an apology for his previous rudeness. "Junior sister Lina kindly invited you to join the Deer Academy. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine,
but your attitude is despicable. Do you really think highly of yourself?
After he spoke, many people around were drawn to the scene, curious about what was happening.
Lina immediately signaled Louis to stop talking. She didn't want things to escalate. No, this guy is arrogant and must pay the price. Louis sneered inwardly.
He already knew that the other party was the young sword immortal of Mount Tai. His actions were meant to embarrass Jang Chen in public and diminish Lina's status in his eyes.
Apologize on your knees, you waste of space, Louis commanded. And if I don't?
Jang Chen stared at him, his eyes emitting a chilling coldness that seemed to lower the temperature around them.
It's okay.
If you don't kneel, I don't mind breaking your legs and helping you kneel down myself, Louis sneered coldly.
He intended to show Lina that he was far superior to Jang Chen.
Seeing this, Jang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smirk, rumors say the Deer Academy is a mixed bag of dragons and snakes, with all sorts of people.
It seems those rumors aren't baseless.
This provocative remark angered Lu Yunyun and others, who immediately joined in condemning Jang Chen.
What do you mean?
Just because junior sister Lina supports you, don't think we won't dare to do something to you.
Don't forget, you're a wanted criminal now.
If I shout that Jang Chen is here, guess what will happen to you? The crowd unanimously decided that Jang Chen must kneel and apologize, or there would be no way to overlook the matter.
They expected Jang Chen to yield under the current circumstances.
However, Jang Chen shook his head, chuckled, and said, "Do you all think too highly of yourselves, like a bunch of stray cats and dogs?"
Arrogant. Too arrogant. Lu Yi and the others were furious.
As students of the Deer Academy, they were always admired wherever they went.
When had they ever been regarded as stray cats and dogs? Jang Chen was simply too arrogant. Hey, aren't those people from the Deer Academy? It looks like they're having a dispute with someone else. Who's so ignorant to provoke the people from the Deer Academy? Why does that person look familiar to me?
Many people were drawn to the scene, and when they learned that someone had been disrespectful to the Deer Academy, they showed expressions of schadenfreude.
At that moment, someone recognized Jang Chen. They exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that the wanted criminal with bounties from various major forces?" This revelation ignited the whole crowd.
Jang Chen was like a walking treasure, and countless awakened individuals greedily focused their eyes on him, eager to capture him. Seeing the situation escalating, Lina felt uneasy and tried to intervene, saying, "Brother Lu, let's end it here. I don't want things to get out of hand because of me."
From the moment he spoke disrespectfully, this matter has already escalated.
This guy not only insulted us but also disrespected the Deer Academy.
As a member of the Deer Academy, I cannot stand idly by, Louis said decisively. Exactly.
He must be held accountable for his words and actions.
Others chimed in.
They had long been fed up with Jang Chen's attitude.
Who did he think he was? Just the fifth on a minor ranking list? Did he really believe he was some kind of sword immortal? Here's your last chance.
If you kneel down now and apologize, disable yourself, this matter will be considered settled.
Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Mount Song unscathed. Louis sneered mockingly.
He was determined to make Jang Chen lose face in front of everyone, to make Lina see clearly how ugly and incompetent her admired one truly was. However, as soon as Louis finished speaking, a crisp slap echoed through the venue. Jang Chen appeared in front of Louis out of nowhere, slapped him across the face, and then asked, "Is this my apology satisfactory to you?" Hiss. The crowd gasped in shock, thinking that Jang Chen was truly reckless. Didn't he realize the situation he was in? How could he dare to be so bold? It was like courting death. "Ah, I'll kill you," Louis roared furiously, his anger reaching its peak. From birth until now, he had never experienced such humiliation. Jang Chen's slap almost trampled his dignity into the ground. Unable to contain his murderous intent, Louis drew his sword from his waist and swung it towards Jang Chen without hesitation. The strike was swift and fierce, as if it could split mountains. Clang! Jang Chen extended two fingers, intercepted the strike in midair, and then exerted a little force. Crack! Cracks appeared on the blade, which eventually shattered into pieces on the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Louis was a 9th-level awakened realm expert. His strength was top-notch in the entire venue, yet he seemed powerless against Jang Chen. "You dare to boast about killing with such limited skills?" Jang Chen coldly chuckled, sending shivers down many people's spines, instilling fear in their hearts. Louis's face twitched, fear evident in his eyes. He had never imagined the vast difference between them, but instead of panicking, he forced himself to remain calm. "I am a student of the Pursuit Academy. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the teachers will not spare you," Louis threatened confidently, believing that Jang Chen wouldn't dare to act, hence his composed demeanor. However, upon hearing this, Jang Chen shook his head and sneered, even if you were from the Purple Mansion Academy, I would still not hesitate to act. With that said, he swiftly approached, his fingers clawed like talons gripping Lu Yi's head. With a little force, Jang Chen could easily crush Lu Yi's skull like a watermelon. At that moment, Lu Yi was completely panicked, his expression filled with fear as he struggled to break free from Jang Chen's grasp.
Onlookers like Lu Yunyun were stunned, unsure of how to react.
They were inexperienced and only relied on their status from the Pursuit Academy, never having witnessed such a scene before. In a critical moment, Qi Lina stepped forward. Jang Chen, I beg you to forgive the past grievances and show mercy.
Why should I? Jang Chen questioned.
If you are willing to spare Senior Lu, I am willing to offer a valuable item as a condition. The treasure Qin Lina mentioned was a fragmentary ancient map containing information about the Tianju Temple's terrain and some intelligence. Legend had it that Qin Lina's teacher obtained this map during her travels in Huaxia from an ancient relic. This was also the reason why the Pursuit Academy sent people to Mount Song.
Fine, I agree to your terms. Jang Chen pondered for a moment before responding.
His goal from the beginning was to obtain the Tianju Temple's legacy, the Nirvana Sutra.
With the map of the Tianju Temple, his chances of acquiring the Nirvana Sutra would undoubtedly increase. Then let's make the exchange. Qin Lina breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she thought this would save Lu Yi, Jang Chen coldly remarked, hold on, since the map is incomplete, the person should not be intact either. What do you mean? Lu Yunyun retorted.
It's simple, make him kneel and apologize, then disable himself.
The crowd erupted in noise. Not only Lu Yunyun, but others also felt that Jang Chen had gone too far. You're dreaming, Lu Yi retorted angrily. He would rather die than kneel down and disable himself, but Jang Chen remained indifferent, saying lightly, it's fine if you don't accept it. Whether I have this map or not doesn't matter to me. Alright, I agree to your request, Qin Lina said. Junior sister Lina, are you serious? Do you all want to see senior brother Lu die here? How will we explain to our teacher when we go back? Qin Lina retorted. Hearing this, the others fell silent. Let's not make a big deal out of this, especially since we were in the wrong from the beginning, Qin Lina sighed. Although she had not known Jang Chen for long, she had a good grasp of his character. This was already Jang Chen's utmost tolerance. Junior sister, if you really want to do this, you might as well kill me directly. I would rather die than live in such humiliation, Lu Yi exclaimed frantically. But Qin Lina smiled helplessly. Senior brother Lu, don't you understand? He never intended for you to die from the beginning. He just used us to set an example. Otherwise, based on my understanding of his character, he wouldn't just disable your hands and feet. At the very least, he would have you disable your dantian completely and become an ordinary person before giving up. And now that you have disabled your hands and feet, with our teacher's methods, he can easily restore you to your original state when you return. Set an example? Lu Yi seemed to realize belatedly. Exactly, didn't you notice that since the commotion earlier, all the awakened individuals on Mount Song have been attracted here? Including the forces like the great Lu royal family. He is completely using us to intimidate them. It was only when Qin Lina spoke that Lu Yi finally understood. He now realized that countless gazes were focused on him. No wonder Qin Lina had been trying to dissuade him from the beginning. She had long noticed this. This made Lu Yi feel guilty. Clearly, he was the senior brother, yet he couldn't even see through this basic deception, ultimately causing the academy to lose its reputation. Thinking of this, his eyes became resolute, and he said in a deep voice, isn't it just disabling my hands and feet? I'll do it myself. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out abruptly, instantly drawing everyone's attention. At some point, all the awakened individuals on Mount Song had gathered here. Even forces like the great Lu royal family were quietly approaching, surrounding the area, leaving Jang Chen with no chance to escape. At this moment, Duan Yu, clapping, came to Jang Chen's side and smirked. A good move to set an example, but do you really think you can intimidate us with this? We are not like the easy targets at the academy. Put away your little tricks and kneel down to confess. Bullying a weakling who hasn't even broken free from the first shackle, that's all you're capable of. Lu Niafeng and others mocked, not taking Jang Chen seriously at all. In their eyes, Jang Chen targeting Lu Yi was just a show of force to deter those with ill intentions. Unfortunately, they were not buying it. Because they had all broken free from the first shackle and were far stronger than Lu Yi, why should they fear Jang Chen? But that wasn't the most important thing. The reason they were not afraid of Jang Chen was that they had even stronger cards up their sleeves, the family's hidden experts. If they were in danger, these experts would immediately appear, meaning they were in an unbeatable position from the start. Set an example? Have you misunderstood something?
Jang Chen shook his head, his eyes contemptuous. Killing you all is as simple as crushing ants, why bother with intimidation? I advise you not to overestimate yourselves. With these words, the whole place fell silent.
Did they hear correctly? Or had Jang Chen lost his mind? Didn't he realize the current situation? Who is this guy?
How dare he be so arrogant? He simply doesn't put the major forces in his eyes. I heard he is the 5th on the divine ranking, the teenage sword immortal of Mount Tai.
He has offended forces like the Black Dragon Hall, the Entropy Union, and the Great Lu royal family. What is he thinking? Are you tired of living?
The on-site news reporters were broadcasting live, presenting the scene to the national audience.
When various forces besieged Jang Chen, countless netizens mocked him for being arrogant and conceited. It wasn't just these netizens.
Even the awakened on Mount Song, after a glance at the situation, instantly judged the outcome.
The conclusion was that Jang Chen was doomed to die. Not strong in power, but quite arrogant in speech.
I can tell, you're eager to die. Kid, from your appearance, I see you've already found the way to die. Before Lu Niafeng and others could speak, their followers behind them darkened their faces and rebuked.
Jang Chen dared to be so arrogant even at the brink of death, which was beyond their expectations.
However, at this moment, Duan Yu suddenly said, I won't say I didn't give you a chance.
Just hand over the immortality elixir now, and I swear I won't trouble you anymore. Hand over the 9-dragon bronze coffin and the formless robe, and I might spare your life.
The wild beast also spoke.
Kneel down.
Quickly hand over that peerless divine sword to me, that was originally my destined encounter. Lu Niafeng stood with his hands behind his back, his voice commanding. The others also threatened at this moment, intending to divide the divine items on Jang Chen. This intimidating scene made many people's scalps tingle, unable to imagine the immense pressure Jang Chen was facing at the moment. If it were them, they probably wouldn't withstand the pressure and would obediently hand over the divine items they possessed.
Jang Chen. Qin Lina looked worried.
She wanted to step forward to speak up for Jang Chen but was held back by Lu Yunyun. She was advised not to act impulsively to avoid unnecessary trouble.
You want my divine items? Fine. Jang Chen's response left everyone in the audience stunned. What's going on? Wasn't Jang Chen extremely tough in his attitude? Why is he now yielding and admitting defeat?
In front of everyone, Jang Chen took out these divine items one by one.
The true dragon immortality elixir, the sword embryo of slaying immortals, the formless robe.
Everyone looked at these divine items, their eyes almost popping out, filled with desire and greed. Even Lu Niafeng and the others couldn't sit still.
So many divine items. Even with all their efforts, they couldn't obtain a single one, yet Jang Chen had so many. This made them envious, jealous, and resentful. But it didn't matter.
From this moment on, they would be the new owners of these divine items.
You know your place, kneel before us and present the divine items.
Lu Niafeng laughed arrogantly, his face filled with joy. The others also laughed heartily, urging Jang Chen to quickly present these precious divine items. However, just when everyone thought Jang Chen would obediently comply, they saw him standing still, smiling ambiguously. Did I say I was going to give them to you? If you want them, come and take them yourself. If you don't drink the toast, you'll drink the penalty. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Duan Yu's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. He suddenly stepped forward, as if shrinking inches, crossing 100 meters in the blink of an eye. When he approached Jang Chen, he reached out a big hand to strike at Jang Chen's chest, intending to strike him down and seize the divine items. Jang Chen didn't flinch, and he also struck out with a palm for the collision.
Is he crazy?
Duan Yu is a genius monster of the Black Dragon Hall. His physical body has long reached its peak. Ordinary cultivators are no match for him.
Many people shook their heads and sneered, thinking Jang Chen was being foolish. But after the collision of the two, the result was unexpected.
Duan Yu's palm cracked, blood gushing out uncontrollably, his face filled with disbelief, shocked, impossible.
How can his physical body be so powerful? Others also sensed something amiss.
This Jang Chen seemed not as simple as reported in the intelligence. Van Mark Jack of Rhine Technology licked his dry lips as if he had found a satisfactory prey. No wonder Will Bruce has been wanting to extract your genetic spinal fluid. You are indeed a very suitable research subject. With that, Van Mark Jack took out a new type of genetic capsule from his pocket. After swallowing it, his strength instantly soared several levels, exuding a sense of primal wild power.
Jang Chen also noticed the opponent's change in strength. If Beck Braden only utilized 5% of this primal power, then Van Mark Jack had at least 20%. With my current strength, killing you only takes one move. Van Mark Jack was confident, a smile of assurance on his face. He took heavy steps, approaching Jang Chen like a prehistoric savage, the imposing pressure making everyone's scalp tingle.
They had a feeling that with Van Mark Jack's current physical strength, even a strong man who had broken free from the first shackle might be killed with one punch. Rest assured, I will leave you a complete corpse. After all, Rhine technology still needs your body for research to achieve a great breakthrough in genetic enhancement technology. With these words, Van Mark Jack revealed a fierce expression, his bulging right arm striking towards Jang Chen's face mercilessly. This blow could instantly shatter the skull of someone at the first shackle level. Everyone sensed that Jang Chen was in grave danger. But the next moment, a sword hum suddenly sounded in their ears. Chaotic sword energy roared out like a mad dragon soaring into the sky, as if tearing through the heavens. Jang Chen remained indifferent, wielding the sword of slaying immortals. With just one sword strike, Van Mark Jack's right arm was severed, hot blood spraying around, accompanied by a chilling cry of agony. Rest assured, although I can't guarantee to leave you a complete corpse, I can definitely give you a quick and painless end. Jang Chen smiled, but it sent shivers down everyone's spine, instilling fear. My hand! Van Mark Jack kept screaming, losing his former arrogance. On the side, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't act recklessly earlier, or he would have met the same fate as Van Mark Jack. Others felt a sinking feeling. They thought they could easily control Jang Chen, but now it seemed not to be the case. What a sharp sword! What's the origin of this spiritual weapon? With this sword in hand, no wonder he's hailed as a sword immortal. See that? This is the power boost brought by divine artifacts. The awakened ones were envious. Without this extraordinary sword, Jang Chen would never have been a match for Lu Niefeng and the others. After all, these 5 individuals had broken free from the first shackle, exuding a powerful aura that awakened ones shouldn't possess. In contrast, Jang Chen didn't emanate this invisible pressure, leading people to believe he was still in the awakening stage. That's the extra-dimensional divine sword from Kunlun. It should have been mine. Lu Niefeng's eyes were cold, brimming with killing intent. Most of the divine artifacts on Jang Chen should belong to the great Lu royal family. If not for Lu Mengyao teaming up with Jang Chen, this extraordinary divine sword would have been his long ago. Jang Chen, as long as you hand over this extra-dimensional divine sword now, I will spare your life. Lu Niefeng threatened. He demanded all divine artifacts on Jang Chen, only willing to let go of the sword of slaying immortals to settle the grudges between the great Lu royal family and him. But Jang Chen, upon hearing this, sneered disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? You're going too far. This extra-dimensional divine sword rightfully belongs to the great Lu royal family. If you hadn't used despicable means to steal it from Kunlun Mountain, this sword would be in my hands now." Ridiculous, by your logic. Can't I claim all unowned divine artifacts in the world as mine? I can see you're eager to die. Lu Niefeng's face twisted, a forced smile on his lips. With these words, a dazzling light flashed in Lu Niefeng's palm, and a completely red sword named Zhu Qi materialized out of thin air. This sword, resembling a crimson dragon, emitted a sharp sword intent. Named Zhu Qi, it was obtained by Lu Niefeng during an awakening ceremony. Though not as powerful as the sword of slaying immortals, it was sufficient for current use. Among sword cultivators, there is also a distinction between high and low. Don't think that having a transcendent divine sword in hand makes you invincible. In my presence, your so-called title of sword immortal is nothing but a joke. LV Niefeng had no intention of wasting words. He aimed to dominate and kill Jang Chen with force. LV Miaoyan sneered repeatedly. She was ready to see how Jang Chen would meet his end. LV Niefeng was considered an outstanding genius within the great LV royal family. Before breaking free from the first shackle, he had relied on the vermilion red sword to slay a shackle realm beast king. Now that he had broken free from the first shackle, it was hard to imagine the extent of his terrifying strength. Even if it were a beast king who had broken free from the second shackle, LV Niefeng estimated that he could easily slay them. I can see that you seem quite confident. Jang Chen squinted his eyes slightly, with a smile that was not quite a smile, and said, "Unfortunately, my only interest is to crush the confidence of arrogant people with one foot. You're asking for death." LV Niefeng's gaze turned icy as he raised his sword to attack. He transformed into a crimson streak of light, rushing towards Jang Chen like a tornado. In the blink of an eye, LV Niefeng appeared behind Jang Chen, swinging the vermilion red sword, and a fierce sword energy swept out in all directions. The momentum of this sword was overwhelming, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Quite interesting. Jang Chen showed no sign of dodging but met the attack head-on. The chaos sword chi erupted from the sword embryo of the annihilation sword, as if tearing apart the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. He also swung his sword. Unlike LV Niefeng, Jang Chen's sword was simple and straightforward, without any fancy embellishments. Clang! The two swords clashed, emitting a sharp metallic sound, followed by an extremely terrifying shockwave that engulfed the entire area like a tornado.
Who won? Someone questioned.
The next moment, a figure was sent flying 100 meters away, crashing heavily into a hard rocky wall, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, everyone could see that the figure turned out to be Elviniaphone. His face was pale, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his body in a mess as he emerged from the dust, and the vermilion red sword in his hand was covered in cracks, showing signs of being on the verge of breaking. The whole scene left everyone dumbfounded.
Even Elviniaphone was no match for Jang Chen?
It was known that Duanyu, Elviniaphone, the Mad Beast, Nangong Lian, and Fan Majak were the most talked about geniuses recently. Their achievements were remarkable, and no one dared to question their strength. Some even believed that these five were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation. But what was the reality? Duanyu, Elviniaphone, and Fan Majak were all defeated one after another, proving to be no match for Jang Chen. Although Nangong Lian and the Mad Beast had yet to make a move, judging from the overwhelming momentum earlier, they did not believe that these two had the ability to defeat Jang Chen. The gap between the two sides was too vast. If it weren't for that transcendent divine sword, I wouldn't have lost. Elviniaphone gritted his teeth. Obviously, he was unwilling to accept the fact of his defeat. In his eyes, there was only one person more outstanding than him, and that was LV Wudi, who was highly regarded by many in the clan. Losing to Jang Chen was entirely due to the divine item on the opponent's side. Might is right. Save these excuses for the King of Hell, Jang Chen said indifferently, wanting to eliminate any future troubles. But Elviniaphone suddenly grinned and said, in a one-on-one fight, I am indeed not your match, but if we join forces, the situation will be different. He encouraged Duanyu and the others to team up to besiege Jang Chen. After the deed was done, he would only take the sword embryo of the Annihilation Sword, leaving the rest of the divine items untouched. Initially, Nangong Lian and the Mad Beast had given up, but upon hearing this condition, their hearts stirred once again. As for Duanyu and Fan Majak, they had longed to dismember Jang Chen into pieces and naturally would not refuse this proposal. I agree to join forces. This guy is too arrogant. It's time to crush his pride, the Mad Beast said with a smile like a cat playing with a mouse. Let's make it clear, I not only want the undying divine medicine on him but also the unfettered robe, Nangong Lian said expressionlessly. I just want him to pay the price. Duanyu said coldly. Don't kill him directly later, I want to torture him severely to vent the anger in my heart. Fan Majak's gaze was eerie and terrifying, as if he wanted to devour Jang Chen alive. This is too much. Aren't you afraid of being despised by the world? Qin Lina furrowed her brows. I like what he said, in this world, it's all about the winner takes all. Any dissatisfaction can be taken up with the King of Hell. Elviniaphone sneered coldly. As long as he could obtain the sword embryo of Zhu Xian, he didn't care how the world viewed him. Besides, history is written by the victors. As long as he wins, he can write this chapter of history however he pleases. The five young supreme beings joining forces, he might be in grave danger. The crowd shook their heads in regret. They acknowledged Jang Chen's strength but also lamented his fate. After all, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly face off against five geniuses at once. Ants are just ants after all, no matter how many gather, they cannot shake a true dragon. Jang Chen remained indifferent, feeling no pressure at all. This attitude infuriated Elviniaphone and the others. They refused to believe it. Even with the five of them joining forces, they couldn't deal with Jang Chen. You're still defiant even at death's door. Today, you will die here for sure. Forcing us to join hands, you can consider yourself dead in a glorious way. Waves of terrifying power erupted, as spectacular and shocking as five volcanoes erupting simultaneously, making the onlookers' scalps tingle and their hearts race. Elviniaphone and the others unleashed their strongest moves directly, intending to strangle Jang Chen right there. Many had already foreseen the outcome. Even though Jang Chen had a divine weapon in hand, the power of the divine weapon was ultimately limited. It was a foolish dream to think that he could withstand this terrifying onslaught with an otherworldly divine sword. Humph! Jang Chen's face was cold as he wielded his sword. He thought these few individuals would realize the gap in their strengths, back down in embarrassment, and never dare to trouble him again. He underestimated them. They still believed they had a chance at victory. So be it. Let them understand why they should despair. Jang Chen turned into a human lightning bolt, approaching at a speed faster than sound, disappearing from his original position in an instant. In a blink of an eye, Jang Chen appeared in front of Elviniaphone and the others, moving so fast that they couldn't react. Slash! Jang Chen's sword struck, sharp and fierce, wreaking havoc all around. Although this sword was plain and simple, it could easily kill a beast king that had broken free from 3 sets of shackles. With Elviniaphone and the others' strength, they stood no chance of blocking it. Oh no!
LV Niafong felt a sense of impending doom and quickly pulled out their life-saving trump cards.
Before coming to Mount Song, they had each been given a keycard to save their lives, thinking they would use it in a blessed land, not expecting to be forced to use it in this situation. But there was no other choice. If they didn't use it now, they might never get another chance. The 5 of them each pulled out their life-saving cards, barely blocking Jang Chen's strike. Nevertheless, they were still hit by the aftermath of the attack, sent flying tens of meters away, crashing heavily onto the hard ground, blood oozing from their mouths, showing the extent of their injuries. LV Niafong and the others looked terrified, their faces filled with disbelief. They were 5 people joining forces. Even if they couldn't defeat Jang Chen, they should have at least been evenly matched. However, after using their life-saving cards, they still suffered severe injuries. If they hadn't used their life-saving measures earlier, they might have died on the spot. This guy is too strong. Even the 5 supreme beings together are no match for him? The ranking on the god list must be flawed. With his strength, he can definitely surpass all others and claim the top spot. The most terrifying thing is that he seems to have never been serious from the beginning to the end. Those netizens who witnessed the entire process through live streaming were also deeply moved and excited at this moment. Just a few days ago, they were still debating who among LV Niafong and the others was the number one among the younger generation, causing quite a stir, almost leading to offline confrontations. But the one they considered the strongest couldn't even withstand a single move from Jang Chen. This realization was truly shocking. Based on his previous performance, he has at least broken free from the 3rd set of shackles. Lu Yunyan exclaimed. She saw a familiar shadow in Jang Chen. He started practicing at the age of 3, broke free from the first shackle at 12, and within a short 8 years, he reached the 6th level of the shackle realm. Now, he was only a half step away from the spiritual realm. He was hailed as the most talented student in the past 100 years of the Deer Academy, Li Xingyun. He's truly a monster. Lu Yi muttered. He was grateful he hadn't provoked Jang Chen earlier, as the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xin Lina gazed at that figure, a hint of melancholy flashing in her beautiful eyes. He was still the same, making her feel distant and unattainable. She thought that becoming an awakener would bring them closer, but in reality, there was still a gap even among awakeners. This made Xin Lina silently vow to reach the heights where he stood one day. Is this all you've got? Jang Chen walked slowly towards the 5 people, looking down on them from a higher position. Lu Niafong and the others had never experienced such humiliation. Each of them wore a fierce expression, wishing to tear Jang Chen apart. Duan Yu even threatened Jang Chen, claiming that if he dared to make a move, he would make him live in fear for the rest of his life. But they didn't know that Jang Chen detested being threatened. Jang Chen's eyes were cold as he calmly said, "Have you finished your last words? Then it's time to go." Everyone was stunned. Was Jang Chen serious? If he killed Lu Niafong and the others, he would truly make irreconcilable enemies with these forces. "Youngster, you've gone too far." At this moment, a deep, old voice seemed to resonate throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Sound transmission over 1,000 miles. This was a method only mastered by strong individuals in the spiritual realm. "Tang Bo, you finally arrived." Lu Niafong swept away the gloom on his face, revealing a look of ecstasy. In the next moment, a slightly hunched old man appeared in front of Lu Niafong. His face was covered in wrinkles, showing a doting smile as he said, "Don't be afraid, my child. Since your mother asked me to protect you, no one can threaten your life." After Tang Bo appeared, an invisible oppressive force enveloped the entire venue, making it difficult for many people to breathe. This completely confirmed everyone's thoughts. This person was definitely a super strong individual in the spiritual realm. The great Lu Wang clan is really protective of their little ones, Jang Chen said with a smile that wasn't a smile. He wasn't surprised by Tang Bo's appearance. Earlier, he had already sensed that there were many strong individuals lurking in Mount Song, so he had anticipated this situation. Don't think you're invincible with a bit of strength. If you surrender with respect, you may have a chance to live. I advise you to be sensible. Tang Bo stood with his hands behind his back, his tone proud. Tang Bo, it's him who took the divine sword that should have been mine. Hurry up and kill him, get the divine sword back for me. Lu Niafeng's face was full of schadenfreude, waiting to see how Jang Chen would die. No matter how strong Jang Chen was, could he be stronger than a spiritual realm cultivator? Tang Bo nodded, then said, "Youngster, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kneel down now, offer the divine sword, and voluntarily become a slave of the Lu family for 30 years. I will consider giving you a way out." Wow! This condition was too harsh. It was like trampling Jang Chen's dignity on the ground. Many people sighed deeply, feeling sorry for Jang Chen.
Old dog, if you bark arrogantly again, do you believe I'll make you forever silent? Jang Chen said indifferently. This statement completely shocked the audience. Was Jang Chen crazy? How could he dare to say such words? Too arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person. He doesn't even put strong individuals in the spiritual realm in his eyes. He simply doesn't know the word death. No wonder they say the fate of geniuses is to be stifled. If every genius is as arrogant as him, premature death is normal. The awakeners on the field discussed one after another, with different opinions. Some were sympathetic, some mocking, some gloating. But there was one viewpoint that everyone unanimously agreed on: Jang Chen was doomed to die. Although he defeated people like Nyefong, revealing his own powerful strength, he couldn't change his fate in front of the strong in the spirit communication realm. There was no way. The gap between realms was too vast. Tang Bo squinted his eyes slightly, smiling but not smiling, and said, I have practiced for many years and have seen many unrivaled geniuses, but no one as arrogant as you. A powerful aura surrounded him, giving off a strong sense of oppression just by looking at him. It was hard to imagine. When a strong spirit communication realm expert like him made a move, it would be a terrifying sight. I have also met many old folks, but none bark as loudly as you do. It's a first. Jang Chen sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Tang Bo's face instantly stiffened, replaced by a cold killing intent. Youngster, do you think that no one in this world can control you? At least you can't. Humph. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will teach you what it means for there to be always someone better, and a sky beyond the sky, and a man beyond the man. Tang Bo then waved his hand, and a majestic spiritual power erupted like a volcano, overwhelming Jang Chen. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle and their hearts moved. Just standing on the sidelines, they could feel an endless sense of oppression, as if Mount Tai was hanging over their heads, with nowhere to hide. The onlookers deeply experienced the terror of a strong spirit communication realm expert. Interesting. Jang Chen not only showed no fear but also revealed a hint of excitement in his eyes. Since taking the 9 Wonders Holy Fruit, his physical body had reached its peak, and there was no one in the same realm who could harm him. This made him eager for stronger opponents to test the limits of his body. Instead of dodging, he threw a punch, choosing to face the challenge head-on. Seeing this, the onlookers shook their heads and sneered, thinking Jang Chen was crazy for attempting to directly confront a spirit communication realm expert. Nyefong was particularly pleased, looking forward to seeing Jang Chen's demise. Bang! When the two attacks collided, it sounded like mountains crashing into each other, creating a huge noise. Everyone thought Jang Chen would be defeated easily. But what happened next was unforgettable for countless people. Tang Bo seemed to have been hit hard, his body retreating dozens of meters away, leaving a long trail on the ground. His hand was trembling, and blood oozed from the cracked skin of his palm. In contrast, Jang Chen showed no signs of injury anywhere on his body, not even a speck of dust. How? Is this possible? Nyefong was dumbfounded. He wondered if he was dreaming, as this was too absurd. Tang Bo was also extremely shocked, his face full of emotion. He was a practitioner of the spirit communication realm, so how could he lose to Jang Chen? How could a mere shackles realm possess such a powerful physical body? You must have used some demonic technique. Tang Bo, embarrassed and angry, refused to admit his defeat. Suddenly, he seemed to have figured something out and hastily said, Right, it must be because of divine artifacts. This kid must have several divine artifacts on him, otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Tang Bo suddenly realized. He shifted all the blame onto the divine artifacts, completely refusing to acknowledge that he was inferior to Jang Chen. This explanation was also agreed upon by others. Everyone believed that Jang Chen relied on the power of divine artifacts, otherwise, he would never have been able to compete with Tang Bo. Is this all the spirit communication realm can do? It's really disappointing. Jang Chen shook his head. In that last punch, he had only used about 50% of his strength. If he had gone all out, he could have at least severely injured the opponent, if not defeated him with one blow. Old Tang, it's been so many years, and I never thought you couldn't even handle a junior. It's really laughable. Your previous performance was simply an insult to the reputation of spirit communication realm cultivators. If this matter gets out, I reckon you'll be the butt of jokes for half a lifetime. Suddenly, several slightly mocking voices rang out. As the voices fell, 3 figures appeared abruptly beside Tang Bo, each exuding the aura of a spirit communication realm expert. The onlookers were stunned. There were still spirit communication realm experts present? 4 in total. Uncle Feng, Aunt Hong, 6th senior uncle. On the side, Duan Yu and the others were also showing ecstatic expressions. These 3, just like Tang Bo,
were all top experts dispatched by their respective forces to secretly protect them. If having just one spirit realm powerhouse wasn't stable enough, then with 4 spirit realm powerhouses making a move, Jang Chen would have no way out.
What are you mocking? This kid's strength is not weak to begin with.
I reckon he broke free from the 4 restraints, and he also has multiple divine items to enhance his combat power. Even if you guys were in his shoes, you might not necessarily benefit, Tangbo said unwillingly. Even if Jang Chen had divine items boosting him, as a spirit realm cultivator, losing to a junior would become a stain on his life.
The others didn't continue to criticize Tangbo.
As the saying goes, a blind punch can kill the master.
Living in this world, who can guarantee they won't step into any pitfalls?
Changing the subject, they shifted their focus to Jang Chen, threatening, "Junior, hand over the divine items on you, or don't blame us for making it impossible for you to survive or die."
Their attitude was arrogant, completely disregarding Jang Chen. Even with divine items, so what? With 4 spirit realm powerhouses present, he couldn't stir up any waves.
What if I refuse?
Jang Chen remained firm.
He had tested them. These people before him were merely at the first level of the spirit realm. Based on physical strength alone, he had a high probability of defeating them. Not to mention he had the divine sword embryo and other divine items. If they were to fight, he would definitely have a great chance of winning.
His statement angered the others. Do you really think having divine items by your side makes you a king here? Even with divine items, we can still easily kill you. Remember, under the spirit realm, you are all ants. Insects like you, I can crush with a flick of my hand.
Feng and the others were extremely displeased, exuding terrifying fluctuations, like a boiling volcano, causing even the ground to tremble faintly.
This was the terror of spirit realm powerhouses.
However, Jang Chen was fearless, even mocking. "I thought you guys were at the Dao realm level, acting all tough.
In my eyes, you're just like killing dogs. You're asking for death."
The group was extremely furious, their killing intent sweeping the area. Today, they must deal with Jang Chen, otherwise, they would be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, everyone believed Jang Chen's chances were slim. They couldn't imagine how Jang Chen could survive in the hands of 4 spirit realm powerhouses. However, just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the clear sky, striking heavily on Mount Song. An ancient relic slowly emerged, as if coming from another world, gradually merging with the real world under everyone's gaze. In an instant, a brilliant light shone, and a divine and majestic temple entered everyone's sight, accompanied by mysterious and profound chanting, making countless hearts yearn and eyes burn with excitement. Finally, the long-awaited paradise that countless people hoped for had arrived.
The ancient relic Tianju Temple.
With a thunderous roar, the ancient relic that had been silent for thousands of years manifested itself in the world. As the sacred and extraordinary ancient temple appeared, the heavens and earth gradually stirred, various anomalies reflecting in everyone's eyes. The profound Sanskrit chants continued, transforming into golden runes, completely reinforcing the surrounding spatial barriers, eliminating any signs of disorder. Everyone's gazes converged on the stone stele in front of the ancient temple, which boldly displayed the words Tianju. I didn't expect the opening of the paradise to be earlier than expected, quite surprising. The sudden turn of events caught Tangbo and the others off guard. They had originally planned to deal with Jang Chen first, but the emergence of Tianju Temple forced them to change their decision.
Nothing was more important than the final destiny of Tianju Temple. Moreover, as long as they were here, Jang Chen would have no chance to escape. Here it is, the destiny that belongs to me. Rumors have it that the Tianju Temple is hiding many earth-shattering legacies. Whoever can obtain them will soar to great heights and achieve extraordinary success. Everyone, this is our rare opportunity as grassroots to rise up. Charge! At this moment, everyone was filled with anticipation and restlessness. They had traveled far and wide to Mount Song, with the sole purpose of reaching this hidden paradise. Here lay countless opportunities that people had longed for, a rare chance to defy fate. Finally, someone couldn't contain themselves any longer and dashed straight towards the gates of the Tianju Temple, eager to take the lead and seize the opportunity.
Seeing this, Lunya Feng and the others couldn't sit still either, unwilling to let others get ahead. But just as they were about to act, they were stopped by Tangbo and the others. "Something doesn't seem right," Uncle Feng said.
It wasn't just him. Jang Chen also sensed a hint of danger and chose not to act recklessly.
As expected, as those who charged ahead were about to enter the Tianju Temple, the space around them suddenly twisted, as if a meat grinder, crushing them into a pulp.
Hiss!
The crowd gasped in horror, relieved in their hearts.
Especially Lun Yefeng and his companions.
They could imagine the consequences if they hadn't been stopped earlier. "The spatial barrier is not stable yet, we need to wait a few more minutes," Tangbo said solemnly. During this time, he pulled Lu Niafeng aside and took out a mysterious object from his pocket. Tang Bo handed this mysterious object to Lu Niafeng, emphasizing, "Feng, this is a disposable spiritual weapon specially crafted for you. Just infuse it with spiritual power to unleash its full force, equivalent to a full-powered strike of a spirit realm expert. Remember to use it at a critical moment." "Thank you, Tang Bo." Lu Niafeng was overjoyed. With this trump card in hand, no one could match him. Even Jang Chen, he didn't believe the other party could withstand a full-powered strike of a spirit realm expert. The final opportunity at the Tianju Temple would definitely fall into his hands. But Tang Bo, that guy's extra-dimensional divine sword. Don't worry, that kid won't escape my grasp. Today, no matter what, that extra-dimensional divine sword will return to its rightful owner. At these words, a sly smile crept onto Lu Niafeng's lips. He had witnessed the power of that extra-dimensional divine sword. If he could obtain it, his combat strength would skyrocket more than tenfold. By then, not to mention being invincible among peers, even facing Lu Wudi, who was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius within the clan, he was confident he could defeat him. As Tang Bo instructed Lu Niafeng and prepared his backup plan, Duan Yu and the others were also being pulled aside by their respective elders, secretly providing them with powerful backup plans. When the group gathered again, each person had shed their previous despondency, becoming radiant and supremely confident. At this moment, Qin Lina approached Jang Chen and asked, "Jang Chen, do you want to travel with us? This way, you'll have someone to watch your back on the journey." "No need." Jang Chen refused without hesitation. He was accustomed to traveling alone and rarely teamed up with others. Seeing this, Qin Lina didn't insist but instead took out a tattered map from her pocket. "Take this map, it might come in handy at a critical moment." Seeing Qin Lina handing him the important map, although Lu Yunyun and the others were dissatisfied, they could do nothing. After all, it was because of Lu Yi's previous offense against Jiang Chen. This map was the price Jiang Chen had spared Lu Yi. "Okay." Jiang Chen accepted calmly. He put the map away without any fuss because it was what Qin Lina owed him. At that moment, the clear sky suddenly turned turbulent, accompanied by violent thunder. A golden lightning bolt struck down heavily on the Tianju Temple. Boom! The earth trembled violently but soon returned to calm. The people noticed that the previously chaotic spatial barrier had completely stabilized. Moreover, the once tightly closed gates of the Tianju Temple slowly opened. A brilliant golden passage came into view, with sacred and peaceful scriptures echoing continuously, as if to transport people to the Western Pure Land, shrouded in endless mystery and enigma. At first, many eager awakeners who wanted to be the first to enter are now starting to back down. No one knows what lies behind the door. What if it's a dead end? No one dares to gamble. Fortune favors the bold, strong ones are born in adversity. No matter what, I will go in and find out. While others fear, I am greedy. It makes no sense to come this far and retreat. Damn it! I don't care anymore, I'd rather die. It's better than being in nobody all my life. Finally, some brave awakeners took the lead. They didn't want to spend their whole lives at the bottom, they decided to take a chance. Once successful, they would soar to new heights. As they started to reunite, the rest of the awakeners also became restless. Seeing those who entered the door unharmed, they couldn't hold back anymore and quickly followed suit. "It's now!" Lu Niafeng and others didn't dare to delay. They rushed into the Tianju Temple, fearing someone would seize the opportunity. After they entered the Tianju Temple, Tang Bo and others turned their gaze to Jiang Chen. "Kid, cherish the last moments. When you step out of the Tianju Temple, it will be your time to die." Several people sneered coldly. They vowed to watch over Jiang Chen here, and once he left the blessed land, they would strike to kill him. Jiang Chen paid no attention and leaped to the entrance of the Tianju Temple. Many people had entered the temple, but many were still outside, seemingly waiting for something. Jiang Chen glanced around and immediately understood their intentions. Indeed, the moment he moved, these people also acted, closely following behind him. Obviously, they wanted to use Jiang Chen as a pathfinder to avoid any danger. Seeing this, Jiang Chen turned slowly, a cold smile on his face. "Are you all determined to be my followers?" Jiang brother, the Tianju Temple is full of dangers, no one dares to enter rashly, we are just waiting for the right moment," an awakener explained. But how could this explanation fool Jiang Chen? He looked at them and sneered, "You can deceive yourselves with these words, but do you think anyone will believe you? Brother Jiang, we all witness your strength, please show some mercy to us weak ones." "Yes, and we are all your loyal followers, isn't it fair to enjoy some fan benefits?" "Brother Jiang, we are just insignificant beings, naturally, we hope to avoid danger as much as possible. We haven't harmed you, there's no need to hold a grudge, right?" The crowd stopped pretending and declared they would let the predecessors pave the way for them.
Unless Jang Chen really didn't enter the Tianju temple, but was that possible?
However, they didn't know that their words made Jang Chen's ice cold, and he said in a chilling tone, "You indeed haven't posed any danger to me, but you have made me extremely displeased.
Say what you want, we'll just wait here, what can you do?"
A middle-aged man with dark skin said disdainfully. Although his strength was far inferior to Jang Chen's, he had the confidence to speak boldly because of the crowd. Others didn't speak up, but shared the same intention.
"You are all too naive." Jang Chen shook his head, then threatened, "I'll give you half a minute.
If anyone doesn't enter before me during this time, then after I enter the Tianju temple, whoever dares to come in, I will kill them." The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched slightly. They were sure Jang Chen wasn't joking.
He was serious.
A few people began to waver. After a struggle, they finally took a step forward and entered the Tianju temple before Jang Chen. But even so, there were still many awakeners who remained steadfast. After half a minute, Jang Chen said lightly, "I've given you the chance, since you don't cherish it, don't blame me." He leaped into the gate of Tianju temple and disappeared completely from the sight of the crowd. At this moment, the remaining awakened individuals on the scene were also restless, preparing to follow Jang Chen's footsteps.
However, some still harbored unease in their hearts, speculating, is it really okay to do this? What if Jang Chen is waiting for us inside?
If you're afraid, you can choose not to enter. This way, one less person will compete with me for opportunities.
So many people entered before, how could Jang Chen tolerate others seizing opportunities?
His previous words were probably just to scare us.
Exactly, besides, how could he possibly handle all of us? It will be a matter of luck to see who can slip through the net. In fact, they knew that Jang Chen was not someone to be taken lightly, but there was no choice. It is said that fortune favors the bold, and opportunities often come with great risks. That's why they adopted this plan of following, as the benefit of doing so was that if Jang Chen could seize an opportunity, they would also benefit. Moreover, Jang Chen could be in the front, clearing out all unknown dangers.
For them, this was a relatively harmless strategy. As they stepped through the gate, everyone felt the world spinning before their eyes, the surroundings seemed distorted, and everything plunged into chaos. When they regained their senses, they found themselves inside an ancient temple emitting a sense of antiquity, with fallen leaves scattered around, overgrown with weeds, and occasional sounds of Buddhist bells ringing in their ears.
Was this the interior of Tianju Temple?
Countless awakened individuals were excited in their hearts, their faces filled with anticipation, hoping to find their own opportunities here.
However, when they saw a figure ahead, their expressions instantly froze.
Jang Chen stood on a step, hands behind his back, looking at the crowd and said, "Are you planning to self-destruct?
Or do you want me to help you?"
As he spoke these words, his eyes showed no emotion, as if he was about to crush a few bugs. There were about 100 awakened individuals present, but they were all suppressed by Jang Chen's aura, each showing a look of unease.
"You are going too far.
We have never shown hostility towards you from the beginning.
Why do you want us dead? Don't push people too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered."
There are better ways to talk.
Using death as a threat is the lowest and most despicable.
Hearing these words, Jang Chen remained unfazed, even feeling like laughing. He couldn't understand why these people would say such things.
What were they thinking?
I have already given you the chance, but you did not cherish it.
So let me help you with your self-destruction. Jang Chen's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent swept through the crowd. Escape!
In just an instant, everyone present realized the situation was dire. They were well aware of Jang Chen's abnormal strength. Even if they all joined forces, the hope of defeating him was very slim.
Moreover, they were just a group of impromptu individuals, and in a real fight, who could guarantee they wouldn't be sold out? Therefore, the best strategy at the moment was to flee.
It's all in vain. Jang Chen shook his head with a smile.
He directly took out the sword embryo of Zhu Xian,
intending to settle these people in one go. Although he could kill them one by one, keeping them on the edge of deathly fear, it was unnecessary.
He didn't have time to waste on them. Open!
The sword embryo of Zhu Xian erupted with terrifying sword energy, spreading out in ripples, cutting down everything in its path. Those awakened individuals who tried to escape sensed the danger, but it was already too late. The sword energy whistled past their bodies. Some lost their heads, some lost half of their bodies, some were split in half. In just a few seconds, over 100 awakened individuals died a tragic death on the spot, blood flowing like a river. Not far away, some awakened individuals who had changed their minds earlier swallowed hard, their faces filled with lingering horror, saying, "It's too terrifying."
Luckily, we didn't act recklessly just now.
They were grateful they made the right choice. Otherwise, their figures would also be among these corpses. After dealing with these people, Jang Chen also focused on the opportunities and fortunes of the Tianju temple. Upon entering the Tianju temple, he found many awakened individuals who had entered at the same time, indicating that there was no ancient medicinal field teleportation array here.
Everyone entering the Tianju temple was starting from the same line. This also indicated that Jang Chen might have fallen far behind others. Jang Chen looked around and found only one path forward, with other directions blocked by walls, making it impossible to proceed. It seems like the trial process here is fixed, Jang Chen speculated.
He walked up to a huge bronze door, extremely heavy just by looking at it, with carvings of various mysterious patterns and symbols on its surface, resembling some form of Sanskrit. But what caught Jang Chen's attention the most was the plaque above the bronze door, with several large characters dancing like dragons and phoenixes.
Bronze Arhat formation, Bronze Arhat formation? Jang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly pondering something.
Basically, as long as one is a citizen of Huaxia, it is impossible not to have heard of the 18 bronze men of the Shaolin Temple. It is said to be the highest trial level of the Shaolin Temple, and any monk wanting to descend the mountain must pass the assessment of the 18 bronze men to qualify for graduation. If Jang Chen's guess was correct, behind this bronze door lay the trial level of the Tianju Temple. Only by passing all the trials could one obtain the ultimate opportunities and fortunes. No matter what trials lie beyond the door, I must obtain the Nirvana Sutra, Jang Chen murmured softly. Creak! As he exerted force to push open the bronze door, the scene behind it came into view. Ahead was a very spacious martial arts training ground, where many figures were gathered, all of them awakened individuals who had rushed in earlier.
However, these people all wore anxious and uneasy expressions, as if they had encountered some dilemma. Damn it! Why are these bronze men so abnormal?
Each one possesses strength not inferior to that of a fifth awakening realm, and with our strength, we simply cannot break through. I heard that the Tianju temple has a total of 18 levels, and just the first level is so difficult right now.
I can't even imagine how terrifying the subsequent levels will be. Honestly, I'm ready to give up. The opportunities and fortunes here are simply not meant for weaklings like me. Don't lose heart.
As long as we can cross the red line behind these bronze men, we can pass this level, and many awakened individuals have just done it. On the training ground, thousands of awakened individuals were trapped here, unable to pass this level.
Jang Chen could see the challenge they faced at a glance.
The training ground was filled with numerous bronze arhats made of brass, seemingly imbued with life, blocking anyone trying to cross the training ground. In front and behind the bronze arhat formation were yellow and red lines. Stepping into the yellow line meant entering the attack range of the bronze arhats, but crossing the red line meant passing the first level.
This rule seemed simple but severely tested the challenger's strength.
After all, the number of bronze arhats was too large, almost occupying the entire training ground, eliminating any possibility of avoiding battle or taking shortcuts. The only way to pass was to confront them head-on. The strength of these bronze arhats is not that strong, mostly at the 5th awakening realm, with the strongest at most at the 7th awakening realm, basically used to screen out the riffraff, Jang Chen speculated.
If one couldn't even pass this level, they simply wouldn't qualify to compete for the ultimate fortune. This was a kind of screening mechanism.
However, with Jang Chen's strength, these bronze arhats posed no difficulty at all. It seems like Lun Yifeng and the others have already moved on to the second level, and they might have even reached the later levels. Jang Chen scanned the entire scene, not hearing the voices of Duan Yu and the others. He concluded that these people had already passed the first trial.
But that was normal.
These people were already in a state of bondage. Trying to pass through the Copper Man Arhat formation was like a walk in the park.
I'll do it. No matter what, I must enter the second level.
An awakener gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, attempting to forcefully break through this level. However, a Copper Man Arhat stood in front of him. Strangely, the lips on its stiff face suddenly moved, emitting an emotionless and wooden voice. "Traveler, you have no affinity with the Buddha, please leave." With that, the Copper Man Arhat erupted in a dazzling golden light, blasting the awakener several tens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, his life hanging by a thread. This scene terrified the other awakeners, causing them to consider retreating. In fact, this Copper Man's strength wasn't particularly formidable. If they joined forces, they could easily defeat it. The problem was the sheer number of them. The Copper Man Arhat formation covered the entire martial arts field, making it impossible for anyone to break through or sneak in. This was the reason for their despair.
I give up. As good as the opportunity may be, one must also have the fate to seize it. More and more awakeners began to entertain thoughts of giving up, preferring to preserve their lives rather than risk attempting to pass through. Before Jang Chen entered this place, many awakeners had tried to break through, but now most had given up, with only a few still making an effort. At this moment, a figure moved. He walked through the crowd, preparing to challenge the Copper Man Arhat formation alone. His actions attracted the attention of many. There are still people foolish enough to attempt to pass through? How ridiculous. Probably some naive newcomer who has no idea of the terror of the Copperman Arhat formation. Ha! Why does he look familiar to me? The sneers on the faces of the crowd instantly froze, replaced by fear and apprehension. They hadn't forgotten Jang Chen's actions on Mount Song. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Offending him would lead to dire consequences. Thinking of this, many who had mocked him immediately changed their tune, praising and flattering him, afraid of inviting trouble. However, Jang Chen paid no attention to them, heading straight to the Copperman Arhat formation, ready to pass the first level. Do you think he can really pass through the Copperman Arhat formation alone? It's doubtful. Even Lun Yifeng and the others only managed to tear open a path on the Copperman Arhat formation by working together to enter the second level. Not necessarily. What if Jang Chen really has a way to open a path? The crowd discussed fervently, but the majority believed that Jang Chen couldn't do it alone. After all, no matter how strong one person was, there were limits. At that moment, Jang Chen stood in front of the Copperman Arhat formation, facing thousands of Copperman Arhats. If he took one step forward, crossing the yellow line in front of him, he would be besieged by countless Copperman Arhats. Just as Jang Chen was about to step over the yellow line, a Copperman Arhat suddenly turned his gaze towards him and said, "Traveler, you have no affinity with the Buddha, please leave. Affinity is like water in a sponge, squeeze it and there will always be some." Jang Chen chuckled softly and then stepped over the yellow line. In an instant, countless Copperman Arhat's eyes gleamed, focusing on Jang Chen, and a series of soul-stirring voices rang out, "Traveler, you have crossed the line." The next moment, the Copperman Arhats, like locusts passing through, rushed towards Jang Chen in an extremely eerie and bizarre manner, intending to punish him for crossing this boundary. "Not only have I crossed the line, but I will also pass the level. Stand in my way, and you shall die." Jang Chen wielded the immortal slaying sword embryo, sword energy raging across the field. Clang! The sword hummed first, followed by a cold light. A sword energy erupted like a volcano, sweeping through the front with an unstoppable force, causing the Copperman Arhats to disintegrate into countless fragments in an instant. One sword swept through the Arhat formation. When this scene unfolded, the whole place fell silent, faces filled with astonishment. Can a person really do this? Jang Chen remained calm, walking towards the front of the martial arts arena on foot. As he crossed the red line, he passed the first trial. Without lingering here, he headed towards the entrance of the second trial. As Jang Chen disappeared from view, the crowd finally reacted. Their faces were deeply moved, hearts filled with shock. It should be noted that from Jang Chen's appearance to passing the test, the entire process took less than a minute. Even when Lun Yifeng and others joined forces, it took at least 5 minutes to barely pass. The difference between the two can be seen from this point. It can only be said that Jang Chen's performance was too terrifying, described in 2 words, violent. Truly, he was too violent. His strength was unmatched, leaving no one to compare with. What kind of monster is this guy? Or is the artifact itself so powerful? Despite the artifact's blessing, his strength is undeniable, otherwise it would be impossible to pass the bronze Arhat array so easily. I once thought I wasn't far from those so-called geniuses, but now I see I was wrong, very wrong. The might of a single sword pushed through the entire bronze Arhat array, completely beyond everyone's expectations. Those who had doubts in their hearts now felt a burning pain on their faces. However, this also gave them hope. With the bronze Arhats all defeated, it meant they could also proceed to the second trial. But some hesitated. If the first trial was so difficult, how terrifying would the following trials be? Wasn't it just sending themselves to their deaths with their current strength? Forget it. Fortune favors the bold. If all else fails, picking up the scraps left by others is better than returning empty-handed. People die for wealth as birds die for food. In the end, many awakeners couldn't resist their greed and decided to venture deeper in search of opportunities. Meanwhile, Jang Chen had already reached the second trial. In front of him was a corridor about 100 meters long, with numerous stone statues placed on both sides, around 12 in total. These statues had unique shapes, most of them depicting fierce and terrifying mythical beasts. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these statues represented the 12 zodiac animals: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Jang Chen naturally noticed this. Once an awakener stepped onto the corridor, these stone statues would fully awaken and materialize, becoming the guardians of the trial. Only by defeating them could one qualify to pass. He also noticed an interesting phenomenon. Challengers could choose the difficulty of the trial based on their own strength, with different rewards upon completion. For example, if an awakener challenged 2 zodiac stone statues simultaneously,
they would directly skip the third and fourth trials, reaching the fifth trial. This greatly reduced the time needed to pass other trials, with them currently at the second trial. If one chose all 12 statues and managed to pass, they would skip from the third trial to the 14th, directly reaching the 15th trial. However, from the beginning until now, no one had successfully passed by challenging all 12 statues at once. Alas, it seems 2 statues are my limit. If the difficulty increases even slightly, I won't be able to pass. Damn it! I was so close to passing 3 statues just now. It was really just that close. You should be content. With my strength, passing 1 statue is already pushing it. When Jang Chen arrived, hundreds of awakeners had already gathered in front. They were all challengers of the second trial, but for various reasons, they had not been able to pass, leading to a stalemate. Some awakeners are very greedy, wanting to catch up with the progress of those ahead, hoping to challenge as many stone statues as possible to complete the level. Some awakeners can't even pass a single stone statue but refuse to leave, only able to stand idly by. There are even awakeners seemingly discussing teaming up to pass through, not only to challenge more stone statues to the maximum but also to increase the probability of passing. However, when they were told that this level couldn't be done in teams, they instantly felt despair. This second level is quite interesting, Jang Chen murmured. Although he hadn't been here long, he fully understood the rules. The more stone statues you challenge, the richer the rewards for passing. According to this, with the strength of Lu Niafeng and others, they could at least challenge 5 stone statues simultaneously. In other words, he was at least 5 levels behind. But that didn't matter. He would close the gap on this level, even surpass it. Jang Chen took a step forward, ready to start challenging the second level. But as he was about to enter the corridor, someone suddenly stopped him by his side. Kid, do you know what first come, first serve means? It's my turn to start the challenge now. There was a sinister aspect to the second level, where only one challenger could be present at a time. This meant there was always a queue of awakeners waiting to challenge, and the order was naturally determined by strength. So when the awakener saw Jang Chen cutting in line, he instantly felt offended and was about to teach Jang Chen a lesson. However, when Jang Chen turned around to face everyone, the whole place fell silent, with fearful expressions. The awakener seemed as if he had seen a ghost, his soul almost fleeing. How unlucky to provoke this great Buddha. What did you just say? Jang Chen said coldly. Did I say something? I didn't, right? Oh, I remember now, I was just trying to cheer you on, Brother Jiang, hoping you succeed in the trial and pass smoothly. He forced out an ugly smile, his survival instinct kicking in. Jang Chen ignored him and walked straight into the corridor. Seeing that the other party didn't challenge him, he breathed a sigh of relief, his back already soaked in cold sweat, as if he had just come back from the brink of death. When Jang Chen started to challenge the second level, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was curious and speculating on how many stone statues Jang Chen would challenge at once. I guess 8 should be the limit, after all, Lu Niafeng and the others only challenged 6 stone statues. With each additional stone statue, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Although his strength is extraordinary, the limit should be 8 or 9 stone statues. You underestimate him. I bet he can definitely challenge 10 stone statues. The crowd discussed fervently, with the majority believing that Jang Chen could at most challenge 9 stone statues, and going beyond that would be courting disaster. But just as they confidently thought so, Jang Chen's words made them freeze in place, their faces filled with disbelief. I will challenge 12 stone statues. A wave of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Is Jang Chen out of his mind? Does he understand what it means to challenge 12 stone statues? Duan Yu and the others only challenged 6 stone statues, and he was doubling the number, increasing the difficulty by who knows how many times. Many thought Jang Chen was too arrogant. Despite his extraordinary strength, he could still be suppressed when facing Lu Niafeng and others, not invincible. He will soon realize how foolish this choice is. Many already had a smug look on their faces, waiting to see Jang Chen embarrass himself in front of everyone. Ignoring the discussions behind him, Jang Chen resolutely began to challenge the second level. After declaring that he would challenge 12 stone statues, the entire corridor erupted in a dazzling golden light, as if a deity had descended. Soon, the first stone statue awakened. It was the monkey from the Chinese zodiac, but its shape was not that of an ordinary monkey. Instead, it looked somewhat like the backward-walking Monkey King from Journey to the West. As the stone statue shook violently, pieces of stone fell off, revealing the once still monkey now seemingly infused with life. It sprang into action, pulling out a stick as a weapon. Each revived stone statue has a 3-minute cooldown period. However, the more statues revived simultaneously, the shorter the cooldown time, especially when reviving 5 statues at once, leaving only half a minute. If Jang Chen can deal with one statue every 3 minutes, he still has a chance to succeed, one awakened individual said. But despite the words, it was no easy task. Those present had all faced the challenge before and understood the strength of these stone statues. To defeat them, ordinary awakened individuals had to expend a great deal of time and energy, otherwise, they would be delayed until the second statue revived. As more statues revived, the pressure increased exponentially. Half the time has passed, why hasn't he made a move yet? Suddenly, an awakened individual noticed. Since the first statue revived, Jang Chen had not taken the initiative to attack, lost in his thoughts. Did he not realize that the longer he waited, the more unfavorable the situation would become? If so, he was bound to fail. Once delayed to the point of facing more than 5 revived statues simultaneously, Jang Chen would have no chance of winning. However, they did not know that Jang Chen was well aware of all the rules. He chose not to attack because he intended to deal with all 12 statues at once, saving time and advancing through the level. If he solved them one by one, Jang Chen would have to wait at least half an hour at the second level. But by accumulating the number of statues, he could pass the second level in just about 10 minutes. The efficiency of the two methods was clear at a glance. 3 minutes passed. The second statue revived. It was the tiger from the Chinese zodiac, with a unique appearance, sporting 2 sharp fangs half a meter long and a Buddhist character on its forehead, which was quite astonishing. A few minutes later, the third statue revived. It was the ox from the Chinese zodiac, with 2 large horns that seemed capable of piercing through everything in the world. Not long after, the fourth statue revived. The fifth statue revived. The sixth statue. As the number of statues on the field increased, the remaining time for the statues to revive also decreased. By the time the 10th statue revived, the cooldown time was less than half a minute. There were already 11 statues on the field, with only 1 left to revive. Everyone's attention was focused on the last statue. It was a dragon soaring through the clouds and mist, exquisitely and grandly carved. Even before its revival, everyone could feel its lifelike presence and a hint of pressure. Suddenly, the statue trembled. As the last pieces of stone fell off, the true dragon was revived. Its roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the world. The expressions of the people present changed drastically. Just from the oppressive aura emanating from the dragon, it was clear that its strength had surpassed the second level, possibly even more. It's over. Jang Chen has dug his own grave. Who can pass this test? Forget about the other statues, he might not even be a match for that dragon alone. Unless he breaks free from 4 or even 5 constraints, there's no way he can pass this level. Many faces bore mocking smiles. If Jang Chen had proceeded methodically, dealing with 1 statue at a time, he might have had a chance to pass this level. But he had to show off, had to act all high and mighty. Wasn't this the retribution he deserved? You like to show off, huh? Let's see how you handle this next. This guy dared to interrupt my team just now, he deserves this outcome. The awakened individual was full of excitement, with a smug expression on his face. The mockery and ridicule behind him seemed to echo in Jang Chen's ears. However, he paid no attention and instead focused his gaze on the 12 stone statues. As the number of stone statues reached the highest reward level, there was no need for him to wait any longer. Chirp! A giant rooster standing at a height of 2.5 meters suddenly launched a fierce attack. It spat out a round, red bead from its mouth, then spread its wings to control it, followed by twisting its body and using its shoulder as a carrier to strike the red bead. Swish! The red bead flew towards Jang Chen like a cannonball. Jang Chen sneered, "Is this all the chicken feet can do?" He easily dodged it and then took a step forward towards the rooster, raising his fist. Bang! Jang Chen's punch shattered the rooster's head, instantly killing it. The defeated rooster turned into dust on the ground, then reformed into a stone statue, waiting for the next challenger. Woof! Moo! Roar! After defeating the first stone statue, the remaining statues launched a fierce attack, not giving Jang Chen any chance for a one-on-one battle. This was the most challenging part of the second level. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how skilled you are, you fear the crowd tactics. However, just when everyone thought Jang Chen was going to die in the mob, his terrifying performance completely shocked the audience. He seemed to transform into a war god, exuding terrifying power with every move. With each punch and kick, he took down a stone statue, and in less than half a minute, out of the original 12 statues, less than 5 remained. Jang Chen continued to deal with the remaining statues one by one, displaying overwhelming dominance throughout, showing no signs of struggle. With a single palm strike, Jang Chen dispersed the body of the dragon statue, holding only a broken dragon head in his hand, which meant he had passed the second level. The entire process took less than a minute. At this moment, the whole place fell silent. Those who were mocking before now looked ashen-faced, fearing trouble at any moment.